Black Key Books presents The Trail of Flame by A.R. Knight, performed by J. Aaseng. Chapter 1. The Flying Seas. The lithe man held the rapier point forward, the silver blade destined to strike right at Wax's heart. With his hair tied back, his face as narrow as his sword, the Kant's fighter looked every bit the windmaster his isle proclaimed him to be. Wax bobbed his feet, rolling them with the ship's own shimmering silver and wood deck. The Kant's ship cut through the waves, all its edges blinding in the sunlight, as the rough-and-tumble regularity of a sea voyage found itself thwarted by cunning construction. Wax himself lacked that beauty, his weave not doing much to keep him warm in the slicing sea breeze, his loose pants snapping, his climbing shoes biting at the surface in the one effective accessory he had. Oh, and his Foti blade. The blue sword picked up the ocean's reflection, carrying the sea in its waved steel. Thicker than the Kant's man's rapier, the Foti blade would have to use its strength to make up for its stubbier length. Bets to that effect danced the deck around them, the sailors not actively steering the ship, taking their midday break to see how badly their friend could beat Wax up and down the vessel. One call in Wax's corner came from his right, where his older brother Quick, holding on to one of the many rope loops against the Kant's ship's railing, hollered sage advice: "Don't stand still." Beside him, her bamboo staff sticking up over her back like some tree sprouting from her shoulders, stood his sister. Bliss held a nervous look, like she had almost the entire journey, and Wax tried to offer up a confident grin. The man wouldn't kill him, after all. "Ready?" the windmaster asked, reedy voice mashing with the crackling splash the ship made as it danced through another wave. "Always." Wax shifted his stance, brought his right foot forward, and put the blade into a double grip. Last time, he'd lost his weapon, sent it skittering across the deck to leave a divot in the polished wood side. They'd had him scrubbing the dishes every night since, and Wax wouldn't want to see what further punishment the Kants might devise should his Vis clumsiness do any more damage. Then again, what did they expect? Wax wasn't born on the seas. He was a jungle man, made for vines, for swinging through treetops and dashing into leafy groves. The windmaster cared not, and came on with a fast three-step, cutting the distance between them to a hair. As the man's angle predicted, the rapier came in for a heart-stopping strike, one Wax batted away with his own sword. A too-heavy parry. While he'd moved his thick blade all the way across his chest to knock the rapier aside, his opponent merely needed a wrist flick to get the stab back on target. For once, the Kant's ship gave Wax an out. On the backside of its latest wave slice, the ship dipped forward into the valley between the rolling monsters. Wax used the momentum, cutting left and forward with his shoulder. The rapier snipped a loose thread with its thrust, but missed Wax's body, giving Wax a solid charge right at his opponent's chest. That Kant's swiftness didn't help here, the impact barely slowing Wax down and throwing the windmaster into a flailing backpedal, one that should have ended the fight, save for his opponent planting his right leg hard, then leaning forward and placing both hands, rapier slapped down in the left one, on the deck. "Don't let him recover!" Quick's voice rose over the jeers and cheers, collectors and bettors sensing an imminent opportunity. Wax went on through the shoulder charge, taking his brother's advice and bearing down on the windmaster. He brought the Foti blade up for a two-handed smash, a fatal end. Surely the man would yield, throw up his arms, and give up. Instead, The Windmaster slipped his left hand low, on the rapier hilt's very end, and with his wrist, popped the blade's point up, right where Wax ought to run himself through. Or would have, if the fighter didn't pull the point away, swiping the blade left, and letting Wax catch himself, come to a stop, as the ship began to climb into the next wave. "Your brother gives you bad advice," the Windmaster said, standing. He tapped Wax's blade with the rapier. "Position is everything, whether your sword is nimble or slow." "I'm sure I'll learn that sometime." Wax looked at the blue blade. He'd yet to win a fight with the damn thing. "At least I caught you with the shoulder?" The Windmaster chuckled. "At least that." The trio took their last dinner on the ship's deck. Calming seas as the vessel approached Foti, allowing them a sedate meal beneath the ethereal sails. Kant's had a way with blues, and the cerulean colors faded to white and purple, depending on how the sunlight hit their thin canvases. More long than wide, the sails found the wind like wax might have a vine in the jungle's heart, with swooping precision. Even now, the sailors, stationed at 3 separate tills along the ship's length, barked out calls to one another to keep the vessel flying across the water. As the ship's captain had told them upon leaving Vis, Rana might flow on the seas, but Kant's would float above them. Wax's home? Kid-Eye preferred the ships to come to it. Seafarers could be found on the far coast. The thought of them bent Wax into a frown. But their craft, svelte boats, built from cultivated, fallen leaves, wouldn't last long in the ocean's rough-and-tumble grasp. Then again, 3 days out, and Wax already missed the feel of loam between his toes, of trees above, and cooking spices lingering in the air. "Better than this, anyway," Wax muttered, sipping another leek soup spoonful. The thin liquid barely qualified, though the Kant's captain made clear Wax could barter for something tastier. As if Wax had anything to barter with. "You muttering to yourself again?" Quick asked. "Maybe." Wax refused to admit what he'd really been doing. Talking to Pan, picturing his friend with them, ready to join Wax in critiquing the culinary malfeasance forced upon their bodies. "Do you like this?" "I accept it." Quick shrugged. "When we're out on long hunts, we live on what we can scavenge. This isn't much different." "Thought Renewals would get something better." "Take it up with Noctia," Bliss signed. His sister finished her soup, kept tilting her eyes towards the ship's bow, as if she could spot Foti first. She looked less green now that the ship had passed into flat seas. "Maybe they'll give you a salmon if you ask real nice." "Probably only if I give them this first." Wax reached up to his chest, where the ever-present warmth lingered. There, slotted into a copper-colored necklace, sat a fragment of Vis. A bright emerald, no larger than Wax's thumb. The scar tickled Wax's nerves whenever he touched it, like brushing a numbing leaf. Its faint voice now whispered nonsense in his head in the quiet moments. An insect he couldn't silence, but had learned to ignore. "How many do you think I'll get?" "Every single one," Bliss signed. "I didn't join you to see you fail." "Makes 2 of us," Quick added. "Finish the soup, Wax. The next step starts tomorrow." Chapter 2. Below. The cave ate their footfalls. Svarde and Kivi, the rock lizard ferrite, walked at the small column's head. Svarde's torch sputtered in his right hand, its glinting flame finding and destroying shadows in the jagged tunnel. Mayna's information said this cave would keep going deeper and deeper, far along to a point where every explorer failed to return. Down there, somewhere, was the fiend's source. The cave wasn't dead rock. Mosses and mushrooms poked out from crannies. Water dripped and joined them here and there, sluicing along through the earth. For the first hour, too, the Rana sailors broke up the journey with songs. That ended when they reached the Aegis. Like a spiderweb built from silver light, the Aegis ran along beneath the 7 Isles, protecting them. A gift from the gods in their last moments, or so the Circle and the Najan declared. Svarde hadn't ever seen it before, and the line splitting the air before his face, catching the torchlight but not bending in its flame, forced a halt to the march. Mena, the Rana captain, decked out now in her full deep blue leather and emerald cuirass, matching blue and green pants, joined Svarde at the lead, while sailors grumbled behind. "So, this is it," Mena said, reaching out and touching the filaments. A hand-length apart, the lines ran through the rock, and Svarde guessed if he chased them all the way, they'd lead right back to Katya, there in that prison. "Beyond here, we'll have no protection," Svarde said, his right hand going up to the axe on his back. "The fiends will be undeterred." "Are you scared, Guardian?" "I'm not a guardian anymore." Svarde didn't look at Mena, kept his eyes ahead, into the gloom. "My name's Svarde. Call me that or nothing." "The march making you sensitive?" "I'm keeping it simple. You should too." Mena jerked her head back towards the column, the eyes peeking past torches to look at their leaders. "All of them understand we're likely to die down here, Svarde. They all have their reasons for coming, reasons that came from the lives they've led. Don't ask them to throw that away." "All I'm asking is for their swords and crossbows when the fiends come." Mena nodded. "That, I think, they can deliver." She stepped back from Svarde, faced her sailors. "After this, the songs stop. We move in quiet. Watch for danger. Keep your feet steady. Trust your friends, your wits, your abilities, and we will not fail." Kivi snorted. Svarde agreed. Grand speeches always paled against harsh realities. Mena's would fare no better down here. Walking past the Aegis didn't clear the air, didn't make Svarde feel any lighter, heavier, sicker, or happier. It did, though, raise the hairs on his neck, set his eyes to sweeping the cave on a constant patrol. For a long time, the cave had offered them nothing, only a single path with winding turns, some steep and shallow sections. After the Aegis, though, the makeup changed. The earth went wild. Not 5 minutes after the filaments, the tunnel burst open into a sprawling cavern, one broken up by towering pillars, irregular rocks stomping on one another in a purple-pale mashup. Lines carved by unnatural means scraped along the walls as Svarde and the crew poured into the broad space, fanning out with torches held high. Rocky teeth hung down from the ceiling, some dripping water onto equally large spires rising from the floor, some as tall as Svarde and twice as wide. "A man could get lost in here," Svarde muttered, waving his torch around, scouring the wet ground for a sign. A sign of what, Svarde didn't know, but he'd take a fiend's trail. The monsters had to come from somewhere down here, and a claw track might lead them right to where they needed to go, might lead Svarde to where he'd wanted to be, ever since Katya picked up that last scar, ever since becoming the Aegis went from fanciful dream to iron certainty, ever since he'd given up the one he'd loved for 7 Isles that didn't give a single damn about her. Mena broke Svarde's reverie, calling for a break, a chance to drink some water, eat some of the salted meats they'd brought along. Svarde and Kivi rejoined the crew, found their several dozen setting up in their cliques, torches planted where they could. The Rana sailors had a different cast about them now. Their tanned, sea-sprayed bodies hunched, their eyes roaming like scared beasts. A hand free was a hand on a saber hilt. Others checked once, twice, that their crossbows were loaded. "They're scared," Svarde said to Mena, the two of them, as they often were, sitting apart from the others. "We're not even one day along, and some look like they might crack." "Few have been in a cave before, Svarde, much less one that runs this long." Mena frowned at her own dull white fish strip. "Reality gives us a different taste than our dreams." "We're far away from dreams now." "They'll come around. Give them time." Kivi snorted. Svarde nodded. Time was all well and good, but they didn't have time to give. Already, new sounds trickled up through the rocks. Not the dripping water, the whistling wind, but the scrabble of claws on stone. The far-off cries as beasts found battle or purpose. The clicks, clacks, coughs, as things unimagined took notice of their next meal. Svarde stood, drew his right axe, and held it aloft. It caught the torchlight, drew the eyes from every Rana sailor. Heaped over with wet furs, his guardian Foti-forged gear beneath, Svarde hulked. The weight gave him fortitude, bolstered his purpose, and he let the sailors find some solace in his form. "Brothers, sisters," Svarde began, as the Foti often did. "Where we go now, monsters await. Demons, even. Creatures for which we have no words. I look at you and see what might pass as fear in lesser people, but that must now be turned to courage. For remember, you travel with soldiers, with fighters." Svarde nodded at his axe. "We will see the worst before this is done, but when it is over, it will be the fiends that know fear, not us." A few hardened grins caught Svarde's ending. Some others held up their swords, their waterskins. For a brief moment, the grand speech had its hold, until a howl, rising from the deep and coming closer, stole it all away. Chapter 3. What Rises Must Fall. The wound descended at Ami's feet, its darkness dropping far below anyone's sight. Sticks, stones, and even some lit torches tossed down, vanished without sound into the wound's all-consuming black. Nothing thrown that way ever returned, but plenty rose up. "Be ready," Katya whispered, the Aegis moving back on her stone chair, settling on the cushions and looking as frail as ever. Her robes looked to bury her body, too large by half, but no doubt measured right not long ago. "They are coming." The Aegis's warning was unnecessary, as the flashes around the dimming necklace at her chest worked well enough as clues to what approached. The 7 scars resembled dull rocks now, their faint colors the slightest reminder of what they once were. "Wards," Ami said, drawing her sword and bringing both hands to grip the great blade. Foti crafted, etched with glimmering orange topaz along the center. Flamebreak earned its namesake. The silver-black blade seemed to draw in the torchlight, glowing in its reflection. The 2 wards, Najan guards in spotless purple-black plate armor, chakrams hooked into their backs, and Volges at the front, stepped from their watch posts inside the dome. They stood on rock, albeit clean rock, and the smooth gray surface let the trio spread out to cover the wound. Ami put herself before Katya, while the two wards took opposite sides, forming a triangle around the pit. The scrabbling drew closer, raking as large paws and claws dug into stone and loosed it from the walls. Heaving lungs growled and huffed with every pull. They were close. Ami drew in a breath, felt flame break's wrapped hilt beneath her hands. Her armor sat heavy, perfect on her shoulders, her legs. A recent addition, that. With the fiends coming more frequently, Ami had to assume any day might bring a breakthrough. At least this time, she was here, ready to fulfill her role. "Glad I get to be your guardian one more time," Ami said, without looking back to Katya. "Hopefully not the last." Katya's words almost broke Ami's heart, not because of what she said, but the sheer brittleness in how they sounded. With luck, the renewal would happen soon enough to give Katya a few days, a week, a month without her burden. With luck. The fiend gave no warning. The claws scratched below, and then its shape flared free from the wound, jumping at the ward ahead and to Ami's right. Every fiend was a unique horror, and this one bore its claws along 8 spindly arms, each one emerging from a woolly, long torso. Gnashing teeth and sharp sapphire eyes dominated one end, while its rear found room for a snapping, stinger-equipped tail. The damn things were getting worse. The ward fell back at the fiend's leap, using her Volge and its curved point to block the swiping claws. Where the spear's heavy haft couldn't go, the ward's armor took the hits, gouges appearing in the metal. The ward to Ami's left slapped his Volge into the ground, swiping both hands behind him to draw the chakrams. Taking a sidestep, the man spun, building up momentum and launching the discs one after another. The sharp circles gashed into the fiend, each one shearing off a leg and leaving the monster howling. Standing up on its 2 rear claws, the beast lunged forward, putting its full weight on the defending ward and bearing her to the ground. The ward called for help, and the third guard made his appearance, running in from outside with his Volge ready. The one who'd thrown his chakrams glared at Ami, his face asking why, with that huge sword, she'd yet to move. The answer came from the wound, where claws still made their nasty sounds. The second fiend leapt out, its legs spreading wide as its teeth snapped towards Ami, as if planning to enclose the guardian in an awful embrace. Bad idea. Ami brought Flamebreak up to her shoulder, then swiped the blade in a diagonal slash across her body as the fiend closed. The sword, true to its namesake, left sparks in the air as it went, those hot embers lining the fiend's body as the sword bit in hard. The creature squealed, the damage done to its midsection, and those gnashing teeth pulled back in a wild howl. The legs landed around Ami, the fiend's bulk pressing her back a step, even as its vitals leaked free from the wound. Ami sidestepped left, setting her right foot hard as she did so, whirling Flamebreak from her ankles up around her chest in a spinning cut. The swipe snared a couple reaching legs, barely slowing her sword's momentum as it sliced clean through. Again, the fiend howled. And again, Ami set herself. Finishing her spin, Ami brought Flamebreak up to her shoulder, point forward. The fiend thrashed, its sapphire eyes lighting on her, showing nothing close to sanity. Time to put the monster down. For the forge, Ami growled, kicking off with both feet in a short sprint at the fiend's body. Clawed legs tried to buffet her, but the talons bounced off her hard shoulder pads. The fiend opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow Ami's head whole. The bite never made it. Flamebreak struck first, pushing in, lifting the fiend's torso skyward. Ami kept pushing the scrambling, dying beast towards the wound. When she saw the blackness beneath the monster, Ami pulled back on the blade, letting Flamebreak burn its way free. The fiend couldn't do more than burble as it fell deep into the dark. Ami tracked her look to the other monster, similarly dispatched, although with many more cuts. Volges whirled, chakrams littered the ground, and the fiend's slow demise played out as the monster settled into its forever sleep. The ward who'd drawn the fiend's initial rush knelt on the ground, her wounds already getting patched by her fellow guards. The post-battle quiet, a sacred silence, descended. "You haven't lost a step," Katya whispered, coming up behind Ami, leaning on her shoulder. The thin aegis felt like a feather, making Ami flinch. Every touch confirmed Katya was so far from what she'd been, so far from... No, those dreams only led to nightmares. "As long as I'm protecting you," Ami said, sheathing Flamebreak, "I'll never stop getting stronger." Ami faced Katya, forced herself to look at her friend. Memories clashed with the current moment, Katya's eyes showing old curiosity as they trailed to Ami's sheathed sword. "Foti's scar still burns?" Katya asked. "Still," Ami nodded. "Mine dies so quickly, yet yours sparkle with so much life. I'm not protecting all the isles with mine. Trade?" Ami laughed, shook her head, stopped herself from saying what she felt. Never, Katya. Never would Ami pay that price. "Then, can I ask you something?" Katya said, stopping to take breaths between the words. She'd need a nap soon. Ami flicked a glance to the wards, nodded at a straw-covered patch near the stone chair. They'd find cushions, a blanket. "Anything," Ami replied. "I need to know, here, at the end, was I too weak?" Katya reached up, clutched the necklace. "Was I the wrong choice?" How do you answer a question like that? The Katya Ami knew, the one she'd grown up with, would have never asked it, would have assumed she was the perfect person for anything she chose to do. That's how you earned the Aegis in the first place. Unshakable belief in your abilities. But here Katya was, barely a decade since she'd put on the necklace and withered up. All but spent. Not just physically, but clearly her soul too. Ami needed to answer her, give Katya something to hold on to. Ami cast a net, glanced left and saw nothing save the canvas dome and slate gray stone. Looked right, found an opportunity. "They fight for you," Ami said, nodding to the wards. "I fight for you. Because the circle demands it. Those Najan blowhards hold no sway over me." Ami put her gauntlets, careful, on Katya's shoulders, drew her in tight. Again, the lightness, the barely there weight, sent shivers. "I'm here because I love you. Always have. Always will." Katya's sniff muffled against the thick mail. "You don't hate me for being so weak, for dying so fast. Ami pulled back. You're not dead. The sniff, the red rims around Katya's eyes, turned into a dire, thin laugh. Ami, I died the moment I put this necklace on. Chapter 4. The Gambler. Foti's obsidian towers emerged through the fog like a giant's chipped teeth. Looming and dark, they nonetheless filled Wax with calm after days on the open sea. A clear horizon was beautiful, sure, but having a reference point was a nice change. Helped ground him to know how fast they were skipping across the water. That water had been home to waves and little else, save the occasional passing bird or cloud. Now the sea grew crowded as Wax, Bliss, and Quick watched near the Kant's vessel's bow. If Kid-Eye had Vis's trade all to itself, Foti, and the city they headed towards, a smoke and steel town called Smythe, made the Jungle Isle's commerce seem like children's toys. Giant Foti galleons brushed up alongside the Kant's vessel, towering overhead with their dark wood and metal bodies, massive sails blotting out the sun as they swept along. Wax and Bliss shrank back every time one came near, even though the Kant's sailors assured them no collision could happen, not with their ship so lithe. Quick, for his part, put on a false smile and stood, arms crossed, daring this new world to shove him around. Smaller cutting ships abounded too, casting their fishing nets or setting about with harpoons in favor of larger game. Ships from other isles, like Noctia's swooping gray sloops and Rana's flowing cutters, dashed in and out of Smythe's sprawling port. As they closed, the air picked up an iron tang, Wax's lungs itching. Cough spread around the ship as the sailors settled into the new way of things. Berthing lacked grandeur. Ropes appeared in hands, slipped over posts on one pier among many, the docks forking out into the ocean. Someone dropped an anchor, and the captain, a man who'd never bothered to give Wax his name, wished them a dismissive farewell. The trio took their satchels and stepped off, feeling the hard wood shiver. I, for one, could use some land beneath my feet, Quick said. Race you to it? Wax nodded towards the dock's end, a run crowded with crew and cargo. You're on, Bliss signed, the first bright grin Wax had seen in days springing up. The seasickness had turned Bliss into little more than stewing sludge. Good to see her fun coming back. Not this time. Quick killed the idea. This isn't home. We're visitors, and more than that, renewals. We can't act like idiots. Why? Wax asked, starting the walk toward shore anyway. Not as fun as a race, but land was land, and he'd gone long enough without it. Because unless you know how to get Foti's scar, we'll have to get help from someone here. There's not just a guide? A sign? Did we have one on Kid-Eye? Quick twisted his voice a certain way when he wanted to make a point, a distant, mocking inflection on the words. Wax didn't answer right away as they walked, dodging around crates and carriers filled up with sacks and satchels. The answer to Quick's riddles would always be apparent, if he just thought about it enough. Okay, so we knew Vis, Wax said, homing in on the answer. Because we lived there. We'd all heard the stories, seen the renewals before. But we've not done that here, so we'll need someone who has. Look at that, Bliss. Our brother's not hopeless after all. Don't know if I'd go that far. Wax reached up, pulled out the necklace, so the emerald scar sat on top his green-tan weave. "Hey, who's the important one here? Be nice." Quick snorted. Bliss rolled her eyes, and Wax felt new stares fall on him. Looks that had been cursory before, confirming perhaps that these three really were Vis, now looked harder, and no longer at Wax's face, his weave. The scar drew the stares, held inspections. Wax tucked the necklace back beneath the weave. The looks went away, and Wax breathed again. He hadn't realized he'd stopped, hadn't realized how odd his nerves felt under the press from all those wandering eyes. "Good call," Quick said, low. Wax noticed his brother's hands had drifted towards the gauntlets at his waist, the hand-covering mauls ready to be slipped on in a second. "Not sure we should be advertising who you are." "I'm getting that, but why not?" "Because the scars can be used for more than renewals, my new friends," a voice announced, the source a man lounging on a crate just off the dock's end. Several days' stubble lingered on a sun-drenched face. Shiny black and purple leather breeches and boots gave way to an ashen tunic. At his hips, dual rapiers. Wax could recognize the weapons now after all those Kant's duels, lay ready. A pipe sat steaming in one hand. And the most intense eyes Wax had ever seen, almost purple in their look, locked on him. The man waved with a pipe to an open spot on the rock next to him, where dirty water lapped against the bare stone shore. No beaches here. The trio stopped, Quick going one step further to put himself just a hair between Wax and this new man. If a threat, though, presented itself, none of the commerce near them detected it. Crew and cargo continued their inexorable progress. "Who are you?" Quick asked, the hunter taking over. "And why were you waiting for us?" "Name's Casignal, and I come here every day watching for clueless travelers." The man grinned. "There's good trade to be had helping the lost find their way." "How do you—" Quick started, stopped when Wax went past him, stepped right up to Casignal. "We're not lost," Wax said, squaring up to the man. Casignal, despite his fancy clothes, didn't have much stature to him. No brawls in the back streets for this one. "But we could use a pointer or two, if you're inclined to provide one." Can do, Casignal said, nodding several times over. "I'll give you this one for free. You're in Smythe, jewel of Foti's southern coast, and the biggest mining town in the 7 Isles. Anything you want that requires heat and ore, you can find it here." Casignal stood up off his crate, waved at the city behind him. "Fortunes are made by your skill with a hammer and tong in this city." "Or by your slick tongue?" Wax curled up a smile. Casignal gave him a slight nod. "As it is everywhere." The man squared back up to the three. "Now, I can get you whatever it is you're looking for, but in trade, you must do something for me." "Which is?" "A game, my friends. A simple game." Casignal spun on his heel, began walking up the sprawling avenue. Wax glanced back at his two guardians, who shrugged. A game might not be what they were looking for, but they had few other options. No other leads. "Guess we play," Wax said to his siblings, and they started off after the man. The 7 Isles had their differences. Wax learned this young, as did everyone, simply through the ships pulling into Kid-Eye's harbor. While everyone spoke the same language, the slang differed, the phrasing morphed, the accents changed. Babble on Smythe's streets came in coarse and straight, hammer blows hitting every syllable, a dialect that made sense as the noise from smithies, docks, and hard work filled every gap. For the first time in his life, Wax felt molded brick beneath his feet, laid cobblestones. Casignal threw out the details as they walked, proving hot on Wax's toes despite the cloudy day. Avenues broke off on either side, all flanked by homes, businesses, people living out unrecognizable lives. No communal cookfires, no fragrant spices, no whoops and dances. Not that he didn't see happiness on the faces, not that the Foti people didn't have springs in their steps, but here it came with grime and grit, heavy muscles and laden backs. Blades, axes, knives, and worse clung on every waist. Leather and steel cloaked chests and legs, while many back on Vis wore next to nothing at all, save their earned inks. "Quit your gawking," Casignal said, as they cleared a large square, this one dominated by a hammer statue, its massive gold-gilded head slamming down into a marble slab. "Everyone can see you're outsiders, but they don't need to hate you for it." "Hate us?" Wax asked. Quick and Bliss seemed content to follow, to let Wax lead the conversation. "Why? We've never seen all this before." "You like being watched, boy?" Wax glared. "I'm not a boy. Here, your skin's too clean to be anything but. Earn a few ember scars, work some more ash into that hair. Maybe we'll see you as something more." Casignal's smile took on an edge. "Till then, you're nothing but a mark." "That's what I am to you?" Casignal shrugged, took a hard right towards a squat, long building. A shingled roof looked like it had collected its own ash coating over the years, the flakes falling here and there over the scorched stone exterior. Wax didn't see any fires, any forges nearby, so how the building earned its color seemed a mystery. Casignal guided them through the main doors, and inside sprawled something new. The Najan barracks back on Vis had looked something like this. Long tables placed side by side, chairs around every one. Here, though, those tables were occupied, and not by food. Instead, strange instruments lay along them all, with men and women surrounding each, bellowing out numbers, colors. Some threw small cubes into square boxes, while others spun wheels, while the table's other occupants looked on, taking sips from ale flagons before cursing or shouting in glee. Shiny clay chips passed from hand to table and back again as the cubes hit their numbers. The wheels stopped their spinning. "Welcome," Casignal said, turning to face the trio and spread out his arms. "To Smythe's pride and joy, the Anvil's arms." Continuing his slow twirl, Casignal pointed at the machines. The crowds clustered. "Here you can win a new life for yourself, can have the most fun you've ever enjoyed. The possibilities are limitless, and with those full satchels, I invite you to take advantage." "More like they take advantage of us," Quick muttered, coming up beside Wax. "The man's playing you, brother. We should leave." Casignal tilted his head, put on a pout even Wax could tell was false. "Ah, but my friends, you promised me a game, did you not?" "And you promised us an answer," Quick reminded the man. A glittering grin rekindled. Casignal nodded. "Play a few rounds, and we'll see about getting you on your way, perhaps with a heavier load than before." The first 2 days at sea, Wax burned hours staring off at nothing. Pan, his best friend, the one who should have been in his place, kept whispering that his death was Wax's fault. Sawi, Wax's love, now separated by duty and distance, drained away the zest, the happiness that had brought springs to Wax's every step. For those first 2 days, Quick and Bliss tried, failed to make a dent in that sorrow. Towards the end of the second, a Kant sailor, that duelist with a rapier, suggested Wax could break his mood by embracing the adventure, turning his life into something new. So, when Casignol suggested diving into a game, Wax found he didn't much care what it was. They were on Foti, a whole new isle, embarking on a ridiculous quest to save the world. Quick's caution stank of old thinking, of the boring and the slow. Chapter 5. Bolts and Blades. The tunnels gave Svarde and Mena time to engage a defense. The two shouted orders, at first contradictory, and then aligning, setting the sailors into a close circle, using the pillars to make tight gaps. Torches stacked in the center, the bright glow shining out towards any oncoming creatures, hopefully blinding their approach while making shots easy to take. On the rings outside, the sailors most confident in their sabers and their armor. On the inside, crossbows at the ready. Mena, ignoring Svarde's suggestion, stood next to him at the absolute front line. Kivi snorted at Svarde's feet, chewing on a pillar's base between glances towards the approaching noises. Roars, hisses, claws on rock, the usual fiend symphony. Svarde had both axes ready, their fresh edges gleaming in the orange-yellow flickers. On his right, Mena held her saber in one hand, the other with its wrist slung through a thin duelist shield. She had her hair tucked beneath a Rana cap, a smooth helm so slick it'd deflect just about any smack delivered onto its shiny gray self. Svarde knew that quite well, from memories he'd rather forget. Fights from a life long since past. "Ready?" Svarde growled Mena's way. "If I wasn't, I should have stayed topside," Mena replied. "This is what we've been working for, Svarde." "What's that?" "A fight on the fiends' home turf. They've been the invaders all this time." Mena's voice rose. "Let's kick their asses all the way back home." The sailors took up a cheer. The shouts echoed around the cavern, a brief confidence, one buried mere moments later. The fiends didn't deal in subtlety. The slobbering things crawled from the dark, two massive arms pulling a rounded torso, a spider's mandibles along the ground. As Svarde took in the newest horror, he noticed a green trail leaking behind them, smoke rising where it touched the ground. Not only were these monsters ugly, but they had surprises. "Don't let their blood touch you!" Svarde hollered as the first crossbow quarrels shot over his shoulders. The bolts, shorter than the arrows he saw on Vis, went straight ahead with malicious force. They bit hard into the clambering fiends, spinning the monsters around, driving them to the ground, or finishing their fight with a well-placed strike to the fiend's savage face. Clicks abounded behind Svarde as the ones who shot reloaded, those precious seconds opening a window where the next fiends, their hands and bodies steaming, burning from the acidic ooze of their fellows, swam forward. Svarde went to meet them. His first target found Svarde's eyes on approach, the monster declaring Svarde's demise with a harrowing roar, its spit flecking onto Svarde's face, followed by a mighty swipe. Svarde met the arm with his left axe, an upward deflection that should have sheared the limb off at the wrist. Instead, the axe bit in only a fraction, the crushing blow continuing right on through and throwing Svarde to the ground. His right knee banged hard on the stone, his shoulder's impact cushioned by Svarde's armor. His right hand, gripping the axe, wasn't so lucky. The fiend planted its own left hand on the sprawled limb, pinning it to the ground. Its teeth spread wide, sought victory, and found a mouthful of ferrite instead. Kivy jumped on and leapt off Svarde's back, curling into a ball as the ferrite slammed into the fiend's open mouth, cracking those incisors and forcing the jaw wider still, a morsel too large, too dangerous for the fiend to eat. Kivy went to work, her claws and snorts, her lava-hot vents forcing the fiend into a haphazard retreat. Svarde pulled himself upright, confirmed Kivy seemed to have the better of that matchup, and felt the next quarrel wave shoot past him into the dark. More fiends howled, more collapsed, and the air suffused with an acrid tang. The smoking blood swamped the floor, and Mena called for a backpedal, a closing in around the torches. The fiends, too, seemed to hesitate, their battle cries dying to whimpers, coughs, sniffs from the dark beyond. Svarde counted 8 monsters dead, another half that injured and being put down by precision shots. Unnecessary. "Save your ammo," Svarde said, backstepping to the line. "We won't be recovering quarrels from these beasts." Kivy joined him a moment later, soaked in the sizzling offal, the goop thankfully unable to penetrate her hard shell. The ferrite snorted at Svarde, disdain evident in her sharp attitude. "I'll be more careful," Svarde apologized. "You're right. You shouldn't have to save me every time." The ferrite snorted again, taking up its place at Svarde's shins. He took the ceasefire to check the crew, found only a couple minor injuries, though 3 sabers had been lost to the boiling blood. An unforeseen problem. How many spare arms had Mena brought? If the captain seemed bothered by the events, Mena didn't show it. She continued delivering commands, straightening out the circle, tightening its gaps to make up for the pillars they'd left behind. No natural walls buttressed their circle now, just dense human will. It would have to be enough. The smaller circle invited a new strategy, and the fiends proved they had some brains inside those meaty skulls, the monsters making noise aplenty as they spread throughout the cavern, those clawed arms scratching upwards towards the ceiling and behind them on the walls. Shadows moved at torchlight's edge, their jerking, angry strokes an unnatural sight. More than a few sailors muttered prayers to Rana. More than a few whispered doubts about their decision to come on such a foolish quest. Svarde would have to show them that they were not doomed. "We break them," Svarde announced. "Strike before they're ready. Aim for their heads. Watch the arms. Don't doubt yourself or your fellow fighters. We are together." He clapped his axes, then shouted out a Foti battle cry. Solid as steel, hot as a forge. If Mena doubted his strategy, she didn't counter it, and the Rana sailors parted like an exploding fire. Sabers and daggers drawn, the sailors closed at speed with the fiends. The bigger creatures proved less nimble, their dual arms large and deadly, but not so quick to adapt to slashing strikes, surprised stabs from corners unseen and unexpected. Svarde, with Kivy at his heels, drove straight into the darkness, letting the torchlight's edge highlight his target, a fiend mid-climb up a stone pillar, in shadow. Taking one step, planting his right foot, Svarde jumped high, slashed with his axe, and caught the creature's smoking end. Like with the wrist, as Svarde had hoped, his axe bit in and held, letting Svarde's leap carry him on and pull the fiend down with him. The great creature landed on its side, just in time for Kivy to barrel into its gnashing maw. This time, Svarde landed with a roll, rising, turning, and dashing back to strike the vulnerable beast from behind. A double whack with his axes, coupled with Kivy's mauling, put the fiend down. Splatters smoked on Svarde's furs and leather, but that didn't stop the guardian from picking his next victim and moving on, voice rising into a Foti battle chant. This first victory would belong to the humans. Most fights felt longer than they were, mere seconds ending lives that had lasted for many years. Svarde's axes, Kivi's teeth and claws, found fiends aplenty to sink into, but most monsters already bore wounds, were fleeing more than fighting from the Rana's nasty stabbing daggers and slicing swords. The growls and howls dwindled as the last creatures were cornered and put to final rest. And yet, 2 Rana lay dead, one to snapping teeth, another to an unlucky spray of the foul blood. In the heaving aftermath, the 2 bodies and several more wounded were put near the torches. The remaining Rana, without more than scratches, gazed at their friends, while Mena led a seafarer's blessing. Svarde tuned it out, looked at the bodies, and didn't see them. How many times now would corpses litter his path? Kivi must have sensed the dour direction Svarde's post-victory thoughts were taking, because the ferrite tugged at Svarde's leather greaves. A look down found Kivi's eyes sending Svarde in another direction, one away from the Rana funeral, from the plans to carry the bodies back to the surface for proper casting into the sea. "What did you find, my friend?" Svarde asked, following Kivi deeper into the cavern, in the direction the fiends had come from. A monster's body lay there, one of several. A quarrel, or what remained of its withered, melted shaft, protruded from the skull, speaking to the fiend's early end. What had drawn Kivi's attention, though, came soon enough. The blood Svarde had seen before the fight. The answer made clear. A deep wound along the fiend's backside, a gash too straight and clean to come from a claw or a narrow rock. Svarde knelt, careful to keep his knee from the smoking blood, and studied the line. The fiend's skin, a sickly yellow, looked torn clear, but blackened too at the edges and within. Some poison, then. Further evidence against accidental injury. "Going off on your own already?" Mena asked, the Rana captain coming up behind him. Svarde pointed at the wound, described it, found nothing but cold in Mena's eyes. "Don't you find it curious?" Svarde asked. "What I find curious is how a member of our band could wander away while we pay our respects to our dead." Quick as a flash, Mena had her glittering, curved dagger out and held to Svarde's throat. "We are in this together, Svarde. You and all of us. When one dies, we see them off as one. Or you can leave now and take your chances in this grim dungeon alone." Svarde found no joke, no room to wiggle in her expression. Found only an answer to give. "I've spent a long time avoiding people, because I've seen enough of them die." Svarde rose, reached, and took a gentle hold of Mena's hand and the dagger's hilt. "I thought I could avoid awakening those memories. Perhaps I was wrong." "You were." Svarde bowed his head, apologized, and the dagger found its way home just as fast as it had appeared. Behind them, the sailors split into 2 parties, a small few accompanying the wounded and the dead back to the surface. 15 left to continue the journey, replenished with what supplies they could scavenge from their departing friends. As for the long wound, when Svarde showed it to Mena, the Rana captain had no answers, only more questions. "The dark below won't give us much else, I expect," Mena said. The troop gathered, torches again lighting the way on. "At least, not till we reach its rotting core." "And carve it to pieces," Svarde added. At that, at least, a rumbling agreement made its way through their force. With torch in one hand and axe in the other, Svarde again took up his spot at the front. marching out the cavern's far side and down, always down, into the dark. Chapter 6. In Words, Ideas. Every isle told its history in a different way. On Foti, big events had their details carved into stone, the tablets stacked and displayed in the immense hall in the great forge at the isle's northern end, Foti's hot beating heart. Ami wasn't after Foti's stories, though. Noctia, thankfully, had an easier way of recording moments. The isle seemed to take its minimal resources as a sign to invest in more developed things, and the same spires serving as home to the Najan and the Circle housed, too, the Seven Isles' foremost university. Leaving Flamebreak and her armor behind, the latter getting some touch-ups, courtesy of Noctia's inferior blacksmiths, Ami felt the chill through her purple-black Najan robes as she wandered into the crowded intersection. Past the first gates, where the guards gave her solemn nods, Noctia swapped from bustling seaport and thriving civilization miasma to something more sedate, yet more exciting. The goods here came by way of conversation, and they flowed back and forth through the air as men and women launched treatises, ideas, and data at one another. Benches and tables strewn about the cobblestoned square found themselves occupied despite the chill. Steaming coffee mugs, imported beans from Vis and Kant's arrived daily, masking the nastier seaport smells from further down the crater's mountainside. Shops took on a different air here, too, displaying trades for paper, pen ink and quills, books, and gear meant for a battlefield Ami had little experience with. Yet she wandered into the first one anyway, glancing at the shelves. Letters came back at her, long titles on leather-bound volumes declaiming this and that. Ami found her bottom lip a good target for chewing, nervousness touching her. Reading as a skill wasn't exactly prized in Foti, wasn't required to bring a renewal around the Isles and earn the Aegis. "Anything I can help you find?" Ami almost jumped at the mousy voice, the shop's sole clerk appearing behind her with more stealth than a Kant's assassin. Instead of whipping a backhand and stepping aside to buy herself time, Ami forced up a smile. The clerk looked every bit the scholar, his robes bearing the golden tassels reserved for Noctia graduates. A single lens hung from his neck, ready to assist with any close-up scrutiny. "History," Ami said. "Ah, well." The scholar nodded at the shelf Ami was inspecting. "You've found the right place. Any particular events you're looking to study?" "The renewals." "Joining in on the fun, eh?" "The fun?" The scholar chuckled, made an absent wave towards the square. "Every time another one is announced, we have our scribes get to copying new editions of them all." The scholar moved next to her, reached and pulled out a thin volume, a gold-lettered name, Deviant, on the spine. "But I'm sensing you're not the average student looking for answers to their next quiz." He held the book towards her. Ami looked at it, kept her hands at her sides. "Who's that?" Ami asked. "The one that matters more than all the others," the scholar said, his voice picking up a certain reverence. He ran his fingers over the cover, unadorned save for the name, again done in gold on the black leather. "You want to understand what this is, then you must start at the beginning." Ami frowned, took the volume, then looked back towards the shelf. "I was hoping you might have something more recent." "The last few renewals have their editions near the entrance. You would have walked—" "I want the real stories, not what the Circle decided to publish." Ami flipped open Demian's volume, expecting and indeed finding the circle's mark, their approval stamped and signed inside. Everyone knows they control the message. If that's what you believe, then why are you seeking answers in an Ajan bookstore, my friend? Because I don't know where else to look. The scholar nodded. Books aren't a simple endeavor. They take time to write, resources to be made whole. Noctia and the Circle control what we do because we are the only ones with the means to do it. The scholar turned around, but as he walked towards the front counter, he threw a look back Ami's way that said follow. So she did, tucking the Deviant volume and its circle marking under her arm. The scholar pulled out a tiny paper scrap, one stained by a rogue coffee drop. Dipping his pen in the small inkwell at his elbow, both now resting on the slim stone counter, the scholar wrote out numbers, a name, an address. It wasn't always this way, the scholar said, and there are still those who do what they can to preserve an unvarnished history. Ask for Matimo. Ami took the paper, double-checked that she could read the scholar's scribble. Barely. She moved to set the volume on the counter, but the scholar pushed her hand back. Edited it might be, but this one is far from false. Give it a try, Guardian. Ami blinked, stared at the bookkeeper with sharper eyes. You know who I am? I wouldn't be much of a scholar if I didn't recognize the Foti swordmaster who's been stalking our island for the last decade, now would I? Then you'll tell the Circle what I've been asking about. The scholar shrugged. Will I risk my life and well-being for you, Guardian? No, I will not. But neither do I see a need to go running to the Circle and tell them all about my day. Don't give them a reason to come knocking on my door, and I won't knock on theirs. Ami didn't open the book till she had her lunch, till she sat alone on her slim balcony, looking over the downward slope to Noctia's main city. The morning gave her a day free from strong winds, rain, or the awful smells accompanying the massive went ships and their manure. The weather gave her an opening. The fiends climbing up the wound gave her the motivation. Deviant, the first Aegis, didn't leap off the pages. Whomever scribed the volume took things from legend and said so, creating a woman who'd embarked not out of some grand vision, but instead a desire for power, for protection. The Isles were a dangerous place then, with humans moving in packs, creating what weapons they could from scavenged sticks, rocks, slain fiends, and their claws. Deviant sought something greater, not unlike every Aegis that came after. Ami flipped ahead, skimming as she went. Details weren't important. At least, she hoped not. The scholar seemed to force the book on her, so something ought to be gleaned from its pages. But poring over words while Katya died felt worse than useless. Deviant found her first scar on Kant's. Fascinated with its power, Ami blinked, reread the words. Power? Her look traveled to Flamebreak, sheathed and leaning against the wall near her room's door. That the scars held some elemental strength was known, though who knew what those beer brewers and gamblers on Tamas found in their tokens. But aside from the Aegis, the little stones were party tricks. Flamebreak trailed some fancy sparks when it swung. Hardly the stuff to change the world. Deviant, though, didn't seem to see it that way. She tore up her tribe, forced them over seas and lands to find more scars. Fiends be damned. According to this book, Ami flipped to the end. The day was wearing on, and she needed to get to the address the scholar noted, Deviant fashioned the Aegis necklace herself to hold the stones, witnessed the effect going up by accident, and promptly camped her remaining people right here on Noctia. What a nice ending. A new home, a shiny necklace, and a curse that had chained the Isles to the scars forevermore. The book, though, held no discourse on what Deviant's search for power did after she became the first Aegis. Did you stop? Ami closed the volume, looked out over the ocean. Or did you keep looking for more? If one set of 7 covered the Isles in a fiend-destroying shield, what might 2 or 3 accomplish? A polite knock, 3 soft cracks on her door, canceled the musing. Behind the dark wood waited a woman almost as sturdy as Ami herself, though this one had the dry skin and dead humor local to Noctia. He never could get enough water on the island, and it showed. "Guardian, I presume?" the woman asked. Ami hesitated before answering, taking in the woman's full form, namely the massive armor set engulfing her body. Full Foti forged plate, though the orange emblems and silver badges had been replaced by Noctia purple and gold. The Volge and chakram seemed to be missing, but the ridged gauntlets on the woman's clasped hands told Ami such weapons weren't necessary. "You found me?" Ami answered. The woman nodded, no surprise there. "I'm Teravin, Katya's new shield warden." Teravin made the statement as though Ami should have grasped its meaning without further explanation, like a drawn blade. "You mean the Aegis?" Ami frowned. "Only her friends call her Katya." Teravin's mouth slipped to a straight line. "Katya's her name? That's what I'll call her." The formal Noctia diction dropped away, Ami detecting more than a few years spent on the docks in Teravin's past. "The circles decided to step up Katya's protection, and I drew the lucky deed." "Good. Fiends made it through this morning." "I heard. It'll happen again, too. But next time, we'll have more than a couple green wards to greet the ugly things." Teravin let her hands drop, tilted her head. "Reason I'm here is to warn you that you'll have to clear your visits from now on." "Clear my visits? I'm her guardian." "Right, and we're all thankful for that. But Katya is in a fragile place. Your visits, according to the wards on duty, rile her up. Can't have that, what with civilization at stake. Best thing for her is rest, peace." "There's no peace at the wound." "There will be now." Teravin popped up the same placid smile she'd greeted Ami with. "You have any questions, concerns, Guardian? Feel free to take them up with the Circle. Till then, you enjoy your afternoon." Ami stewed for precisely 2 Teravin footsteps, jangling heavy things, thudding down the hallway. "Are all shield wardens so rude?" Ami called after Teravin, who flashed a grin back. "There's only one shield warden, and you're talking to her." Teravin shrugged again. "So yes, I guess we are." The Najan section ran down the mountainside all the way to the water, cut off from the main city by a sloping wall. Periodic gates allowed flow watched by guards, either focused or flippant, depending on their mood. At the seaside, the Najan and the Circle kept a small several docks for themselves, docks full as the day neared dinner time. Ami looked over the ships resting there. 1 Tamas skiff and 2 Went sloops, the latter the smallest vessels the Went, with their love of hulking monsters, made. Anyone keeping an eye on what boats came in and out of this port could deduce which isles held the Circle's favor, or which were begging for it. Off the docks, the Najan's waterside warehouses were few and small, buttressed on their sloping sides by the oldest houses on the island. These held sharper angles on their roofs, looking more like arrows than the curated swoops farther up the hillside. Cats, all colored in purple and gold, roamed the streets here, hunting rats and other vermin stowaways. The yowls, meows, and occasional hissing played backwater to the lapping surf. Nothing quite as unique as Kivy, but the ferrite held a place all her own. Ami pulled the hood up around her face, hiding her smile. She missed the rock lizard and her skeptical snorts. Missed, too, Kivy's devotion to keeping them all alive. Of course, when Svarde announced his departure, Kivy chose him, an adventure, over the staid day-to-day on Noctia. But all the same. This wasn't quite the adventure Kivy preferred either, but Ami's pulse quickened as she slipped down the small side street noted on the scholar's slipped paper. She'd left Flamebreak back in her room, the blade a bit too obvious to go carting around on a walk like this. Only a Foti dagger on her hip now, its blue edge catching a sapphire fire whenever the slimming sunlight found it. A narrow door marked the address, a candle lamp flickering outside its sodden oak body. Black moss, a damp weed, clawed for purchase around the entry, cut ends showing a mild respect for appearances. The numbers matching the paper sat carved into the gray stone, jagged lines showing a hasty, haphazard job. Ami knocked, bare hands hitting hard twice. Waited. Knocked once more. "Coming, coming," came a muffled reply. The words clipped the way the cons tended to, as if all was in a hurry to the next one. Ami stepped back, her right hand moving to the dagger's hilt. A latch unclicked, then a second, before the door swung open wide. No fear. Wait. Ami fought to keep her mouth from dropping at the sight. A stocky man, shirtless to the waist, with wine dribbling off a scraggly gray beard. He held a book in one hand, the goblet hanging from his mouth, placed there to give him a hand free for the door. "What are you knocking for?" the man asked, curiosity beating back the tone. "I need some answers," Ami said. "I was told you could help me out." "What kind of answers?" "I need to know why the Aegis is dying so fast." The man nodded, sniffed, then turned his head back into the house. "Friends, the lady has come to us with questions. Do we have answers?" At least 5 voices, covering all kinds, rose back in a rousing affirmative. "Well then," the man said, "I think you've come to the right place. Welcome to the Najan Historical Society, Guardian." Chapter 7. A Mark. Bliss watched Wax take to the games in the Anvil's arms with gusto. Her brother soaked up the rules, broke open his satchel, and slapped bets down with dried fruit, salted meats, and nuts, courtesy of Kid Eye's parting gifts. The Foti players, their motley beards and tied-off ponytails sucking in the light with their ash flakes, countered with metals, ores, and raw root vegetables. Dice, strange white cubes with narrow curves cut into the sides, bounced around. Hard chits with symbols carved front and back, flipped up and down. Ales in beige earthen mugs slopped everywhere. A steady drumbeat cascaded along in the background, undercutting constant cheers and jeers. All beneath a glowering, smoke-stained roof. Despite the vaulting, its dark presence closed on Bliss, crushing in with the bodies buffeting her side and back. Quick didn't seem much better, though her brother's bigger frame and gruff frown seemed to push away accidental contact. Maybe if she drew her staff, delivered a few hits. Wax threw up his hands, let out a vine-swinging whoop, one accompanied by groans and grins from the 7 others at his long table. Another win, and that meant Wax wouldn't want to leave. Egos loved egos, and few loved theirs more than her brother. "You want to leave?" Quick asked, leaning down and delivering what should have been a whisper as a shout. "You don't look happy." "You do?" Bliss signed back, her left hand working while her right fended off a drunk stumbler. "We're his guardians, Bliss. Guess we do what he wants now." "If that's what you believe, then you're a moron." Quick grinned. "Look, we've all had it tough. Pan, the fiends, Kid Eye getting attacked. Wax looks like he's having fun, so I'm going to let him." He nodded towards the exit. "How about you do some recon? See if you can't find a good way from here to Foti's scar." That, at least, seemed like an appealing prospect. Not only the scar, but a chance at some food. Bliss had a full satchel, but days of soup, dried fruit, and jerky begged for something different. "You sure?" "Just check back in after a while, see if we're still here." Quick tapped his chin. "We'll be outside by dusk, if not before. Plan on meeting here by then." The late morning, Bliss blinked at that, given the party inside, infused her spirit with vigor, with its bay blue sky. The views around her didn't do so much, the soot-covered bricks and stone leaving little for the Vis native to hold on to, as if Foti regarded green things as optional, unnecessary, a waste. Her own weave seemed to be drying out, too, in the Foti air. They'd have to find some local clothes soon, or their outfits would match the ash drifting along the streets. The air wanted them to cover up, the chill sharper as they traveled north, although the constant forges churning away mellowed the breeze with fiery flashes. Commerce churned about Bliss, big cargo barges trundling by on metal-laid tracks, with people on either end working levers to keep the things moving. One rail zipped towards the port, carts laden with refined ores, with crates stacked and labeled. Others went the reverse on a parallel track, these holding stickered boxes, random lumps to be delivered somewhere to someone. The trade on offer seemed absurd, beyond anything Bliss could have wanted. Who needed all this stuff? Who wanted to trade it? And why? Was Foti so unable to satisfy itself that they needed so much sent to other isles? Or was there something Kid Eye was doing wrong, with its market stands flush with a few found delicacies, and little more? Well, Quick wanted knowledge, and Bliss wasn't going to find it standing outside the gambling hall. She took off down the misshapen stone street, its branches increasing with every stride further from the docks. The splits led to small alleys and larger boulevards, with squares popping up here and there, dominated by statues of grand leaders Bliss neither recognized nor cared to know. The city's character changed, too, as she distanced herself from the docks. Fewer sailors, more citizens, people eking out a real living on the isle. Small gardens appeared as forges gave way to homes, to shops catering life's necessities. Those metal tracks stayed with her the whole way, often splitting off or catching small stations where posted people would weed through the contents, adding and removing crates as needed. That, at least, seemed more efficient than Kid Eye's method, where everyone had to go get what they wanted themselves. Bliss watched an older woman waiting for a cart receive her package, a slim box handed right from the cart to her hands. No need for her to walk to some ship. Where, how the bartering occurred for all this, Bliss didn't know. Didn't care over much to find out, either. The scar remained paramount. Bliss had hunted all manner of critter and creature, but she'd never gone after information before. Where would someone find a detail like the Foti scar's location? Her first instinct ran with the Njan, those purple and black soldiers and their mysterious ceremonies, icy stares, and distant attitudes. They tended to flock to scars like flies to a carcass, yet Bliss hadn't seen a single one since the trio had landed on the isle. So maybe they'd landed on the wrong part? A long walk ahead? Bliss went to the next square center, looked around at her options. The main avenue continued, finishing not far ahead at some large granite block, a building made from sharp edges and sturdy slates. The split-offs went in murkier directions, sidling along smaller houses or shops. Taverns, things Bliss only identified because the Kant's sailors talked them up so much, dangled offerings with swinging charred wood signs. "Looking for something?" The question came from her left, and Bliss turned, saw an arms folded, ash-stained woman offering her a kind smile. "Not often we see a vis this deep in the city," the woman continued, her voice as smoky as her breath. "You stay bottled up in your jungle, as I understand it. What's pulling you out here?" Bliss pointed to her mouth, shook her head. The woman's eyebrows quirked up before she settled into an understanding smile. "Who among us doesn't have a special gift?" the woman said. While Bliss wasn't sure she'd call her muteness a gift, she did have a way to counteract it. Reaching into her thigh pouch, Bliss pulled out the stone plate she used to scratch out words, along with the sharp rock to make the etchings. "Now we're onto something," the woman said. Bliss hesitated, took a longer look at the woman. Beyond the outfit, she had a strong satchel filled with who knew what. A hammer lay looped into her belt. Rugged boots and thick pants beneath the tunic suggested a working day in unpleasant conditions, an idea backed up by the inky smudges on the woman's cheeks, her forehead. Her hair, save for a few escapist curls, lay tucked beneath a flat, deep green cap. Definitely not Njan, then, and not the flowing flowery foppery of Cassignol either. "Don't worry, I won't bite you," the woman said. "Name's Carolee. I work in a smithy back that way, like everyone else around here." Bliss took the sentence to etch out a quick word. "Why?" "Helping you?" At Bliss's nod, Carolee shrugged. "Curious, I suppose. As I said, we don't get vis back here, and you looked a little lost." Bliss smiled, gave a slight shrug. Carolee wasn't wrong. She started to scratch scar into the stone, Carolee guessing at the word before Bliss finished. "Well, I'll be torched," Carolee said. "I was thinking you didn't look like a traitor, even though that satchel looks plenty full. No greed in your eyes, you see. Learn to read that real quick around here, what with everyone on Foti looking for their next mark." "Mark?" "Someone to fool, take in, rob blind, all those lovely things." Carolee shook her head, cast her eyes about, as if to say such thieves could be anywhere. "The fiends are making it worse, putting everyone against everyone else, when we ought to stand together." Carolee doused her grim assessment with another smile, stretched her arms, then pointed off towards the big stone building. "You want to find the scar, you've got to go that way. Not the ore house, I mean, but a long trek beyond it, through the lava tubes and across the wastes. Then you'll get there, so I understand it." "How far?" "Depends on how you want to travel. Walking, you're looking at a few weeks. You're on one tip of the aisle, my friend, and you're needing the other. Carolee nodded back towards the port. If I were you, I'd march right back to the water, see if you can't get a ride on some ship. Save you time. A fair plan. Bliss gave Carolee another nod, put her hand on her heart, and then pointed towards Carolee. A sign most people figured out, even if they'd never encountered someone like her. Now, Carolee said, it's about lunchtime, and you're not liable to catch a boat leaving this late anyway. So how about I treat you to a meal, and you tell me more about your little isle? Bliss hadn't had anything other than an apple from her satchel since the early morning on the boat, so the thought of a real lunch sounded pretty damn good. Trading stories for a meal also seemed like a good deal, though Bliss wasn't quite sure how patient Carolee would be with the etching. 1 or 2 word questions were one thing, a long tale quite another. Nevertheless, that wasn't Bliss's problem. If Carolee wanted stories, Bliss would tell them, 1 word at a time. Carolee led Bliss off the square down a side street, past several taverns and their lunchtime wafts. Carolee wrote off the smells as false advertising, saying any real local would know crap posturing is perfect. The real goods are just a little further on, Carolee said, assuming you want an authentic Foti meal, that is. Sure. That's the enthusiasm I'm looking for, Carolee laughed. Then her eyes lighted on Bliss's staff. That what I think it is? Bopping people on the nose? Bliss grinned. Yep. Looks like it'd be mighty good at it. As they walked along, the houses dwindled in size. Multi-floor stone edifices, carved symbols Bliss couldn't parse decorating the outside in oranges and reds, slowly shrank to single-story shanties, with thin roofs and piled block walls, looking like a swift breeze might wipe them out. The people, though, stayed resolutely the same, most carrying hammers, many smeared with ash and grit, bright eyes and strong frames all around. Some reminded Bliss of Svarde, albeit a dirtier version, taller and larger than the people on Vis, if often fatter and prone to coughing fits. Overhead, the sky stayed blue. The smoke tendrils dissipated as they moved away from Smythe's center, leaving the air cleaner. Every breath no longer felt like Bliss had sucked in burning sand. Here we are. Carolee turned towards a squat restaurant. Its dangling sign had an axe and hammer crossing hafts over a plate, though what food that signified, Bliss couldn't tell. The Workman's Table. Not the most creative name, but you don't need a fancy title when you've got the goods like this place. A man smoking some long pipe leaned against the wall near the shaky wood door. He gave Carolee a familiar nod as the two went by, his stare lingering on Bliss for a long second, the man's thin lips stretching into a strange smile. Through the door, the Workman's Table offered cozy confines, a half-dozen small stand-ups and a long bar along the restaurant's back. Brick ovens boiled, sizzling meats and tubers filling the air with a stomach-rumbling smell. For being lunchtime, the restaurant held only 3 others beyond the cook at the back. Those 3 held their own table, ale mugs sitting before picked-over plates. All turned as Carolee led Bliss inside. Guess what, friends? We have a new visitor today. Carolee stepped aside, gave Bliss a hand-waved entry. Say hello to my friend Bliss, who's traveled all the way from Vis to our fair city. Bliss offered a half-hearted wave, received nods in return as the trio went back to their plates, their ales. A relief that, as Bliss had no desire to try explaining herself to all these people. Can't expect much more than that from this crew, Carolee said, guiding Bliss to the restaurant's bar. They've been chopping rock all night, And as soon as they're done here, it'll be a few short hours of sleep before it's back to the mines. Hard life. They're all hard here, honey. Carolee dashed through an order to the chef, promising Bliss she'd like what she had. And when the food plopped down, rosy sausages, glistening potatoes, roasted carrots, and a half pint, Bliss found she couldn't disagree. Everything carried with it new flavors, the heady char, the smoked aftertaste with every bite. Grill plates on Vis were rare, and always carried the campfire scent on everything cooked. This held a metallic tang, an industrial edge. Better than home? Bliss wouldn't go that far, but as something different, Foti cuisine took the trick. The ale, too, had its own life. This alcohol came sweet, made with fruits into wines and rattlers, saisons and sugary sips. Foti's tasted like autumn, malty and smooth, a loose finish settling on her tongue after every drink. She would have asked for a second, her plate clean, had Carolee not held up her finger. Now, you can't deny we've shown you a good time, Carolee said. Foti hospitality right here. Bliss narrowed one eye, tried to parse the sudden change in Carolee's tone. You're here looking for our scar with that thick satchel of yours, Carolee continued, and as she spoke, Bliss realized the table behind her had fallen quiet. A glance that way confirmed the pipe-smoking man had moved inside, right in front of the door. So, Bliss, tell me now, are you Vis's Renewal? Bliss shook her head. A guardian, then? Bliss hesitated. Carolee's smudged face didn't look so much like the kind worker now, an intense shape taking over her features. Would lying to someone like this be dangerous? That's an answer if I've ever seen one, the cook said, his elbows planting on the bar across from Bliss. Think you've found a good one, Carolee. Bliss flicked her eyes back and forth between the two. A good one for what? Don't get yourself worked up, Bliss, Carolee said, her mother's tone no longer fitting. You're far away from home, and the rules change. We don't need nothing much from you, understand? Think of it as payment for your food. What? Bliss, sweetie, I need you to lead us to your renewal. There we'll make a simple trade. Your life for the scar they're carrying. Then you can follow the directions I gave you and be on your way. Carolee dished out a sympathetic frown. It's a favor. Who wants to be the next Aegis anyway? Stuck on that miserable island. Bliss turned back to her cleaned plate, the fork next to it. She felt, heard her heart pumping. Her staff leaned on her back. She nodded slow, her hand slipping the tablet and the scratching stone back into her pouch. Good choice, Bliss, Carolee started. Bliss grabbed the plate and flicked her wrist, sending the hard ceramic flying right into Carolee and knocking her off the stool, the shattering dish clattering around her. The cook reacted quick, reaching for Bliss with sudden fire in his angry eyes, a fire quenched with a pained yelp as Bliss caught the outstretched arm with her fork. The cook yanked it back, cursing. Chairs slid behind her, feet pounding on the stone floor. 3 coming from behind. Bliss planted her palms on the counter, lifted herself off her stool, and kicked it, sending the railed seat scattering back into the charging group. She heard it strike shins as Bliss scrambled onto the counter, her right hand flying up to her staff, drawing it from the back holster in a wide swing, one catching the cursing cook across the face and sending him tumbling back into the still-hot grill. Even Bliss winced at that. Carolee remained on the ground, holding her face, and wanting no part of the fight. Two of the table toughs watched her, hands now gripping a couple hammers. The third sat on the floor, extricating himself from her thrown stool. The pipe smoker stayed where he was, covering the door, and watching Bliss with what looked like amusement. He, then, was the most dangerous one. Bliss brought her staff into a double grip before her chest, parallel to the ground, as she stood on the bar counter. The two thugs looked between their battered knives and the distance to the bar before matching stares, deciding to come at Bliss together. Perfect. Setting her feet, Bliss launched off into a straight dive, pushing the staff ahead. The bamboo stick, as tall as she was, clubbed the goons across their faces. Bliss swung her legs up at the impact, catching her stopped momentum on the restaurant's sloppy floor. With her right hand, Bliss let the staff loop over her palm to smack into the thug on that side, laying him out from his grunting, groaning grounding. The other, cursing, flailed with the knife, its blade catching the staff's left and knocking a chunk off the rear cap. He'd pay for that. Sliding the staff into a double grip on its left end, Bliss swung it across her body. The thug tried a feeble block, saw his knife get swatted away, then saw little else as Bliss knocked him into a temporary oblivion. Okay, said the pipe man into the moaning silence. He took another draw as Bliss settled back into her stance, confirming with a quick sweep that her enemy stayed down. Even the thug who'd been caught up in her stool seemed reluctant to re-enter the fray, scooting his back up to the bar, his hands empty. We get the point. You're not an easy mark. Bliss pointed to the door behind him, glaring fire all the way. Leave? The man shrugged. Why not? Though you might regret it. Bliss narrowed her eyes. Regret what? Not bashing this guy's skull in, too? You're guessing by now that Foti isn't some paradise, the pipe man said, not moving from the door. If you can't forge, you'd better fight. We choose to pick our battles with clueless visitors than the beasts out in the aisle. Can't fault us for that. The man reached into his pocket, pulled out a silver-looking chit. This here, it's a marker. Says I'm owed a small piece at a smithy just down the way. He pointed the silver rectangle at Bliss and her staff. You take that thing outside here, and it'll get snapped in two by the first ferrite you find. The rock monsters Svarde kept on Vis? They ran around Foti? Bliss shouldn't have been surprised. The Hanokos on Vis weren't any less deadly. So I'll offer you a deal, Guardian. What you've done in here, I've no doubt you can do again out there, with an audience. I'll get the promoting going, you put on a show, and this chit's yours, and plenty more besides. Bliss tilted her head, did another sweep, confirmed no strike to the back was on its way. Then all you need is to bring us back a scar, the pipe man said, grinning. You take one for your renewal, sure, but snag an extra one for us. It'll cost you nothing, and it'll mean everything for our little band. Wax had detailed the exploits to get the scar on Vis, the climb up the sauna stalk, the competition with the other candidates. Dangerous, but none of that danger revolved around getting an extra scar. Then again, if the scars were so far away, how would Bliss get one back here? She spread her hands, staff in her left, and put a puzzled expression on her face. Don't worry, the pipe man grinned. We have people all over the aisle. Once you've got it, we'll find you. Hand the scar over, we'll give you something extra for your trouble. Deal? The chit shimmered in the firelight. Bliss could just walk forward, smack the guy with her staff, and steal the thing. Maybe the comment about friends everywhere was a bluff. Maybe she wouldn't have to worry about getting stabbed in the back some night. Or maybe she should take the man up on his offer. Get some more practice whacking these Foti thugs around. Wax kept saying this was all about adventure, and with all these bodies on the floor, wasn't she having one? Chapter 8. The Long Dark. The fungi pulled away easy from the stones, smooth and wet in Svarde's hand. He held the torch close, looked over the purple-gray mossy mushrooms, and tried to decide if eating one would kill him or not. Behind him, Mayna's troop spread out into another small cavern, taking a midday break, a time chosen more by feel than any actual knowledge, from their downwards climb. They'd avoided any further fiends since the fight up above, whether by reputation or luck. Strange sounds still cascaded through their tunnel, but none bothered approaching. The tension faded with every step, letting the mind turn to more mundane problems, like food and where to find it. Their satchels held supplies aplenty, but who knew whether it'd be enough? The dark below hadn't been mapped, could go on for days, weeks. The turnback point would be a few days from now, a point they could push back further by effective foraging. Water was plentiful, easy to heat up over a small fire to purify, then toss in a skin for later drinking. Food was another matter. Nobody wanted to eat the fiends, so they'd left those carcasses behind. "Are you ever not glowering?" Mayna asked, coming over to join Svarde at the troop's vanguard, near the cave's continued path. "Suits me," Svarde replied. "How would you know if you never smile?" "Trying to be friendly again after threatening my life?" Mayna, her once clean face dirt-splattered and sweat-marred like them all, her hair splitting and bedraggled, flashed a sharp grin. "Being an effective leader, nothing else. You'd do it too." Svarde shook his head, glanced again at the mushrooms, then stuffed them down his gullet. Thick, chewy, tasted like nothing much at all. A good sign, that. "Never led any damn thing in my life," Svarde said after he chewed the mushrooms to oblivion. "Thing about leading is, you're not in the fighting." "Did you see that last battle? Fairly certain I was, as you put it, in the fighting." "All the while you were thinking about who needed to be where, what needed to be done. I got to watch my axe take out a monster." "Is that really what makes you happy, Svarde? Slaughtering mindless beasts?" "So what if it was?" "Not mindless, just angry." Svarde stood. They ought to get going soon. Lingering anywhere invited hungry visitors. The fiends all seem to hate us. "If you ran into the Aegis, wouldn't you?" "Thing is, these ones, we fought 'em below the shield. They weren't scarred yet." "Not by the Aegis, perhaps, but by something else, surely." Mayna caught Svarde's stance, put her fingers to her lips, and blew a bright, long note. The crew sprang into a different action, swiping up their gear into satchels, stomping out fires. "These fiends were as hurt as any we'd seen. I'd like to know why." "Maybe they fought among each other." "And then flipped into a concentrated, organized assault on our band?" "Not likely." "Then add it to the pile of mysteries we're trying to solve, and let's be about it." Kivy and Svarde continued leading, marching down from the cavern to intermittent wonders. The path they trode bore hallmarks from fiends past, scratches and deep indents, as feet and hands, claws and hooves laid themselves to stone. The fiends, though, held little interest for the natural marvels scattered throughout. The expedition went through crystal caverns, rooms that seemed coated with broken diamonds Some Mayna's crew stuffed into their satchels for later trading. They journeyed through bleached chambers, broken into irregular sections, as if something large had once burrowed out a nest, only to abandon it. Long steep slopes running alongside waterfalls, shallow walks overlaid with sticky mosses and mushrooms aplenty. Their torches burned bright and gave sight to things never before seen by explorers from the Seven Isles. At least, none who'd made it back to the surface. And Svarde believed they would, at least some of them, with the fiend's source crushed beneath his heavy axes. With that deed done, maybe Katya would find her life returned. Maybe questions long cut off could be answered. Or maybe Svarde was foolish to hope. "What do you think, Kivy?" Svarde asked the ferrite, prowling beside him. "Am I stupid to wish for another chance?" The ferrite, as she often did, snorted back at him. A sour note, putting a damper on his fancy. "Right," Svarde muttered. "Keep the focus on where we are, not where or when we might wish to be." Kivy, at least, was having a great time. The different rocks, each presenting a new meal, gave the ferrite a munching abundance. Kivy's crunching accompanied the troop's marching scuffle like a natural drumbeat, a gravel guide. Without daylight, tracking time became a measure of exhaustion. When feet could go no further, or the mind became so blurred that steps began to slip, Mayna would blow a whistle at the next cavern, and the group would settle in, sleep with a posted watch, and start again. All the while, Svarde measured the looks around him, the expressions fading from determined, excited, to drained and drawn. More and more looks went back the way they came, calculating just how far back they'd have to go to reach the surface. On the fourth night, that calculation hit a hard number. After a meal of moss and mushrooms, a small salted fish slice gifted to each, the 15 sat beneath their torches as Mayna spun another seaside tale. One Svarde, going by the bemused expressions, guessed everyone had heard a time or two already. At its conclusion, with some poor sailors having lost their cargo to a swindler pirate and her mischievous tricks, polite laughter rattled through the cavern, dying off to a dripping quiet. "Know how much farther it is, then?" asked an older sailor, a sapped spotter called Fairstrike. "Nobody knows, including you," Mayna replied. Eyes shifted between the two. Everyone knew a power struggle when they saw it. "It might be a day before we're truly in the dark below. Might be a week." "Not gonna last that long." Fairstrike grabbed a mossy handful from near the fire, held it up. "Lest you think we'll be living on this for a month, listening to our stomachs growl." "Better than listening to you talk," Svarde added. Fairstrike threw the man a sneer. "I came on this same as you, to set things right. What I've seen so far is a lot of rock and a few fiends that tossed my friend into the next life. I'll allow this as an experiment, but it's clear we're off. I say we turn about, get more gear, more people like us, and come back proper." "You want to fit an army in this cave?" Mayna asked. "Better an army than our starving selves." A few agreeing grumbles there. Svarde's own stomach murmured its opinion. The moss and mushrooms weren't filling, and they'd found too few cave fish to supplement the meals. Soon enough, they'd start to grow weak, tired, easy snacks for the fiends. "Is that what you want, then?" Mayna asked, throwing the question around the room. "To give up already, head back to the surface, and admit you're not up to it?" "Not giving up," Fairstrike snapped in a hurry. "Playing it smart. We come back better, now that we know what we're doing. It's the way to go, Captain. I'm not going back, Svarde said, his eyes on the fire. Do what you want, but I came here with a purpose, and I'll see it fulfilled. Fairstrike laughed. Then keep on going. Your life's yours to waste as you want, Foti. Hands, Mena called. Those who want to head back, and those who want to keep going. I'll not have dissent, not have complaints, so make your choice now. The calculation had been done. There was no hesitating. All but 2 declared their surface-bound desire, and Mena gave them their marching orders. Return to the surface, get more soldiers, and come back after them. The 4, Svarde, Mena, and 2 weathered fighters named Rasselbeck and Pennifer, filled up their satchels from the departing troop, watched the larger party leave by torchlight, heading up on the long journey home. Now it's a real adventure, Svarde said, in the real, deep void. Kivy, her pulse always on point, snorted. Chapter 9. Deviant Delights. The card slapped, the chips fell, and Wax won and lost and won and lost and reveled in all of it. The cheers, the jeers, the curses, and the whack on the back as the Foti dice rolled along the table. Every time Wax moved the clay chips, each decorated with a carved number and a spiral swirl, Sawi and Pan vanished further into his memory. At least until Quick pulled Wax away from the table, much to the groans and complaints from the Foti gamblers sharing the space with him. Wax shrugged Quick off, made to go back to that place, that lovely void where he wasn't the Renewal, wasn't anything at all. Hey, Quick growled, pulling Wax back. It's past dark. You and I haven't eaten in hours. So? Wax ignored his stomach, which was indeed protesting. We're not supposed to be anywhere. We're supposed to be crossing this aisle to get a scar, Wax. Amid the casino's bustle, the jostling ale trays, the bouncing music played by a 3-piece drums and flute band, the growing crowd seeking to wipe away another ordinary evening, the idea of hunting scars seemed so remote, so terribly uninteresting. Yeah, we'll get to it. Wax pushed Quick's hand off his wrist. Not like we're leaving tonight. Is there a problem? Cassignol, the man who'd led them here from the docks, came up. He carried 2 mugs, frothing with ale, pushed one each at Wax and Quick. Nothing that can't be solved with a little ale, I hope. On the house. Why? Quick asked, eyeing the ale. Wax took the mug, drank a mouthful. His 4th of the day, spaced out enough with the bedding so the shallow warmth hadn't spread to his fingers. What did we do to earn this? Cassignol waved his hand across the casino's width. Crowded tables caught the gesture, but Wax realized stares aplenty were already directed at him and his brother. Word spread, Cassignol said. 2 vis here, and playing? A marvel. He leaned in. We'll make more with you 2 here drawing a crowd than any ale you could ever drink, so enjoy. Quick frowned. Wax clinked his mug against the second Cassignol still held out. See, brother? We're famous already. Wax looked down at his stomach, then back at Cassignol. Any chance the hospitality extends to some real food? You need only ask, Cassignol said, bowing his head just a smidge. I'll have the kitchen whip up some Foti specialties. Shoving the mug into Quick's hesitant hands, Cassignol bowed again and scurried off towards the kitchens. See, Wax said, we're eating free, drinking free, and... He stopped, noticing his brother stood alone. Where's Bliss? She left hours ago, Quick growled. Like me, she doesn't like this place. Wanted to go find out where Foti's scar was. Because she cares. Right. She cares. I'm just blowing this whole thing because I'm taking a few hours to have fun. Wax rolled his eyes, sloughed more foam from the mug into his mouth. You don't have to be so serious all the time. Wax, being a renewal is as serious as it gets. People are dying from fiends while we're sitting in here. People that you could save. Wax squinted at Quick, tried to parse the accusation. Was his brother really saying that Wax trying, just for a few hours, to live a life not filled with grief and danger was somehow a sin against the planet? He reached inside his weave, pulled out the Vis scar. As ever, it bled warmth into his hand, the sapphire stone catching torchlight and dazzling. He'd been about to throw the stone at Quick, tell him to take over, if his brother felt so strongly, but holding the scar twisted that logic. The stone had looked much the same when Pan handed it to him, there at the sauna's base, as his friend lay dying. Wax had made a promise. No chips, no bets, no free food would change that. Okay, Wax said. He tried to throw off the ale's lingering blurs. Failed. Leaned into them instead. You want me to take this more seriously? Fine. I will. But I'm not you. I'm not the most serious man alive. You want to be my guardian, you're going to have to live a little. Laugh a little. Quick reached out, closed Wax's fist over the scar. That's yours, brother. As am I. We're all with you, and we're all depending on you. No pressure, then. Quick tried a half smile. It didn't really work. There's 6 others, Wax, but none of them are as good as you. You know that, huh? Absolutely. Quick clacked his mug against Wax's. Because I taught you everything. Wax shook his head, grinned. Now, how about we eat whatever garbage they're going to shovel at us, then go find her sister? Does that give me enough time to win a few more games? Quick sighed. Wax winked and returned to the table's siren song. The food, though, proved an effective interruption. That, and, while Wax ate, Quick snagged his brother's chips and cashed them out, turning in the clay sliders for salted meats, dried fruits, and some other supplies. Neither knew where Foti's scar happened to be, but they'd need food enough to get there. The Foti specialties turned out to be roasted pies, stuffed with meats and root vegetables, overdone with fluffy browned crusts. They smoked as Wax, using a metal fork for the first time, poked them open. An amber sauce coated them, slightly sweet, with a tongue-snapping tang. A far cry from the fruit and fish that had been his life's mainstay. After, pushing away Casignol's begging to stay, Wax and Quick left the Anvil's arms and stumbled out into Smythe's lantern-lit streets. The stone gleamed. Embers and ash still drifted down here and there, the always-working forges pumping fiery gouts towards the dark sky. Carts rumbled by, even more than in the morning, taking advantage of the quieter streets to increase traffic. Where do you think she went? Wax asked, as he and Quick looked up and down the main avenue. Back to the docks? She wanted to find the scar. Quick pointed toward Smythe's far-off city center. I'd say further in. Might be in the Jean office, or someone else that'd know. If the jaunt to the casino showed them Foti society lived on hard labor, the late-day walk proved they celebrated equally. Taverns and restaurants bustled, rough-and-tumble drumming music, singing and shouting pouring into the streets. Ale barrels rolled off the carts and into the buildings, most greeted with wild cheers from those inside. Behind it all, the ringing of hammer on metal provided Smythe's heartbeat. Don't think I could live here, Wax said as they walked, his eyes following smoke into the too-open sky. Too much noise, too few trees. Can't breathe without coughing either. Maybe you get used to it. Quick scrunched up his face. Don't think I want to. They made it to a larger central square, one dominated by side streets. Quick, noting that Bliss was supposed to meet them back at the Anvil's Arms, looked more and more frustrated with himself. His hands clenched, his lips turned into a permanent grimace. Wax flipped his the opposite way. She's not a little child anymore, Wax said as they stood in the square center. She'll be fine, Quick. Maybe she got lost, or she's having buckets of that Foti ale. Not something Bliss would do. Wax had to give Quick that. Bliss hadn't been one to dive into the parties back on Vis. No reason she'd change that here. The challenge of finding another way to cheer Quick up died, though, when Wax surveyed the square, looking for options. There were people and carts milling about, yes, but a steady stream seemed to be headed one way, down a side street to their left. Murmurs rising from the passing people buzzed with verve. Something's going on that way, Wax said, pointing. Want to check it out? Quick sniffed. Last place. If she's not there, then we go back to the Anvil's Arms. See if she turns up. Deal. Hooking up with the growing crowd meant catching conversations. The charred, sweaty, tired folks kept going on about a new brawler on the streets, one doing something different than the old street slugger style. That new brawler turned out to be Wax's younger sister, holding court in the side street center. No cart tracks down this way, surrounded by a crowd, and facing off against a man at least twice her size. Is that? Quick asked as they drew close, found books between people to catch glimpses into the makeshift cobblestone arena. Getting yourself into trouble, yep, Wax answered. Neither Bliss nor her opponent had weapons. Bliss's staff and satchel were gone, and she bore the hallmarks of a busy afternoon making hands. Bruises walked up and down her arms, sweat beaded on a dirty brow, and a thin red line trickled from a puffy lip. But Bliss's eyes seemed bright, her body in a hunter's careful stance. The man opposite her had his sides sprawled out, his arms wide, as if he meant to go in and give Bliss a devastating hug. The match must have been on for a while, because he bore his own marks along his legs, bare chest, and a cut over one eye. Both breathed like they'd been running hard. This has to stop, Quick said, starting to muscle through. Hold up. Wax grabbed his shoulder. She's got this. The bigger man went forward, spitting on the ground between him and Bliss. Wax's sister stayed still, let the man close the distance. This isn't right, Quick said, glaring back at Wax. Even if she wins, even if this gets her some dumb prize, the risk isn't worth it. What, because if she gets her leg broken, she can't be my guardian? The crowd called for the man to charge, and with a wild roar, he did just that. 2 long strides and a sweeping grasp, one Bliss undercut by darting in, delivering a quick jab to the man's throat. The Hulk's arms closed around Bliss, the man sputtering out into a hacking, gasping cough. At first, Wax thought the man might crush Bliss anyway, and the crowd did too, going by their cheer, till it became obvious the man was leaning on Bliss, his face turning purple as he tried to breathe. Ducking out from her opponent's flimsy arms, Bliss put her hands out, let the man fall to the ground, where he found his breath at last. The crowd made its booing opinions known, and satchels all round slipped open as bets changed hands. And all was well, Wax said to Quick, who'd once more put on a glower. Bliss knows what she's doing. The crowd began clamoring for the next fight, but the noise died out as another voice, from a speaker Wax couldn't see, called out that the duels were done. The night's champion had been crowned. Bliss, newly anointed, crashed into her brothers as the people parted. Her hugs were tight, fierce, happy. Wax threw out congratulations, while Quick grumbled his own. Their attention shifted then from Bliss to the one coming up behind, a man holding a pipe in one hand, and Bliss's staff and satchel in the other. At first, Wax didn't recognize Bliss's weapon. The bamboo seemed barely there, covered and interwoven now with metal ends and a strong middle grip. Orange lines cut through the tanned wood, providing patchwork strength. Bliss took the rewards, leaned in to catch a whisper from the pipe man, then turned back to her brothers. "Not what you expected, right?" Bliss signed. "Understatement," Quick said. "Pretty awesome," Wax added. Bliss beamed. "And guess what? I know where we've got to go." Chapter 10. Exodus. Knowing the way and walking it turned out to be two very different things. Using Bliss's winnings, the trio scored a room and board for the evening at an utterly alien inn called the Bluster's Beard. Circular tables and sloshing soups occupied their dinner time, replete with Bliss's signed retellings of her various victories over Smythe's street-fighting Fotis. In her words, the effort boiled down to fighting like a vis, not like a brawned-out wrestler. Quick tried to take offense at the characterization, his own biceps seeming to bulge in defense of his fellow muscle-bound maulers, a reaction diffused when Wax tuned up in imitation of the same with his lanky form. Quick laughed, reached over, and squeezed Wax's arm. "Guess that's why you've got us for guardians, brother. Strength and a staff on your side." "I'm more than just a staff," Bliss signed, then pointed at her stuffed satchel. "Who bought you dinner?" "She's right, Quick." Wax put his arms behind his head, leaned back in the hardwood chair, and took a deep breath. "Bliss is top so far." "Is this a competition?" "Why not? Winner gets a mention in my victory speech." "I'll pass." Bliss stood up, finished her ale. "And I'm exhausted. They said they have a bath here, and I've never tried one before. Catch you two back in the room." Taking her satchel, and therefore robbing the night of any wild spending sprees, Bliss headed off. "She's too good for the sea now?" Quick asked, once Bliss had moved from earshot. "You see any oceans around here we could swim in?" Wax countered. "After this round, think I'll take after her. Start the journey clean." "Won't last long." Wax grinned, lifted his flagon to his lips. "I'd be disappointed if it did." Smythe's morning ground into being, carts and forges hammering and squealing to life. A different orchestra than the Jungle Birds, but Wax, who'd spent the night trying to figure out how people slept on straw mattresses, could see the similarities. The music of home. "The faster we leave, the sooner my ears will stop screaming at me," the Renewal said to his two bleary-eyed guardians. "The Foti are fun, but I can't take much more." If last night's amusement kept the grimy air and discordant sounds in check, leaving the inn stone sober let Wax, Quick, and Bliss embrace the cold iron Foti life. Around them, shops opened up to take in visitors looking for breakfast, for tools, for trades. Criers claimed stoops in the squares to shout the morning's news, which, as Wax heard it, seemed mainly focused with the going rates for various ores and metals. The giant carts trundled without mercy, pushing pedestrians to dash away as they rambled along. Yet the trio had a direction, north, and Bliss took up her guiding mantle, that metal staff a nice totem to mark her path. The three walked alongside one another, their vis weaves already worn after days at sea without a good oiling. Their feet, too, bore new scratches from the sometimes rough cobblestones. Somehow, Foti's stone canyons brought windy gusts, and, with them, a chill cooler than what Vis found, even in winter's thin heart. Bliss seemed to catch the group's mind when she turned, held a shop to their left in her eyes. Dusty windows. Parts looked like they'd been cleaned that morning, but good luck keeping up against the grit onslaught. Showed through to clothes heavy and light, real fabric spun from cottons and better. "Feels wrong to abandon our home so early," Quick said, but he followed Bliss and Wax into the store nonetheless. It would feel worse to freeze to death, Wax assured him, as they tried out new outfits. With Bliss once again serving as their patron, the trio left the shop not long after, in thicker get-ups. Bliss and Quick opted for orange and silver tunics, thick pants billowing out around the ankles. A classic Foti outfit for traveling days, according to the shopkeeper. Wax kept it flashier, throwing on a colored gray jacket with golden seams, matching heavier pants with deep pockets. A Foti foreman's getup, made for carrying both tools and respect. "Feels right," Wax said at his siblings' stares. "I'm your boss, remember?" Quick glanced at Bliss. "Should I knock some sense into him?" "Not yet. Wait till he has the scars first. Then we can take him." "You can try." Wax pointed at the billowing pants. "You're going to trip over those things." Yet, much to Wax's annoyance, neither one did. Bliss and Quick strode without issue, the three moving with more confidence and drawing fewer stares with their tattoos covered, their clothes matching Foti fashion. Smythe offered little else on their way out, the buildings rising towards the center's huge smithy and government building. The trio blinked at that. Kid Eye's elders tended to prefer campfire chats along the beach to drive their city along, and then falling again as the group wound northward, towards land that only seemed to grow more turbulent. If this hid its rolls and royals beneath verdant greens, Foti laid itself bare. Once Smythe's buildings dwindled, a narrowing ending with a stout gate and a stone wall cutting between two opposing ridges, both, Wax noted with some satisfaction, shorter than the saunas back home. The expanse before them seemed to stretch on forever. A dull watchwoman drank from a steaming coffee mug as the trio approached the gate, a lonely place with not a trader in sight. No travelers either. A mystery solved by the watchwoman when she read their questioning looks. "Everyone knows the sea is a better way," she said, not bothering to get up from the rickety chair and stone table. "You want to cross the aisle on foot, you're either looking for something or running from someone." "The first one, then," Wax said. "We're heading north. Will this road take us there?" The watchwoman shrugged. "Suppose it might. Never walked it myself." She squinted, eyes peeking from beneath a thin, ash-marred cowl. "You're not locals, then?" "What about it?" Quick asked, folding his considerable arms. "Just saying you might want to watch yourselves out there," the watchwoman sniffed. "Lot of ways people can go missing out on the flows, and don't think anyone will come find you. At least not to do more than loot your bones." "Aren't you a bit sour? It's not even noon yet," Wax asked. "Watch this lonely gate all day, every day, and tell me you wouldn't get a bit sour." The woman waved them on. "Better get moving. There's places to stay if you make it far enough. There's fiends to find you if you don't." The scrub brush plains beyond Smythe turned dark before they'd walked more than a couple hours, the trotting no longer done on stone, but flattened earth. Small critters, lizards and the like, darted away as the three marched along. Biting flies darted in, found themselves thwarted by the covering outfits, and buzzed off to seek easier meals. Unbound by obstacles, the wind took up a chaotic turn, gusting and snapping Bliss and Quick's pants like tiny flags. At least the weather kept cool, the sun a weak tan up in the frosted blue sky. Wax could take long swingings through the jungle shade and heavy heat, but a slow walk on a boiling day was a form of torture he wasn't sure he could stand. As it was, Wax asked Bliss time and again why they couldn't have jumped on a boat. The answer was always the same. The scar wasn't seaside. It lay north of the Isle's center. "But could we not have found a more fun route to go?" Wax asked, sighing as the scrub brush died away, replaced by hard black rock. "It's getting more boring by the minute." The flows, as the Foti called them, turned the road straight-on gate into a winding game of ups and downs. Several strides would bring them to a warm gully, where hot steam and smoke leaked from cracks, and sweat threatened to make an appearance. Then, seconds later, they'd again be blasted by winter's breath. The lizards and bugs vanished, and only a few tentative weeds broke through the lava rock. "We're lucky," Quick said, as they crested their third roiled ridge. "This is much better than this." "Agreed. What I wouldn't give for a good vine and some fresh fruit." Wax fished out his water skin, took a drink. "What are the odds this runs dry out here and we shrivel up, lost like that watchwoman said?" "Not very good," Bliss signed. She'd gone a few paces ahead and bent over, studying a rock. "They've carved a sign here. The path splits." Reading wasn't a skill especially prized on Vis, but the letters scrawled on the stone seemed to be city names. Arrows marked the direction, one north, the other west. "You're sure they said north?" Wax asked his sister. "If you're wrong, that's definitely putting Quick on top." Bliss rolled her eyes, fingers flashing. "I'm not wrong." The northward path, though, didn't keep to the rolling fashion. It dove down, winding deep into a gap between two immense, yet smooth, lava rock hills. The destination became clear enough before they'd reached the bottom. A cave's mouth, wide and rippled, as if the lava had burst out from its hole and cooled many times over. From above, the cave seemed smaller than the one Wax and Bliss had entered back on Vis, the one with the fiend, where Pan... "Lucky us," Wax announced as they closed with the hole, banishing the memory. "This must be the lava tubes we heard about. Means we're on the right track. Way to go, Bliss." "Told you," Bliss replied, unlimbering her staff and planting it on the ground before her. "What's that for?" Quick asked, and Wax seconded the question. "Last time we went in a cave, a fiend came after us. I'm just being prepared." Wax glanced down at himself, the blue Foti blade on his belt, the knife that should have gone to Pan hanging opposite. The Vis scar hung near his chest, its warmth near his own heart. He'd come a long way from the weave-wearing, tree-hopping whooper who would have looked at a fiend and ran. "What do you think, Quick? Are we prepared?" Wax asked, reaching and drawing the blade. Its sapphire metal shone in the sunlight. Quick grunted, tying on his gauntlets. "Any fiend finds us, it's going to realize it's made a big mistake. Then, Guardians, into the tube we go." Chapter 11. High Society. From the first step inside, Ami figured this was not the place for her. Cushions lingered about the building's first floor, piled in red and purple clumps instead of chairs, tables, or anything else. Seedy carpeting, coated in splotchy wine stains, ran into corners where threads frayed into half-built spiderwebs. Stone walls glimmered behind lit candles, the bricks etched with scrawling poetry. Bodies moved in the shadows, some raising glasses to toast Ami's entry, others keeping heads in books or snuggled up with one another, positions Ami very much did not want to investigate. "It's a bit much, I understand," said her greeter as he joined her in surveying the rooms. "You'll get used to it, though. Our motto, after all, is freedom of the body, freedom of the mind." Ami took a breath to steady herself. A mistake, as the incense wave coming with the inhale had her coughing hard enough the man slapped her back twice to bring the fit to a close. "Another unfortunate first-time effect," the man said, leaning into her view with a concerned smile. "It'll pass in a few minutes, as it has for everyone else here. As for me, you can call me Matimo. The others, you'll learn their names as they decide to tell you." "Ami," she gasped, swallowed, and forced herself to stand up straight. She'd fought fiends, faced disasters and horrors the likes these people couldn't comprehend. A few candles wouldn't bring her down. "I need to find a book. I was told you'd have it here." As she spoke, another man in slipshod, deep blue robes sashayed over, carrying a goblet brimming with deep crimson. He held it towards Ami with a slight bow. "A welcome gift for the Guardian." Wine in unusual situations sat in Ami's box of bad ideas, but she felt eyes tracking the moment. Refusing seemed in bad faith. She'd take the goblet then, but let the cup keep its drink. "Thank you." Ami accepted the glass, raised it to the room, received another chorus of chopped welcomes. "Please," Matimo called into the house, "bring up the music again. I love you all, but I am sure the Guardian would rather hear something more pleasant than our hobbies." Maybe Ami would be drinking that wine after all. She took a taste, nutmeg cherry lingering on her tongue. Not bad, all things considered. Matimo waved her in from the door, one he shut and bolted behind her. Normally, Ami might see that as a trapping sign, something to be wary of. But the people she saw around her were as far away from thieves and warriors as she could imagine. "Now then," Matimo said, leading the Guardian across the room and into a thin hallway. Paintings lined the stones here, and Ami expected to see self-gratifying portraits, but instead she found artful renditions of ancient songs, clips of poems done up against watercolor woods or misty mountains. "You were asking about a book?" How much to trust a man? Ami kept people on a private sliding scale. Most, at first blush, started in the middle, to be accepted as who they were and given little of value. Soon, though, actions dictated a slip or a climb, a move towards confidant or cock-up. Yet, enduring whatever this was only to walk away with nothing wasn't an option. Ami would be having more drinks tonight, alone and on her balcony, and she'd be doing it with a prize in hand, damn it. "What do you know about Deviant?" Ami asked Matimo, as the man led her to the house's opposite side, a kitchen overflowing with food and drink, though all seemed to have been delivered from elsewhere. At her words, Matimo frowned, then waved the other 3 people in the kitchen out of it. The power structure fell into place as the trio obeyed without question, slipping past Matimo and Ami with glazed eyes and glassy grins. "A strange name to start with, Guardian," Matimo said, heading to a narrow wood shelf overflowing with wine bottles. Most opened and half drank, as if people couldn't be bothered to finish what they started. Matimo, at least, poured from an open red, much the color of Ami's. Most only know Deviant from their childhood stories. The first circle, the first Aegis. I want to know what else she found. Ami reached into the pouch at her waist, pulled the book she'd skimmed and held it up. This feels forced. Matimo, crystal goblet in one hand, took the book with his other, and sighed as he read the front cover. Some things are written to please the reader. Others are written to please the ones in power. What's missing? Matimo handed her back the book. His face held a different complexion than the jaunty party host he'd been a minute earlier. Calculations ran through the wrinkles, the sloppy cheeks and graying hairs. What are you digging for, Guardian? Hope. For my friend. The Aegis? My friend, Matimo. That's what she is to me. The man nodded. His eyes flicked towards the door, towards his wine glass. Ami had the impression of a nervous mouse wishing he could leave. Then Matimo straightened, spine found. We hold these parties down here because it avoids eyes, Matimo said. Despite what you might be thinking, it isn't all this. We burn days in discussion, writing and deliberating things no sailor, no miner, no Najan soldier has time to think about. We advance our civilization here. Great. What does that have to do with my question? I'm saying that we are free here to discuss things that aren't said elsewhere, not because the circle gives us license, but because prying eyes and ears aren't around. Matimo tipped the goblet, drained the glass in one go, and refilled it. The Najan are like any society. We keep secrets, some more potent than others. What I'm asking for is a secret, then? Enough of one that to reveal it would be to risk myself, to risk everyone here and what we do. Risk how? That I might tell someone? Matimo slipped up a small smile. That you might tear apart what we hold so dear. Ami reached past Matimo, set her goblet on the shelf. She straightened, standing over the smaller man, and put on the soldier's face she'd worn guarding Foti mines from bandits and worse. The look tended to get people to choose her way, but Matimo didn't blanch, didn't budge. I see what you're doing, Ami, Matimo said. Don't think I wouldn't tell you, but it would mean my death were it found out. Yours too, and possibly everyone here. Hiding it means the Aegis is dead. She was always going to die, as will the next one, and the one after that. 10 years, Matimo. Only 10 years. Ami put a pointed finger against Matimo's chest. The man looked at it, gulped down his second glass of wine. When he turned to fill it again, Ami pushed him, locked him against the shelf. The Aegis before that lasted 12. How long till we're dealing in weeks, days? A constant string of kids, lining up to die, to keep the fiends at bay. Matimo's weak smile persisted. You and I will be long dead by the time that comes to pass. You'll be long dead by midnight if you don't take me seriously. I do, Ami. I do. Matimo's expression changed, his eyes flicking up and lighting with a new hope. You're trying to do what, then? Save the Aegis somehow? I can tell you now, no secret will give Katya her years back. Ami pulled her hand away, trying to deny to herself that's what she expected. The scars held power, and yes, some part of her believed they might be able to turn back Katya's clock, give her a second chance at what she'd lost. Without that, this was about the future. Then I want to make sure she's the last one like this, Ami said. Again, an impossible promise. What I know are only suggestions, whispers, and they may have nothing to offer you. May is better than what I've got. And what do I have, Ami? Matimo's look changed again, a man of many moods. His voice, though, morphed with it. No longer a beggar, a defier, but now a dealer. Risks can't be taken for nothing. Helping the world isn't enough for you? If it was, would I be here? Matimo chuckled, and this time Ami didn't stop him as he refilled his goblet. I've tried to convince you otherwise, but if you want this information, then you'll have to find something I want. Something that I can give, you mean? Just so, Matimo said. Ami had a sudden flash of where they were, the kinds of awful filling this place. Her glare made Matimo flinch. Nothing gauche, please. In fact, what I'd really prefer is something much more plain. And that is? Now Matimo's eyes really twinkled, and his words flowed less like honey and more like sharp tacks, stinging their target with every syllable. Back in her room, Ami did indeed pour herself a glass, white and cool in the evening weather. Winter approached, a slow thing on Noctia, but the ocean breeze could take the temperature and do with it what it would. Ami let it blow her ember locks across her face, her eyes looking out over the cliff, but not seeing it. What Matimo asked for wasn't going to be easy, wasn't going to be right, but it was something, perhaps, Ami could get her hands on. Was it worth risking her station, her ability to help Katya? Matimo's information might be nothing, might be as vague and frustrating as the book. But to do nothing was no option either. Ami spun her look to flame break, leaning against the wall. She'd been given the sword as a gift, to use it for glorious purpose. Time, perhaps, had come to take it up again, only in service of saving the world, not dooming another poor soul to a slow death. Okay, Matimo. She'd get his little letter, no matter who she had to toss aside to do so. The world required that much. Chapter 12. Into the Heat. Caves didn't seem quite the same after the adventure back on Vis, what with a fiend charging from the water and chasing, nearly killing Wax and Sawi. The lava tube didn't match that cave's darkness, thanks to orange and yellow lines running along the great arched rock's floor, roof, and sides. The veins entranced the trio within their first few steps, drawing in their eyes with its flowing, mesmerizing color. Not exactly normal, is it? Quick said. Bet it is here, Bliss signed back. Foti wouldn't have a path going through this if it wasn't safe. Let's go. Why are you in such a hurry? Wax asked. Because I'm not keen on spending the night out here, Bliss signed. The people I spoke to. You mean the ones you beat up? Wax interjected. Yeah, those. They said travelers weren't the only ones out on the Foti pathways.
especially at night.
Like who? Quick kept his eyes on those flowing veins, like orange stars smeared in a line.
Bandits? Monsters? I didn't get specifics.
I think we're prepared. Wax shrugged off the complaint, but picked up his pace anyway. Bliss had one thing right. Staying out in Foti's barren wilds wasn't the goal. Wax wouldn't mind sleeping somewhere else besides the rock tonight. On Vis, you could always find a canopy to snuggle up in, an inviting leaf or sauna flower to provide a comfy bed. Wax winced as he looked at the brittle ground. Here wouldn't be so comfortable. The lava tube, at least, killed the biting wind that had plagued them on Foti's rolling outer hills. Unfortunately, that wind was replaced with a dead heat, one that grew as they moved in from the tube's entrance. Soon they stuffed their outer layers back into their satchels, returning to their Vis weaves.
How the Foti don't melt in here, I don't understand,
Wax muttered, as sweat advanced down his brow.
Don't see many of them down here, do you?
Quick asked.
Guess we know why.
Bliss took over leading, with Quick adopting the rear. Wax wondered if this was going to be the new normal, his brave sister and her metal staff acting as his vanguard. He and Pan had gone in a pair, Guardian and Renewal together. That hadn't worked out. Might as well try something new. As the day drew into the afternoon, the lava tube continued its sliding descent, scaling deeper into the Foti earth. As it did, those veins grew brighter, spidered through the gray-brown rock, until it seemed they were walking more on a rocky river over lava than in a tunnel. The rock itself changed character too, sprouting new shimmering black patches, some of which bore a pickaxe's marks, as if some tentative mining had been done, then quickly abandoned.
What's the cost there?
Quick mused, as they passed the first one.
A bit of whatever that is at the risk of punching one of those veins and ending up a melted man?
Depends on how desperate you are, Wax said.
Who'd be that desperate? Don't know if you were paying attention back at the Anvil's Arms, but there were more than a few who looked like they might consider taking an axe to that thing. Nobody on Vis would be that lost. Not on Vis, brother, in case you haven't noticed.
Bliss kept to herself. Maybe she'd seen more than a few similar folks during her street-side brawls. Who might jump at fights like that, except the bloodthirsty or the broken? Wax shook off the thought. Grand adventure seemed much more palatable without getting lost in the darker sides of where they went. His job wasn't to solve Foti's problems, but to save the Seven Isles. Or, if he didn't make the Aegis, to have a good time traveling.
Stop.
Bliss held up her right hand, her staff in her left.
Something's moving up there.
Where's up there? Wax asked, bringing himself beside his sister. She pointed the staff towards a circular stone patch on the tube's ceiling, a few strides distant. Ruby-red lava veins ran around the circle, a curious bent considering everywhere else the lava simply cut straight through. Adding to the oddity, the light reflected from the veins tended to bounce off the rock, shimmering and otherwise leaving a dark center, a grim moon in the tube's charcoal sky.
What do you think it is?
Quick asked.
No idea,
Bliss signed, then waved the staff along the right wall.
But I don't think it's been there long.
His sister's eventual placement as a hunter gained more credence as Wax followed her staff's point. Narrow chinks in the lava tube's rock wall climbed up from a wide vein at its rightward side, the chinks themselves shining with faint yellow, lava bits running down like dripping ale from an overfilled flagon. Those divots climbed all the way up the wall to the ceiling, where they continued across in a steady line to the circle patch. A spot Wax now noticed was centered right over the tube.
"I'm getting the sense this might be a trap," Wax said. "Then you're not an idiot," Quick added. "Wouldn't go that far," Bliss signed, continuing on before Wax could add a rebuttal. "I'll trigger it. Quick, be ready."
"Of course." Quick slipped on his gauntlets, tying the red thread around his wrists. "Wax, stay back."
"Why would I stop my guardians from doing their jobs?"
"Because you've already done it twice already." Again, Wax would have offered something to counter the insult. A devastating comeback should, no doubt, have found his lips. But Bliss killed the conversation with a hard dart forward, lowering her head, holding the staff in both hands, and barreling on. As she neared the patch, the shimmering sides unfurled, spreading out in dark bunches against the ceiling. The thing, whatever it was, seemed as wide across as Bliss's staff, and as it unfurled, lava dripped from its center, a center opening into a circle flush with yellow, steaming teeth. The creature dropped. No, pushed, its many legs shoving off from the ceiling and looking to make a swift, deadly intercept with Bliss. Wax shouted. Quick ran after his sister, and Bliss dove. No, more than that. Wax gawked as Bliss used her staff, driving its front end into the rock to propel herself faster, cutting beneath the plummeting bug-like thing and winding up on its far side. The creature landed with a lava-scattering crash, embers flying as it scuttled. Wax estimated its legs as many, and on all sides around, a sloping central shell. The mouth seemed set in its middle, those teeth grinding into the rock without apparent harm. Bliss swiveled as she landed, bringing up the staff into a guard and studying the monster as it rotated to face her, if such a thing really had a face. Quick used the opening. Lowering his left shoulder, ignoring the burning flecks splashed onto his skin from the fall, Quick scooped into the creature with his left hand, bending his legs, flexing his intense arms in a shoveling flick that sent the creature tumbling over. Quick's right hand sent his gauntlet across his face, catching newly flung embers on the oiled wood. Bliss didn't need a tip to know what to do, swinging her staff in a hard cut across her body to smash the lofted lava bug. The bamboo, metal reinforced, cracked against the thing's scuttling legs, sending it flying into the lava tube's right side wall. The smack crackled, rock and carapace flying everywhere. But those legs kept scuttling. Those teeth, now exposed, clacked as the bug sought to free itself. A clacking that seemed awfully loud now that Wax thought about it. He blinked, freed himself from the action. Bliss heading towards the captive bug with her staff ready to deliver a smushing end, and checked his right, where that wide lava vein sat, and groaned. Another bug, many legs glowing amber from the lava's heat, crawled free, one limb at a time. Every pointed end hit the rock with a chipping, awful sound, lava pooling from the step and melting the stone. When a second clicking, clacking sound came from behind, Wax closed his eyes for a brief second, offered up a prayer to Vis, and drew his blades. The Foti sword and knife took up a brilliant blue hue in the lava's light, sparking up some hope as Wax turned to face the thing coming in from behind. "We've got more friends!" Wax shouted, choosing to gain some distance from the side bug by charging the ambusher at the rear. Unlike the black and shiny monster from the ceiling, this one bore charred green speckled lines along the beetle's shell. Wax took those markings at first for randomness, much like a Hanoko's fur, but as he neared to a sword stab's length, the truth revealed itself. These were the same scars Bliss had described on the fiends back on Fis. Not native things to Foti, then, but more horrors from the dark below.
Good,
Wax said, swinging his sword in a crossing cut towards the bug's front dozen legs.
Won't feel guilty about killing you then.
The bug took the sword with a screeching chirp, its legs shearing off as though Wax was cutting through flower stalks. Resistant to lava these things might be, but a sharp slash? They had nothing. Except raw surprise. The bug jumped as it lost its legs. Wax's swing left his arm across his body, the Foti knife in his arm down by his left waist, in no position to guard against the bug's sudden leap. With embers flying, a toothy maw soared towards Wax's face, a surefire kill. At least it would have been on anyone not trained to dodge sudden branches, vines, and all manner of ugly the jungle could throw at you with high speeds. Wax threw out his left leg, using what remained of his swing's momentum to fall on his side, hitting the lava tube's floor with his left shoulder. The bug landed beyond him, trying to slow down with legs that no longer existed. The creature rolled, its gnashing teeth exposed to the ceiling. Planting the Foti knife in his left hand against the ground, Wax lunged back towards the bug, jabbing down with the larger sword, sticking its pointed end right into the bug's nasty mouth. The sword bit in, a shivering stab, and for a moment the monster jerked, forcing Wax to drop his knife and hold on with both hands till the critter stopped its struggling. Letting go of the sword's hilt, Wax sat back, looked to see Quick finish off his insect by throwing the torn, battered bug against the ground over and over again till the creature stopped moving.
You okay?
Bliss signed as she sprinted up next to Wax, sliding in on the rock next to him with concern plastered over her features. He grinned.
You're lucky I know how to fight.
Bliss frowned, looked him up and down.
Guess so. Sorry, I should have expected more.
Wax lay back on the rock, a move that proved spending a night on the hard ground would be a terrible play for their tired bones.
We don't know what to expect, Bliss. Not from any of this. I think that's why so many renewals die on the journey.
He looked at the ceiling, those rich, colorful veins no longer seeming quite so beautiful.
We grew up thinking the Isles weren't so dangerous, but I think we were wrong.
Wax felt his sister grab his hand, was surprised when she pulled him up, breaking his momentary reverie.
Then we'll get better,
Bliss signed once Wax stood up. Flipping her staff to her right hand, she reached and drew the Foti blade from the dead bug, ignored the lava gout following the pull, and handed the steaming, but still whole, weapon back to her brother.
This is only the beginning.
Wax laughed.
Where'd you learn to talk like that, Bliss?
Isn't that how guardians are supposed to sound?
Like Svarde?
He got Katya to the Aegis, didn't he? That thought wasn't as comforting as Wax wanted it to be. Jarl's Tooth. The name carved into a rock that looked, well, like a large chipped tooth. It jutted up between the glowing veins a few hours after the beetle battle, a welcome sight for a trio too tired now to contemplate struggling along much farther. Wax had spent the last 20 minutes trying to imagine a way to sprawl out his satchel on the rough ground. At least it wouldn't be cold down here. Sweat covered them all, mingling with a day's march smell that begged for a bath. No ocean would be offering its reprieve here, though, which meant Jarl's Tooth better have something, even if that something was just plugs for their noses. The lava tube bringing them to the town opened up, its graceful cylinder faltering into a bubble rock dome, one pierced by several other large caves.
A meeting of the tubes,
Wax muttered, as they took in the immense underground cavern. Normally, caves would be pitch dark this deep, but they didn't need to light a torch. Those brilliant veins spidered all over floor and ceiling, swooping along hanging rock and crawling back on up. Some split wide enough to spit molten flame out, tiny geysers not getting above Wax's shins, but still beautiful, in a fiery, horrible fashion. "This is the opposite of home," Quick said, Bliss nodding right along with him. "I hate it." Wax took a deep breath, stretching his arms up to offer a counterpoint, but the acrid odor coming with the inhale prompted a coughing fit instead. With both his siblings looking at him, faces tilted and eyebrows narrowed in concern, Wax waved towards the clustered buildings. "Let's just get inside." Jarl's Tooth offered 5 houses, each one sporting an addition like a workshop, a pen for small animals, or a sheltered garden flush with mushroom-like plants. Beyond those, the only thing on offer was the inn. A massive structure, looking like someone had pounded flat several large obsidian discs and stacked them on one another, the Jarl's Tooth Inn, conveniently also named the Jarl's Tooth, sat square in the cavern center. All paths led to the thing, and for the first time all day, the trio saw other people, real, live humans. And yet, to see the people lounging outside the Jarl's Tooth was to do a triple take. The miners and working folk in Smythe had ash everywhere, wore grease and sweat like honor badges. The collective milling about outside the Jarl's Tooth, all with pipes in their mouths, puffs of blue and white smoke rising with every breath, looked like they'd emerged from, well, the lava tubes. Whatever their skin color might have been before, it was all charred black now. A thick coating slathered and burned onto anything exposed, and given the heat, the men and women out there didn't wear much. Tight bands wrapped hands, while thick boots clad feet up to their knees. Shirts and shorts, loose and filthy, completed the ensemble, the only standout feature Wax saw being small emblems stitched across their chests. If the Vis trio inspected the people of Jarl's Tooth, then the people of Jarl's Tooth certainly inspected them. Slow looks became fastened stares as the 3 walked into town, satchels full and heavy, their faded weaves decidedly not the local fashion. "The inn, then?" Quick mused as they passed the first houses. "Is there anywhere else?" Wax replied. "I'll answer that. No." Not a soul bothered to come up for conversation as they approached, their mouths sticking to their pipes, eyes only flipping away when Wax sought to counter the look with one of his own. The views didn't seem hostile. No frowns, no narrowed eyes or shifting of hands to the hammers everyone seemed to have hanging from their waists. Curiosity, then. Even a faint bemusement, as lips made slight hints toward smiles. "Getting the distinct impression we're not supposed to be here," Wax muttered. "The only place we're supposed to be is Vis," Quick said. "That's part of this whole thing. See the Isles, learn about them, become the worldly citizen before you take up the Aegis's mantle." "You keep talking like I'm going to be the one doing this." "You will be. Damning your brother to a life lived on that terrible island, huh?" Quick's retort, if he had one, was canceled when Bliss pushed open the inn's main door. The wrought metal slab should have been heavy, its char-crusted coating suggested, but as Bliss pushed, gears wound, sliding the door inward with a pleasant industrial grind. Wax wasn't sure what he expected from a Foti inn stuck in a lava tube's innards, but what he saw seemed to break those slim ideas. First and foremost, the expected heat didn't materialize. In fact, a cool wave washed past Bliss, over Wax and his brother. The sweat everywhere chilled, prompting a confused shiver. That air's source became apparent real quick. A massive ice chunk, stretching from floor to far up ceiling and encased in a glass silver cage. Water dripped down from the chunk, running into thin, grate-covered pipes along the inn's floor. No guesses, then, about where the small hamlet found its water supply. Beyond the ice, an observation Wax took his time making, as he'd never seen snow and ice save from afar on the absolute tops of Vis's mountains in winter, the Jarl's Tooth offered the standard long stone slab tables they'd seen in Smythe. Ale flagons dominated, as did smoked meats and heaping root vegetable piles. Dried fruit stood on offer too, completing a tasty ensemble, at least going by the looks. The people engaging in the Jarl's Tooth dinner took the Smythe worker vibe and maximized it, crusting over like the ones outside and barreling through their food with the gusto of those who'd spent all day using every muscle they had. Conversation rattled between hawked spit into precisely placed spittoons, the several servers hustling between tables with manic fervor. One dared give the Vis trio a double take before nodding towards a smaller, empty circular spot. The stone stools on offer lacked comfort, but after a day on his sore feet, Wax didn't much care. They set their gear beside them, leaning up against the inn's front wall. A few eyes wandered their way, sticking for long seconds before getting drawn back into their day-to-day. "I don't think they'll attack us," Bliss signed as the three turned from the room and back to their table. "I don't see weapons." "Funny that's the first thing that comes to your mind, Bliss." Wax leaned forward, put his elbows on the table. Solid, gray-black granite. "Don't think everywhere in the Isles is a death trap." "So far, hasn't it?" A server, a gaunt man who looked about a day away from turning to dust, approached and gave them an exhausted introduction. "Yes," the man said, his voice wispy gravel, "this is the Jarl's Tooth. And yes, I know you're not from around here. No, it's not uncommon for visitors to wander through as we're in an intersection. And yes, the ice is remarkable. It comes from Rana's northern flows, lasts about a month, and we get a new piece delivered." "The standard ale and supper for all three?" the waiter concluded, having refused to let any of them get a word in. "What are the rates?" Quick asked, and the waiter flicked a look towards their satchels. "Cheap enough for you, I expect," the man replied. "Then let's go with it," Wax said. The waiter nodded, turned to leave, and Wax leapt on his intuition. "You're not from here either, are you?" The waiter looked back at Wax, appraised him with, this time, a smile a tad more genuine. "A Kant's refugee, I'm afraid. Gave up the wind for this deep-down hole." "Why?" "Why does anyone leave their home?" the waiter asked. "Because they have to." The man strode off, leaving Wax to turn to his siblings. "Was that a real answer?" Wax asked. "Seemed glib to me." Quick shrugged. "His call, though. At least we're getting food and some real drink." "Not too much. Ale, I mean." Bliss shot a pointed look at Wax. "We've got a long way to go." Wax grinned. "Bliss, you know me. I can control myself." The lava never dimmed, no matter the time. Wax stood outside the Jarl's Tooth Inn, waiting while Bliss and Quick took their turn at the rock-sculpted latrine. Using it required a fortified soul, as the hole led straight to a flowing lava river. The pipe smokers dwindled as the evening wore on, a more sure time-teller than Wax's old intuition, which seemed useless underground. The ale played a minor racket in his skull, hitting harder than the sweet stuff on Vis. The hearty meal made up for it, though, and more than the potatoes, the scar. Wax held it in his right hand now, careful to keep his palm cupped over the gnarled sapphire. Warmth came off the gem in soft waves, caressing his skin and offering, like a spiderweb's sticky touch, the chance to pull. Quick and Bliss didn't know it, but Wax had found a little tug here and there, felt like taking a quick nap. Rejuvenated, recharged, any alcohol effects gone. With them, too, went the slight burns from the beetle battle earlier. If the scar cared, Wax didn't see it. The warmth fell as strong as ever, the deep blue shade as full as the moment he'd picked it off the giant sauna on Vis. What else could he do with it? Wax flicked his eyes up, followed a dark speck in an overhead flow as it ran along the ceiling. Pulled along by forces it couldn't control, that thing. Not him, though. Quick and Bliss were his guardians, not his guides. The Aegis, all that puffery, ceremony. Pan's request played over, drawing Wax back down the sapphire. The scar. For now, he'd go along with the adventure. Enjoy every minute he could. Wax owed Pan that much. But if they asked him to put on the chains, to sit in that desolate prison on Noctia, Wax slipped the scar back inside his loose Foti tunic. He didn't have to answer that question now, and hopefully never would. Chapter 13. Chance Meeting. Quick blamed his restlessness on being the older brother, the one responsible if things went wrong, which was why he sat, leaning against the warm stone wall in their cramped room, watching Bliss and Wax sleep on their stiff beds. No straw or leaves here, too likely to burst into flame, according to the innkeeper below, so they slept on hard cots, smoothed stone with a ratty pillow. No need for blankets, given the heat, but both Bliss and Wax threw their weaves on themselves anyway. For comfort. For home. Quick eyed his own bed again, shoved up against a corner. A narrow window over it, barely large enough for a squeeze-through escape, offered the omnipresent orange light, the glow coming through and planting a yellowed square on the dusty gray stone floor. Voices carried through, too, murmurs from below, even though Quick figured the hour had passed into early morning. Then again, hard to follow the day and night when you didn't have a sky, a sun. Quick had done the same dance all the Kid-Eye kids went through. Early years bouncing from tree to tree, doing as his elders asked and finding what he loved, letting that guide his first inks, all putting him on a path to join the hunters. Not because he loved the violence, but the thrill. The moments stalking a game bird, or spying out a fish to spear, brought life into focus, a clarity he couldn't find at the cooking fires, or helping his mother man the trading post. Quick wasn't finding it much here either. Save for those beetles, a lapse there, letting Bliss be the one to catch out the threat first. The journey so far had felt like a greasy babysitting job. Foti ale was fine, but its malty caramel tasted better as a celebration, not a way of life. And at this rate, Wax was going to have them drowning in the stuff before the week was out. And in between the drunken bouts, they'd do what? Meander through these ever-lit tubes? Quick scratched at his leg. His eye burned, something in the air, eating at them. The room stifled his every breath, and without thinking about it, Quick stood, opened their door, and stepped into the circular hallway. Their room sat on the third disc, the rounded floors encircling the hulking ice in the center. Immediately, the cold ran over him, washing away the sweat, bringing life back. Quick could handle the heat as well as anyone on Vis, but something about the dry, baking pressure here beat him down, sucked his will, demanded water. Despite the hour, when Quick descended the central stair running alongside the ice, he found people aplenty still in the inn's dining room. A few drinking, their ales frothing over, but more sitting in clumps, engaging in quiet conversation, as if Quick had come upon some social hour. Glances flitted Quick's way as he hit the ground floor, and in that moment, Quick realized he'd left his satchel back in the room. Without goods to trade, he couldn't ask for much, not even a cool water cup, filled from that great crystal's runoff. His indecision met its end when a table, and a woman somehow decked out in working leathers, waved him over. Two others, both equally clad for duty, their gear marred in a workman's way, sat at the table, leaving one more seat for Quick.
"What'll you have?"
the woman asked as Quick approached.
"I have nothing to trade."
"Isn't what I asked, Islander." The woman nodded towards the empty chair.
"Interesting visitors are scarce enough round here. Worth paying for a story."
Quick eyed the three, found the woman's partners equally interested, though their eyes bore exhaustion's glaze. How long any story would hold their attention seemed a debatable question. Drinks, on the other hand, were drinks.
"What would you like to know?"
Quick asked, after a similarly sleepy bartender, no more waiters this late, took his ask for a water. He expected the usual, questions like the ones he and Wax had fielded in Smythe's casino. How do you survive in the jungle? What's it like swinging through trees? And all that ilk.
"Which one of you's the Renewal?"
the woman started, cracking a smile.
"I've bet on you. She's going for the girl, and he's wagered his last obsidian shard on the boy."
Quick's hand tightened on the water mug. He flailed about for a response.
"What Renewal?"
The woman laughed, and after a moment, the other two joined in, their soft chuckles a distant background to their leader's guffaws.
"Don't ever try to lie again, my friend," the woman said, as the laughter died. "It doesn't suit you. Not the way those mighty fists do."
Quick didn't know what to say, so he drank the cool water instead. Let his look creep back to the stairs. A quick goodbye, a return to,
"Let's try a different way,"
the woman said.
"The name's Sledge."
When Quick blinked at her, she nodded at him.
"Now you tell me yours."
"Quick."
"There you go. Not so hard, was it?"
Sledge leaned on the table, never taking her cinnamon eyes off him. Up close, he noticed dark freckles, burn scars scattered here and there on her face. A patch of what would have been deep red hair looked torched off above her right ear.
"I'll ask you again to settle our wager. Which one's the Renewal?"
The minutes between the first ask and the second proved enough for Quick to settle himself, like finding his footing on a dipping frond. He wasn't in some fight, but in a populated inn at a trading crossroads. Quick could hold his own.
"My brother, Wax," Quick said. "He's carrying the scar."
The man pounded his fist into the table.
"I knew it! The kid's got the look."
"What look?" Quick asked, as the other two nodded.
"Purpose."
The man shook his head as he spoke.
"It's a damn curse, feeling like you've got destiny draped all over you."
The man stared into the table then, lost in some past memory.
"Don't let him get you down,"
Sledge said, as the other woman put her hand on the man's shoulder, gave the leather pad a squeeze.
"Old Logren here's never got over his own shot at the scars, even though it's been near 25 years. Hard to forget when you had a chance to be the Aegis,"
Logren muttered, before slipping into a sigh.
"We tried,"
Sledge reminded him.
There's a reason nobody from this half of the island's ever been the Foti Renewal. Too far away. If we wanted a crack at it, we should have moved north. Sledge turned back to Quick, which is what you three should be doing. We're walking that way, as best we can find. Walking, he says. Sledge laughed again. The other two joined her. Hope you like pounding stone, Quick, because it's a hike. We'll get there. Is that what you think?
Quick hesitated. What kind of response was that?
All Sledge is saying, jumped in the other woman, is that there's dangerous roads between here and the Great Forge, where the scar's at. There's a reason most sail the journey. Less risk, especially with fiends about.
And other things besides, Logren added.
Things that might see your boy wax and decide there's something easy for the taking, Sledge continued. Don't know if you misunderstand, but a scar's a valuable thing. Plenty wouldn't mind taking it off your hands.
Quick sat back, put room between his chair and the table. He could flip the furniture, put Logren and the other woman on their backs, and leave him one-on-one with Sledge. A fight Quick figured he could win.
Relax, Sledge said. We're not going to rob you. Not yet, muttered Logren.
Try, and you'll regret it, Quick said.
Funny, you acting like we have much to lose.
Sledge waved at the inn around them.
Spending our days mining away ore to send to Smythe, our nights drinking in the Jarl's Tooth. What a life to risk throwing away for a chance at something better.
Her tone changed, the light in her eyes going from an ale's dimming sight to one sparkling. Logren and the other woman, too, sat up straighter, their looks at Quick less a buzzy genial and more the edged evaluation, a hunter stare.
Is this how Foti treats its visitors? Quick asked. If you came to Vis, we wouldn't threaten you. We wouldn't make you feel like you might be stabbed at any moment. Because you've got an Isle of Plenty, the other woman replied. We're an Isle of work, of sweat and crud and dust. Spend some years here and see if you feel different, if you don't give a wanderer a kind look and a free drink. All we're saying, Quick, Sledge said, is that you've got a hard road ahead. One better taken with good sleep and a sharp eye.
Then I'll thank you for this and say good night. Quick drained the water, stood from the table. Sledge raised her glass in goodbye. The other two didn't bother looking his way. Quick checked back as he reached the stairs, saw the trio immersed in conversation, not a glance looking after him. Sledge laughed at something again. Maybe the veiled threats had just been warnings. Maybe his heartbeat could slow down. His nerves could relax. The staff nearly took Quick's head off when he came through the door. Bliss adjusted the swing, sent it low, and killed its strength, so that it only left a nasty sting as it smacked Quick's chest.
What are you doing?
Quick asked, rubbing the spot and seeing Wax off to the left, with his Foti blade drawn.
You left and didn't come back,
Wax said, sheathing the blue glowing blade.
For a few minutes, we let it go. Then we wondered if you'd found trouble. I'm not you, Quick snapped back. I needed some water, and I found it.
Long time for some water, Bliss sighed, setting the staff back against the wall. Left without much choice, Quick relayed the story. Wax and Bliss listened, before both dismissed the downstairs trio as nothing more than worked-up workers.
People in Smythe told me the same thing, Bliss sighed. It's like Foti make a habit of warning visitors that they're in trouble.
Maybe so when they rob us, they can claim we were warned. Wax grinned, slumped back on his bed. Clears their conscience, you know? Whatever their words, I didn't like them, Quick said. I felt like prey. Not a pleasant sensation. Bliss, who'd taken up a spot near the doorway, signed back. We're like no prey they've ever hunted, brother. If they try us, we'll show them how wrong they are. His sister was right about that, at least. Quick reached for his satchel, found the carved gauntlets on the floor next to it. The wood glazed, cleaned, and sharp enough to bite through anything less than stone and metal. Chapter 14. Cave Walking. By the third closed tunnel, the walls clearly cut apart and caved down to seal off the rightwards path, the foursome knew they were being guided. By what, to where, were questions Svarde didn't have the answers to. Neither did Mena, Pennifer, or Rasselbeck, and all four chose to keep silent about the matter, stewing their growing fear with curiosity as the pattering steps brought them deeper and deeper. Only Kivi, with her snorts and tentative bites at the barriers, bothered to question events. At this latest one, an impressive brown and pink collage battering shut a passage, Kivi stuck back when Svarde and the others made to move on through the only tunnel open to them. Instead, she scratched at the wall, bit at the stone, notching grooves in the collected rubble. Going to need a lot more than you to get through it, Svarde said, kneeling by the ferrite as the others watched. Bit too much rock, even for your gullet, I'd say. Kivi snorted, kept at it. Svarde watched the lizard, tried to sort out the idea, the point, until Kivi's scrabbling registered a different note, one that took longer to find its home in Svarde's memory, only because he'd never seen the ferrite show it before. You scared, Kivi? Svarde asked, low and quiet. Had to preserve the ferrite's standing among the group. Scared of whatever we're walking towards? Kivi stopped her scrabbling, snorted twice, then backed up the path, her eyes and tongue peeking the way they'd gone. Can't do it, Svarde said. Even if we wanted to, would be hard to scrounge enough supplies to make it back to the surface now. We're committed, as are you. Svarde reached behind his back, patted the axe haft. Don't worry, you're not alone down here. We'll protect you. Kivi's beady look said the offer didn't provide much comfort. Your ferrite coming along, Svarde? Mena asked, down the tunnel, holding the torch aloft. They'd been able to find plenty of burnables in the gloom, at least. The forever dark held at bay for now. We've got some hours yet before a break, and I'd like to use them. She's coming, Svarde said, standing. Come on, Kivi. Let's go find what's been closing off these ways. Maybe it's a friend. Though not a soul in the party believed that to be true. The stone took on a life this far down, a changing world, just like any forest or tundra up above. The smells and sounds changed, with heat rising as they went down, enough to make the foursome abandon their went furs. Rana cloth made its return, the light outfits tearing as they snagged on stones and ill-placed footfalls. Odd rock formations grew more common, as though the earth down here had yet to settle on a plan, with caverns popping up and dying away quick, making up shapes at odds with what Svarde would have considered natural. Fiend work, Pennifer, the crossbow wielder, dead-eyed and prone to dark observations, said. Whether the monsters did indeed carve out their own dens in the deep was a question they hadn't yet answered, but without another option, the label stuck with the group as they continued. Crystalline alcoves, swift streams, bubbling noxious pools, and lichen-crusted ledges interrupted their steady steps. Boring the journey was not, though Svarde did find himself wishing for an open sky. He'd never felt much love for the stars before, but not seeing them now for so many days seemed to put a cloak on his hope, his happiness, and left only resolve, which was more than enough. "Hold," Mena whispered, leading the crew through the tunnel to a new opening. At the torchlight's edge, the rock walls spilled away again, offering up another cavern, and then yanking away those expectations with a brutal surprise. All throughout the journey down, gashes lit up the walls, with broken fiend parts found here and there. Another set shouldn't have been shocking, save this time the destruction didn't seem random, didn't seem the product of ritual cleaning, culling. To Mena's left and right, the cavern's scalloped walls had their bases decorated with bones. Not randomly placed collections either, but end to end laid out, as if lining a tunic skirt. And stretching up those walls were markings, long and short lines, some at angles. They split and came together, the bones themselves serving to divide the markings into columns. "Into verse, if I have my guess right," Mena said, the party now into the room and looking at the scribblings. "This isn't any language I've seen before, but it's definitely that." Staring at the scratched verse prompted no further understanding, so after some minutes tracing the markings along the walls, Mena whistled to force them together. The Rana captain held a different guise about her now, the determined explorer muted by introspection, a look Svarde feared was starting to creep in on his own person. This was a mission of vengeance, destruction. Getting its clear goals colored with side stories wouldn't do. Wouldn't serve Katya. "Ideas?" Mena asked into the dripping, soft torch glow. "The caves go on, but if I make my mark right, it looks like we're entering a home."
"A home we've been led right to," Rasselbeck said. "Not like we were intending on interrupting the business of whatever's in here, but it didn't leave us much choice."
"We could go back," Mena offered. 2 breaks, I think, was our last split." "Why?" Pennifer asked, her hands, as ever, on the 2 crossbows at her waist. "Are we scared?" "It's the goal, is all," Mena replied. "We want the heart, where the fiends are coming from. There are no fiends here. At least, none like what we're hunting." Fiends could have made the markings, maybe, but Svarde kept the thought to himself. No doubt the others were already thinking it, were tossing the reasoning aside. Even the smartest monsters from the deep, like the tar thing that had tried spitting Svarde up on the Went surface, seemed limited in their cultural abilities. None that he'd ever seen would go about writing a poem or a history on a cave's walls. But then, perhaps only a certain type of fiend made it up to the surface. Perhaps the unruly ones were chased out by these, the true terrors who made their devil homes in the dark.
"We have to find out," Svarde said. "Whatever this is, if it's a fiend, a monster, or something else besides, we have to know."
"Do we?"
Mena countered. "If it's not a fiend, then maybe it's a friend."
Svarde swept his torch towards the bones lining the walls.
"Those are fiend parts, unless I'm way off, which means it's got a healthy appetite for our enemies. And if it's a bigger, badder fiend than all the rest, carving out a home beneath our feet, then it's best we put it to bed."
"The 4 of us, you mean?" Mena said.
5.
Svarde nodded at Kivy, which did nothing to improve Mena's straight frown.
"I'm with the Guardian," Rasselbeck said. We knew there'd be mysteries down here. I'm for solving and killing them all."
"Agreed," Pennifer added. "Don't like the idea of walking back, wasting time." Mena nodded once. "Settled then. Svarde, take the lead. Stay sharp. Ready. It's likely our host already knows we're here." The host didn't offer much of a welcome. Past the opening cave, 3 tight options gave Svarde a left, middle, or right. The leftward tunnel had an arched bone smashed into the rock above its middle, while the center tunnel had its apex capped with a crimson, dried blood smear. The right offered what seemed like a long, deep groove across the top. "Givy?" Svarde asked. "You smell anything interesting?" The ferret snorted, burst its steam vents, then scurried forth towards the middle offering. "Follow the lizard," Svarde muttered, axe in his right hand and the torch in his left burning away. The middle tunnel didn't stay level long, but curled sharply up. The ground didn't hold to a cave's natural floor, picking up a pebbled composition instead, as if dug out and left to slowly fill in by an unstable ceiling. Svarde glanced up that way, seeing a mangled rock collection hung together over their heads, as if by sheer will and nothing else. He quickened his pace. The strides beneath that doomed ceiling didn't last long. The tunnel lipped up into a heart-shaped room, split in towards the middle by a glittering pink and white quartz. The giant, jagged gem at first had Svarde stopping, stunned as his torch found reflections in every corner, those stars longed for suddenly appearing, though no sky existed for them. "Look past the light," Mena said, moving beyond Svarde into the room. Her comment's target became clear as Svarde adjusted to the brightness. For all its crystal beauty, the quartz held imperfections, ones not placed there by geology. Instead, clothes, armor, shoes, and weapons lay hung off various ends, those diamonds and arrows ending with odd treasures from bodies Svarde couldn't see.
"What are these?"
Rasselbeck said, as the group moved in and looked over the leavings.
"Not Rana, not Went. Foti, maybe?"
Svarde leaned in to what looked like a chain cuirass, its top hole hanging over a thin, skin-pink quartz needle. The ringlets had seen better days, many cut apart, rended, and smashed. But even so, their craftsmanship didn't match the great forge. The metal lacing looked like an awkward fit, the ores not ideal for the purpose.
"It's a poor job if it came from us," Svarde said. "I'd give it to Kantz, or maybe some Noctia playing at smithing."
"But, if pressed, you wouldn't call it either of those," Mena suggested, once more glancing about with a musing look. "These shoes aren't much more than scraps, but the stitching doesn't match anything I've seen either."
"Old, then," Rasselbeck offered. "Some leavings from a party long before us?"
"Not that old." Pennifer, off to the left and holding up a second chain tunic, said, "Iron like this would tarnish and fade down here before too long, like it does on our ships after only a few days."
"Which means what?" Rasselbeck asked. "We've found some new people?"
As if in answer to his question, a weeping wind rustled through the room, the air banging the clothes against one another and the quartz, a dire chime. "No," Mena said. "I think we've found its trophies." She reached to her waist, drew her saber. "And I think we're about to become its newest additions." The wind picked up again, rustling through the quartz room and sending the garments shifting, those ringlets clinking against one another. Whistles and moans went with it, the air slipping through cracks and crevices to make its noise. Svarde followed the gust, torch and axe in hand, waiting to see which exit — the room held 3, one off each heart's side, and the tunnel they'd come in on at the shape's pointed base — the breeze would take. The wind, it seemed, crossed the heart, coming in on the right and billowing out the left. Pennifer drew both crossbows. Rasselbeck and Mena had their sabers ready, but no monster materialized, and after some long seconds, the wind died down, leaving as its parting gift a murmur at its exit. A murmur just like a dying conversation, muttered words and sharp meanings hidden behind mushy echoes. "A trick of the wind," Mena said, as all eyes went towards that tunnel. "Nothing more." "A trap, a trick, or a mistake," Svarde replied, heading that way. "Watch my back." With Kivi at his feet, the warrior held the torch out ahead, following the wind towards its chosen exit. Behind and beside him, the quartz played out its pink ends, the cavern walls opposite a mottled blue-gray. No fungus here, no dirt or rubble left to litter. Something cared for the chamber. That much was obvious. Svarde slowed up as he neared the tunnel, poked the torch further ahead, and hoped its golden hue would find something to reflect. Nothing showed save further shadow, the tunnel curling hard right beyond the room, preventing further sight. Preventing, too, his companions from seeing what would happen should Svarde venture further. A choice, then. Split up or stay together. The narrow tunnels would cramp a group's fighting, but separating in an unknown place like this, with traps and terrors likely about, seemed the height of folly. "We go together?" Svarde asked the group. "This way?" "With no better option, I'm for it," Mena said, and the other 2 agreed. "Form up for a fight. I'll take the rear." Pennifer and Rasselbeck held the center, the former's crossbows ready to aim in either direction should the threat reveal itself. Again, they stalked the dark. Again, the dark seemed to stalk them. The tunnel performed its curl clean, a snapping rap that deposited the bunch into a tight, towering hole. At their feet, save for a small pebbled shore, lay a small lake with deep, dark fathoms. Above, darkness flew beyond the torch's light, a rising space leading up who knew how far. The wind still ran around in here, chasing off the walls and brushing the water. Kivi played tester, dashing forward and dipping a single, long red tongue into the lake. Kivi's tongue sizzled as it struck the water, but the ferrite followed up with a lapping lick, then another. "It's clean," Svarde said, following the ferrite to the shore and kneeling. He leaned over, set his axe down, and scooped the clear liquid into his palm, stared at it in the torchlight. "Perfect." "No monster's toilet, then," Rasselbeck said, sheathing his saber and pushing a handful into his mouth. "The best this side of Rana, I think." They refilled their water skins, the quartz room's eerie terror fading next to the unexpected bounty. Even the still whispering wind took on a jaunty feel, a sort of hello to the group having made it this far. "An oasis is an oasis, even if we're not in the desert," Mena said, as they broke out a quick lunch. "Though I'll still say the beast that owns this place will make its appearance sooner or later." "Then we'll be fighting it on full stomachs instead of empty ones," Rasselbeck said. "A better deal, all told." "Don't want to die hungry," Pennifer added. Svarde held his torch out over the water, trying to see if he could spy a bottom. None revealed itself, Neither did a source for the pool, or what might have carved the opening overhead. More mysteries in the deep. Too many. The tunnel continued past the pool, circling to the right, and putting the whole bunch back in the quartz room. A simple loop, the pink once more shining before them. 2 more tunnels back the way we came, Svarde suggested. They made to head that way when the wind came through again, faster this time, the ringmail making a clashing symphony against the quartz as the gust blew through. And again, following its departure, the muttered tones of harsh conversation through the far tunnel, the one leading back to the lake. The play of the air, or a nasty trick, Svarde said. If it's a trick, I say we trap the thing, Rasselbeck said. 2 go straight ahead, the others back around. We meet in the middle. A short enough distance splitting wouldn't be too much of a risk, and yet Svarde hesitated, caught Mayna's frown, and saw her assessing the same odds. We go fast, Svarde said. Kivy and I head back this way. You 3 straight ahead. Don't be slow. We meet at the lake. It's a chance, Mayna said. When we don't, we put this to bed here, Svarde said. Either it's the wind, or it's something worse. I'd rather be sure it's not the latter before we turn our backs on this damn thing again. Mayna shrugged, gave Svarde a salute with the saber. See you in a few minutes, Guardian. The tunnel back took a sharp left upon leaving the quartz room, just as it should have. With Kivy walking at his feet, Svarde made each step careful, torch aloft and axe ready. Purple and blue stone, dripping water in the distance, the wind rising and falling again. The leftward curl ended, the tunnel straightening out before it should have. Svarde stopped, blinked, sniffed at the air, and looked at the smooth tunnel walls. They'd walked this way moments before. No sound said the earth had moved, and yet, as sure as he'd been about anything, Svarde knew this tunnel wasn't the same one he'd just walked down a moment ago. Mayna! Svarde called, his voice echoing into the dark, rolling ahead and behind with no answer. Kivy snorted, nervous. Something's not right here. Kivy snorted again, this one in agreement, an obvious one. When confronted with an unexpected change, best to backtrack. A blind charge forward might be satisfying, and a younger Svarde might have picked up his axe and barreled on with a caustic roar, but this one had seen how badly that could go. Instead, he turned, stomped back the way he'd come, and found himself again at the quartz chamber, loot hanging from the gem, as if nothing had changed. The other 3 members of his party were gone. No sign of their passage echoed through. Mayna! Svarde called again. No response. Then we follow, Svarde said to Kivy, and the 2 went past the quartz, looked to the tunnel that should lay beyond. They saw nothing save rock. Svarde stared at the stone. Putting such a wall up, one so clean and without seams, would take true tradecraft, would take days and make more noise than a cave like this could hide. Kivy snorted again, nervous. Think I'm with you on this one, Svarde said. The wind died. No rustle. The ringmail fell quiet. The drips and drabs, the crackle of dust and rock on the move ceased. The cave falling silent, save the snap from Svarde's torch. The warrior turned round slow, looking back at the chamber's middle, at the quartz. Standing there, where there'd been no shape a moment before, stood a man. One with a stiff beard, with scars, with a torch in one hand and an axe in the other. At his feet waited a ferrite, sizzling tongue tasting the air. "Well, damn," Svarde groaned. "This wasn't what I wanted today." He took a step towards his mirror, and the shadowed version of himself copied the motion. Svarde raised his axe. The mirror man did the same. Kivy snorted, and her copy did too. Svarde closed till he could pick out the flecks in his copy's eyes, count the lines along his cheeks. Time to see if this thing was his imagination or not. "Sorry myself," Svarde muttered, his copy's lips moving with his own, even if no words emerged. With a light touch, Svarde brought his torch down towards the copy. The mirror torch came towards Svarde's shoulder, but he felt no heat from its glow. Saw no flames from Svarde's own real torch light up on the copy. An illusion, then. A mental trick. Svarde sighed, nodded. These games, he could... The wind swirled, harsh, fast, and gusting around his torch. The fire snapped once, fighting against the swirl, then died. Utter dark drenched the room, and as Svarde dropped the torch, reached for his second axe, he felt the wind pick up again, felt it rush into his ears, his mouth, his eyes, and steal his breath away. "Ease up, friend," said the mellow tone, wet and healthy and bored all at once. "Don't rise too fast." Svarde opened his eyes, closed them, opened them again. The view changed not once, showing the pitch dark hadn't gone away since the wind took him. He twitched his arms, his legs, took a long breath. He lived, seemed unbroken. "Kivy?" Svarde asked the air as he sat up. "Just you and me here, friend. You and me." A soft laugh, like a jester's amusement at his own joke. "Always nice to have some company at the end." Svarde's fingers felt hard rock. Still in the cave, then, though a quick check confirmed his axes were gone, his provisions, too. His clothes remained, his boots tied on. Kivy, it seemed, hadn't made the trip either, which made it time to investigate the voice. "Who are you?" Svarde asked, standing and bumping his head on a low ceiling. He cursed. "Why, I said to ease up slow," the man replied, the voice a leathery thing, heavy on the gullet. "This isn't a pleasant space to be in." "Answer my question." "Who am I?" The man seemed puzzled. "I think I would have had an answer for you one day, long ago." Svarde cast about in the dark, tried to find the walls. Succeeded after stumbling around. The chamber was a squat circle, a tight ceiling, a smooth floor, and what seemed like a boulder-sealed door about half Svarde's height. The man, when Svarde found him, flinched away, but the touch confirmed skin, bones, and not an unhealthy feel. "Where are we?" Svarde asked, the man continuing to mutter about who he was, who he might have been. "Oh, that one's easy enough to answer," the man replied, laughing a little again. "Your home, friend. Your new home, anyway, and soon to be your only one." "What are you talking about?" "At least we can share it, you know. It's been so long. It'll be nice to have company. You should tell some stories." "Stories?" Svarde went back to the boulder, tried to feel around the edges. "What's the point of stories right now?"
Because if you don't share them now, you might never get another chance again."
Svarde scoffed.
"Something going to kill us, then?"
"Oh, no, not kill us. Something far, far worse." The man tittered, broke into a brief sob. "I was once somebody, you know. You will be too." Svarde shook his head, worked his hands around the boulder, and listened to the drip, drip, drip as water splashed into the room. Chapter 15. Spy Game. Ami tugged the hood up closer around her face, Noctia's pre-dawn fog coming with the cloth to cloak her in shadow. A chill morning, a wet morning, those rain barrels across the aisle filling slow in the drizzle. She leaned against the stone wall, a lit Foti pipe in her mouth, the minty smoke vanishing into its natural counterpart with every puff. Carts rattled along the cobblestones, taking meals and supplies to where they were needed. Early classes, circle meetings, Najan drills and developments. The working class doing its part so the scholars and soldiers could have their day. A day that, hopefully, would start soon. A thin door sat at Ami's left, closed and locked. An exit, really, from the tower the door belonged to, and one that would open up as soon as the tenant who controlled this tower opened the day's business. Ami repeated the Najan ranks again, muttering their names, their links. She'd done her best to play light politics in her time here, getting Katya what she needed, ensuring Ami kept her access and was otherwise ignored. The tenants served as the Najan's directors, each one managing part of Noctia's society, part of the Najan sprawl. From food to foot soldiers, ships to scars, tenants monitored them all, and in her experience, Ami found each and every one the same sort of ambitious pencil pusher, sniveling, conniving, working to get as much for themselves as the people they supposedly worked for. Which was why, when Matimo asked her to rob one, Ami wasn't all that sad about it. At last the door creaked, the sun not yet forcing its way through the morning's misty gray. The dark wood swung open, a Najan servant in purple robes stepping out with chamber pots to empty into the seaward drains. The young man threw Ami a surprised glance, caught Ami's glowered glare in return, and kept moving. The drains lay across the street, an easy walk now shrouded by fog. As soon as the scholars started the journey, Ami curled left, through the door and into the tower. Inside, lamps burned in small sconces, illuminating a stone corridor with grape carpeting running down the middle. To Ami's immediate left, a stair began its curl up, while straight ahead offered the rumbled good cheer of a day as yet unspoiled. Tapping her pipe against the wall, the ashes falling to a pile in the corner, Ami made for the stair and started up. Its spiral gave her a chance to hide from the returning servant, gave Ami a chance to pull back her hood, reveal the guardian badge on her purple tunic. She'd tried to enter this tower twice in the last 2 days, found herself rebuffed both times, told a guardian had no business here. But if Ami knew one thing, it was that the Najan had soft underbellies. Get past the first shell, and nobody in this tower would dare confront her. She hoped, anyway. The second level offered little more than the first, its offices and anterooms beginning to bustle. The few people in the hallway moving between places didn't give Ami a glance. So secure in their places, their purposes, their power. Power Katya gave them through her sacrifice. Ami shook off the snarl, turned back to the stairs, and climbed again. Tenants, like all the greedy would-be lords, kept their offices at the tower tops. Ami herself had only ever been to one, the tenant who ruled the wards and the renewals, the one who'd given her and Svarde the rules after Katya slipped on the necklace and trapped herself on this damn island. That tenant, himself long gone now, replaced by someone Ami neither knew nor cared to know, had glorified himself in the stone penthouse that was his charge. Walls littered with artifacts not earned, but nonetheless boasted of. Gifts and treasures from the Isles given to the Njan, though whether from honest desire or duress, who could or would say. This tower's tenant ruled over something different. Resources, supplies, trade, and science. A grab bag of things that didn't fit in with weapons, monsters, and politics. The tower, as she climbed, seemed to take on the tenant's duties, its raw gray stone vanishing behind hung maps of the Isles, many dotted with trade routes, or framed papers and pictures showing natural treasures. The theme, at least, was on point. On the third level, Ami lingered and looked at a hung diagram depicting Foti-forged sapphires. Not really the gemstone, but a product of folded metals and crushed crystals. The Foti specialty was both rare and beautiful. Even Flamebreak didn't carry that forging in its blade. The hung picture attempted to describe how the metal was made, attempted and failed to bring Ami back to the sweltering heat. The singing songs roared out to the hammer's beat. The lava's shifting lights. The water as hot as the air dripping down her throat. Sweat collecting in waste-worn skins for later. A community bonded by fire. One she'd never go back to, much as Ami could credit it with her strength and resilience. Some things were best appreciated through memory, not relived again. "Guardian?" asked a tremulous voice, a small man appearing there in the hallway at her side. "Is there something you need?" Discovery. She'd planned for this. Turning an inquisitive ask was just like turning a blade. Parry and thrust. "I've never been to this tower," Ami said, putting on her toothiest grin as she looked down at the man. "I've been walking through them all, and finally found a day to see this one. It's fascinating." The man beamed, vanity assuaged. "Not many would say so." He followed her eyes to the Foti sapphire picture. "Most don't have patience for the gears keeping our world turning." "I've watched Katya die for the last decade," Ami said. "Patience is all I have left." The scholar went ashen, gulped through a nod. "The Aegis's sacrifice is the greatest gift someone could give." Another gulp, a backstep. "I hope you enjoy our tower, Guardian." The scholar turned, quick-stepped away, and ducked into the first room he encountered on the right. Ami snorted. Another coward, unwilling to confront the cost of all this luxury. But then, that had been the plan. Make any of these fools uncomfortable, and away they ran, back to the safety of their books and banter, where consequences could be abstracted away to nothing. She took to the stairs again. The fourth level offered a change. Again the hallway, again the hanging pictures, but rather than Njan scholars puttering about, quiet suffused instead. The doors all seemed shut, each one a thick went wood, and placed into their arched stone doorways. Bronzed numbers gleamed on each one, assuming the viewer would know what 41, 43, and 45 might mean. The even-numbered partners sat on the other side, presenting Ami with a questionable choice surfeit. The stairs didn't go up any farther either, so these doors were what she had to work with. Save, of course, the hallway's end and the double-wide passage there to the tower's middle. If this one matched the other towers, there'd be 4 branches, each with its own room complement. a couple dozen to choose from, and, assuming this was the highest level, one would be the tenant's office. How many could Ami open before someone found her? Became suspicious. "Let's find out," Ami muttered, turning to the first door on her left and pressing down on the handle. With a soft click and a seamless sweep, the door swung inward, revealing a small room with a single table, several chairs, bookshelves, and an unlit fireplace. Two thin windows showed the fog still dominating outside. A break room, maybe, or meeting place between more formal spaces. Ami turned around, angling to go to the next door, only to bump into a large man filling the hallway space behind her. A glance revealed him, despite the Najan garb, as Tamas. Loose skin, faraway eyes, too few calluses, yet too many wrinkles for his age. A body lost in thought, or in machinations. He doubled Ami's girth, though how much was billowing robe and how much his body remained a mystery. "Rare for a guardian to come to our tower," the man said, giving Ami the smallest, neck-only bow. "We are honored with your presence." "Don't be," Ami replied. She glanced around the man, hunting for more people, and found none. "I'm just looking for something." "And what might that be?" "A damn spine, for one." Ami put up a scowl. Hopefully this guy was as meek as the other, would go scurrying off as soon as he faced resistance. "You know where I might find any?" The man smiled, a face-splitting thing that looked either too happy or too scary. Ami couldn't decide which. The man's vibe inscrutable. Enemy, ally, or random wanderer? Finding courage in another is often a matter of circumstance, I've learned. The man backed up a step, gestured down the hall towards the tower's center. "Care to elaborate? Perhaps in my chamber, where listening ears might not be so close." "Your chambers? Who are you?" "The master of this particular tower." Again the man did his little bow. On Foti, anyone caught bowing would get mocked behind their back, possibly punched in the face. A reflex Ami had learned to suppress after a few awkward early encounters on Katya's Renewal Road. "My name is Gladring, tenant of Noctia, at your service." Ami worked fast on the walk to Gladring's office, at first trying to spin up some lie about why she'd come to the tower, something about seeing the sights, looking at their pictures of Foti materials. But Gladring's glittering gaze said he bought none of it, so when they settled into his chambers, Ami dispensed with the charade. Mostly. "I'm here trying to help Katya," Ami said. Gladring waved Ami towards a cushioned chair, one carved from near black wood. It seemed all curves and curls, inset furls looping around one another. She ignored the offer, instead standing behind the chair, with her hands on the back. Gladring eyed her for a long moment, then went behind his desk. Gladring's own chair was much the same as Ami's, if almost twice as large, its back looming up over his head. Framed by twin oval windows, whose gray light blended with sconced lanterns to brighten up the crowded space. Crowded, Ami was confused to find, not with books, but objects. Shelves stood against the stone walls, their every bit covered in boxes, in glass containers with strange rocks, dried fruits, or insects. A circular globe stood near the far wall, its bright blue surface an estimate of the world and the Seven Isles' tiny place within it. From some distant instrument, a lone trumpeted tune floated up and in. "Assisting the Aegis is the most noble thing any of us can do," Gladring said, interlocking his fingers and leaning over the wide, polished desk. "How can I help?" She'd fought fiends by the dozen. She'd stared down the Precept and his circle allies time and again, had her life put on edge, and yet never once had she been asked quite like this what she wanted. Ami, Guardian, didn't have an answer. But neither would she say nothing. She paced, taking a slow walk around Gladring's office, and let the steps give her ideas. "I want a chance to save her," Ami said, "and I think one exists here, on Noctia, in your records, or your storerooms, somewhere." Gladring tilted his head. "Are you suggesting, Guardian, that Noctia has a way to help the Aegis, and is choosing not to?" "Are they? Are you?" Again, that smile. Gladring creased it into a shrug. "If we are, I don't know about it. Tenets aren't privy to all Najan information." Gladring leaned forward again. "Is there a reason you came to this tower specifically, Ami?" She hadn't given Gladring leave to call her by her first name, a protocol breach Ami chose to ignore. Gladring seemed really interested now, his eyes wide and locked on Ami, as if begging her to speak more. Either the man truly wanted to help the Aegis, or his days were so boring as to make a conversation like this the best part. Regardless, she couldn't betray Matimo. Not yet. "I want to know why the Aegis isn't lasting as long anymore," Ami said. "Something is changing. Katya's aging faster than any of the others." "And you think the answer lies with our trinkets? With trade? The price of grain?" Well, perhaps she'd betray Matimo, if only a little bit. Dancing with Gladring wasn't the sword fight she preferred. Ami narrowed her eyes, approached the desk, and put her hands on it, looking down at Gladring, around him. "I know there's more here than grain, Gladring. You have the kinds of things that might help me." "Oh? What kinds of things?" "Why is it that the Najan control every place on the Isles where scars are found?" Gladring chuckled. "Because we seek power, and the scars have it." "And you have the scars." Gladring's eyebrows rose. "Quite the accusation." The mock alarm faded. Gladring sat back in his chair, the fascination dwindling. Apparently, Ami had said the wrong thing. "Those who need to know already understand we take the leftovers. In return, we keep enough scars safe for the next renewal. This isn't the controversy you think it is." "But why? What do you want with the scars if they're not for the renewal?" "A question, Ami, that I would not ask," Gladring said. "Some here are not as supportive of free knowledge as I am, and would take your inquiring about such things as dangerous. The scars can't help your friend. Do right by her. Lend Katya your friendship, your comfort, for the time she has left." "Then you can't help me? Or won't?" "It doesn't matter," Gladring said. "The result is the same. Katya will survive until the renewal completes, and then she will die, as has every other Aegis. The world will continue as it has before. Best make what you can of it." Gladring nodded towards the door, standing as he did so. "You looked fascinated for a moment there. Interested. What did you want me to ask?" Gladring shook his head. "Nothing. No matter. Go on, Guardian." "Show me out?" Ami asked, leaning back against the far wall. "It's the least you could do." "The least I could do would be considerably less," Gladring grumbled, his charm now utterly dead. Nevertheless, he moved from his chair towards the door. Ami followed, sweeping behind the man's desk, her eyes crawling, fingers searching. A thief, however, Ami was not. "What are you doing?" Gladring asked, turning back, his eyes glittering with something less than amusement. "I was hoping I'd find them. The scars," Ami said, making an open show of looking around the desk now. Her hands opened drawers, shut them. "You're saying they aren't valuable, but I want to be sure." "The scars, if we have them, would not be here," Gladring said. "Leave off, Guardian, or my politeness will come to an end." "Oh no." Ami slipped on a cold grin, left the desk behind, and squeezed by Gladring. No need to start a fight when she'd found what she needed. Ami didn't pull out the small paper, a badge, really, until she'd reached Noctia's streets. Nothing save a single emblem, drawn in runny black ink, with 7 circles adorning a frilled shield. A key, if Matimo was right, to answers. But why wait for Matimo to find them? Ami devoured lunch not far away, socking away seconds in a small cafe. She traded, as ever, on the account the Najan provided for her, payment for the hours and days she spent by Katya's side, keeping her safe. A fruit and fish combination, enjoyed on the cobblestones outside, the late morning sun having conquered the fog and brought about a brisk, beautiful day. Scholars and soldiers churned around her, most not bothering a look at the Guardian. Not a soul said hello, offered up thanks for her sacrifice. Back at the beginning, the crowds would have paid her more respect, would have thrown Ami grateful gifts for all she'd done to bring the Aegis safely home. As the fiends dwindled away, so did anything like debt, Ami fading to irrelevance as Noctia churned on with its life. For a while, the relative anonymity felt pleasant, a respite Ami could enjoy with Katya, and, for a short time before his self-imposed isolation, Svarde. A basking in success, a grooving into life of a new routine. The daily watch, the exercises, the hobbies, the rat's fang. But she was too young for her life's tale to dwindle so early, a fact that only became clear as Ami grew older, as Katya grew ancient. Time, then, to get on with the next era. She returned to Gladring's tower, noting the scholars milling around the main door had changed over since Ami's unceremonious departure. The Guardian had looked at the stolen note again over lunch, decided that any secrets opened by such a thing would have to be lower, down into the sloping cliff rock at the tower's base. The building narrowed as it rose, and the foot traffic on those upper levels suggested too lax security. Nobody, after all, had bothered to push Ami on what she was doing till Gladring himself ran into her. This time she covered her Guardian badge, letting the Najan cloak do its work. Ami wasn't sure her warrior's visage could ever convince anyone she'd been spending a lifetime among the books, but a moment's doubt was all she needed, was what she earned, walking straight by the scholars into the tower. The eager trio had their mouths barking at one another, caught up in some debate about Went grain and Rana rice. The tower's main lobby offered a more impressive entry than Ami's side door from earlier that morning. Gladring had escorted her down the main stair, a back-and-forth climber that continued down from where Ami now stood. Hallways branched to her right and left, while portraits, including one of Gladring, lined the walls. A small plaque on her right declared in golden letters that this was the Tower of Trade. Confidence would ever serve as her companion on missions like this, and it propelled Ami here, sending her feet padding along the carpet to the downward stair. Narrow steps fell away as she descended 1, 2, 3 floors. Those all appeared ordinary. More hallways, more hanging art, more hapless scholars. The fourth, by now down far enough so no windows broke the stone walls, offered the stair's conclusion onto a lantern-lit circle. The stair ended in the circle's center, the spaces left and right occupied by chairs and tables more suited to guard shifts than research. Empty now. Empty, perhaps, because their occupants stood before a closed, hallway-spanning gate. Not a door, but a wrought iron barrier, sporting at least 2 locks along its rightward side. The 2 guards, giving Ami curious stares, stood with arms folded, requisite volges leaning against the walls on either side. Whether these 2 had spines at all, Ami found it hard to guess. Their faces seemed weathered, their eyes pale and sharp. Gladring, apparently, didn't hire the scrubs for his secrets. Ami stopped as she left the stair, watched the pair as they watched her. An awkward impasse. Burbling conversation drifted down from the upper levels. Not a sound from this one. Both guards seemed to hold their breath, as if to twitch would be to break some stone-faced agreement with Gladring. "No greetings?" Ami asked. The left guard frowned. "We don't know you. Are you supposed to be here?" Ami fished out the paper, held it up. "Got this today. New project." The left guard reached out, took the paper. The right guard glowered, a nasty stare. No, Ami wouldn't want to get these 2 in a fight. Not without flame break, at least. The guard passed the paper to his cohort, let his folded arms fall to his sides, kept them loose, as if Ami might jump the man at any moment. "Clear?" the left guard asked, after a long several heartbeats. "Looks legitimate." The right guard handed the paper back to Ami. "Who gave this to you?" "How's that any of your business?" Ami asked. "Everyone going through this gate's our business." "Gladring gave it to me." Ami nodded at the gate. "You going to open that thing? I didn't come all the way down here just to chat with you 2, wonderful as you are." The left guard snorted, fumbled with some keys locked onto a loop at his waist. "A smart mouth's not the best thing to have down here," the right guard said, as the other undid the locks. "This is a serious place." "I'll keep that in mind." Ami brushed by the guards as the gate slid open. She felt their eyes on her back as she went down the hallway, as closed doors again offered options to her left and right. Ahead, a dead wall signaled the end. If she tried the wrong one, would the guards know Ami had bluffed her way in? Or maybe... "Care to help me find the right place?" Ami asked the pair. "Which place is that?" Ami threw on an exaggerated eye roll. "You know which one." The guards glanced at each other. The right one sighed, pointed to Ami's left. "First door. It's unlocked." "Look at that. Being helpful didn't kill you after all." With a push on the handle, the chosen door slid inward. Immediately a sparking scent, like something recently burned, flooded Ami's nose. The air rushing past, the echoing sound signaled the room beyond as much larger than anyone Ami had yet seen in the tower, an impression amplified by the distant lamps on walls to her right and ahead. The only close side came on her left, a scarred stone slab seeming to push Ami down yet more steps, a half stare down to what looked like a ringing walkway. What it ringed became clearer as Ami descended, a latticed barrier cutting between the stone walkway and the room's pit-like center. Down there, another full story below, sat 7 large chests. Each one rested on a pedestal, engraved with the name of an isle. 3 of those chests sat open, their contents glittering inside. A large table dominated the pit's center, one splayed over with strange items Ami couldn't identify. swirling metal pieces, sparkling in the light. A woman leaned over them now, muttering to herself as Ami approached the lattice and looked down. Who was that, and what was she doing? As Ami watched, the woman held up a hand, snapped her fingers, and raced to one of the open chests, one with Foti's Isle emblazoned beneath it. 2 latches clicked free, the lid popped up and open, and the woman reached in and grabbed a glittering ruby, one with a wrinkled shape Ami knew all too well. The woman returned to her table with the scar, slotted it into a device the length of a good dagger, where the Foti scar nestled in next to the breezy gray Ami knew belonged to Kant's. The woman lifted the device, then slid a small switch between the 2 scars, linking them with a silver line. That sparking smell filled the air again, and the woman twisted, aiming the device at a standing board against the room's far side. "Attempt number 223, the woman said. "Foti and Kant's this time. Let's go." The woman's arms clenched, as if she were about to draw a blade, and the device hummed, crackled like a leaf beneath a booted foot, and a bright orange line lanced out, striking the board and bursting it into a momentary flame. Ami gaped, listened as the woman cheered her own success. That the scars held some power, that was expected. That they could... Hands clapped on Ami's shoulders, spun her around. The 2 guards stood behind her, one with his Volge ready. Behind them, Gladring scowled, his flaxen face even more pallid in the dim light. "Did I not say to forget this, Guardian?" Gladring asked. "Now, you will wish that you had." Chapter 16. Protectors. Filled with eggs and potatoes, their water skins refreshed from the ice block in the Jarl's Tooth Center, the trio set off northward, once again venturing into another lava tube's glimmering, sweltering tunnel. Bliss took up the lead, her metal staff clacking every time she set its hardened ends on the rocky floor. For all the walking, for all the oddities on Foti, being on the move inspired a certain vigor in her every step. Purpose, that was it. A drive that had been sharpening every moment since their arrival on the island. Gesignal and the casino had been confusing, but the bar fight, the brawls in the street, and now the Jarl's Tooth served as a center. She'd passed her first tests as a guardian, kept her brother safe, and the group on the move. This wasn't something she couldn't do. Wasn't a task meant for adults, while Bliss ought to have stayed back in Kid-Eye, waiting for her time to arrive. Behind her, Wax and Quick muttered about breakfast, about the late-night run-in Quick had with the group at the bar. They hadn't been around for breakfast, a quiet affair. One the waiter said was because anyone living there had already embarked on their day hacking stone, tending to animals, or marching off in search of trade. Hard to tell when you'd slept in without a sky, without a sun. The northward move through the lava tube went without incident for an hour, then 2. The steady path offered no twists and turns, just a straight-on shot. The waiter said the journey ought to be long but dull, few interruptions on the way to the great forge, where Foti's scars could be found. "Miss the trees, Bliss?" Wax asked, coming up beside her and leaving Quick to wander in the back. "I like the rock just fine," Bliss signed with her left hand. "Don't tell me the island's getting to you." Wax pasted on a look of mock horror. "At least I don't have to listen to you whooping every minute." "You didn't like that?" Bliss rolled her eyes. "The first time it's fun. The 20th, it gets a little old, brother." "I'm hurt." "Then grow a thicker skin. There's going to be worse ahead.
Wax laughed. Sounding so wise, little flower. Bliss stopped, forced Wax into a frown.
I'm your guardian now, not a little flower anymore.
Whoa, okay, sorry. She's asking to be treated like an adult, Wax, Quick said, catching up. That's what she deserves after what she's done. Point taken. Wax gave Bliss a quick nod. Guardian, then. All business, no fun. Got it.
Don't know about that. Bliss pointed ahead, down the lava tube. Looks like we're about to see the sky again. Seems like fun to me.
The prediction held true. The lava tube's craggy orange rocks fading to the black, rolling land they'd walked after leaving Smythe. Overhead, a clear, cool day took over. Blue sky showing nothing save a few curious birds circling overhead. Foti sprawled in every direction, cut here and there by low hills, but not enough to interrupt a clear shot to the horizon. Ahead, the path wound through the charcoal straits, though the color line in the distance seemed to change, as if they neared a split between worlds. Nothing but the birds, Quick mused, as they took a water break there at the tube's end. On Vis, a view like this would give you more life than you could count. Here's nothing but rock. Makes you appreciate home a little more, Wax replied.
Maybe you need to change your perspective. I think it's beautiful, Bliss signed.
What Bliss didn't say, what she appreciated about Foti's landscape, was that she could see any fiend approaching from a long way off. No sneaking through the jungle, no darting from hidden corners, no dying lost and alone. Which meant the trio had time aplenty to consider the ragged wagon train along the path before them. Much like the giant carts in Smythe, these domed tubs trundled on the path in a slow yet unstoppable gait, their wheels, as tall as Bliss, grinding on the dusted rock. The crushing roll announced their presence before Bliss saw the things, coming into view as the group crested a low rise. 4 massive carts and an accompanying party to match. From distance, Bliss counted at least a dozen, most sporting the warmed-over leathers common to Foti people. The travelers ranged about their train, occasionally barking commands at the creatures pulling the carts, creatures Bliss recognized. Ferrites, Wax said, before Bliss could sign it. Huge ones. The rock lizards, 2 to a cart, grumbled forward, pulling their charges with large chains linked to collars along their necks. Even from afar, Bliss could see the smoke sizzling up as the lizards vented their heat. Every so often, too, the creatures would snap their heads left or right, gulping up a wayward stone. Grim, Quick muttered as they closed. Thank Vis we don't have to treat animals this way. We're not moving ore back and forth, brother, Wax replied. Don't think we wouldn't rope some Hanokos into a job like this if we had to.
As if they'd take it, Bliss added. The cats would kill you before you'd ever get a collar on one.
The carts didn't stop as Bliss, Wax, and Quick approached. One of the travelers broke off, waited for the 3 to come near, before nodding a soot-coated head their way. Don't usually see travelers on the road, the man said, much less ones from far away. We apparently made a mistake, Wax replied after dishing out their names. Supposed to take a ship, but we're already walking, so... The man smiled, his teeth a glaring white compared to the grimed-over skin. Best you keep going, then. Bliss narrowed her eyes, flashed her fingers at Quick, who translated with the appropriate tone. What's that mean? The man just shook his head, kept up his smile, and waved them on. Quick tried again, received only the same words. Guess that's what we'll do then, Wax said,
his cheer faltering at the awkward exchange. The rest of the traders weren't much better, giving the Vis group little more than slight glances or stone-faced stares. The carts never halted, the big ferrites carrying on. Bliss, Wax, and Quick had to move to the path's side, walk in a single file to get around the slower wagons, coughing all the while at the charcoal dust kicked up by the massive wheels. Only after they'd put a few strides between themselves and the lead wagon did Wax open his mouth again. "Well, that was awkward," the Renewal said, lobbing one last confused stare behind them. Bliss kept her eyes forward, the path descending now between two large black lava mounds. The rolls bunched up, the gray-black lathering on itself like poured oil. Those circling birds kept pace overhead, watching in silence. Bliss sniffed, picked up nothing more than dust's sting on the air. Little here to warn them if something wasn't right, save instinct. She stomped her staff on the ground, didn't stop moving, but Wax and Quick stopped their back and forth on how rude the travelers had been. "What is it?" Quick asked as they entered the narrow valley. "Something feels off," Bliss sighed, keeping her eyes traveling. "Too quiet." "It's always quiet, unless one of those carts is around." Wax followed her look. "Don't see anything. And who'd be out here anyway?" The arrow struck the ground before Bliss's feet, right where her next step was about to land. It quivered in the rock, crude fletching an insult to any Vis hunter, the broken feathers scraggly and bent. The shaft looked little better, but the arrowhead gleamed. "Who out here indeed?" a woman announced, looking down on them from above, a bow in her hands, a skimpy quiver on her back. "Sledge," Quick muttered, his gauntlets staying by their waist. "They have us." As if waiting for Quick's assessment, Sledge's crew came out from either side, 3 apiece, and all looking like they'd crawled from the rock itself. Their hands held knives, a club, a pitchfork that looked too old for farm work. If these were bandits, they were sadder than any Bliss could have imagined. So she picked up her staff, took 2 long steps forward, and planted it in the ground. "I'm with you," Wax said, following her. He picked up his voice. "What does your sorry bunch want with us?" Sledge drew another arrow, rested it against her bowstring. "Simple. We want the scar. And you." A mistake. Sledge finished the words with an ominous slime, but they woke a savvy fire in Bliss. If the bandits wanted the trio alive, then they had a chance. Bliss looked back at her brothers, flashed her fingers. "She won't fire into a fight. Don't give up." Quick's mouth opened like he was about to question Bliss, but she didn't give him the chance. Sliding her foot, Bliss broke into a hard run towards the valley's exit, scooping the staff as she went and holding it like a lance. Wax and Quick would either fight and give them a shot, or they would surrender, and this journey would end before it ever really began. 2 scruffy men and a hooded woman, the latter off to the left, started at Bliss's sudden run. The middle man, knives held too tight in his hands, stepped forward like he thought he could take Bliss and her staff's far superior reach straight up. Regret struck fast, the man trying to backpedal off his back foot, sliding on the dust. His friend saved him, lunging in with a swipe from... Bliss pulled her staff back as the strange device, a pointed metal crescent fastened to a wood haft, slammed down into the space between her and the trio. Sledge poured words into the air, calling for this and that. Bliss ignored them all, planting her left foot and kicking to the right, letting her left hand guide the staff in a straight thrust at the miner and his odd weapon, one apparently too heavy to pick back up. Bliss smacked the man's chest, leather bending with the hit, the man's face going purple as his breath blew out his lungs. Something blue flashed to Bliss's left, and as she pulled the staff back, she noticed Wax, Foti blade drawn, knock away a darting strike from the woman, who'd pulled a short spear from her cloak. Wax's blade cut off the spear's end, sending the bit bouncing away, and the woman into a wide-eyed retreat. The knife wielder found his confidence, whirling back into the fray with a 3-swipe sequence, driving Wax back. Bliss dropped her attack on the right side minor, swinging her staff in to force the knife man into a dual-bladed parry. The opening was there, and Wax tried to take it, lunging back in with the Foti blade. A wild strike, and one the knife wielder dodged by falling back, letting Wax put himself between the enemy and Bliss. No. What do you do when the thing you're trying to protect is between you and the enemy? Get him out of the way. Bliss dropped her staff into a hooking swipe, one that hit Wax's right ankle and spun him up and over, landing on the rocky ground with a splat. Her brother cursed, asked what Bliss was doing, remarks she disregarded as the knife wielder readied his defense. From her right eye, Bliss caught movement as the miner stood back up, shaking his head. The girl, at least, seemed to have no desire to get back in, edging towards the valley's exit, her eyes on the fight's other end. Hopefully, Quick held his own. Bliss tried another stab, using the staff's reach to go for a head-smacking strike on the knife wielder. The man again parried the blow with both blades, catching the staff and forcing it up. This time, he drove forward, stepping on Wax in an effort to shoulder charge Bliss. She tried to drop back, pull the staff in, only to feel a heavy weight hit her shoulder, knocking the staff from her grip to the ground as her body followed, collecting scrapes as she hit the cool rock. Before Bliss could roll, could pick herself up, a knife found its way to her throat, the point pressing in on her skin. "Don't move," the knife wielder snarled, his voice a husky, smoked mix. "Your damn dance is done." Bliss considered her options, tried to weigh whether the knife man would really stab her if she went for her staff. Wax, at her vision's edge, had the miner kicking away his blade. The girl returned now, pulling small ropes from a belt along her waist and tying up Wax's hands. Already outnumbered, beaten up, there didn't seem to be an out. Back on Vis, the Lyra had a principle for moments like these. Wait with both eyes open. She could do that. Quick hadn't put up much of a fight on the valley's other end. His gauntlets had power, but the fighters down there had long, tarnished blades and spears, a critical reach deficit causing Quick to hang up his hands almost as soon as the fight began. Sledge, for all her yelling, didn't seem all that upset with Bliss's spark, coming down to the girl personally and seeing that her knots were tied, shuffling Bliss next to her brothers in a stiff line. "Spirit's never a bad thing," Sledge said, pulling the knots tighter. Bliss's wrists tingled at the pressure. "Blood still flowing, girl?" Bliss shook her head. If her hands went numb, there'd be no escape. Sledge loosened the knots, then leaned in, whispered, "I like you, but try anything, and it'll be your brother's throat I slit first." Wax didn't seem like he'd fight that too hard. Her brother's bravado looked sapped, the man's constant grin a decided frown, eyes downcast as his Foti blade and knife were torn away and handed to the young girl who'd busted her short spear. Sledge went up to him next, reached inside Wax's tunic, and found the scar. Lifted the necklace up and over Wax's head, the knife wielder keeping his blade drawn and at Wax's back. "Don't need to do that," Quick growled, standing nearby, one of the swordsmen covering him. "Wax isn't dangerous." "So I saw," Sledge replied. "Nevertheless,
One thing you learn out here is never to take unnecessary chances. She dangled the scar in the air. First prize of the renewal. She held the scar up, and the half-dozen bandits gave a ragged cheer. Sledge slid her look back to Wax. Now, don't get all upset. You're not going to die. Our partners frown on that. We're just going to settle you in a nice place to rest for a while. Then, when the renewal's all done, you get to go home. No harm done. No harm? Wax countered, dredging up some soul. Aren't you costing all the Isles a chance at peace with this? You're hurting Renewals, which means not hurting Foti's renewal, are we? Sledge grinned, stuffed the scar into her tunic. Worked last time, didn't it? Almost the time before, too, if that guardian hadn't gotten lucky. Bliss blinked. She barely remembered the last renewal. Hadn't been alive for the one before. Sledge didn't look old enough, though it was hard to tell beneath the dirt, to have slung her bow 25 years ago. But what did Bliss know? Maybe Foti sent their kids out to be killers at 10. Now, Sledge said, looking over the three again, like a mother about to deliver a stern lecture. We'll be walking a ways, then taking some unusual transportation till we get to the western coast. You act nice, we'll see you there in comfort. Everything will be fine. Not luxury, Sledge laughed, because, well, we're hardly that, but you won't starve. Her eyes went hard. Her smile bent to a frown. Fight us, make trouble, and things will go wrong for you, too. Like I said, nobody needs to die, but my crew comes first. I'm not above feeding one of you to a fiend to keep us safe. Sledge whistled then, the bandits breaking into prodding action, pushing Bliss, Wax, and Quick on. The three had to carry their own satchels, while the bandits took their weapons. Bliss herself fell to the line's back end, the short spear girl walking with her at the back. As they left the valley through its northward exit, the massive carts caught up to them, entering the valley's southern side. Sledge threw a wave back towards the wagon train, and those strange travelers, with Wax, Quick, and Bliss tied up in clear view, waved back. For all Wax and Quick's talk about wanting to see the other Isles, Bliss was growing pretty sick about the whole thing. Name's Torny, said the girl a few minutes into the walk. What's yours? Bliss had her eyes on the ground, watching her footing. Sledge had them leaving the main road outside the valley, cutting left into some scrub brush foothills. How she found the path, Bliss didn't know, because it all looked like rock and dust to her. The line went in near single file, Sledge up front with the knife wielder, while two other bandits covered Wax and Quick, leaving Torny back with Bliss at the line's end. Don't talk much? Torny asked. Bliss rolled her eyes, put a finger to her lips, and shook her head. You can't? Torny's eyes widened. Wow, that's awful. Bliss bit her lip to keep herself from giving Torny a well-deserved headbutt. Sure, she'd spent her whole damn life living with people's reaction when they found out Bliss couldn't talk, but on Vis, people accepted it. Most everyone had a quirk, and it was common courtesy to take the discovery as it was and move on. Foti, apparently, had no such politeness. Don't know what I'd do if I couldn't talk, Torny continued. I'd probably still be in the mines, like everyone else. Bliss wiggled her hands, felt those knots. Sledge might have loosened them, but they weren't coming off, not without some serious scratching, rubbing against a rock or wayward post. Nothing she could do while on the move. Knew a boy who couldn't hear right, Torny was saying, Wax's Foti blade now in her hand as the girl waved it in the air, watching the sapphire catch the light. Everyone kept saying he wasn't going to amount to anything, but know what? He could feel the stone perfect. He's in Smythe now. Has his own forge and everything.
Torny stopped waving the blade, slid it back into the sheath, now looped onto her belt, where the ropes had once been.
Are you like that? You know, real good at something?
Bliss looked up at the sky, measured the sun's crawl towards twilight. Hours away yet, hours more listening to this.
Look,
Torny said, and Bliss did, as the girl's voice hardened from idle curiosity.
Sledge has us paired for the long walk. Means we'll be together all the time. You can either keep on doing what you're doing, ignoring me and all, but that's going to make this real boring. So how about you decide something different, okay?
Bliss scrunched up her face, threw a confused look Torny's way. The girl and her friends had just ruined Wax's chance at being an Aegis, torched their opportunity to keep going with the renewal. How could Torny expect Bliss to be, friendly?
Hey, there you go.
Torny flashed a gritty smile.
A real response. What a thing to see.
Now that Bliss actually looked at Torny, the bandit girl had a bit more than just scrappy leather and indecision to her. Choppy hair led to a dirt-smeared face, a small cap adorning Torny's head, with a woven orange and yellow crosshatch throughout, more personalized than the other hats the bandits wore. Little bits stuck out among Torny's other clothes, too, like a silver-seeming bracelet on Torny's left wrist, and several dull rings among her fingers. Torny's shoes seemed scuffed, but Bliss realized the girl didn't seem to make a sound as she walked, her feet rising and falling with little dust to show for it. Torny's eyes, too, always seemed active, scanning everywhere while her fingers twitched, as if wanting to grab at something. Maybe that's why Torny had been waving the Foti blade around. Hard for her not to. None of that solved how Bliss and Torny could communicate. Wax, Quick, and a few others on Vis, Bliss winced as Pan flitted through her memory, took years to develop the signing she employed so fast. The only other option would be the small tablet and scratching stone in the pouch along Bliss's thigh, a device that'd mean freeing up her hands. Now there was an idea.
So it's like this for another day or so, but then you'll see some really cool stuff,
Torny was saying, when Bliss grunted, drew her attention back. Wiggling her tied hands, both looped in front of her, Bliss reached towards the pouch on her right thigh. Torny stopped, hand going back to that sheathed Foti blade. Bliss shook her head, reached for the pouch again, managed to snake a couple fingertips around the rope tying it closed, and pulled. The pouch opened, the scratching stone and tablet falling to the ground.
What's that?
Torny asked. Bliss crouched, fumbled at the stone and the tablet. If she tried, the knot seemed loose enough to give Bliss a chance at writing. But that wasn't the goal. She missed instead, dropping the scratching stone a couple times. Meanwhile, the rest of the party kept moving on, drawing further away, while Torny watched.
Here, let me pick that up.
Torny bent down, scooped up the tools, looked at them, noticing the faded scratches on the writing tablet.
I get it. You write on this thing?
Bliss nodded.
I'm not the best reader, but we can try.
Torny handed the tablet to Bliss, who dropped it, wrists and hands not quite fast enough to catch it. Torny started to reach for the fallen object, then stopped, stared at Bliss with a sharper eye.
You know, if I was a bit dumber, I'd loosen those knots more.
Bliss raised her eyebrows, had to keep playing the lie.
But despite what Sledge thinks, I'm not an idiot. You've got range on those fingers. Enough to make scratches on this thing. So quit playing.
Bliss cocked her head. Torny pursed her lips, slipped the scratching stone and the tablet into the satchel over her back. She drew out the Foti knife, Wax's Foti knife, and put its point up to Bliss's chin.
You know why we're here?
Torny said, the curious girl, all gone now.
Because we have nothing to lose. Our lives have been one awful day after the last, and now we've got a chance at getting out of this. I don't want to hurt you, whatever your name is, but I swear I won't hesitate. This is it for us. Remember that.
Chapter 17. Cave Demon. Her hand reached down, sparks flying up around them as the lava below surged. Rocks cracked, the cavern walls splintering in the heat. Sweat marred Svarde's hand as he reached out and took the offered help, his boots kicking at the crusted stone cliff for purchase. She yelled something. Words washed out in the roaring crunch, then leaned back and pulled. Svarde's right hand found a notch, his fingernails breaking off as he gripped the hard stone. Between the two, he climbed the last meter, falling onto the stone bridge, the breaking point between the great forge and safety. Around them, bodies littered the dirt. Ferrites and firebats ran, fought, and died. Yet she'd thrown Svarde her hand. Another woman ran up, angry, cut, and wearing a Foti guardsman's armor. She lifted up Svarde's rescuer, bringing the woman to her feet, and in the motion Svarde caught the orange twinkle, the stone looped around the woman's wrist. A rival. No. Svarde killed the thought as he rose to his knees. Not a rival anymore. The only one left. The Renewal. The second woman pushed Svarde's rescuer away, sparing one frowning glance at Svarde, one no doubt making sure Svarde didn't intend to pursue, sword drawn in that cursed hellfire cave. I did follow, of course, but with my hands clear, Svarde said in the dark, over the continual drip. Had to, after that. I'd been a guardian once, failed, and needed to see if they'd take me on.
Why?
Said the strange man, who'd dwindled his speech lately to only simple questions, as if the effort to make sentences proved too much. Because I'll be damned if I'm going to be a failure, Svarde replied.
It worked then?
If you consider damning the woman you love to an early grave, it worked as best it could. The man chuckled, asked Svarde to tell the story again. A third time? Svarde asked the dark. How about something else? Much as I like talking about myself, there's different tales to tell.
You won't find many.
Svarde frowned. He had stories aplenty, adventures ready for the telling. Whole taverns had been spellbound as Svarde relayed the story of how he'd slaughtered that... No, destroyed the... fought a... Svarde stumbled, rose, hit his head on the low ceiling, and sat again, his gut tightening, mouth dry. Little waited for his recall. Svarde could reach. Oh yes, he could reach, right to where the memories had always been. Only now, all that waited was fog, a mystery blankness. Svarde pushed against it, tried to come at the stories from different angles, from preludes and epilogues, from the action and the setting, and found nothing. He couldn't tell whether he'd lifted an axe against a fiend or a friend, a bandit or a beast. Names. He had those. The truly special moments broke through. Glimmers amid the shroud.
You see now?
The man asked, breaking into another of his sad titters.
You have to keep telling the one story, because it's all you have left. When that's gone, you'll be like me. No one and nothing.
Svarde shook his head, trying to dislodge the blocks. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. Just the drip, drip, drip of the water on the stone, its rivulets disappearing into the rock floor. "This isn't natural," Svarde said. "Must be something making this happen."
"Oh yes, there is. It's feeding on us."
"It?"
"The thing that brought us here."
Again the laugh.
"I've been down here for so long. I think it's about used me up."
"What happens then?"
"I don't know. Maybe I forget to breathe. Does a heart forget to beat?"
Svarde felt for his axes, remembered they were gone. No quick way out for himself, then. Bashing his head on the rocks wouldn't do. Too risky, too brutal, even for him. "Then we have to get out," Svarde announced.
"Try it. I wish you success."
No belief in that man's voice, but Svarde felt his way around the cavern anyway. The tight confines offered few options, save the one boulder at the tightest end. An imperfect seal, the stone resting against the cave's walls. Svarde ran his fingers along its edges. He'd tried to move it a couple times before, found it too heavy for his own strength alone, and the man in there with him offered no help. Or perhaps Svarde hadn't been asking in the right way. "You want to hear the story again?" Svarde asked.
"I do," the man replied. "It fills me up. Food for the starving man."
"Then come over here. Help me, and I'll tell it as many times as you want."
"It won't move, I tell you."
Svarde cursed under his own breath. Stupidity and its stubbornness. "Don't care whether it moves. You want the story or not?" The carrot, well dangled, worked. The man's lithe form shifted on the stones, shoeless feet clicking on the rock, where nails long overgrown scraped. The man's stale breath told Svarde he'd come near, so Svarde gave the man instructions, told him to place his hands on the boulder's right side. "At my say, push up," Svarde said. "We'll roll it away."
"And then the story?"
"And then the story." Svarde gave a quiet countdown, 5 to 1, and at the final number, he pushed his own end down, trying to get the boulder moving, dislodged from its spot on the rocks. The man laughed, said he hadn't used his arms in ages. "Then make up for lost time," Svarde grumbled, heaving again. The boulder, at least, respected their efforts. On Svarde's second push, something ground beneath the rock, and its shape twisted in the dark. Svarde felt the coarse stone beneath his hands as it moved, an electric sensation, bringing with it both hope and, yes, fresher air. "Keep at it," Svarde said. "Don't stop for anything."
"The story!" the man shouted. "The story, or I stop!"
So Svarde launched into it again, pushing on the boulder all the while. He told about his friends, how they'd gone off at the Renewal's call, heading to the Great Forge for a chance at the scar, and honor, and meaning beyond hacking away at a mine's crowded walls. Svarde dove into the terrible day, clawing at the memory, even as its edges seemed to fade. The faces of his friend, the ones Svarde was supposed to protect, rubbing into a blur.
"And the Great Forge? What happened there?"
the man asked, when Svarde faltered at the broken memory. That, at least, held. Several renewals arrived at almost the same time, rushing past the clueless Najan guards for a go at the scar. The timing had been poor, the giant volcano growing restless, and it took their approach as an offense, blasting the earth and sky with ash, with lava, and worse. The boulder shifted again, rolled off to Svarde's left, not more than an arm's length before it struck another wall and stopped. The laughing man fell before Svarde, his push following with a boulder. "Don't stop," the man said, lying there. "Please don't stop. Your story is all I have." Svarde said nothing, instead stepping over the man into the wider tunnel. He couldn't see a damned thing, but his hands felt no resistance. The air moved through his hair. The stone ground held a slant, a way up and down. Which path led to Mena and the others? The wrong direction might send Svarde off on a long, pointless trip to nowhere. "Please," the man said, his hands finding Svarde's leg and gripping it, though the finger's hold was weak, frail. "I need your story." "You need food and water, same as me." Svarde reached, pulled the man to his feet. "Can you tell me which way to go?" The man sniffed. "I'll tell you nothing, because I am nothing. Please." A feeble ally was fast becoming an annoying drain. The man kept pleading, and Svarde tried to push the words away, tried to focus on the air, which way it was moving. Another tug on the leg. Svarde slipped on the floor, caught his balance, and shoved the smaller man away. "Leave it!" Svarde snarled, his voice flying down the tunnel. "Either pull yourself together and take a chance at life, or stay down here and rot. I don't care." Svarde tried to glare at the man, but the absolute black made it impossible to tell where he was. Impossible, too, to see the menace Svarde threw into his eyes, his frown. But the effort wasn't wholly wasted. A shout carried, weak and shrill, down the tunnel towards him. Pennifer. Leaving the whimpering man, Svarde stepped up the tunnel, moving fast, but slowing every few steps to listen. Pennifer kept shouting, and behind him, the weak man seemed to be trying to follow, the scratches and kicks belying a four-limbed scurry up the cave. Who knew if the man even had the strength to walk? Pennifer's enclosure resembled Svarde's, with a rounded stone sealing her in. From the outside, with his shoulder and leaning into the tunnel's natural slope, Svarde dislodged the rock without much effort. It trundled away, Svarde calling a warning to his follower, who squeaked. When the man resumed his whimpers, Svarde assumed he'd survived. "You made it out?" Pennifer said, using her hands to find Svarde's arm, brush his beard, and generally grab at him like the other man had. Svarde pushed her off with a growl. "Took two of us," Svarde said. "You're hearing my partner, for what it's worth." "I was alone. All alone." "Not anymore. Heard anything that might be the others?" "The others? What others?" Pennifer's voice dropped. "I don't know who you are." As if realizing what she said, Pennifer took a step back into the small cave she just left. "I don't know who I am." She started to break into a cry when Svarde grabbed her shoulders, gave Pennifer a single good shake. If he could have seen, he would have delivered the traditional Foti antidote to everything, a smack upside the head. As it was, the shake seemed to stun Pennifer, bring her back into reality. "You're Pennifer," Svarde said. "Ron a pirate, and a damn good one. I'm Svarde, your ally, and there's two more of us we need to find." 3, counting Kivy, but Svarde figured the ferrite would find them just fine. "Follow me, and watch the other one. He's a bit grabby." "Can I trust you?" The question came with such honest sincerity that Svarde stopped a moment, took a long breath. "Pennifer, right now, I'm the only one who can help you. Either you trust me, or you die down here." Whether or not Svarde could get any of them out remained an open question, but the words did enough to steel Pennifer's nerves. She followed Svarde further up the tunnel, the whimpering man not far behind. As they went, Svarde kept his hands reaching to either side, feeling for more boulders. They passed several more cells, opening each with a pushing of the boulder doors. Inside, they found nothing, save for the last one, where a withered body offered no solace. Pennifer found the corpse, feeling with her hands and stifling a curse as her fingers touched old bone, the leather-like faded hide. Rasselbeck waited in the fourth, the man muttering his own name, his family's names, to himself. "Glad to see you're still sane," Svarde said, after they greeted one another. "Pennifer's on the edge, and the man behind us is right gone." "Don't know that I'd say sane," Rasselbeck replied. "Sitting alone in that dark, wasn't much else to do but tell myself stories and hope for something better. At the least, I'd die with my wife's name on my lips." "You have a wife, and you're down here?" "She's long gone in those ways, Svarde, but I keep her where it matters." Strange place to have a deep conversation. Dangerous place to keep it going. So Svarde ended it with a grunt, kept them moving up. Hopefully, Mena would be waiting in the next cell. Then they could figure out a plan to get their gear back. Food and water, too. Those would be good to have. And Svarde wouldn't mind having a word, a fist, with the creature that stuck them here. Marching up the cave further, those fists held ready, didn't get the Mena. The small, boulder-blocked prisons petered out, the tunnel upward growing wider. Pennifer and Rasselbeck matched Svarde's reach-outs, running their fingers along the walls to measure pace, to keep themselves grounded in the eternal dark. During the walk down from the surface, there'd been all manner of mushrooms and mosses, sparkling things giving off glows here and there, unnatural and natural auras to give the descending crew a chance at sight. Every wall, every cranny here, seemed scrubbed clean. "Even the sharper rocks are sanded off," Rasselbeck muttered. "Someone wanted to make sure nobody could find their way out." "And that they didn't hurt themselves in the dark," Pennifer added. "Keeping their food fresh, this one." Svarde didn't mention what the whimpering man had said, that their bodies might not matter all that much to this fiend. Their trek upward ended when Svarde smacked his head on a rounded stone, one large enough to block the whole cave, more than twice Svarde's own wingspan across. "No way we're moving that thing," Rasselbeck said. "Guess we could try going back down." The whimpering man caught up to them, moaned louder at the dire thought of backtracking. "The air's coming round the boulder," Svarde replied. "This is the way we want. The creature brought us down here, didn't it? Either it's impossibly strong, or there's a way to shift this thing we're not seeing." "Hey," Pennifer said. "Maybe that's it. Seeing. You said you saw a different tunnel after we split up, right?" "Did, yes." "Then maybe what we're seeing now isn't right either." "I'm seeing all black, Pennifer," Rasselbeck said. "You are too, unless you've been keeping one big secret." "Hold on," Pennifer replied. "Svarde, you've got those Foti boots, don't you?" "Always have." "Big, strong iron?" "Always been there." "Then kick something," Pennifer said. "Let loose." "Think she's lost it, Svarde," Rasselbeck muttered. Svarde snorted in agreement, but when nothing made sense, sometimes you had to try the ridiculous. Clearing the other three for space, Svarde swung his leg at the blocking boulder, a stiff kick up, angling to get his boots striking the rock hard. The stiff iron smacked and shrieked. For an instant, sparks flew into the dark. At their glow, shadows sprang out. Svarde winced, and nothing at all came clear, save that their way did, indeed, appear blocked by more stone than the bunch of them could ever lift. "Do it again," Pennifer said. "Think I saw something. Look to the left."
I break my foot doing this, you'll be the one carrying me, Svarde said.
You break your foot, it's your own fault for being careless. Strike the metal, let's go.
Hard to resist an attitude like that. Svarde let his kick go again, striking the iron on the stone. He tried not to wince this time, looked left in the flash, and saw what Pennifer had. A gap in the upper left, about where Svarde's arm could reach if he stretched. The hole looked big enough to bring a body through, too, and explained the air.
But how are we getting up there? Rasselbeck said. Unless either of you are a lot taller than I remember.
A boost, Pennifer said. That's how.
You're the smallest, then, Svarde started.
It's you who'll be going, Pennifer cut him off. Rasselbeck and I barely know our own names. I can't remember what Maina looks like. You put us through that hole, and we're liable to go off wandering and forget about you, too.
Speak for yourself, Rasselbeck said. I've got my name memorized plenty fine.
Shut it, Svarde said.
Pennifer's right. Boost me. Then, Rasselbeck, you and our friend here send Pennifer right after. We'll make a quick search, come back and rescue you. So I get left with the crazy one? He's not crazy. He just likes stories. You've got a couple you can tell? I've got my list of names is all.
The whimpering man perked up at that, clinching the decision. Pennifer and Svarde went through the hole, the bulkier man going first. Rasselbeck's cadence serenaded their first steps beyond, one name after another, followed by titles, a description, and random tidbits.
Bigger family than any I've known, Svarde said, helping Pennifer to the ground.
Then you've not spent much time on Rana,
Pennifer replied, then stopped herself.
I've no idea why I just said that. Can't remember a thing about that isle.
Again, Svarde considered telling Pennifer what might have happened to her memories, and again he killed the thought. If Pennifer was going to be any good, he couldn't have her panicking. A good fighter might hold up well against a fiend, but who Pennifer was right then, Svarde couldn't say. And anyway, their new cave presented better options. A single curling tunnel led to the left, and now the walls weren't scrubbed clean. Purple-pink moss grew in clumps, nestled along the left side where a water trickle ran. Possibly the same one that emptied through Svarde's former prison.
Guess it's this way, Svarde said, leading off with a crunching walk.
Mere steps later, the tunnel narrowed before emerging into a familiar room, one with 3 branches off it. To the right, an upward tunnel had a brighter pink glow. The quartz would be that way. Straight ahead was a mystery, and to the left lay the dark below and escape.
Which way?
Pennifer asked. You don't remember?
Past these last minutes, Svarde, I don't remember anything. I don't know how I know what words to use, how to walk, anything. It's all blank, like trying to reach through one of these walls.
Svarde took a deep breath.
We're going right. That's where our gear's likely to be, which we'll need if we're going to get Rasselbeck free.
Or we could run.
Svarde glanced back, gave Pennifer a once-over. Like him, she'd had her armor taken away, left only in the thin Rana robes. Her skin held scratches, her eyes tight, the slightest flush coming to her face at the ask.
You remember, don't you?
Pennifer asked.
You're hesitating. You know where we are.
I remember you, Pennifer. I remember you wouldn't run, not for anything.
The old me, maybe. The new one? This one, standing right here? I want to live, Svarde. I don't want to find whatever put us behind those rocks, whatever stole our memories. I just don't want to be here anymore.
I understand. I really do. More times than I can count, I wanted to run from where I was.
Svarde put a hand on Pennifer's shoulder.
But running now will only get us killed later by something just as nasty. You're a fighter, Pennifer. Trust me. Once you get a sword in your hand, you'll be as deadly as anything here."
Pennifer's eyes flicked back to the caves. Her shoulders tensed, and for a moment, Svarde wondered if she'd give it a shot anyway. Break for freedom and take her chances in the dark, alone and unarmed.
"Please," Svarde said. "I'll need your help to save Mena and Rasselbeck."
And Kivy. Please let that damn ferrite be all right. Pennifer shuddered, gave Svarde a nod. "Okay, I'm with you. All the way." Together, they broke right, up the tunnel towards the quartz, towards the gear. Svarde intended to take the walk slow, cautious, ears open. That plan died as soon as they entered the quartz tunnel, when stirring curses echoed off the rock, mixed in with what sounded like garbled speech, a loud conversation too indistinct to make out. Those curses, though, came through plenty clear. Svarde, whispering for Pennifer to speed up, broke into a dash up the tunnel, right into the quartz room. The gemstone's brilliance again shocked the sight, the action fading in slow, as if Svarde had just woken up. The quartz itself jangled, the many garments and gear on its pink lines moving with the wind whipping around the cavern. The tornado centered to Svarde's right, landing on a miserable mess of wings, tiny limbs, and what seemed to be slate-gray faces, their mouths alternating between blowing air and shouting, muttering nonsense. The fiend's focus seemed bent on Mena, the Rana pirate standing with her back against the cavern wall, saber slashing the air before her, trying to drive the thing back. Struggling behind both, mashed into the corner, twitched Kivy. The ferrite's stubby tail bounced off the floor. Her claws scrabbled with half-hearted effort to bring her right side up, a motion delayed, doomed by the constant wind.
"What is that thing?"
Pennifer asked, frozen behind Svarde.
"Doesn't matter what it is,"
Svarde replied, breaking for the quartz, for two familiar axes hanging on the gem's left side.
"We have to kill it."
Moving against the wind felt like pushing through a wall. Svarde lowered his shoulder, found himself growling against the grit as the whirling air picked up small rocks, dust, and threw both against his face. Pennifer didn't join him, seemingly paralyzed there at the room's entrance. To think stealing a person's memories could take all that they were, could render them useless, a shell and a shadow. Svarde refused to wonder what might happen were this fiend to die, and Pennifer's old self not come back, what such a scared creature might do down here in the dark. Mena's yells were harder to ignore. She'd not yet called out to Svarde himself, not yet asked for aid. Instead, she seemed to, like Rasselbeck, be calling out her life. Friends, family, places on Rana and the isles she'd sailed to. As Svarde reached his first axe and slid it off the gem, he looked back at the fiend, saw it wasn't trying to batter Mena, wasn't trying to strike her. Instead, the creature hovered just beyond her sword range, the winds keeping Mena pinned to the rock. Those faces then howled at her, blew and sucked and whistled and spoke. Ate, Svarde realized, at the very pieces making Mena human. Svarde snatched his second axe, drawing sparks from the quartz as the weapon's edge scraped the pink. He ignored the leather and furred armor, useless as it was against this monster.
"Pennifer, your crossbows!"
Svarde roared over the wind as he broke towards Mena and the fiend.
"Now!"
The call shook Pennifer from her stupor, the woman stumbling back against the wind. She looked at Svarde, the gem behind him. Her crossbows were there, on the right, dangling. She gauged the distance. Svarde saw those eyes widen, saw them watch his steps and where they were heading, the fight to come. Pennifer turned and ran without a word. Chapter 18. A New Look. At least the view was nice. The afternoon was off to a beautiful start. Golden waves lapping far below, broken by heavy ship traffic. The Renewal's call seemed to have spurred on the trade, everyone getting in their last profits before more fiends emerged and the Isles hunkered down to survive. This balcony wouldn't be a bad spot for such hunkering. Not very defensible, and the thin iron rails would get in the way of swinging flame break at any winged fiends coming through. But the cool breeze whisked Ami's skin. The wine set on the table before her was a better vintage than any she'd had in a long time. The only downside came with the man sitting, all too smug, across from her. Gladring, repeating the morning's events, how he'd had one of the worthless scholars keep tabs on her after departing his room, gloated about her capture, tut-tutted her with a sausage finger about Ami's poor subterfuge, and asked just what Ami thought she was going to do down there. Walk out with our secrets? Kidnap one of our researchers? Gladring asked, his noxious grin growing ever wider. I'm so curious, Guardian. What was your plan? That Ami hadn't had one was a fact she'd never admit to this man. The mocking look that had come over his face, the way his hands would twitch in smirking pleasure. Ami would have to get up and throw Gladring off the balcony. Watching him splatter on the rocks below would be so satisfying. Except tight ropes bound Ami's hands together at her front, with just enough give to allow her to grasp the wine glass, put it to her lips. Next to the balcony door, only a pace away, stood a Najan guard, too, Volge ready. Still, if she could get her hands free, Ami bet she could get Gladring over the edge before the spear struck a fatal blow. Is that how you mean to help your friend, the Aegis? With random forays into places you don't belong? Gladring continued, when Ami didn't reply. Right now, you could be at her side, protecting her from fiends, prolonging our safety. Instead, you, what? Became curious?
It's what I said in your office. I want to help.
Gladring nodded. Yes, yes. Do the impossible. Save the Aegis from her curse. I told you already, no such escape waits in our dark hollows. We have no miracles. Gladring's voice drifted off. His eyes picked up a twinkle. Yet. Ami sighed.
Spit it out, Tenet. I'm not one for games.
Not a game. A negotiation. Gladring leaned forward, a move Ami was starting to think was a habit. Look at this. Gladring reached inside his purple-gold Najan robe, decorated on the seams with the sloped swirls every Tenet earned. Gladring's hand emerged with an orange-yellow stone, one small enough to hold between two fingers. A Tama scar.
So you do keep them?
Oh, please, don't act the idiot now, Ami. Gladring drew his eyes to the stone. What matters isn't that we have the stones, but what we can do with them. Ami waited. Gladring's tone suggested the man was about to launch into a speech he'd been preparing for some too long time, a secret finally getting to be divulged. Gladring, though, didn't speak. Instead, he seemed to focus more on the scar, slipping it from his two fingers into a full grasp in his palm. The man seemed to shudder, his eyes closing, then snapping open. The smile returning now wasn't the mocking grin from before, but, if Ami believed the man capable of such an emotion, almost tender. "You love her," Gladring said, not a scolding, harsh note in his voice. "I'm sorry." Ami squinted. "What? Love who?" "Katya." Gladring frowned. "Strange. I've never referred to an Aegis by their actual name before. There's a sadness, too, as if the scar isn't just telling me, but—" "The scar?" Ami chose to bullrush over the accusation about her feelings for Katya. If there was any person alive who she'd want to share those with, it sure wasn't Gladring. "The scar did this?" "They're the leavings of the gods, Ami," Gladring said, slipping the Tamas scar back into his robe. "Every one carries a piece of their god within them, for a time at least. Some few of us have learned how to use them, in the way a child might pick up a stick and shake it." "Use them how?" Gladring chuckled. "As toys, mostly. Take a Kant scar and make the wind blow through your room on a hot day. Use a Viscar to make that paper cut heal in seconds."
"Paper cut? But you could—"
"No, we couldn't." Gladring's voice went iron. "These aren't miracles. A paper cut, I said, because a paper cut is what I meant. The scars aren't wishes made real. They are tools, and like any tool, the wielder must learn. Only, Ami, we are all apprentices in this art. There are no masters." Nothing like getting her hopes up, only to see them dashed. But then, Gladring didn't seem the type to play in charity. Why tie her hands and drag her up here, just to show off the scar?
"So what do you want with me, then?"
Ami asked, bringing the wine back for another sip. The outside chance Gladring was going to have his fun and then cast her over the edge made the wine taste sweeter. What that said about Ami, about her outlook on life, better keep that buried beneath the deep red in her glass. "Well, science requires research, and research requires subjects," Gladring said. At Ami's scowl, he flipped his hands up, placating palms. "We are aligned in this, Ami. Noctia's goal with the scars is to stop the fiends, to keep us all safe."
"And chained to the circle?"
"Oh, no. What a terrible yoke." Gladring's turn now to roll his eyes. "Who complains when Noctia sends its aid to their isle? Who complains when we make it easy for every isle to trade with one another, when we mediate disputes for the benefit of all? The circle is just a collection of people, Ami. That's all. They could come from any isle, just like the Aegis and their guardians."
"You're not going to convince me this isn't a power play."
"Then I shan't try any further." Gladring sat back. The interesting part of the conversation now over, things were headed towards negotiation, deal-making, persuasion, and, yes, power plays. "There aren't many Najan I can bring into something like this. Fewer still with your skill."
"Skill at what?"
"Destroying fiends, of course." Gladring nodded at her tied hands. "Those hands and that sword back in your apartment have destroyed many a monster. With your help, with you showing us what these scars can do, we could design better weapons, better defenses. We could even win the battle with the fiends. Think what soldiers could do with scars at the ready. Wounds would heal. Fear could be suppressed. And, if our guesses are right, we could fly, could stab a spear with the strength of stone itself." Gladring started to spit as he spoke, excitement overrunning his manners. Despite the ugliness, Ami felt possibilities pull. Gladring's hopes, if realized, would mean a massive change in how fiends were fought. It might even make an Aegis unnecessary. Could render an expedition like Svarde's something other than a hopeless quest.
If I say yes, what then?
Ami asked. Then the true adventure begins, Guardian. Gladring finished his wine in a single gulp, wiped away the remnants with his sleeve. I need not mention, if you refuse, we can't let you take what you know back to the streets. Ami settled a dead look on the tenant. He did seem a man accustomed to victory. Ami chewed on her lip for a long moment, wanting to delay the savoring he'd soon get. When a gull squawked overhead, though, Ami exhaled, nodded.
What choice do I have?
At least they freed her hands for the long walk down. A guard with a Volge handy followed Ami's steps, as she followed Gladring's. They descended again to the protected hallway, getting past the two Najan stationed there with nothing more than a glance. Beyond, though, Gladring took her left to a different hallway. This one held rooms on either side, a curling wing with every space bent towards living? I have people cleaning out your apartment now, Gladring said, stopping at the third doorway on the left. Don't worry, they'll handle your sword with the utmost care.
Why would they need to clean out my apartment? Ami asked, though what lay in front of her made the answer clear enough. A simple cot, a small table, and a back shelf laid up near the tiniest of windows, looking out towards the ocean. Thin glass covered the narrowing arched opening, though at least the lower right corner looked to be open. Stale air made any prison unbearable. Because this was a prison, Ami had no doubts about that.
This is no idle project, Gladring said. Everything rests on your efforts. Morning, afternoon, night. You will be tasked with this. Do well enough, get us what we need, and you might see Katya with more than useless love to give her.
You talk that way about Katya, about me again, and you can damn your scars.
Gladring sniffed. Yes, do get offended. When the histories look back on how the world went to ruin, I'm sure your vanity will cast you in a wonderful light. Ami did what she'd been trained to do, what she'd learned as a guardian and honed over all these awful years watching Katya suffer. She took her anger, molded it into a tiny ball, and placed it in the dark part of her mind. A crowded part these days, and one begging for release. But not now. Not yet.
One thing,
Ami said, as Gladring turned to leave.
Matimo, the historian? Bring him down here with me.
That wine-sotted fool? Why?
Because he knows more than you think, and I'm going to need help.
Gladring shook his head. Get us off to a good start first. Then you'll get your requests. Rewards for good behavior, I believe they call it, in the dungeons. Ami's scowl only made Gladring laugh, the man departing with a last word. Your first test begins tonight. 3 hours. They locked the door behind her when they left, leaving Ami sealed in her small room, with little more than the window to stare out of, the walls to analyze. Not even wine to drink, food to eat. Just her own thoughts for misery. And miserable they were. Ami never gave herself over to much introspection. A guardian's life didn't encourage slow thinking, a questioning of one's motives and choices. No, instant action and a clear objective made much more agreeable company. As such, after a terrifying 20 minutes, where Ami felt like she was going to descend into a dire rewind of her life and all its decisions, she stopped, shed her heavier cloak, and embarked instead on one exercise after another, the movements serving the dual purpose of calming her mind while excising her energy. Though, given the rapid knocking on the door when those 3 hours ran out, Ami might regret working herself. The knocking continued as Ami straightened up, made sure her latest lunges hadn't thrown her clothes in too much disarray. She eyed the door, the sturdy wood shuddering with every pound. Were they waiting for Ami to come open the door? What prison gave its prisoners this kind of courtesy? The answer, when Ami tugged the portal open, came in the form of a smaller woman, though one covered in such a strange outfit Ami at first didn't realize what person could be inside. "Hey there," the woman said, her voice a balance between boundless enthusiasm and reluctant restraint on the same. "Gladring said to come get you when the next test was ready?" Ami tilted her head. "Who are you?" "Annalise Everbright," the woman said. "I might ask the same of you." "Gladring didn't tell you who I am? And you don't know?" "Gladring treats me like he treats every researcher down here," Annalise shrugged. "Like tools, like bugs. Doesn't matter to him so long as he gets the credit." Somehow, Ami didn't catch any malice in the words. A situation laid out as it was. Facts on facts. "So, no," Annalise continued. "He didn't tell me who you are." Beneath copper goggles, Annalise gave Ami what looked like a sympathetic frown. "Then again, most of our subjects don't last very long, so maybe he didn't think I'd care." "They die?" "Die, go mad, lose too many limbs to continue. It's a whole range of maladies, really, but we're getting better." Annalise glanced up at the ceiling, her voice trailing off. 1 week, that's how long it's been since the last, accident. A new record." "How do you recruit these test subjects?" "Gladring doesn't tell us, and we don't ask," Annalise replied. She folded her arms, each clad in a different silver bracer array, slots and notches awaiting tools. "I know that sounds horrible. I know it seems like we're doing the worst things in here." "I don't know what you're doing." "Right, I mean, I'm trying to say we have to make sacrifices. It's not easy on us either, right? We're pulling the triggers. We're taking the chances too. I live with those nightmares." Ami took a step back into her room. Despite Gladring's promise, nobody had come by with Flamebreak or her things. The sword would have been a comfort now. If nothing else, knowing she could try to hack her way out would have brought a warrior's solace. Instead, Ami had her hands, her feet, and while it looked like Annalise could get knocked over with a simple push with all that unsteady crap all over her, the guards beyond wouldn't be so easy. "Scared you, didn't I?" Annalise said. "I don't understand you, is all," Ami answered. "What do you want?" "Simple. Come with me." Among the costs and benefits of exploring the Seven Isles during Katu's renewal was the more neutral element of getting used to the unknown. After getting slapped with strange foods, stranger people, and the strangest places time and time again, Ami had learned to build up a stoic reserve, an ability to judge things as they came, rather than dread or delight in their arrival. So she followed Annalise from her room with steady steps. She listened to Annalise babble on about the scar research, a topic interesting at the start, but one that soon devolved into technical terms too obtuse and esoteric for Amy to care about. Elemental wattage? Specific soul frequencies? Scar clarity? These would no doubt matter to someone, and that someone, Foti willing, would not be her. More interesting and more obvious was the place Annalise took Ami. Not the stuffed cage and laboratory Ami had snuck into earlier, but a steeper stair, one whose lantern-lit, stone steps had their progress snared every other landing by strong iron gates. Walls closed in tight, eschewing the views from a wider space for the better defense offered by a tight corridor. Annalise didn't bother explaining the construction choice, and Ami didn't question it. Some things were obvious enough. This stair meant to keep something in, or keep everyone else out. For all that, not a single guard showed up, the walking deserted. At least till the pair reached the bottom. The stair ended in a wide circle, stones ending in smoothed-over cave floor. The air gained a natural tinge, a wet, salty taste. They'd gone down far enough to near the sea. The change in air was matched by the change in surroundings. Whereas above, industrial design made things immaculate, down here, rough hollowing out left burrows branching off their landing spot, the stair and its close walls a curling interruption to an otherwise open place. Torches, not lanterns, stood alight on metal posts jammed into the ground. The 4 burrows leading off the central room each had boards hanging from spikes nailed into the walls. 2 had solid crimson sides showing, while the second pair looked splattered with grass-green dye. The room's walls held weapons racks, some actually holding weapons, while others supported crates, or things Ami couldn't identify, odd mismatches of metal. Several tables and chairs lay about the space, and a side cupboard looked to have fresh water and fruit atop it. "A regular home down here," Ami muttered. "It's a long walk," Annalise replied. "The privy, should you need it, is through that last hole there." The only unmarked tunnel. Ami hadn't even noticed it at first, yet a little concentration told her that opening brought the sea air. An opening to the beach? To a dock? For what? "For tonight, can you use the spear?" Annalise pointed to one on a rack. The weapon did indeed have a spear's pointed end, but the haft didn't match any Ami had seen before. What should have been a straight wood or metal pole instead shone with pitted silver, the scalloped divots each overlaid with a copper top. Inside most sat nothing, but in the very top, a glittering orange-red ruby glistened, a stone Ami recognized well. "A Foti scar," Ami said, going over and picking up the weapon. Heavier than a normal spear, but well balanced. "What's it for?" "You don't feel anything?" Annalise asked, sounding somehow both unsurprised and disappointed. "Should I?" Annalise, though, had whipped out a small book, was scribbling with a charcoal pencil. When Ami came closer, repeated her question, Annalise glanced up, her grimace morphing into a calm smile. "Should is an irrelevant question for us," Annalise said. "Either you do or you don't. If you can follow me, I need you to try on these gloves." Over on another rack, hanging on a peg jammed into the rack's wooden frame, sat a black metal glove pair. Loose golden ringlets ran through the black, catching the light and blinking as Ami put them on. "These are too thick for real fighting, if that's what you want," Ami said, as she stretched her hands into the gloves. Too large, too puffy. She wouldn't be able to feel a blade or spear tell her what was coming. "They're an experiment, like everything else." Annalise stopped, tilted her head. "How bad are they for fighting, do you think?" "I think anyone forced to fight a duelist would get their ass handed to them." "And against a fiend?" Ami raised an eyebrow. "Depends on the fiend." Annalise nodded, returned to her notebook, and scribbled something short. "You recording everything I say?" Ami asked. "This is research. Nothing can be dismissed, Ami. Any little remark might be the key." Annalise nodded towards the burrow with the green sign. "Okay, you ready for the main event?" "After, do I get to eat?" "Sure." "Then I'm ready." The burrow didn't go far. a few seconds' walk bringing them to a reinforced gate, like the others on the stair, and one Annalise again opened with a key. The same single key, Ami noted, that had been used on all the gates so far. Not so scared of thieves, then. Beyond that gate, Annalise told Ami to wait a moment, while she went to the wall's right side, pulled down on a small lever that Ami hadn't seen till that moment. Something seemed to sigh above their heads, tension releasing throughout the cave.
"What was that?"
Ami asked, holding the spear tighter.
"Security," Annalise replied. "You'll see why in a moment."
Ami kept her eyes open and looking during the next short stretch. Nothing seemed off about the torch-lit sidewalls, but up on that ceiling, dark lines presented themselves, grooved and running almost the length of the way between the two gates. Beyond the final barrier, though, Ami saw why security seemed so thorough. A snarling, flashing, green and blue fiend waited within. No taller than Ami's knee, the monster whipped itself around the enclosure with grasping, noodle-like arms, each ending in two blunt fingers, ones nonetheless strong enough to dig into the rock and pull the thing about. As Ami watched, it snagged a grip and threw itself towards the gate, flying into the air and twisting so its stiff back could hammer the metal with reckless noise. The gate rung, but the metal posts held. The fiend bounced off, landed on its back, where Ami could count 6 nested arms emerging from the thing's underbelly. Those arms snapped around until, finding a grip on the gate, the fiend reoriented itself and resumed its lurching about the arena.
"Should I even ask?"
Ami said, seeing as Annalise had kept quiet on their final approach.
"Is this the horror you've been keeping down here?" "Gladring told you why we're doing this," Annalise said. "The fiends have to be stopped. The Aegis is dying, and the next will die faster. That means we have to find another way." "So you keep monsters down here for, what, tests? You don't sound angry."
Ami shook her head.
"I was prepared to be. I expected to find something worse. Some secret about how Noctia kept a way to save the Aegis under lock and key. Now I see you're trying to make it better."
Annalise nodded.
"Some of us, anyway."
As if remembering she had her notebook in her hand, Annalise straightened. Her eyes sparkled.
"Now, here's what we're trying to do. With those gloves on, you're going to hold the spear here and here."
Annalise pointed to a couple grip outlines on the spear. Both, Ami noticed, were laced with the same gold as her gloves.
"If it works right, you'll feel the scar in the spear. Try it now."
Meanwhile, the fiend banged into the bars again. Annalise flinched. Ami ignored it. Despite its tentacles, the fiend seemed small enough to be an easy kill with a spear in hand. A spear which, when Ami shifted the weapon in her hands, putting her gloved grip right in those grooves, a placement made for a man's broader stance, proved itself not just a spear. Flamebreak's scar added flare, throwing sparks when the sword swished through the air, adding a burning touch if the sword thrust into its target. Accidental effects, done without Ami's thought, without her effort. The scar in the spear spoke to her. Not in words, but Ami couldn't put another frame on what happened, on the sensation whispering in her ears, running along her spine, her arms, her hands, all the way to the spear itself and the scar inside it. A hollow song, waiting for Ami to fill in the gaps, to twist and bend the sound before she sang it.
"I feel it,"
Ami said, drawing out the words.
"What's happening?" "Good. Another consistent link," Annalise replied. "You're feeling the scar. We don't know what it is exactly that's coming from it, but we think it's what powers the Aegis's necklace and the shield. What Deviant found. How?
Annalise shook her head.
Not important right now. For tonight, I need you to go in there. With the fiend?
Ami should have been more annoyed by the ask, but she had a hard time shaking the scar's whispers, those gaps in its conversation, where she could, if she tried.
Yes, I need you to take this spear and use the scar to kill the fiend.
That, at least, shook Ami back to the present.
Kill it? Ami, that's the whole point. If you can wield the scar, you can show others how to do the same. That opens everything up. That saves the world. That makes an Aegis unnecessary.
Ami looked at the spear, the red scar at its front, glimmering in the torchlight. Could something so little do so much? Yes, the scar seemed to whisper. Yes, it could. Chapter 19. Lava Rolling. The river gave itself away through the air. Before Wax, the world seemed to shimmer, heat folding in upon itself to distort the rippling mountains in the distance. Behind those, so Sledge said, they'd find the Western Ocean, a place too empty for sailing ships, and the perfect spot to hold pesky renewals till their time was up. Sledge kept Wax up by her, at the small column's head. Quick and the other bandits shuffled a few steps behind, while Bliss and the girl keeping eyes on her seemed to ramble off and on into offshoots and distractions.
Don't worry about them,
Sledge said once during the walk, a barren hike through scrub and dust.
First time for Torny, and I think your friend's smart enough to know dashing off alone here is a quick way to die. She's not my friend,
Wax muttered.
Guardian, then.
Wax stopped his rebuttal short. The less these morons knew about him and his family, the better. Not that Wax had much experience with these kinds of people. Bandits on Vis had a habit of getting hunted down, violently, by the Lyra. But Sledge always had a hungry look about her, a narrow stare and big eyes wanting to suck up information. Sledge looked like a Hanako wanting its next meal. Wax himself wouldn't have minded lunch, but Sledge barred any breaks till they'd made it to the river's other side. When Quick had asked why, given his rumbling stomach, Sledge replied that it was better not to waste food on someone who was going to die. The macabre mood hovered over the troop as Sledge led their descent into a narrow gorge, a cut-down path just smooth enough to argue for human intervention. The heat grew, stifling enough that everyone tossed off extra clothes, stuffing them into satchels or tying them around waists.
Won't help you anyway, Sledge said. You fall off the rocks, it's over. Tell me again why we're doing this, Wax asked. You said you wanted us alive? Because walking all that way is going to kill us as sure as the lava will. It's all desert between here and the coast. What I don't get, Wax said, as he and Sledge picked their way down the stones, black lava rock mounds rising on either side, is that every river I've ever seen only flows one way. If the walk's going to kill us, how are we ever getting back? Long ways in the future to think of, boy, Sledge replied. Focus on what's in front of you, and maybe you'll live to see it. Is everything death with you? Live in this part of Foti long enough, and you'll start talking like this too. No thanks.
Sledge threw a snort back his way.
You think people here choose this? The Isles need somewhere to put their trash, and you're walking through it right now.
As trash went, Wax had to agree with Sledge. The lava flow was a pretty good place for it. Wider than the lava tube they'd walked through, the flow moved at a good clip from the higher hills back east through the narrowing valley towards the far-off coast. Oranges and red ripples, darker chunks coasting over brighter patches in the lava, looking more alive than any river Wax had ever seen. Along the edges, embers splashed up against the black rock mounts, leaving glowing patches wherever they struck. Spitting and hissing noises dwarfed the conversation, sizzling smoke rising wherever some poor thing came close enough to ignite. Sledge dropped her pack a few long strides from the flow, where their path down sprawled out into a shallow entry, the flow lapping its crusted edge like a friendly creek might back on Vis.
"You can't be serious,"
Wax said, staying further back than the bandit leader.
"We'll all die riding that."
"I've done it 3 times,"
Sledge countered.
"Everyone here save you 3 and Torny has done it at least once."
Sledge patted the new sheath on her waist, where Wax's Foti blade rested.
"Besides, not like you have a choice."
"But how? Don't know if you noticed, but we're not wearing anything for this. We'll burn up."
"Not with these,"
Sledge replied. Wax was about to ask what these were, when Sledge turned to her right and pushed against a leaning rock. The tall, thin slate shifted aside easily enough, revealing a hollowed-out hole, and, inside, more than enough thick boots for everyone. With a couple other bandits helping her, Sledge soon had enough pairs laid out, the lava waders a study in Foti practicality. Splattered iron plated the boots along the outside, giving way to a rough-fashioned, rubber-like material on the inside. When Wax asked what it all was, Sledge only grinned and said he'd have to trust Foti talent.
"What if I don't?"
Wax asked.
"Then don't,"
Sledge replied.
"You're going either way. I suggest you wear the boots."
Not only did the boots come up over Wax's knees, nearly to his waist, he found putting them on, a difficult endeavor, that their soles held small, diamond-sharp treads.
"That'll keep you on the rocks, or anywhere else you choose to step, so long as you're not stupid."
Sledge finished her boots first, then reached back inside the hollow, pulled out, one by one, a series of sticks, half as long as Bliss's staff. Each one ended in another forged metal point, and each had a scraping plate along one side, sticking out like a square fan.
"Any lava lands on your boots, you scrape it off with this,"
Sledge said, demonstrating by slapping the end against her booted shin.
"Then you jam this end into the rock fast to keep your hold."
"How long are we doing this for?"
Quick asked, Wax's brother on the ground, trying to get his leg into the largest boots the Foti had.
"Till we get to the coast," Sledge replied. "If the flow's fast, only a few days. We'll step off to rest."
Wax turned back to his siblings, read a daunted fear in their eyes.
"Just like swinging back home. It'll be fun."
Inspiring stuff. Just what the Renewal was supposed to say, right? Their boats down were, as Sledge kept saying, rocks. Wax had assumed up to this point that she'd been speaking in some metaphor, that there were indeed some real craft here that'd ride along the lava's surface and bear them to the coast in comfort. But no, once the boots were on, the poles in prime position, Sledge brought Wax up to the lava's edge with her.
"Look right," Sledge said. "We wait for a big one to come by, then hop on board."
"No boats? Seriously?"
"I already said the walk up this way from the coast was a desolate one," Sledge replied. "Hard to survive with nothing but the food and these boots on your back. Nobody's carrying a boat that far."
Argument made, Sledge again pointed down the flow. His face running in sweat. Regular pulls from the warm water skin kept Wax from collapsing. Meant he couldn't be sure, but Wax thought he saw tumbling chunks poking up above the lava. The rocks, some wide and others tiny, coasted down the flow.
"Foti is not a restful isle,"
Sledge said, gripping her pole in both hands. She had her bow and quiver over her back, along with her satchel, a stuffed combination the bandit bore without discomfort.
The volcanoes are breaking the lava rock all the time. Wait, and we'll find a good one.
How long?
We'll find out.
Behind them, the other bandits broke out food for a lunch break, something Wax wouldn't mind sharing, something Sledge told him to get over. First ones on meant first ones off, and Wax could survive. Their ride didn't take long to show, a slow-spinning crescent stone with a jutting spike at its front end. As it came into view around an upflow bend, the rock bounced off the far bank with a spark-scattering wave and circled to their side.
"This is it,"
Sledge said, then whistled.
"Next pair, get ready."
"Assuming we'll get on this one?" Wax asked, firming up his grip.
"We'll get on it or die trying, Vis. Try not to be the latter."
Sledge moved herself to Wax's right, further down the bank.
"I'll go first. You follow."
She threw a nasty grin at Wax.
"Don't try anything stupid now, or my friends will gut you before they follow me."
Noted, but Wax had his eyes on the slow-spinning rock. Running the distance, the angle, the speed he'd need to hit with these big boots. Not like the barefoot runs back on Vis, but if the rock kept on its current course, he wouldn't need to. Sledge jerked, slapping her pole into the ground and taking a running lunge. Her left foot, planted farthest, took a lava lick. Sledge's right crossed the gap, planted on the rock. Her trailing arms yanked the pole free as she picked up her left foot, an ember splash accompanying her arrival on the stone.
"Now, Wax!"
Sledge yelled, jamming her pole into the rock to steady herself. Leading with his left, just like Sledge, Wax launched over the orange. The boots weighed him down, his own lunge not getting far above the orange death. Wax reached forward with his pole, the spike hitting the crescent rock raft at the same time as his right foot struck stone. The hit made Wax wobble, his left knee dipping towards the lava. Panic served its purpose, pushing Wax to drag up his left foot, even as his right slipped, those diamond treads scraping on the black rock. The pole, at least, held, Wax leaning backward over the lava flow as the rock continued on. Both his boots clamped into the crescent's sloping side, Wax's heels getting hot as lava brushed up close.
"Hold on,"
Sledge growled, stamping her pole and walking the 2 strides over to Wax. Keeping one hand on her pole, Sledge reached out, gripped Wax's right forearm, and pulled him forward.
"Keep yourself level. Roll your knees with the stone."
Wax figured he'd start with something simpler, like breathing. He kept both hands on the pole, started to kneel on the rock, before Sledge caught him.
"The stone's too hot to touch. Keep your hands on the pole and nothing else."
Sledge gave Wax a hard pat on the shoulder.
"Be proud, Vis. You've just done something few in the Isles could ever manage."
"With good reason," Wax muttered, looking back towards the bank. Quick and another bandit took Wax's place now, already getting ready for their ride, a flat square bobbing their way. His brother met Wax's eyes, gave the younger man a nod. Not what they expected, perhaps, but they'd see this one through. Riding on a lava flow, after the first few moments thinking every second would result in a terrible death, proved to be exactly as harrowing as those first few seconds. Flying through the trees on Vis certainly put Wax close, with a mistaken swoop liable to land you right in a Hanoko's lap, or impaled on a sauna thorn. The lava, though, had a certain immediacy, its sizzling bits landing up on the rock, splattering Wax's boots, and forcing him to unstick his pole and swipe the goop off.
"Do it fast, or it'll cool and stick to you,"
Sledge warned after the first splash.
"Every bit'll weigh you down, make it harder to move.
and you won't want to be stuck on this thing near the end. Why's that?
Sledge coughed, the harsh air getting to them both, and grinned.
Spoil the surprise. Why would I do that?
They'd been on the flow for a couple hours now, winding their way as the lava twisted and turned through fast chutes and lazy curls. Behind them, the Bandit crew, with Wax's brother and sister, spaced out on their own rock rafts. Even without the lava sprays, the travel wasn't easy. The rocks weren't level things, and Wax had to push off the lava flow's hard banks often to keep their crescent boat from tipping over. An ask made harder with the sweat covering his skin, pooling in his boots. A couple times he'd slipped, the pole sliding in his hands, only caught by a panicked grab. Sledge made clear losing it meant losing his life. Yet, as the flow filtered into another valley, lava rock bulking out and up on either side in its layered mass, Sledge called out a different sort of warning.
"Stay sharp!"
Sledge shouted, her call ranging back towards the other rocks.
"Ferrite territory!"
Wax laughed.
"Ferrites? We've met a little tamed one. The nice rock lizards?"
"Hardly nice," Sledge replied, then cocked her head Wax's way.
"You mean you met someone with a tamed ferrite? Not for hauling ore?"
"Yeah?"
"Lucky man," Sledge muttered. "Have to get an egg, raise it right from birth. Keep it from growing too large, else those lizards start getting other ideas."
What those ideas might be grew clearer around the next bend. The lava rock lost its smooth contours, deep divots and cuts lashing their sides. The cause wasn't hard to find either, as the ferrites lay right out in the open, soaking up the noonday sun. Wax could do little save gape. These rock lizards were more than triple Kivi's size, their stone shells battered, clawed, and clumped over with dried lava. Their sapphire eyes shone just fine, though, as the 15 or more turned their heads to watch the newcomers float on through.
"They want rocks, right?"
Wax asked, watching as the ferrites vented steam overhead, making a thin cloud.
"What would they want with us?"
"What are we standing on, Wax?"
"But they're sitting on lava rock right now.
Eat your home or go for a swim and get something fresh?" Sledge snapped. "Keep quiet, Vis, and let me focus."
Focusing, at least to Sledge, seemed to mean putting one hand on the pole and using the other to draw Wax's Foti blade. The blue metal made a sparkling difference in the light, but seemed to do little to intimidate the ferrites. The lizards, Wax and Sledge nearing the middle of their domain with the other Bandit rocks coming up behind, began creeping lower. Their claws bit in slow with every step, the heads and their slipping tongues flicking between the targets.
"Thought you said this was the safer way,"
Wax asked, adjusting his grip on the pole. Sledge said nothing, instead whistled again.
"What's that mean?"
Wax asked, as Sledge yanked her pole from the rock, steadied it in both hands as the crescent raft they rode on drifted towards the rightward bank.
"Means we need to get closer together," Sledge replied. "Those ferrites won't tangle with too many people."
Getting closer together on a lava flow meant, apparently, using their poles to push against the current by jamming them into the rocky banks and pushing back. A slight delay, and one Wax didn't much like, seeing as it had him swaying over the orange stuff. But the bandits and his siblings did the opposite, swiping with their poles and using them like makeshift oars to bring the various platforms together. The ferrites watched as the rock rafts bashed into one another, forming a clunky chain.
"Quick! Bliss! You okay?"
Wax asked, his siblings within shouting distance for the first time in hours. Quick seemed as sweaty as Wax, his skin shining, his face taut and tired, the pole held tight. Not his brother's favorite day. Bliss seemed better, holding the back with Torny and keeping her eyes up on the lava lizards. A snappy hand signal said she was doing fine, said to stay sharp. That was Bliss, always on the important things. Now we see if they're cowards, Sledge said, Foti blade once again drawn and pointing towards the lizards. Maybe the Ferrites heard Sledge's words. Maybe they decided they were too hungry to let such a meal go by. But the creatures came on at once, all scrambling as if some flare had fired. The beasts ran down the rock walls, some straight leaping for the rafts. One missed ahead of Wax, splashing into the lava and looking none the worse for wear. "Use the poles!" Sledge shouted. "Keep them in the lava long enough, and they'll overheat." Wax spread his legs, getting an even footing as he pulled up his pole, looked for something to jab. The crescent's upturned front lay before him, a leading spike down the flow's broad way forward. And, peeking its head over that spike, came the ferrite that had missed its diving ambush. "Stay off!" Wax said, smacking at the thing with his pole. The hit wasn't Wax's finest work, less a brawny shove than a light slap. The ferrite took the strike on its stony brow, the pole slipping off with a spark. Sapphire eyes narrowed at Wax, and the ferrite brought its two front claws up to join its snout. Wax hit it again, harder this time, driving the point in at the ferrite's right claw. Having met Kivy, Wax didn't exactly want to kill the ferrite, even hurt it all that badly, but that kindness faded fast against the prospect of getting tossed into the burning river. Yet this hit, too, glanced off the ferrite's rock hide. The pole slid to the right, Wax overbalancing, feet sliding till he felt a tug on his back, yanking Wax into a better spot. "Fight smart, and you'll survive," Sledge said, her own pole jabbed into the stone and standing free. Wax saw her swipe with his Foti blade at a second ferrite, cutting into the lizard's reaching claw. Unlike the pole, the blue sword cleaved the stone skin, melting it away. The ferrite hissed and jumped away, barely making the near bank. Wax's own lizard wasn't done. Half its body lay on the crescent rock now, its bottom half glowing from the lava's heat. Those spindly claws made swipes at Wax, ones he deflected with a pole. Each hit forced Wax to dance his feet, steady himself, offered no chance at a comeback. Not a fight he would win. "Help!" Wax called. Another tug, and Sledge pulled herself by Wax, raising the sword. The ferrite saw the blue and didn't risk it, pushing back off into the lava and swimming away. "Thanks," Wax said, as Sledge reversed spots with him again, where she could help the bandits behind her cover themselves. And did they need the help? Sledge and Wax had dealt with two ferrites, but the rafts behind them were overrun. Quick, using his pole less to stab than to sweep, launched one, then a second lizard off his rock in a single long swoop. The motion had him losing his footing, putting Quick onto one knee, barely dodging flying lava embers. The closest raft to Wax, one with two bandits on it, looked in the most trouble. Slammed on both sides by a ferrite trio, one bandit already lay on his back, knives drawn but making little headway on those hard carapaces. The other, a woman, had picked up her friend's pole and used them both to keep the ferrites away from her in a slow retreat towards Sledge and Wax's crescent. She had a few steps of rock left to walk, steps that disappeared when a ferrite lunged up from the lava and bit away the rock behind the bandit. Sledge, charging as best one could towards the knife man, didn't notice. Wax flashed a moment's doubt. The bandits were their enemies. One fewer would mean an easier escape. But Wax remembered that seafarer on the Great Sana, how much he'd been sickened by the thought that he'd killed her. He had a chance here to do something different, something better.
"Stop!"
Wax shouted, kicking off the stone towards the backpedaling bandit. She either didn't hear him or realized the words were for her. Swinging again with both poles, the bandit saw her weapons batted aside by a huge pursuing ferrite. The thing followed the deflection with a scurry, the bandit making one step back, too many to get away. Only for Wax, leaning off his rock's end, to catch her backward spill. Wax fell back too, the bandit's boots skipping across the lava as they both hit the rock raft hard. Through Wax's weave, the rock burned. Both he and the bandit scrambled up, the bandit muttering a quick thank you, then grabbing onto Wax as they both tried to find their footing. Sledge, Foti blade flying, scared the ferrites off the knife wielder, the lizards diving back into the lava and away. The creatures seemed to be in retreat now, the flow pushing past their hollowed holes and nests.
"Made it,"
Wax said, grabbing his pole and setting it in the stone, where both he and the bandit could grab it.
"Outlasted them."
"No," the bandit said.
"They took their prize."
Quick, on his raft, stood alone. His bandit escort vanished. Wax's brother didn't look to have noticed, as the man was shouting back down the flow, towards the last raft. A raft floating now on its side, empty. Bliss, gone. Chapter 20. Remnants. Ami with flame break, cutting a burning edge through the air, while Katya threw her knives, the braces running over both shoulders. Their distractions letting Svarde get into a killer's position, diving down on the fiend, the bandit, the creature with murderous glory. A team, that's what they'd been. One Svarde sorely lacked now, trapped in a gale, alone. Well, not alone, but Kivi still lay on her side, evidently stunned or wounded. Mena, trapped against the wall, cowering now as the fiend devoured her will, wouldn't be helping either. And Svarde, with nothing more than his axes and a scraggly shirt, dirty undershorts, had to once again go for the rescue. The wind tested that idea, pressing against Svarde as he tried to push towards the fiend. Lifting his foot strained Svarde's thighs, while keeping his axes pointed at the enemy cramped his hands. Svarde's eyes watered as grit blew in. Ahead, those howling faces, those awful hands, sang. One step, two, and Svarde remained well outside swinging range. Mena crumpled further, the fiend now spreading over her, looming. The faces whirled faster, the wind growing stronger, the hurricane reaching its apex. The plan wouldn't work. Svarde couldn't force his way through. He needed another plan, and that plan began and ended with his favorite rock lizard. Kivi, her back against the quartz and claws scrabbling, losing to the gale, remained on her side. Dropping his axes, Svarde cut hard left, the gale battering him on the gemstone. His shoulder took the strike. His legs earned small cuts on crystal spears, but Svarde could move, could walk when he didn't have to charge at the wind. Nearing Kivi, Svarde pushed out from the quartz just enough to put himself between the wind and the ferrite, blocking the gust. Kivi, her sapphire eyes lighting up as Svarde came into view, used the reprieve and threw herself onto her stomach, all four claws digging into the stone.
"Go get her!"
Svarde shouted over the noise. Kivi obliged. The ferrite stayed low, pressing her belly to the stone floor, her claws biting in with every scuttle. Svarde twisted, the wind blowing his back against the same pink wall Kivi had been stuck on. He watched as the ferrite, doing her best to shrink her profile, snuck up on the siphoning fiend. Watched as Kivy made her way beneath the monster, jerked up her head, and took a bite. The wind snapped, died, as the fiend flew up and away from Kivy's rock jaws, flattening itself against the ceiling. Those pallid, formless faces pressed against the stone, blending in enough to make Svarde wonder if the monster had been watching them the whole time. A question better to ponder after he'd cut the thing apart with his axes. Svarde darted back to his arms as Kivy jumped on the wall, scurried towards the fiend. The ferrite slat split, burst steam. Kivy was angry then, and ready to enact some brutal vengeance on the creature. Good. Svarde scooped up his axes, saw a flash as the fiend slid away from Kivy, those faces howling hard enough to push the fiend's airy body off the wall, and glided across the room to the far side. Not too far, though, for a throw. Svarde lifted the axe, took aim.
"Help me,"
Mena whimpered, the shattered voice stalling Svarde's move. She'd broken from her shell, leaned back against the room's wall. Mena's face looked bloodless, her eyes almost all white. She shivered, so violent Svarde at first mistook it for some sort of attack. Her breath came in quick, shallow gasps. "Kivy, keep that thing occupied," Svarde ordered, and the ferrite obeyed, using the ceiling as a floor to chase the monster. Svarde settled before Mena, looking her over. Aside from some scratches gained bashing against the walls, Mena didn't look worse for wear. Svarde himself likely had more bruises from the blind run up the tunnel in the beast's back room. "You're okay," Svarde said. "We've got it on the run now."
"Svarde?"
Mena asked.
"You're here?"
"Through no small effort." Svarde looked right, saw Kivy again approach the fiend, saw the monster again glide away, floating to a perch on the quartz's highest point. Those faces turned, eyeless holes staring at the two humans. "Can you stand?"
"Svarde,"
Mena said again, repeating his name.
"That's the only name I know. Yours."
Svarde shoved away the chill her words threatened. He stood straight, dropped an axe to pull Mena to her feet. "Worry about names later," Svarde said. "What matters now is skill and instinct. The fiend doesn't seem to take those. Can you wield a weapon?" Mena blinked.
"I don't know. Are you a friend?"
"As good a friend as you'll find down here," Svarde said. Kivy snorted, and the Guardian whirled, bringing his one axe up in a swipe across his chest. The fiend, closing in, howled and blew itself to the right, flattening against the ceiling. "We have to get this thing pinned down, and I know how we're going to do it. Kivy, keep it there."
"Who's Kivy?"
Mena asked. "A question for another time." Svarde pulled her along, towards the quartz's left side, where Pennifer's gear dangled from the gemstone spikes. "Take one of these, a crossbow." The first test came when Svarde handed Mena the weapon, and she passed it, gripping the haft like an archer would, immediately whipping the weapon right side up and checking to see if a quarrel was loaded. "You can use it?" Svarde asked, daring to hope.
"I think so."
"Then shoot that fiend," Svarde said. "After you fire, grab this other one here and do the same. We'll take this thing down yet." Trusting someone who just lost their memory seemed a bit foolhardy, but Svarde figured he didn't have much to lose. That he still had his own mind seemed to be a stroke of luck, and if the fiend managed to win out here, it'd be a fast descent into the blind nothingness of the void. "Kivy, hold it steady," Svarde called, shuffling back to pick up his dropped axe. The monster and its faces seemed content to hang there, watching for their next move. Those misshapen hands twitched beneath its dark cloak, as if wanting to reach out and grab something, but getting called back at the last moment by better instincts. "What kind of offal spawned you?" Svarde muttered, then glanced back at Mena, who had the crossbow up and aimed. "Give it a shot!" Mena lifted, aimed, and fired. The quarrel blasted out, zipping across the cavern and right into the static fiend. Not a sound echoed when the quarrel struck, no deadened hit to flesh or bright clink of metal on metal, at least at first. Those faces all widened, their mouths stretching to the very edges, the pale gray thinning out. The howls came then, rolling over one another, loud and frightened, sharp and high. Svarde winced, yelled at Kivi to charge the thing, and ran in himself. The fiend began to squirm, folding in around itself at the point where Mena's quarrel struck, as if the dart had the monster pinned against the stone wall. The faces turned and swam, their eyeless sockets looking everywhere, nowhere. The hands thrashed. Svarde raised his axes, Kivi barreling in across the ceiling, and Mena sent another quarrel lancing in, this one pegging the fiend's left side. The howls squealed up higher, the noise piercing Svarde's ears and setting his mind aflame, as if he'd stuck his head into fire. His own eyes watered, his teeth clenched, but Svarde did what he'd done so many times before. He focused on his grip, the solid hafts on his axes, and kept going. 2 strides away, and the fiend summoned its winds, the howls gusting up and over Svarde's head, buffeting his hair, and blowing Kivi away, dislodging the ferrite from the ceiling, and sending its too wild charge into the rocky floor below. A third quarrel had its flight spun off, bouncing away. But the wind swirled behind Svarde, pushed him towards the fiend with more speed than the Guardian expected. He stumbled, the double-high swing he'd been planning coming down early, so Svarde could plant his hands on the ground, keep himself from sprawling. The fiend took its chance. The water's slow drip in the cave below seemed like a disease, a slow siphoning away of Svarde's memories, sensations, sanity. When the fiend struck, that disease became a disaster, a full-on stripping. Svarde felt his connections to his old life fall away, faces and names flashing by, as if saying goodbye before vanishing, swept away by those howling faces. His life growing up on Foti, sweating in the mines alongside his father and uncle, siblings all clustered together to eat what they could spare from the dismal gardens in the wastes, the brilliant lucky days when a trader happened through who'd want some of their ore for a new toy, a new chance. The renewal, the desperate call for healthy young tryouts, the first time Svarde wielded an axe in anger. And Katya, there in the great forge, accepting Svarde in his most desperate state and giving him a second life. She faded, her features smearing there in that cave. Katya had brought Svarde on for his axe, and he would not let her down. Not again. Did he howl himself? Did he roar? Svarde didn't know, couldn't tell anything save for his hand on the haft and the gray faces before him. Svarde threw the axe, the weapon catching the fiend's own gust and spinning end over end to smash into the nearest face, its edge breaking the mask and shattering the broad mouth, those eyeless eyes. The face split apart, its halves falling to the ground and breaking like so much pottery. Behind it lay only dark, and the barest hint of sparkles, like stars on the deepest night. The howling stopped, the sucking clipped, memories crashing back into Svarde like an hourglass reversed. His thrown axe fell to the floor, and the fiend fled, ripping itself off the wall, and disappearing down a side tunnel. Left behind, dangling on the quarrels near the stone, were dark shreds, a cloak made not of fabric, but more devilish stuff. As Svarde found his feet, the remnant shriveled and vanished into thin gray smoke. Kivy bumped into his leg first, snorting fast. "I'm okay," Svarde replied to the ferrite's question. I think it hadn't swallowed me yet." The word tilted Svarde. He'd been so close to losing everything. One lucky throw, or he'd have been worse than dead.
"Svarde?"
Mena called from across the room.
"Do we chase it?"
"No." Svarde turned, nodded at the quartz. "Grab what you can, quick. Then we leave before it comes back." Svarde acted on his own order, snagging his armor from the gemstone's branches and throwing it on. His satchel, and Rasselbeck's too. Mena picked up and put down a few things, looking at them with a blank face, until Kivy helped her out, the ferrite guiding the lost woman to her satchel, her saber. "Come on," Svarde said, once they were put together. "Let's get Rasselbeck and leave. We hurt that bastard, but it's not dead, and I'll not chance my luck with it again." Svarde's luck held long enough for the trio to duck down the tunnel, away from the quartz, then cut left back to the big boulder, sealing in Rasselbeck and the broken man. Rasselbeck's recital had continued the whole time Svarde had been gone, a constant replaying of names and lives to satisfy the other man's desire for stories. "Please, Svarde," Rasselbeck said, after the latter announced their return. "You've got to get me out of here. I'm going to kill this one soon." Rasselbeck's rasp proved motivating enough, but the three didn't have the strength to move the boulder. The small man on the other side could have boosted Rasselbeck up and through, but that would leave him trapped, doomed in a way Svarde didn't want to think about. And yet, the fiends still lived. The minutes they burned here, before this damn boulder, trying to plot out a path. Kivy had even taken some bites from the big stone, but the small lizard couldn't devour an entire escape from the rock. Only let the fiend recover. Find some new way to hurt them. "Can you lift him out?" Svarde asked. "Me? Lift him?" Rasselbeck replied. "Not you. I don't know your name, my friend, and I'm sorry for that, but I need to know. Can you lift Rasselbeck free?" The whimpering man said nothing for a long moment. Then, Svarde heard scuffling on the stone's other side. Hands moving, boots lifting. "He's trying," Rasselbeck said. "I think we can just about make it." Svarde glanced at Mena, tried to see if she had an opinion. The old Mena, the one with raiding baked into her blood, seemed like she would have made the cutting call. Save the crew member. Forget the broken man. Would that Svarde didn't have to damn someone. "I can reach the hole," Rasselbeck said. "Should I come through?"
"If he leaves," the whimpering man said, "then I'm alone, aren't I?" "There's got to be a way," Mena said. "A rope somewhere? Maybe our shirts. We can tie them together."
"Even if the rags we're wearing now would hold his weight, we haven't the time," Svarde said. "The fiend's going to come back." "Hold on," Rasselbeck said. "I have an idea." Svarde watched, the slim silver light showing little more than shadows in the tunnel. Up above, just over Svarde's bushy hair, a foot showed through, then another. Rasselbeck's bare feet, scratched and dirty. "We've got your gear here," Svarde said. "Good, because if I have to walk another minute on these rocks without my shoes, I'd just lay down and take it," Rasselbeck replied. "Now, sir, I don't know your name, but I'm going to reach down. You'll have to take my hand."
"I can do that."
"Okay, I've got his arms," Rasselbeck announced, his bottom half the only thing showing in the tunnel.
"You'll have to help pull me through. I'll lift him along."
Buffed with vigor at not having to leave the poor man to an awful fate, Svarde boosted Mena, letting the woman get a grip on Rasselbeck's legs. Together, the whole crew worked in concert to pull Rasselbeck through, dragging the skinny man along with them. As Rasselbeck settled to the ground, grabbing for the few scraps Svarde had brought along, he took a look at the trio that had come back for him.
"Where's Pennifer?"
She'd gone the wrong way. Svarde led the group outside the fiend's domain, cutting back through the caves into the dark below. They'd gone the whole way back up, by the sealed entries the fiend had made to guide unsuspecting creatures, explorers, food to its lair. The next fork offered a choice. Up and to the right, the long journey back to the Went surface. To the left, another descent, sharp and jagged, but better lit and treated with the sound of rushing water. When the crew had first come to this choice, Svarde and the others had opted for the more gradual tunnel, rather than the one needing a stiff climb, but Pennifer apparently had no such qualms now. Her footprints, slicked with blood earned by passing rocks, gave a clear marker for her path.
"She was one of us?"
Mena asked, as they stared at the choice.
"Is one of us,"
Rasselbeck replied.
"Just because she doesn't know it right now, doesn't mean we give up on her."
The whole walk up this far, Rasselbeck, voice refreshed with the recovered satchels and their water skins, had detailed the journey back to Mena and the other man. At first, Svarde had been reluctant to use the water, seeing as it came from the fiend's nefarious pool, but the effects on memory seemed to falter beyond the fiend's borders, or perhaps the storage in the skins slowly sapped the water of its power. Either way, after Rasselbeck took several gulps without ill effects, the whole group found themselves indulging.
"The question is whether we can follow her,"
Svarde grumbled.
"Mena barely knows who she is. We have another who's totally lost. You and I are drained, our gear battered or destroyed. Whatever's down there is sure to be just as bad as what we've left behind." "You're the captain," Rasselbeck snapped back. "Whether you want to be or not, with Mena down, you're up. You can order us topside, and I'll follow, because I don't want to die. But I know this. I'll regret leaving her for the rest of my life."
Again, Svarde found himself turning to Mena, just as he had to Ami and Katya all those days marching around the Isles. He was a weapon, not the captain. A breaker of men, not a leader of them.
"We go after her," Svarde said. "A half day only, till we have to rest. If we find her, if we're close, then we'll have our reward. If we don't, if she's still gone, then we turn back." "A fair deal," Rasselbeck nodded.
"Do I get a say?"
Mena asked.
"Or me?"
the other man added.
"I'd like to go to the surface. Please. I thought I was going to die in there, and now I'm not. I have a chance."
"We're going after Pennifer," Svarde snarled. "You'll have some chance staying with us. You'll have no chance on your own. Make your choice."
After that, there was no dissent. Chapter 21. Raft. By the third hour, Bliss and Torny had exchanged names. By the time they'd reached the lava flow and watched Wax and Sledge mount their crescent raft, the two had an understanding. Bliss wouldn't try to run, and Torny wouldn't keep asking probing questions. The two had gone on in a respectable silence ever since, which had given Bliss all the time and focus she'd needed to keep tabs on her brother and figure out how the bandits worked. First and foremost, the crew seemed bedraggled. Their equipment lacked care. was coated in soot, damaged by heat and rocks. Their weapons were about the only thing that seemed in decent condition, the metal edges gleaming. Focus on the priorities, Bliss supposed. They also spoke little. Nothing like the songs, the banter, buzzing around the hunting companies on Vis. Bliss couldn't quite pin down why, except desperation. These weren't on some honorable mission to save their friends, pursue a noble goal. They needed Wax's scar, and any profits from it to survive. Miserable creatures, these. Except, oddly enough, Torny. The younger woman had the brightest eyes in the group, even though she didn't talk much with the other bandits. Her outfit seemed the least tarnished, her face not so grim. Adventure still seemed to have some excitement for her. That excitement found a new test on the slim oval Bliss and Torny picked for their lava raft. Or rather, Torny picked, pushing Bliss forward to the burning river and pointing, saying they couldn't get too far behind. When Bliss shook her head, Torny frowned, repeated her ask, and moved her hand to the knife at her waist. With her pole in hand, Bliss figured she could whip it up, smack Torny into the lava before the bandit could do a damn thing to stop her. What that'd mean for Wax and Quick, though. So, when the rock floated near, Bliss took a single vault, landed on the rock steady in those boots, ugly, uncomfortable, but useful, and planted her pole. Torny came behind, her leap too long for the oval's small size. She overbalanced, her landed foot sliding on some loose stone. Torny jammed her pole down, grabbing it with both hands, even as her feet slid out from under her. Boots licked lava, the black stone swayed, and Bliss went to a crouch, reached over and snagged Torny's tunic, and pulled her up.
"Thanks,"
Torny said, getting stable and brushing, with the pole, some drying lava off her boots.
"Not my finest moment."
Bliss leveled a single raised eyebrow at Torny, then went back to watching Quick and Wax. The two seemed settled enough on their rocks, and they were too far away for Bliss to help if something went wrong. For the next few hours, at least, Bliss the Guardian would only be responsible for Bliss herself.
"Sledge said this wasn't going to be hard,"
Torny muttered, holding her pole with both hands, the stick properly jammed in now.
"Would be an easy ride down the coast," she said.
Bliss didn't look at her raft partner, but rolled her eyes anyway. Sledge seemed like the kind of leader that'd drag her team through anything to get what she wanted. Not one to trust.
"You're pretty comfortable,"
Torny said, the lava flow bringing them around one lazy curve after another.
"You ever done this before?"
Bliss shook her head.
"Of course not. Why would you, being from Vis and all?"
Torny chuckled.
"It's me, sorry. I tend to talk a lot when I'm nervous."
Bliss nodded.
"That obvious?"
Bliss nodded again.
"It's kind of nice that you can't talk. Know that?"
Now Bliss gave the bandit a solid glare. Torny tried to contort her mouth, her bright eyes into something apologetic. It might have worked, were she not clinging to her pole as lava sparked and popped around them.
"Look, I'm not meaning any offense, okay? It's just, most people tend to ignore me,"
Torny continued.
"I mean, you're free to, and I guess I'm not sure if you are, but at least you're not talking over me, right?"
Bliss squinted an eye. Was this self-pity or just babble? A nervous person trying to distract herself from the situation.
"It's strange how you wind up in places like these,"
Torny kept on.
"Not like I planned to, you know, but things kept piling up, almost without my control. Except, I mean, the obvious ones, but still. You don't wake up one morning planning to be riding a rock down a lava river."
Bliss shrugged. Really, this wasn't too far from some of the adventures she'd had back on Vis. The Isles had strange and wondrous things aplenty, and Bliss had to count herself lucky she'd seen so much in her young years. though the lava flow might be a bit on the dangerous side. Especially now that ferrites loomed on the rocks above them, sapphire eyes glinting. Sled shouted something about being on guard, staying cautious.
"Don't like this,"
Torny said, for once managing to take a hand off the pole and bring it to her knife. The bandit short spear might have been more useful, but it had snapped back in the fight. And Bliss's staff on Torny's back? Better still, but Torny didn't seem to know how to use it.
"If these lizards decide to jump us, stay close, okay?"
As if Bliss could go anywhere else. Their oval raft seemed to be taking the slowest route, and they had distance aplenty between their rock and Quick's. Her older brother seemed to be splitting his glances between Bliss and Wax, though no fear showed on the man's face. Confident he'd make it through. Bliss could be the same. Would be the same. Confidence, though, did nothing to deter the lizards. Torny's curse added flavor to what Bliss saw, the rapid breaking as all the ferrites jumped, ran, and splashed into the lava to come at the 4 rafts. There hadn't been any command, any whistle like the birds back home, just a couple popping their steam vents, and the whole batch was on them. The first ferrite hit their raft from the air, plopping onto the small oval and spinning towards Bliss, the lizard's tail smacking Torny and sending her to ground, her knees hitting the rock hard as both hands kept their death grip on her pole. Bliss yanked hers from the rock, bringing it up to ward off the ferrite's snapping, stubby jaws. The lizard kept its claws locked into the rock, making those teeth its only weapon. Not that, given how many gritty points lingered in that mouth, the ferrite needed another. The ferrite, though, was gray, just like a Hanako whose thoughts were on the future dinner rather than catching the prey that'd make it. After a couple of failed snaps, Bliss fainting to either side without shuffling her feet, just like playing games with Wax on the tree branches back home, the ferrite lunged right for her. Bliss swung her pole up, bending her back as she did so. The sweeping blade on the pole caught the ferrite's body as it came in, Bliss's arms buckling under the weight. The ferrite toppled her to the rock, but kept on going, its own momentum boosted by Bliss's swing. With a surprised snort, the lizard rolled off the raft's front and into the lava, leaving Bliss scratched and burned on the stone.
"Are you all right?"
Torny asked over the shouts from ahead. Sledge was saying something Bliss couldn't hear.
"That thing came out of nowhere."
"They're all coming out of nowhere," Bliss wanted to say, but instead she rose, sticking her pole back into the oval to help her stand. Torny had herself up, too, and she'd moved from her end of the oval towards Bliss. A strange move, given how—
"Our boat's being eaten,"
Torny noted as she moved.
"Look."
Bliss didn't have to look hard, as the oval had lost its back end, the rounded-off rock now a spiked edge, as a ferrite chomped, head emerging from the lava to take a bite, before diving back beneath the hot orange.
"Really not a fair tactic,"
Torny said, backing up near Bliss. Behind them, shouts and struggles continued, enough to suggest help, even if it were possible, wouldn't be coming.
"Any ideas?"
The ferrite's chomping and the swirl from the fighting had pushed their breaking raft closer to the north bank, an intimidating slope that nonetheless looked to have more handholds than the average sauna stock. And attempting to climb still had falling into lava beat on just about every count. Bliss tapped Torny's shoulder and pointed.
"What, jump?"
Torny gave a dire laugh.
"We'd lose the rest of the crew."
Again, better than death. Bliss had no time to write the comeback on her little tablet, a move she wouldn't risk anyway on the listing rock raft. The ferrite took off another chunk, breaking back towards the center. The lizard's weight pushed the raft deeper into the lava, the gooey orange flickering towards their boots.
"There's got to be another way,"
Torny said, poking at the ferrite with a pole. And she could take the time to find one. Bliss wasn't going to wait. Sliding on her toes and turned northward, kicked off while planting the pole in the raft side. Bliss took the boost, left the pole behind as she flew, striking the cliffside less than an arm's length over the spitting river. Bliss's fingers felt for handholds, the cliff's heat little less than their rafts this close to the lava. Every touch burned, but Bliss had ignored pain before, could do it again. She kicked her boots at the black rock, felt the soles bite in as Bliss pressed herself against the cliff. Torny yelled something behind her. Didn't matter. What did was climbing up. Bliss flicked her eyes skyward as her fingers found lips in the rock folds. Like she'd done countless times with asanas, a path peeked out to her eyes, lines within leaping distance running from handholds and footholds to the next. She kicked off, boots and hands on either side, moving in tandem. The weight on her feet didn't help Bliss move, but given the pain in her hands, on her shoulders and arms, where the sparse weave hit the hot rock, Bliss would make do. A hard vibration bubbled up, and Bliss risked a break in her climb to look down, see Torny, face screwed up in a wide-eyed panic, hugging the cliff beneath her. Bliss's staff still hung on the bandit's back, the Foti knife bouncing off the cliff at Torny's waist. The bandit looked unsteady enough. Bliss eyed her staff. She could scoot down a couple holds, try to lean and grab her weapon, then kick Torny into the river. No, too risky. Torny might panic, fall. Then Bliss would never get her staff back. Besides, the ferrites had noticed their escape. 2 lizards scurried Bliss's way on her left, those stone-munching maws ready to deal some serious damage if she remained on the cliff. Pushing, Bliss took what Vis gave her and scaled the black rock at a speed Wax would have admired. Every kick brought Bliss up 2 handholds. Every reach with an arm parlayed the momentum into another push-off with her legs. The stones cooled with every rise, the air even picking up breeze that didn't stink of lava's sulfurous offal. As the first ferrite took a nip at her boot, Bliss reached a break, the steep side leveling out into a small hill before resuming its upward slice. Heaving, Bliss pulled herself onto the fold, kicked out with her boot, and smacked the ferrite in its biting mouth. The lizard snorted, took a long look at Bliss, before turning and darting down. Down, no doubt, towards Torny. Turning around on her hands and knees, Bliss crawled towards the cliff's edge. Looking down, she saw Torny stuck, her right hand and feet clinging to solid handholds, while her left hand waved the long knife at the patient ferrites. The lizard pair studied the bandit, staying resolute between Torny and the pocketed cliffs where, Bliss assumed, the things made their homes. The sight sparked an inspiration, an answer to a question Bliss had been bubbling over since the lizards made their move. If the ferrites ate rock and stone, why bother with a bunch of humans? Why, unless the lizards wanted to protect their home, their nests, their young from intruders? If Torny moved away from those holes, she might escape the ferrite's wrath. But how to communicate that? Bliss looked around her. Loose rocks abounded, small and large. Bliss grabbed one, took aim, and sent it flying. The stone clipped the cliff between Torny and the ferrites, causing the bandit to look up. Bliss waved left, back away from the ferrite nests. "What do you mean?" Torny asked, tight and strained. Bliss pressed her lips together. The ferrites moved, one going down and the other scaling up the cliff. If they split Torny, that long knife wasn't going to help any. With that blade drawn too, Torny couldn't move all that well. Guess Bliss would have to get aggressive. Casting about for another palm-sized stone, Bliss threw it down at the higher ferrite. The rock broke against the lizard's hard shell, causing precisely no damage, and drawing only a snapping glare. Torny tried a swing at the lower ferrite, a misguided strike the ferrite saw coming. The lizard shied away from the initial swipe before lunging after the knife, catching it on Torny's backswing. With a curse, the bandit let the blade go as the ferrite put its jaws on the slender metal, yanking it away and flinging the knife into the river. Now the bandit had no choice but to run. Bliss launched another stone as Torny made to scale the cliff, the rock whacking the upper ferrite's squat neck as the lizard tried to take advantage. Its bite swung just wide, getting Torny's hair in its teeth. Some strands snapped off as the bandit scrambled by, the ferrite coughing as Torny's wiry locks snagged in its teeth. Torny kept up the curses, kept on climbing. The lower ferrite chased, biting at and breaking off the metal heel on Torny's left boot. The other, ignoring another Bliss-thrown rock, snapped and tore away Torny's satchel, the food and gear tumbling away. Yet the bandit kept on moving, kept those fingers stretching, those booted toes kicking into new handholds. Bliss reached out, caught Torny's hand as she came near, and tugged her over onto the shallow slope. The ferrites poked their heads over, received kicks for their efforts, and vanished. Torny crawled away, knees and elbows pushing her up the slope, while Bliss waited, watched for any more lizard incursions. None came, and along the cliffs, Bliss watched as the lizards returned to their burrows. In the distance, the bandit rafts continued on. Bliss could make out Quick, standing tall and alone on his raft, then the 3 bandits and her brother, all adjusting. As for Bliss's old raft, the oval seemed gone entirely, or broken up into pieces too small to see. Gratifying, at least, to know they'd made the right move.
"We're dead,"
Torny said, coming up beside Bliss.
"They're gone. We're stuck here, in the wastes. I've got my water skin, and that's it."
Bliss nodded at the staff on Torny's back, the thin ties keeping it on the bandit's shoulders fraying, but still intact.
"What, your stick? Yeah, that'll save us,"
Torny muttered, her eyes tracking the departing bandits.
"Can it find food? Water? How about teleport us to the coast? Because that's where we need to go."
Bliss shook her head, judged Torny's hunched form. Burns marred the bandit, too. They'd need medicine, ointments if they wanted to make it through the next couple days without infection, or worse. Torny wasn't wrong either. Food and water would be necessary. Bliss flicked her eyes skyward. Mid-afternoon. It'd be dark in a few hours, and while she didn't know what predators roamed Foti's wastes, getting caught out at night in the open seemed a poor plan. Bliss moved without warning, diving at Torny and wrestling at the staff on the bandit's back. Torny tried to fight Bliss off, but without her knives, without the bandits backing her up, Bliss had the scrappier hand. She had Torny pushed over to the cliff's edge, looking down into that lava in 2 quick heartbeats, a dire enough view that the bandit gave up the fight, with nothing more than a shrug.
"Okay, you win,"
Torny said.
"Hurrah for you."
Bliss slid the staff from its carriage, gave it a once-over, a few small lava burns on one metal cap, but otherwise ready to go. A slight blessing. Bliss stood, the boots giving her a good grip on the rough rock, and practiced a swing, swishing the staff across her body. Torny sat up, watched the bamboo fly over her head, kept watching as Bliss moved through a simple routine, ignoring the progressing pain from the burns.
"Okay, so you know how to use that thing,"
Torny said, crossing her arms on her lap.
"Great."
What a tone. Bliss would have guessed Torny didn't take well to being cast out of power, but the bandit seemed less concerned about Bliss having the upper hand, and more worried about, well, supplies. Torny's eyes went to her water skin, to Bliss's own, tied along her thigh.
Done showing off?
Torny asked, as Bliss moved the staff to one hand, looked upward.
Maybe we can figure out what we're going to do?
The cliff didn't offer immediate solutions, only more climbing. But going back to the ferrites wasn't an answer. Neither was the lava flow. Even if they went back down, tried to wait for another rock raft, they'd have to brave the lizards again. Bliss pointed the staff towards the cliff, stepped off that way.
Oh, I see. This is a dictatorship,
Torny said, to Bliss's back. But she stood, started walking.
You get to make the decisions because you have a big stick.
Bliss nodded, without turning her head, reached the cliff, glanced back to Torny, and gestured for the bandit to take off the straps to hold the staff.
Now you're taking my stuff, too?
Torny asked, but she did as Bliss asked. Staff secured, Bliss climbed. Grumbling, Torny followed, and the sun fell further towards the night. Chapter 22. Prisoner. The tentacle turtle, Annalise's name for the thing, regarded Ami as the warrior entered the cage. At least, that's what Ami supposed, seeing as the fiend had no eyes whatsoever. With its tentacles quivering beneath the shell, the monster twisted itself to match Ami's entry, as if plotting the best time to launch her way. If only it would. Then Ami could skewer the thing, declare the experiment over, and go see what Gladring offered for dinner in his prison. The wonder of the scars was just that, a wonder. But handing Ami a spear and telling her to make some magic was annoying.
Remember to keep your hands on the grooves,
Annalise said, safely outside the bars. She had a charcoal pencil at the ready, her paper pad pressed up against the cave wall.
The goal isn't to kill the fiend, it's to use the scar. Thanks for the reminder.
Ami leveled the spear at the fiend, tried to keep her gloved fingers in the shallow grooves.
Any other requirements? Do I need to let it take a chunk out of me first?
Before Annalise could answer, the fiend lurched forward, those tentacles slapping the stone ground and pushing the turtle at Ami. A slow charge, one Ami might have fallen for if she hadn't seen the monster's earlier cage-crossing moves. Baiting into a reaction, hardly the stuff of stupid creatures. Ami feinted in, trying to bluff the fiend into thinking its own plan had succeeded. The turtle took it, proving its intelligence placed somewhere short of tactical genius. Two tentacles around the turtle's back whipped up and over, slapping where Ami would have been had she committed to the frontal stab. Instead, they whacked stone, bouncing out wide.
Tricky, tricky,
Ami muttered.
The scar, Ami,
Annalise reminded. Sure, the Foti gem's heat coursed through the spear, concentrating on those scalloped insets. The scar's whisper, distorted, as if howled from a long distance, wanted an answer.
Burn it, then,
Ami muttered to the spear. The scar didn't react. The fiend scuttled forward, and Ami backstepped, giving up the ground before the cage door. The monster had her cut off from an easy exit now, but Ami refused to be fazed. Even if she wasn't a master spear wielder, this thing ought to be an easy kill. Okay, if words wouldn't work. Ami tried thinking at the scar, keeping her mouth shut, and simply yelling, in her head, for the Foti stone to spit fire from the spear and turn the fiend to ash. Again, nothing. The fiend seemed as confused as Ami, but when the attack didn't come, the monster tried another forward scuttle, its tentacles whacking into the stone floor to launch the turtle creature into the air, a living missile gunning right for Ami's chest.
Watch out!
Annalise called. Ami sidestepped, ducking as she went, and holding the scar spear into her chest. That would have been the perfect time for a skewering, but apparently there were rules here. The scar kept whispering as the fiend shot past, tentacles reaching out to smack Ami's shoulder. The hits seemed like they should have been light things, mild brushes, but each one thudded like a bad bar punch, a bit wild and indirect, but together enough to knock Ami into a backward stumble. Only the cave's wall kept her from an unfortunate landing on the ground. So, no spoken words, no thoughts. How did the scar want to work? "You have any tips?" Ami called out, the fiend rolling over its landing and sighting on her again. "Listen to it," Annalise replied. "The scar will tell you how to use it." Listen to what? Those insane mutterings coming into her mind? A conversation half heard and little remembered? Ami centered herself, planted her feet, and pointed the spear towards the fiend. If it jumped at her again, Annalise or no, Ami was going to split the fiend. As she leveled the spear, the scar's whispers changed. The voice, if you could call it that, went up an octave, spitting the nonsense out at a faster pace, like a barkeep calling out orders. Interesting. Ami tried waving the spear around, feeling a tad ridiculous, but as she moved with the weapon, the scar changed its response. Pointing the spear straight ahead led the scar to a high-speed stutter, while raising the weapon into a guard stance dropped the scar's mutters to a sluggish slur. When Ami jabbed at the fiend to drive it back, the scar piped up, almost yelling in Ami's head. "What's it telling you?" Annalise asked. "You have to let me know, for the research." Ami, though, barely heard the scientist. Instead, she danced with the scar, listening to its changing tone as she backstepped, dodged, struck, and shielded with the spear. Every move seemed to reveal something new, a cadence to the scar, a beat to its language. The fiend, either confused or plotting something new, put distance between itself and Ami. Tentacles wrapped around the cage's bars, lifting the fiend up near Ami's height. The warrior watched, giving the spear a twirl over her head and listening to the scar's excitement. Every time the spear's point whirled over Ami's head, the scar pulsed, like a happy shout in her mind. Those were the points, the rush, the moment the scar could work. And, as Ami lowered the spear back to her side, she could still catch them out, the shouts more muted, but still there. Points where the spear, the scar, seemed open to something special. The fiend jumped. The leap fell short of Ami's bulk, but the turtle thing rolled on the ground, putting its shell down and lashing a full tentacle forest towards Ami's face. Timing the move with a shout, Ami swept the spear before her, stamping the base into the ground and hoping the scar would react. If not, those tentacles were going to leave some hard bruises. The spear glowed, a flash flying from the scar and wrapping the weapon, the space around it, in hot fire. The fiend's tentacles struck the sudden barrier, sizzled, and bounced off. "Amazing!" Annalise shouted. Ami didn't quite know, as she'd fallen back, patting hard at her arms, her hair, where the spear's fire found something to catch. The weapon teetered as the fire vanished, falling to the ground with a hard thunk. The fiend writhed, burnt tentacles flailing, while Ami picked herself up, stared at the spear. "It nearly killed me," Ami said, over Annalise's continued amazement. "Hardly an innovation." "But you don't know what you're doing. Imagine someone who did." "I'll try that when I'm out of this cage," Ami said, reaching for the spear, and drawing her hand back quick. The weapon radiated heat, as hot as any Foti forge. Annalise's gloves seemed to have survived the initial burst, but picking up a white-hot weapon wasn't something Ami wanted to risk. The fiend noticed. Getting over its tentacle troubles, the turtle flipped itself, dragging its limbs out and scuttling towards Ami.
"Grab the spear!"
Annalise shouted.
"It's too hot."
Ami shifted left, trying to get back to the cage bars and the door. A chance to run.
"Your experiment worked too well."
The fiend apparently caught Ami's intention, lashing its way through the room's center and cutting the guardian off as she made her getaway. The fiend reached out, snared the cage bars, and yanked itself to the metal, prepping for another toss and slam. If getting out wasn't in the game, Ami could try something different. She spread her feet, set her hands out before her, and told the fiend to come and get some. The monster did, launching off the bars and flying towards Ami. The guardian saw the angle, slid her left foot, ducked, and swung up her right arm. Tentacles lashed like small clubs, battering her shoulder, but Ami's gloved hand caught the fiend's middle on its flyby. Kicking off with her feet, Ami's right fist clenching the monster's tentacle mass, Ami ran with the fiend's momentum, dipping the fiend with its own weight and ramming it right into the rock wall, shell first. The monster's barrier didn't break, no, but Ami felt her fist move through plenty more squishy bits, taking the fiend's soft center and mashing it to nothing. Those bashing tentacles fell limp, leaving Ami with nothing more than a spray of guts and bile all over her gear, her face, her hair. She pulled back, let the corpse fall to the floor.
"You okay?"
Annalise asked, opening the cage door.
"Tell the guards I'll be needing a bath."
If there was an advantage to Gladring's luxury prison, it came with the tenant's own bath. Noctia's desert demanded citizens share public baths, great big pools mixed with seawater and rain runoff, refreshed when nature or absolute filth demanded it. Ami, along with everyone else, grew used to it over time. Your only other option was a swim in an ocean flush with predators, and now fiends. The tenant bath waited at the bottom of the circle's central tower, a place Ami had no right to without 2 Gladring guards by her side. Whenever they passed some official, some other Najan soldier, the guards flashed a token, one Ami kept trying to sneak a look at, but never managed, and the trio was waved on through. A steaming pool, larger than any room Ami had ever stayed in, greeted them past the last gate. Thin wood slats sectioned the pool off, making 8 separate bathing berths. Each slat could be pulled aside, so Ami noticed, allowing tenants to talk with whomever they chose while soaking their soft hands and feet. The hour creeping towards dinner meant the baths had but 2 occupants, both with their slats up, both quiet. Ami picked her own spot, one well separated, and checked to see both guards had retreated outside the room. Not that she was much of a risk. The stone chamber offered no other exits, and besides her Najan robe and the fiend's remnants, Annalise wiped the worst off with a scrap rag, the guardian had nothing to effect any escape. Instead, she slipped into the burbling pool, fired by a boiler beneath, and gasped. Hot water alone was a rarity, reserved for teas, not commoner baths, and sharing a pool not with 100 others, made for something nearing magic. Smoke rose up around her, the slats dripping, and as Ami lowered herself up to her chin, a waiting cloth already used to wipe her clean, the long years of her life burned on the road, in battle, fell away. "You're a hard woman to find," said a voice on her right, through the slat. Ami started, sitting up, the doze slipping away. Her skin looked shriveled, her breathing shallow. How long had she been laying there in the bath? "Are you going to open the slat,
or am I going to talk through the wood?" The voice again, one she recognized, though this time wine hadn't made its mark. "If it's modesty you're concerned about, fear not. I'll keep my eyes to myself." Ami reached over, pulled the slat ahead just enough to show her face, and Matimo's puffy mug. The man seemed to be enjoying the bath as much as she'd been. His eyes closed, despite his words. His shoulders relaxed.
"Modesty dies the minute you see someone carved up by a fiend," Ami said. "What do you want?"
"I thought the question was, what does Ami want?"
"No more riddles, that's what."
Matimo cracked open an eye. "Riddles? This is no riddle. You came to me looking for information. I gave you the price, and then you disappeared. Hardly a fair play."
"I found what I was looking for."
Matimo shook his head. "You found what Gladring wanted to show you, no doubt. Not what you were looking for."
"I've seen the scars. I know what he's doing with them."
Now both eyes shot open. Matimo turned, looked through the steam at Ami. "You're lucky the other two have cleared out. The Najan keeps strict dinner hours, and there's not another soul in here. Otherwise, you might be dead before you return to your room."
"I'd like to see them try."
Matimo chuckled. "That's just it, Ami. You wouldn't. Don't mention the scars. Ever. Unless you're in Gladring's little dungeon."
"If you knew what he was doing, then why did you want me to find a way in?"
"It's not what he's doing that interests me," Matimo replied. "It's what he's not doing, what he doesn't know and refuses to learn." Ami sighed, closed her own eyes.
"I said no more riddles, Matimo."
"Then help me, Ami."
"You want in? Ask Gladring yourself."
Matimo splashed the water, a light pitter-patter against the wood. Playful, like a man imagining throwing a punch at an enemy. "I don't need to get in anymore," Matimo said. "Now that you're there."
"I'm not doing anything for you."
"Then how about for Katya?" Matimo asked. That earned him Ami's eyes, her attention. "Gladring told you there's no hope for her, right?" Matimo rubbed his hands together. "He's wrong. The scars have power we don't understand. Not today, but that some used to know."
"Power like what?"
"That, dear guardian, is the mystery, and the key to my request. Bring me a scar, a Vis scar, and I will find a way to save your Aegis." Another bath in 3 days' time. That's when Ami, dried off and walking, escorted, back to Gladring's tower, would deliver the scar to Matimo. Some time after that, again in the tenant's pool, the historian would pass back what they'd found, the supposed key to Katya's survival. Again, she'd be donning the thief's robes. Again, Ami would be stepping beyond her bounds. Yet, who would be there to stop her? As Ami went through the last guarded door, once more to the bland corridor to her dull room, the only sound she heard came from ahead and below. Laughter, a gasp, and an excited shout. All from one person, the only obstacle in Ami's way. But what risk did a scientist pose to a soldier? Chapter 23. Hostages. Wax threw the gruel at Sledge. The small wood bowl smacked the bandit leader across her forehead, the gunk splattering all across her battered gear.
since restored to her person after the crew left the lava flow behind not long after the ferrites. They'd be returning to the lava soon enough, according to Sledge, but for now, a regroup, a reassess, and, perhaps, a chance for Torny and Bliss to catch up. The wait put the numbers at 3 against 2, with Quick's former captor being tossed into the burning river. Sledge, along with another man and woman, whose name she gave but Wax promptly forgot, given that his mind turned on more important matters, like how to deliver the late lunch to the bandit leader with force. Sledge reacted like most people would, falling back off the lumpy black rock she'd claimed for a seat, cursing. Wax jumped up, speeding towards the set-down satchels, among them his Foti blade. He'd formed the plan the moment Sledge removed the sword, a fatal error brought about by her chosen stone's lack of accommodation to hanging weaponry. The other 2 bandits shouted, words muffled, as Quick rose to do what Wax assumed any guardian would, protect the Renewal, with fists and fury. The 5 chose an ugly bluff for their break, far enough up from the lava flow to make fresh air a viable concept, if not far enough to dispel the heat, the acrid sulfur smell. Black rock and some brave scrub brush completed the place, one that had already claimed a spot among the most loathed in Wax's heart. That loathing found new vigor as Wax reached the piled gear, only to find the brittle stone a cutting surface to brush when grabbing wildly for a weapon. His scuffed knuckles found the sheath, yanked the cerulean blade free. Wax held the sword up in a kind of triumph, the edge catching the sunlight and putting a momentary stop to the scuffle. "Hurt my brother, and I'll kill you," Wax said, leveling the blade at the 2 bandits, though both looked boxed up by Quick's clenched fists. "This whole thing ends here." "Does it?" Sledge asked, standing up behind her stone, goop dripping from her hair. "What are you going to do, Renewal? Hike all the way back to Jarl's Tooth? You'll starve before you make it there, or melt on these cursed wastes." As she spoke, Sledge crossed her arms, glaring at Wax like his own mother might have. "Ride the river, and you'll come to our camp, where you'll find nothing friendly waiting for you. Death either way without us." Sledge's words threw Wax sideways for a second. Camp? Nobody had mentioned a camp. Wax had built up some beach nightmare, whereby he'd spend the next year eating bugs and fish on the sand under Sledge's watchful eye. A camp implied something larger, something worse. "Think we're the only crew out hunting renewals? And any other foreigner not following the rules?" Sledge laughed. "Naivety will get you killed, boy." Wax glanced at Quick, looking for an answer, and found little in his brother's frowning face. A different answer, though, lay at Wax's feet, around his legs. The bandits had enough food, so Sledge promised, to get their whole team to the coast. Split that food among just Wax and Quick, and Jarl's Tooth should be in reach. Even better, that'd be going upriver, towards where Bliss and Torny jumped their rock. Quick had seen the pair make the leap, swore they lived, which means they needed to be found. "Think I'll take my chances," Wax said. "You and your 2 friends can take a walk. Go out there, to the lava, wherever you want." Sledge narrowed her eyes. The other 2 bandits watched her. "You mean to keep the satchels?" "I mean for you to take a walk. You can keep what you're wearing." Sledge laughed again. "Then you're killing us. That won't do. What will, though, is keeping on our road. So put that blade down, and let's find ourselves some new rafts. Daylight's burning." Wax felt a flush coming on, pushed it away. Not a chance he'd get pushed around by Sledge. Not after what he'd seen, what he'd done.
"You heard me," Wax said. "Go."
Wearing her infuriating half-smile, Sledge stepped around the rock, walked right at Wax, her arms falling loose to her side.
"You willing to kill me now, boy?"
Sledge asked as she approached.
"That's what you'll have to do. Stick that sword right here."
Sledge pointed to her own heart with her right hand.
"Make it a strong thrust, mind, because even though this leather's hot and seen too many years, it'll still turn a coward stab. I'm no coward."
Wax gripped the blade with both hands, angled the point toward Sledge. What'd they say on the Kant's ship? Don't wait to strike. Surprise and speed wins more fights than skill.
"Then prove it."
As Sledge finished the words, Wax kicked off his feet, thrusting the Foti blade ahead, more like a spear than a sword, going for that stab right where Sledge told him to, right where she expected him to be. Raising her arm, shifting on feet lighter without the heavy lava boots on, Sledge let Wax's blade slip by her left side. She clamped her arm down on the sword, cocked her right fist, and smashed Wax's face, splitting stars across his skull and sending him into a backward stumble. Sledge ripped the blade free from Wax's half-hearted hands, finding the hilt and turning the point on its owner.
"Not a coward," Sledge said. "I'll give you that much."
Wax steadied himself, shook his head to clear the buzzing, and watched the sword. The provisions and possibly other weapons lay to his left and in possible distance. Behind him sat the bluff's edge and a long fall to a grim death. Quick and the others lay the only other way, a route Sledge could also cut with a swift strike. Trapped and in trouble. Not exactly an unusual situation for Wax, a fact he'd reckon with later.
"What's your choice?"
Sledge advanced another step.
"Die now, along with your brother, or live?"
"Do you always talk like that?" Wax countered, letting his hands fall to his side.
"Talk like what?" "An Ajan who needs a vacation," Wax said.
Sledge took another step forward, frowning now, the needling making its magic.
"I mean, come on. We're on some desolate rocks. You've lost half your crew. Not exactly the work of a genius, am I right?" "You'll be little more than a corpse in a minute,"
Sledge growled, bringing the blade within a hair of Wax's chest. If Wax had learned one thing from the Kant's duelists, it was that stance told you more than where the sword, the spear, happened to be. How Sledge stood, how she gripped the blade, said what she'd be doing with it. And right now, Sledge's single-handed point said threaten, not kill, not stab. So Wax kicked off the rock and ran, right towards the only ally he had.
"Now, quick!"
The shout didn't quite ring with triumph, but Quick used the opening anyway, elbowing the bandit on his left while pushing the other forward, tripping them into the rock.
"What's the plan?"
Quick said, as Wax closed, delivering a second punch to the elbowed bandit and leveling her.
"Run? Or win?"
Wax kicked the tripped bandit, sending their head lolling to the side. He reached down, pulled a knife from the bandit's belt.
"We've got him now." "You've got nothing,"
Sledge announced, frigid iron on her words.
"Wax,"
Quick muttered.
"What? Sword or no, she—"
Wax turned, knife at the ready. Sledge, the Foti blade on the rocks at her feet, had her bow drawn, arrow ready to fire. The distance long enough to give her a clear shot, well before either Wax or Quick could close.
"Drop the knife," Sledge said. "Apologize, and maybe I don't kill you right away."
Why did this woman seem to have a counter for every one of Wax's tricks? Frustrating. And for the first time, Wax found himself drawing blanks. "Run," Quick whispered. "I can buy you time." Wax started to refuse out of hand as Sledge demanded again that he drop the knife. Sacrificing Quick to give Wax a random run into the wilderness wasn't an option. But the suggestion gave rise to a better idea. Wax started a slow crouch, reaching with the knife as if to set it down. Just before Wax touched it to the stone, he darted to the right, wrapping his left hand around the knocked-out bandit and putting the knife to the man's throat. "New deal," Wax said, as Sledge swung the bow, her arrow tracking to Quick's unguarded form. "You let my guardian go, and I'll come with you. No tricks, no fights, no fuss." "Wax, what?" Quick started. "Go?" Sledge shook her head. "There's nowhere to go. The closest town I know about is days to the north. He'll die before he gets close." "He'll take that risk," Wax said. He threw a look Quick's way, a firm set. His brother had to understand that the only thing they'd get with these bandits would be a slow death. Whatever Sledge said about past renewals, letting Wax and Quick live after who knew how long had passed seemed unlikely. Stupid. A vain hope, like the one Wax had before Pan had a thorn shoved in his side. Quick's odds in the wastes would be better. And maybe, just maybe, his brother could find some help out there. "Wax is right. I'll take my chances," Quick said. "Give your friend his life. Let me go." Sledge weighed the options, her arm keeping the arrow ready. Wax figured the strain had to be tough, hard to keep ready to fire. And Sledge proved him right, letting the arrow relax with a shrug. "Then go. Take your water skin and run, Vis. If I see you coming back, your brother dies first." Quick nodded, put a hand on Wax's shoulder. "I won't forsake you, brother," he whispered. "Hold on." "What? I'm just going to be spending some lovely time with these people. You're in the hard spot." Quick laughed, looked to the north. "Go," Sledge ordered, "or I'll shoot you now." Without a last glance Wax's way, his brother ran, huffing up the black rock and over the hill, vanishing as the sun crept lower in the sky. Getting back on the lava flow went easier the second time around, the ride thankfully ferrite-free. With Sledge in front and the other two bandits behind, Wax took his victory and rode in the middle, holding his pole on the large stone they'd secured. No guardians with him now. Quick, a Vis hunter, could survive just about anywhere. Bliss wasn't far off either, so long as the other bandit didn't get desperate and stabby. Still, Wax had to favor his sister in any fight. Sledge seemed to feel the same desperation. With one hand on the pole, the other on Wax's Foti blade, the bandit leader kept looking back, as if to confirm her prisoner and couple remaining members were still there. Creases lined her face, now kept in a permanent frown. No more anecdotes about Foti, about life amid the wastes, came tumbling from bored lips. This was someone, Wax figured, who realized this attempt had gone badly wrong. Who would be waiting at the end to judge her for it? The other two bandits kept to themselves, save from taking back their weapons from Wax's grabby hands. They muttered nothing more than necessary navigation, their eyes hooded and lips tight. Hands gripped the poles. Sighs came often, audible over the lava's endless pops and sizzles. When they stepped off the rafts, darkness had set in, the lava's orange-yellow glow providing enough light for a scramble up a softer hill, this one speckled with more life. When Wax asked why, Sledge didn't answer,
but a bandit behind him offered a solution.
"Closer to the coast. More rain," the other woman said. "You can smell the salt."
Wax sniffed. Every breath still came with more sulfur, more noxiousness than anything. But the bandit had a point. Beneath it all, the ocean left a tang.
"Don't talk to him,"
Sledge said, as they dropped the satchels.
"Not till we reach the camp. I've heard enough out of his mouth."
"Sorry," Wax said, throwing up his natural, cocky grin. "Not like me to be quiet." Sledge shook her head, nodded over Wax's shoulder.
"Shut him up, would you?"
Wax held his smile as he turned back, held it long enough to see the knife coming, hilt first into a strike against his forehead. Nobody caught his fall onto the rock. Chapter 24. Rescue Mission. Svarde told the tales as he walked, with Rasselbeck jumping in from time to time with his own, whenever the Guardian's throat grew too parched. The caves around them blurred in their endless dark rock at the telling, turning into sailing ships under Mena's watch, or narrow battlefields where Svarde, Ami, and Katya faced fiend after fiend en route to another scar. Through it all, Mena and the whimpering man listened and asked for more. At a break, eating what mosses and spring water they could find, Svarde asked the torn pair what they were hoping for.
"To find ourselves, obviously," Mena replied. "I want to remember who I am."
"You'll know what we tell you, nothing more," Svarde answered. "The shell, not what's inside."
"Then the shell is what I'll have."
Svarde nodded, looked to the shriveled man. He'd been quieter lately, spending more time looking at the stones.
"And you? We know nothing of who you are. What will you do?"
The man scratched at his chin. He had a habit, Svarde noticed, of running his hands along his own body, as if exploring his own skin, perhaps reminding himself what he looked like, what his body was.
"An empty vessel, looking to be filled," the man replied. "These stories you're telling, it's scaffolding for me. Pieces to cling to, memories to recall, even if they're not my own."
"You're holding on to them now?"
The man nodded.
"With every step away from that creature's lair, I feel myself returning. Not the memories, no, but my sense of myself."
"Anything useful in that sense?"
Svarde gestured a half-eaten mushroom at Mena's crossbow and saber pairing.
"Think you could use one of those?"
The man shook his head.
"I don't think I was ever much of a martial man."
Rasselbeck snorted.
"Then why were you down here at all?"
"I think," the man said, fumbling and slow, "I think I've always been down here."
Rasselbeck rolled his eyes, looked at Svarde.
"Guess he'll serve as bait, if nothing else."
Pennifer's bloody footprints ran out after several hours' walk, their smears tracked sometimes by feel, sometimes by smell, and, rarest of all, by the occasional moss-given glows down deep. Without torches, the foursome went forward with careful caution, leaning on Kivy to guide the passage. Her snorts warned of steep slopes, sudden drops, or jagged walls. If need be, the ferrite would split her shell, eject steam, and give a low orange glow for a few strides, letting the group pass over streams or beneath spear-like growths dropping down from the ceiling.
"A miracle she's kept running this long,"
Rasselbeck noted, as they reached the latest print. Pennifer's blood now looked black and brackish, mingling with worse things.
We don't catch her soon. I'm thinking there won't be much to save.
As if to defy his words, a shout echoed along the corridor, a crystal-clear cry of shock. Rasselbeck and Mena jolted forward, only for Svarde to hold out an arm, stop them from running past into the gloom.
Kivy leads. We're no help to her if we fall apart on the way.
The ferrite took Svarde's command and snorted her way on, clearing her vents and lighting the cave, a narrow purple stretch. Claw marks scarred the walls here, and had for a while, old and new slashes exposing glittering minerals. Svarde used to assume every fiend made its journey up to an inevitable end against the Aegis's shield, or a warrior's blade. Now it seemed like some monsters chose to stay down here, making their home in the dark. Had Pennifer found another lair, or ran into a roaming fiend no more at home here than she? The tunnel leveled out, a stream cutting into the path and running into a deeper pool. Svarde and the others splashed in, as Kivy took to the drier walls. Pennifer hollered again, less panic and more anger this time. She wasn't dead, perhaps the biggest achievement for someone without a weapon this deep.
Hold on,
Svarde replied to the noise.
We're nearly to you.
A click behind said Mena had her crossbow up and ready. Svarde drew his axes as he waded through the chilly water. The wet almost felt good on his sore feet, those rough calluses, but its effects would turn against him after. The blisters, the disintegrating footwear. Too many times had... A body splashed into the water before him, hands flying up along with the water. Rather than reaching for the form, Svarde assumed Pennifer, but Kivy's vents couldn't pierce the water with their glow. Svarde stepped on by the splashing form. If it wasn't her, Rasselbeck had a knife that'd make a quick kill. The real fun lay ahead, the pool growing deeper as Svarde waded forward, sodden shoes slipping on smooth stone. In the water, burbling chutes sprayed upward, their bubbling geysers catching Kivy's vented gases and glowing with their reflection. So did, thankfully, the eyes. Two large, perfect circles, their pupils black and as large as Svarde's head, fixed the warrior in their glares. Each sat on its own side of the cavern, distant enough to make Svarde reconsider his chances of wading all the way across to them without taking a fatal smack or two. Though, a smack from what? Svarde hadn't seen anything yet. No claw, no tentacle. The eyes tracked him as Svarde stopped near the geysers, enduring the warm water splash as he considered.
"Don't look at them!"
Pennifer, her voice sputtering, shouted from behind.
"That's how they get you!"
Svarde snapped his look straight ahead, towards the faded far wall across the rippling water. Eyes as a weapon was a rare quality. Rarer still was the quiet, the absolute silence coming from these fiends. Svarde guessed there were two, each taking half of the cavern.
Get you how? Rasselbeck asked. I don't see any weapons.
Don't need 'em, Svarde answered for the man. You saw the last fiend. Some things don't need an edge. Mena splashed up near Svarde, holding her look ahead, just like he was.
Then what do we do? They're just watching us.
We found Pennifer, Svarde said. Let's go back. There's nothing gained in a fight.
You sure?
Fight enough, you know when not to swing the axe. Let's go. In a single move, Svarde turned his back on the eyes, their unblinking stares. He reached out, turned Mena too. Kivy, waiting on the cavern wall near the room's entrance, snorted. Nobody likes running, Kivy, Svarde said, starting the way back. We're not in any shape for a fight.
especially not with the walk back we've got coming.
The plan seemed a good one, the eye fiends doing precisely nothing, as Svarde and Mena waded back to the tunnel, to where Rasselbeck held Pennifer. The woman struggled, arms and legs kicking at the water.
"You can't leave them alive," Pennifer said. "You can't."
As Kivi matched Svarde's return, the glow gave him a good look at Pennifer's situation, at the cuts and welts laying over her body. What rags she still wore seemed to split and disintegrate there in the water, save for the sturdy leathers. Those would be heavy, cold, and uncomfortable companions during the walk up, but the woman had no other choice.
"We're not risking," Svarde started.
"They have our friends,"
Pennifer said, and Svarde couldn't be sure the water staining her cheeks wasn't tears.
"They have them, and they won't give them back."
"What friends?"
Rasselbeck asked, starting to pull Pennifer back down the tunnel. Behind them both, the whimpering man only held himself and shivered.
"All our friends are topside, Pennifer."
"Not these,"
Pennifer said, her burbling fading to a whisper.
"These are all the friends I have left. Please."
"She's lost it, Svarde,"
Rasselbeck said, then tightened his grip on his captive.
"Stay still, damn you."
Fiends came in all types, all possibilities. Who knew what friends Pennifer was talking about, what they meant to her, whether Svarde would find his own friends stolen if he went back to those monstrous eyes. A mystery he'd be content not finding out.
"They're moving,"
Mena whispered, tugging on Svarde's arm and forcing the warrior to turn around. Where there'd been a straight shot to the cavern's dark end, there now sat one of those eyes, its pupil larger now, canceling out the whole white. Just orange and purple filaments blazing Svarde's way. A fascinating dance, even at this distance. Why, if he looked hard enough, Svarde could even see himself in those lines. The eyes seemed to grow larger, the pupil splitting like a pie into sections, each one reflecting Svarde, a part of him, a past him. Svarde? There on the left, he stood with Ami and Katya, near the great Rana whirlpool, waiting for the boat to take them to the center, to the scar. Near the eye's top, Svarde sat in his family's home, a small house in Smythe. He had a child's hammer in his hand, banging on a bit of ore, while his older brother watched. On the right, the Rat's Fang and Svarde lifting a pint with Cherie. And at the bottom, Svarde with Kivi in their mountain cabin on Vis, putting the finishing touches on the outer deck. At first, every memory appeared as it should, a fragment vague at the edges, but clear in the action. Clear enough for Svarde to see the one difference. In every memory, every shard, lingering behind the scene, sat that same eye, and in it, the details too fine for Svarde to parse, seemed to be more shards, more memories. Water struck his face as Svarde fell into the pool, Mena's push doing its work. The chill woke Svarde's nerves, his muscles twitching back to life, breaking from some phantasmal chains that had held him in an unseen, unfelt paralysis. Using his axe handles to push himself up above the water, Svarde reeled from the giant eye to see the backs of his friends. Even Kivi swished her stubby tail nearby, her sapphire stare pointing forward.
"You with us, warrior?"
Mena asked, reaching one hand back without turning.
"You saw it, didn't you?"
Pennifer yelled from farther up the tunnel, where Rasselbeck dragged her free from the water.
"You see why we have to destroy it?"
A terror. The fiend certainly qualified as deserving an axe to its eye. But Svarde heard no battle call, felt no great desire to turn around and brave the stare again. Two fiends making a meal of his mind in too short a time had him stumbling forward, sheathing an axe and accepting Mayna's help. "We're leaving," Svarde said, as the water ran off his beard. "Leaving, and damn sure never coming back. These things can rot in this hole."
"Snaring more of their own kind, likely,"
Mayna added. "A favor, then, for us." Pennifer's fury calmed after she dried, after they all did, among the dusty stones. Walking back towards the surface seemed to rekindle a shared purpose, a fired goal that kept their legs moving, their spirits, if not soaring, then staying away from despair. Rasselbeck and Svarde took turns telling tales, the stories sucked up by the other three. Pennifer, for her part, explained her escape from the eyes on simple chance.
"I had no shoes. I slipped, is all."
At the first break, taken in a small side alcove overgrown with purplish glowing mushrooms, the group ran out their soaked clothes, assembled what gear they had, and tried to pull together a way forward. A task made all the harder when Rasselbeck, perhaps carrying some grudge after having to haul Pennifer free from the pool, accosted the woman. "Now that we can breathe, maybe you can give us all an apology?" Rasselbeck asked. Slightly less soaked, but no less ruined, Pennifer shrank back at the words, a motion the old Pennifer would never have made. Svarde glanced at Mayna, wanting to see if she'd made the same observation, but the Rana captain watched the confrontation in wide-eyed curiosity.
"An apology for what?"
Pennifer squeaked.
"For running off, that's what."
The whimpering man stepped between the pair, thin arms reaching for Rasselbeck, who shoved them aside.
"Please,"
the man said.
"She doesn't know anything."
"You don't either, but you didn't go running away."
Rasselbeck spat off to the side, loomed over Pennifer. She squeezed against the rock, the stones biting into her back. Svarde almost started forward then. The last thing their party could afford was unnecessary wounds. But Rasselbeck rocked back on his heels, his chin falling low in the magenta glow.
"Sorry, I don't know what it's like, where you are, what you're feeling. I just know my damn feet hurt, my stomach's rumbling, and we've got too many days to walk until we reach the surface."
"Been thinking about that," Svarde said, drawing the attention back his way. "We don't have enough supplies to make it back. Our water skins are low. We have few satchels to store any food we find. A straight break for the surface will leave us more than likely to starve."
"What are you saying?"
Mayna asked, though her tone said she already guessed. "We've got to go back, find that fiend, and finish it." Chapter 25. The Wastes. The Wastes were true to their name. Bliss hadn't ever seen a more desolate stretch than the black ripples heading to the horizon in every direction. Brave scrub brush poked up here and there. Lone buzzards flirted with the sky, but otherwise little broke up the monotony, save Torny's endless, colorful cursing. The bandit seemed to have a vocabulary crossing the 7 Isles, and she employed it liberally, bouncing between lighter insults to the gods when a toe, they'd left the heavy lava boots behind, stubbed on a rock, to grittier diatribes against fate itself when a wrong step led to a skinned knee, or when the water skins ran dry. The evening stretched on by the time Bliss wrangled her last drop from the weathered skin, its sun-bleached brown wrinkling up in her hands, withering much like herself. The early, cocky confidence after escaping the ferrite had evaporated, leaving only a muted apathy. Torny claimed they'd never reach shelter before starving, dying of thirst, and Bliss was beginning to suspect the bandit had it right. So she stopped atop a slight mound, its pocked black height giving enough vantage to confirm a beautiful sunset, and little else.
"At least our bones will stick out,"
Torny muttered, trudging up alongside Bliss.
"The buzzards will eat everything else, but they'll leave the bones. And our clothes? Any idiot lost like us won't use them."
Torny sniffed. Sulfur poked through the breeze. A rotten egg experience all day long.
"My guess, they wear away, just like us."
Bliss nodded. During their breaks, she'd started giving Torny the first lessons in signing. Simple things, like her name, where to look, danger, and so on. The bandit took to it quick, noting she'd used hand signals before. Where that before was, Bliss didn't bother to ask. Torny wouldn't know the signs, and chipping it out on the tiny tablet would take too long. Besides, not like the past mattered, when the future would be ending soon.
"I've never even been to the North Coast before,"
Torny said, her voice scratchy, dry.
"I joined up with Sledge way back in Smythe. Needed the pay. Desperation, making you just more desperate."
Bliss nodded, though she didn't have a clue what Torny meant. This wasn't an aisle for desperation. Wasn't a place to force these kinds of choices on you. Maybe that's why Torny seemed so twitchy, prone to staring off at nothing as they walked, her mind so far away. Far away enough, anyway, that Torny said nothing when the obvious route opened up. Courtesy of those buzzards, the isolated birds coming together some distance north and west, at least 7 or 8, swirling around something. Bliss pointed with her staff, Torny picking up then there was something more than self-pity in the world.
"What, the birds? Who cares?"
Bliss sighed, kept herself from grabbing Torny's shoulders and shaking the bandit. Anywhere there happened to be buzzards circling, there'd be resources. Food, water, maybe just a body with something they could use. A dead animal could be cleaned and cooked. Its blood, if necessary, something to drink. A Vis hunter always needed to be prepared. A Lyra, doubly so. Bliss took off down the hill. Torny, thankfully, followed. Night fell on the walk, making the path through the lava rocks treacherous, at least for someone not used to wandering nature without sunlight, as Torny apparently was. Bliss slowed her pace, sometimes reaching out, holding Torny's hand to help her navigate narrow stretches, dodge large holes, and keep on moving. Were they well equipped, Bliss would have given up at the first time Torny tripped and dashed herself on a boulder, drawing a red line up the bandit's arm, tearing the already ragged clothes they'd kept on from the lava flow. Bliss herself moved on instinct, but close calls were legion. Her eyes often blurred, her legs a hitch slower than they should have as she walked. Fatigue. Quick had told stories about this. The slow wasting as a hunter pushed their bodies to an extreme. You could pursue, could fight, could survive for a long time in a single bout, but the time and effort would catch up eventually. More than a few Vis had been found, food for Hanako after failing to stretch a journey from 1 day into 2 or 3. And those hunters started with provisions, had a plan. Bliss had neither, save pressing forward towards those birds, still circling, still squawking now, pink shadows in Sichi's slim light. The scrub brush thickened as the pair neared the place, Bliss holding up Torny and slowing their pace to a creep. Buzzards might mark the dead, but who knew if they were the only 2 out hunting tonight? Torny, at least, seemed to grasp the moment and shut up. A blessing to be freed of her curses for even a minute. Deep into a crouch, Bliss pushed aside thin, dry stalks, each one topped with a sparse, ash-white thistle. Beyond, the buzzard's target lay sprawled on the stone,
No way, Torny muttered. You never see tollkits outside the forges.
Bliss applied the word to the thing before her, a rolling mammoth beast. If ferrites had rocky scales made for lava, the tollkit looked to be built of red and black netting, the gritted skin plastering a legless form. The tollkit's head, if it was the creature's head, appeared to end in several antennae, each as long as Bliss's arms, encrusted over with hardened lava. The tail split into 2 fins, each looking as hard as the rock Bliss stood on. The creature didn't look like it belonged on the dry land like this. Looked like, instead, it ought to be swimming the lava, where those ferrite had been before. Bliss swept a look round, trying to see if someone, something else, beat them to the mark. The first thing she saw was Torny brushing past her, the bandit heading right for the tollkit, still shaking her head.
These things are rare, Bliss,
Torny said, her whisper dying. The buzzards chirped, flew away as Torny approached, angry at their interrupted meal.
So far as I know, they stay real deep in the earth, down in the lava pools.
Torny reached out, touched the tollkit, and drew her hand back with a hiss.
It's still hot, too.
Bliss matched Torny's walk-up, confirming no evil lurked nearby. She didn't need to touch the tollkit to confirm the creature seemed very dead. Nothing moved. No breathing, no twitching, like a fish might when yanked from its watery home.
I'm not, an expert,
Torny continued, massaging her hand as they continued around the tollkit.
Not sure anyone is, really, but you'd hear about them from time to time. Good luck if you see one when you're smithing.
Would they grant the same luck to 2 hapless explorers? On the tollkit's other side, a walk taking more strides than Bliss would have expected, a hint to where the creature had come from, lay hissing and spitting. As if the black rock had simply melted away, a bubbling black and orange pool sputtered. Bliss frowned at herself. She should have been able to recognize that glow in the night. No lava waited. But then she'd never spent a night in the wastes before.
Look at those things,
Torny said, and Bliss turned back to see the bandit getting up close, with what looked like 1,000,000 tiny fins, each about as big as Bliss's finger and glittering.
There's so many. They'll harden when they dry out, too. We could cut 'em off, make a fortune back in Smythe.
Torny glanced at Bliss.
Or wherever we're going.
Bliss flicked her fingers, a sign she'd taught Torny.
Yeah, we.
Torny flicked up a half smile.
I'm not stupid. You could kill me with that staff any time you wanted. Or hit me on the head and leave me behind. You're not, which means we're together in this.
Bliss pointed at Torny and waved off into the dark distance.
Oh, what, you mean I can just walk away?
Torny laughed.
No thanks. Did you not just spend a few hours with me back there? I'm a city girl. I'd be deader than this thing out here on my own.
Bliss couldn't disagree with that. Instead, she focused on the lava pool, while Torny investigated the beast. The pool itself seemed large enough, if barely, for the tollkit to use as a way to splash on up to the surface. The question, though, was why? Animals could be strange, but Bliss had yet to see one intentionally launch itself into deadly peril for no reason. Was the tollkit sick? Had it been confused?
Hey,
Torny said, pulling Bliss back to her. The bandit had her knife out, was pointing the blade at the creature.
You know how to carve this up? I'm getting hungry, and while this thing doesn't look delicious, it beats eating rocks.
Sichi was high above by the time Bliss and Torny carved enough tollkit blubber and muscle away to get to the good stuff. The lava pool made a convenient cook fire, with Bliss's staff serving to stick newfound tollkit steak over the bubbling pit, till it browned over, inside and out. Even better, the 2 large blisters beneath the Tolket's head proved to be water bladders, storing fluid to keep the thing alive. Torny made a small cut with her knife, and the pair refilled their water skins with what was, admittedly, the foulest water Bliss had ever drank. But water it was. After they ate, Torny changed her cursing for a lilting tune, an almost spoken-word song tale of a smith who'd lost everything chasing after some mystical ore. The tale would have been depressing, save for the last verse, where the smith, having strived for so long, gone so far, found that ore, and used its brilliance to better the family he'd all but abandoned.
"That last bit?"
Torny said, bowing after her finish, as Bliss dished a polite clap.
"We all added that before the last renewal started. Too grim otherwise, you know?"
Bliss pointed at her own chest. She couldn't sing, but Vis had other ways to spend a good night. The young woman stood, leaving her staff on the ground, backed up a couple steps, and steadied her feet.
"Oh, what's this? A taste of Vis's culture?"
Torny asked. Letting Kid-Eye's drums, its singing voices, find a groove in her mind, Bliss closed her eyes for a long several seconds, bringing her hands together. Her left foot began to tap to the silent beat, a count beginning in Bliss's head. On the 6th tap, she snapped forward, leaning into a lunge almost all the way to Torny, who jerked back with wide eyes. That reaction alone, from someone who'd never seen this dance, almost had Bliss stopping, laughing. Instead, she rebounded, followed the next beat into an arched retreat, her arms flying out overhead in respect to the great sauna. Bending her knees, her calves, Bliss finished the arch in a tight backflip, landing on her hands and toes, face drawn in a tight growl. The Hanako. Torny, catching the drift, gave Bliss a whistle, started clapping her hands, close enough to Bliss's actual beat, while the dance continued, making its way through Vis's major creatures, its places, its people. With a final spinning flurry, Bliss concluded with a deep bow, one that should have been pointing out towards the ocean, one that now aimed right at the lava pool. A very, very active lava pool. Torny's claps died as fast as the dance, both women staring as the lava spawned one bubble after the next, each one growing up and out before bursting in a sizzle. The pool's edges expanded too, reaching over the rock towards them.
"Time to back up,"
Torny said, grabbing her water skin, scooping up the meat they'd saved.
"Something's made Foti angry."
Grabbing her staff, her own water skin, Bliss followed Torny around the Tolkit. Overhead, the buzzards gave another annoyed squawk, before scattering off in their own directions. Strange that, leaving a good meal behind. The lava, though, made the buzzards call the right one, sending a sudden geyser upwards, high enough for drops to land on the Tolkit, burn on the dark netted skin. Another Torny curse. Bliss flipped the staff, gripping it in her hands. When the geyser faded, 4 obsidian legs straddled the pool, all heading up to a clamshell body, the front facing them with warped, crusted teeth going jagged in every direction. Steam poured off holes marking the monster's shell, the whole thing brilliant orange.
"Guess we know why the Tolkit's here,"
Torny muttered, knife in hand.
"Bet it was running away from that thing."
Just like they should be. Chapter 26. A Test of Loyalty. The arrow flew sharp, stabbing into the target's left side, well off the bullseye. Ami lowered the bow, frowned. She'd never been a great shot. The accuracy wasn't the issue. but she'd not heard a whisper from the silver-blue scar embedded in the bow's middle, right near where her left hand gripped the curving wood.
"Still nothing?"
Annalise asked.
"It's faint," Ami replied, "as if I'm trying to listen to someone talk on the other side of the room."
The surf made the scar's quiet voice harder to hear, too. Annalise had abandoned Gladring's tower for the day, leading Ami through another direction from the bottomed-out stairs, this one leading to the secretive inlet where the tenant's experiments could come in by the sea. The scientist had set up several targets along the sand, each one at a different range, with the last bobbing out in the waves. Near it, caged beneath the water, was an ill-tempered fiend. The ribbon-like creature, its furred skin and ochre color, flashed as it swam up to and against the cage's bars, making concentrating on things like Ami's arrows more difficult.
With the spear, I could hear the scar clear. Just had to figure out what it wanted. This, it's muddled.
Ami turned the bow over, confirmed she had her fingers placed in the narrow divots. Just so.
The words are different, too. The scar's not talking like the Foti one.
Annalise nodded.
That matches what I found. Every isle seems to need its own solution. Can we try putting this one in the spear? Maybe that would give us something.
It works there, Annalise interrupted, tapping her chin with the charcoal pencil. A permanent black smudge lived there.
The spear is our baseline. It's the easiest one so far.
The easiest one? In the cage, the fiend rattled the bars again, sending a spray over the slow waves. Outside, a gray morning continued to herald the coming winter. Both Ami and Annalise wore thick leathers, the former's gloves stuffed with wet furs. Behind, some invisible servants left a stocked table with fresh water, now cool coffee, and breads, cheese for breakfast. All in all, Gladring ensured the work could continue with minimal fuss.
The scars seem to react to where they are, Annalise said, as if they pick up the properties. They say, I'm in a spear now, so this is what I can do. You're saying they're smart?
Annalise shrugged.
They're malleable, at least. What we've never been able to do, though, is get one to work with a bow.
Ami didn't have to ask why that'd be valuable. Not everyone wanted to get up close with a fiend.
Sorry to disappoint.
Ami went over to the weapon rack, put the bow back in its place.
Anything else we're doing this morning? You don't want to try another shot? I'm not going to waste my time, Ami said. You want to try something different? I'm game.
Annalise flicked a glance back towards the cave, leading into the tower's basement. She'd been doing that a lot this morning, distracted from the testing. Ami had chalked it up to the bow's failure, an expected result prompting a turn towards more interesting possibilities. Now?
Look, Annalise said, why don't you try again? Just one more time. Why? Because I'm asking you.
Annalise was about as scary as a mouse, and her putting on a demanding tone didn't help her out. Ami raised an eyebrow, thought about folding her arms and saying no. But then, what was the harm in one more arrow? Hefting the bow back up, Ami took another black-feathered arrow from the quiver down in the sand. She went to the line marked by her own feet and took aim, this time at the closest target. The easiest shot at a bullseye. Might as well leave with a good mark. Placing her fingers on the divots, Ami again heard the faint whisper. With the spear, she'd learned to hear the beat, to thrust and dodge, block and stab with the scar's intention. Here, even with the arrow knocked, the bowstring drawn back, the scar seemed to have no focus, like someone telling a story and switching subjects every other sentence to something new. Ami took a deep breath, focused in. Her arm, already tired from the dozen arrows she'd shot, strained in a position it didn't find itself often. Tired muscles, a cramp coming. Ami tried to adjust, get her angle just right, and relieve the tension just a bit. The scar responded. A sharp rise, the whispers speeding up into a rapid staccato, like someone clicking their tongue. Ami held her position, went back to aiming the arrow. Maybe now the scar faded as Ami looked down her arm, aiming the shot. Back to her arm, focusing on the pain, the strain. The scar reacted like it did before, bubbling up to life. Okay, so it read the tensing, but how could Ami use that? She tried following her arm, feeling the pulled muscle all the way down to her fingers, to the bowstring, and all the way across her chest to her left arm as it held the bow itself straight. As Ami held the focus, the scar picked up speed until it became an uninterrupted popping stream. The connection came when Ami finished tying her muscles together, following the line from the fingers of one hand to the other. The scar went solid, and a lightning rush ran through Ami's body. Her right hand released, the bowstring snapped, and with a bang, the arrow shot towards the target. The tiny missile struck, bursting the simple wood into splinters, the arrow itself breaking too, flying in all directions.
"How did you do that?"
Annalise asked, after she'd picked herself up off the sand, where she dove as the target exploded.
"What did it feel like?"
Ami hadn't stopped staring at the bow, the Kant stone inside it. Every scar had its own language, and more than that, they needed to match their surroundings. Work, but if it could turn a simple arrow into a force like that? Ami turned to Annalise, ready to answer her question, but the words died on her lips. Gladring, hands clapping, emerged from the cavern. Behind him, with two familiar Najan guards pushing him along, stumbled a bloodied Matimo. The historian bored his battered look with an aristocratic flair, casting verbose insults at his guards and Gladring in equal measure, their syllables interrupted often by bloody coughs. His Najan robes were torn, stained, as if Matimo had been pulled from a meal and dragged along before finding his footing. When his eyes found Ami, the historian played a smarter game than Ami expected, betraying no recognition and offering up a fresh sneer.
"This is who you have doing your work, Gladring?" Matimo asked. "The Aegis's used-up guardian?"
Gladring held a single hand towards Ami, as if to apologize for the man's outbursts. The tenant seemed a bit uncomfortable on the sand, his balance wobbling with his steps. Together, the two dispelled Gladring's usual imperial presence, instead rendering both him and Matimo into something less than threats, something less than serious. The two Najan guards, at least, preserved their roles. Neither erred in their steps onto the beach. Both held to straight looks, one hand apiece on Matimo's robes, and the other, always, drifting to the volge, strapped across their back shoulders. No chakrams, these. Apparently, they didn't fear Matimo running away. "A new test subject," Gladring announced to Annalise, who regarded the whole party with her normal, wide-eyed, dry observation. "This one has proved to be a pest, so let's at least make him a useful one."
"How?"
Annalise asked.
"By letting me go,"
Matimo answered, before Gladring could speak.
"I'm not some prisoner scooped off the streets, girl. I'm—"
"Nobody of consequence," Gladring interrupted. He shot a toothy glare Matimo's way. "For all your research, Matimo, not a soul will remember you. Those awful parties will carry on, your sycophants and supplicants pausing only long enough to find a new source for wine. You are a miserable soul, fascinated in your twilight with things far beyond you. You should have stayed with your books and remained the footnote you are. Matimo's face had gone red. His inhale, a sign some equal bluster was preparing to spew forth, when Gladring made a sharp cut with one hand. The guard on the left pushed Matimo forward, cutting off any rejoinder with a face filled with sand. You said you planned to work with a fiend today? Gladring asked quick, turning back to Annalise. Is that it there? Ami's not killed it yet?
Not yet,
Annalise answered. What's the scar today?
Kant's. Ami may have had a breakthrough.
Gladring nodded, his eyes flicking Ami's way for the barest fraction, before returning to his scientist. Perfect. Here's a chance to replicate the success. Give Matimo the scar, and throw him in. If the man masters what he's been seeking, he might live. If he doesn't, then the fiend might offer him the oblivion he deserves. Ami, still holding the bow, heard Annalise ask her to remove the scar. The scientist didn't seem to be pushing back. Executions, trials with likely deaths, weren't exactly uncommon in the Isles, but this seemed obscene. That, and if Matimo wound up dying at the fiend's hand, he'd never get to fulfill his end of the deal. Why? Ami asked, Matimo before her trying to spit sand from his mouth. What did he do? That, Guardian, is not your concern, Gladring said. Remove the scar. Now. Katya. That's who Ami had to think about here. Not the wine-sotted historian. Not the injustice. This wasn't some child being thrown off a cliff. Some innocent being given to the sword. Everyone here played in Nijan's politics, and Matimo had lost the game. What such rationales were doing to her soul, Ami tried not to think about. She popped the scar, sliding her thumb beneath the stone in its slot, and handed it, the whispers intense at the touch, to Annalise's waiting hand. Matimo, Gladring said, kneeling next to the historian. Do you even know how to use a weapon? Not counting a wine bottle, of course. Matimo coughed. Damn you, Gladring. I take that as a no. The tenant stood. Give him the scar, Annalise. The scientist went to Matimo's side, held the scar out. The historian took it with one shaking hand, gave Annalise a look blending hope, fear, and wonder. Open mouth, narrowed eyes, sweating skin. This is a Kant scar, Annalise said. You'll feel it talking to you. Use it right, and you'll be able, we think, to do what Kant's could. At least somewhat. Her face lit up as she spoke, as if the circumstances no longer mattered once possibility entered the play. You could even fly, I think. How? Matimo asked. A mystery we are all depending on you to solve, Gladring said. Enough chatter, Annalise. Send him in. The guards picked up on the order, lifted Matimo, and dragged him down towards the surf. Ami, if you would be so kind as to take another arrow and reload your bow, Gladring said. Annalise followed the guards and Matimo down to the waves, talking all the while about how Matimo might connect to the scar. For the fiend? Ami asked, knowing it wasn't. If by some miracle our friend finds the secret to the scar and begins to fly away, Gladring said, you will bring him down. I'm not your executioner. Wrong, Ami. You are anything I ask you to be. Ami's grip could have broken a man's neck in that moment, but the bow held. Matimo, when the guards pulled him through the sea to the fiend's cage, did not. From the first splash into the ocean, the historian floundered, his robes dragging him fast beneath the waves. For a soft moment, the only thing above the water was the man's hand, the Kant's scar glittering. Then it, too, vanished. "Ah, well," Gladring said, the water turning red as the fiend found its next meal. "It's never so easy, is it?" Chapter 27. Rock Run. Which was worse, abandoning your duties as a guardian or a brother? Quick, in the hours since leaving Wax and the Bandits, hadn't come to a firm conclusion. What he did know, now, was that he would likely die out here. His hunter's instincts kept his feet moving light over the stones, Sichi's glow giving just enough to keep him from a bad fall, a broken ankle, or complete despair. The concentration helped him, a focal point that wasn't the chain that had led to the lava flow, the ferrites, the bandits, a chain that had started with him. Water. That was all. A late-night attempt to quench some thirst, and Quick gave it all away to the wrong people. His hesitation, too, when Bliss attacked back in the narrow canyon. Sure, Sledge had them under an arrow's line, but Quick's sister had it right. She wouldn't risk her quarry. He could have taken the skinflint thieves, their ragged gear and bodies showcasing a hard-scrabble life. Nothing to a Vis hunter. A bloom caught Quick's eye as he crested another lava mound. The hills were dwindling some now, getting less ragged as Quick moved north, giving him better sightlines to see how far he'd walk to nowhere. The bloom, though, promised something else, something interesting. Orange and red, lava's color. Perhaps a pool, but, if nothing else, warmth. The Foti night up here grew chilly, the wind snapping at his loose clothes. They'd ditched their warmth before riding the lava, a choice Quick would have regretted except there'd been no real, choice. Riding the lava in full gear would have only meant drowning in his own sweat. Buzzards erupted over Quick's head, flying south. A group, strange enough, stranger still to be seen in the air at night. That they were here at all meant something more than lava lay ahead, though their flight suggested worse things besides. Worse for the buzzards, anyway. Quick's stomach jumped at the idea that something tasty might be in the offing, the continual slap of his water skin against his thigh, a reminder he'd had nothing save a few drops in the hours since fleeing Sledge. A meal, properly cooked over some warm lava, would be worth almost any risk. The ground leveled out down the hill, letting Quick break into a full run towards the bloom. Charging headlong might not be the most hunter-like choice, but the fleeing buzzards meant something had to be active, could be destroying Quick's potential prize. Besides, odds suggested the creature in question was another ferrite, a lizard Quick figured he could scare off with his hands alone. Even so, as he ran, Quick bent down and scooped a palm-sized stone off the ground. The brittle lava rock might not hold up much in a fight, but animals could be intimidated with a well-placed toss. The sprint brought Quick into another kind of life as well, rising up a dormant vigor, the cold night a balm on his lava-scarred lungs. Blood pumped, his muscles sang like they hadn't since departing Vis. Thus far, Foti hadn't offered a chance to get out and run. Thus far, Foti had been a miserable place. The voices carried on the wind didn't sound so miserable, though. Two, if Quick heard them right, and coming from the bloom. Their shouts came with fear's tinge, with a fight's edge. Short barks. No, a single voice, one changing its tune. Why? Quick slowed up, nearing the bloom, and noticing now the source lay hidden behind some large bulk. Sichi's light made the lumpy worm a shimmering black and red, a bold skin made more fantastic as Quick neared, crouching now, and noticed the lattice design. The creature seemed dead, though with its back facing Quick, the hunter couldn't be sure. As for that voice, it yelped again, then rose up higher into a sing-song tune. Something rumbled after it, digging into the dirt with the sledge-like sound of a dragging sled. Not a ferrite, then. Quick crept up against the red-black bulk, confirmed the dragging noise chasing the yelps was heading away, before popping his eyes over for a look. The creature, Quick would have called it a fiend, but who knew what horrors might lurk on Foti's blasted isle, drew his eyes first, because how could it not? The great shell, bristling with haphazard fangs, dragged itself along the dirt with scraggly fins. In the lava's glow, the monster appeared more shadow and flame than living thing, a surreal beast belonging in nightmares. Not so the person it chased. The bandit girl danced back from the fiend, her hand flittering over her mouth, changing her voice as she moved, outpacing the monster without much difficulty. Why didn't she turn and run? Both the fiend and the bandit were on the lava pool's far side, putting its brilliance in the way of seeing anything else, at least anything beyond his fingers. The skin beneath his hands had death's chill, but life had once been there, which meant meat. The bandit might have gone hunting, found a problem. But then the bandit had also been the one with Quick's sister. If anyone knew where she'd gone, it'd be the girl facing off with the fiend. A girl now yelping for real. Quick found her, saw she'd stumbled and hit the ground. Poise crumbled quick, the bandit's feet slipping on the rocks, while her hands tried to push her back up. The creature, sensing some victory, rushed its fins. Quick made his move, vaulting over the dead creature's bulk. The snatched rock in his hand, Quick flung the stone as he landed. The rock smacked the creature's shell, bursting. The strike couldn't have hurt the thing, yet the fiend shivered to a halt. If it had eyes, Quick would have expected the things to turn his way, but none did.
It's sound!
The bandit shouted, recovering her footing and getting distance.
That's how it'll find you!
Swift to mark him as an ally, and right about her guess, as the creature heard her voice and kicked off its pursuit once more, black rock flying up as it hustled forward. A tapping, much closer to his feet, drew Quick's attention from the chase down to the ground, where, lying and favoring a gashed leg, lay his sister. Her staff rested by her side, and behind it, near the dead mammoth, sat the first carved pieces of what would make a good many dinners.
Bliss!
Quick started the name as a shout, shrank it to a whisper as he knelt at her side.
How bad is it?
Bliss shook her head, her signs flashing in the lava light.
Looks worse than it is. Help her.
If Quick had his gauntlets, helping the bandit would have been easy. A running jump up behind the shelled creature, a battering on the top to drive it into the ground, and then keep wailing away till the monster gave up. Without his usual tactics, Quick was going to need something new. That something looked to be Bliss's staff.
Can I borrow this? You break it, I break you.
Quick chuckled. Good to see his sister still had her heart. Bliss's upgraded staff had metal on either end, metal that glowed bright as Quick stuck the edge into the lava pool. Beyond, the bandit continued kiting the monster around in large circles, following Quick's shouted call to keep it close. But not too close.
Getting tired over here,
the bandit called.
Ready,
Quick replied. The fiend, according to Bliss, had emerged from the lava. That meant the thing's shell, its fins, would take the heated staff without a problem. But how about the monster's insides? Hefting the staff in both hands, Quick went around the pit's left, dragging the metal end in the lava to keep it hot. The bandit cut across the pit's front, the shelled fiend hustling after her. While the bandit breathed hard, sweat everywhere, scratches and their blood glistening in the lava's light, the fiend showed no such exhaustion. The fins worked as they had when Quick first arrived, hustling along the ground. "Keep going past me," Quick said, drawing the hot end from the pit. "It's all yours," the bandit said, running right by the hunter. The fiend closed. Quick took a breath, aimed the hot end right where he hoped that giant mouth would open. "Right here!" Quick shouted, as the fiend crossed before him, trailing the bandit. The creature lurched to a stop, its fins scuttling on the rock to turn Quick's way. Those gnarled teeth pitted and charred, coated over with dried lava. The shell looked much the same this close, and Quick couldn't imagine how heavy all that dried rock had to be. The fiend didn't give him much time either, jerking forward in a head-snapping bite. Its jaw eclipsed the hunter, blocked Sichi's light behind. But Quick had a hot, glowing guide, and he jammed it forward. The staff struck something soft. Quick pressed, felt the monster recoil, the fiend struggling to reverse. Those teeth quivered, but didn't shut. A monster smart enough not to swallow its own death. Not good. Quick danced back on his toes, bought space while the fiend coughed, a dry spasm. The staff left the monster's mouth, but the beast kept it open, perhaps airing out the wound, perhaps displaying all its teeth in some frightening dance. Either way, the bandit took the opening. Quick expected the girl to retreat, maybe vanish in the night given the chance. Instead, her feet light and silent on the stone, the bandit came up alongside the fiend with Wax's old Foti knife drawn. She stabbed the weapon inside the mouth's corner, prompting the fiend to jerk away. The bandit bounced back too, twirling the knife in her hand. "Got you, you ugly bastard," the bandit said. "Don't think that killed it," Quick muttered, as the fiend again changed its target, chose the bandit, and surged forward. This time, though, the bandit didn't retreat, didn't move. The big mouth came closer. She'd be eaten, slaughtered. Quick swore, dropped Bliss's staff, and burst into a headlong run. Those gnarled teeth closed in. The bandit grinned. Quick leapt. He tackled the bandit, didn't feel the teeth strike, and curled in around the bandit's smaller form as they hit the stones. Quick's ragged clothes tore further, new bruises and cuts adding themselves to his collection. His head knocked hard on a stone, sending the world sideways, his ears ringing. Hard enough so he couldn't understand what the bandit said as she forced herself from his arms, stood up over him, though he understood her kick well enough. Quick shook off the mild blow, brought his focus back into line, and sat up. Saw the bandit go back towards the fiend, those teeth held high. So high, it was like they hadn't even come down, gone in for the bite. The bandit neared the fiend, took in a breath, and spat on the monster, before continuing right on past the thing towards the lava, towards Bliss. Quick scratched his head, stared. Mystery upon mystery. "No mystery," Torny the bandit said, as they ate cooked tolkit and a few fired weeds they found growing between the stones. "Want to kill something bigger than you? Poison's the way to do it." Quick frowned. "An unclean way." Bliss flicked her eyes between the two. Torny laughed at Quick's response.
Unclean? You look at yourself lately? You're probably the dirtiest person on the isle.
Quick ignored the flush. The dirt probably hit it anyway.
I mean, it lacks spirit, fairness. You didn't earn the kill. Sure I did. I killed it, didn't I? It's dead, isn't it? Stop it, Quick, Bliss signed. She won't understand.
Now, Torny's look flitted between the siblings, the smug smile never leaving her face.
Look, I don't right care what you think. I saved your damn lives, and that makes us even. I could shove her in the lava pit now,
Quick signed to Bliss, then turned to Torny, who'd stuffed her face with more charred toolkit.
We wouldn't have been here save for you and your friends. This is your fault.
Torny rolled her eyes.
I already explained this to your sister, who's way cooler than you, by the way, but they're not my friends. They're an opportunity, just like you.
Quick snorted.
An opportunity for what? To stay alive. What else is there?
Chapter 28. Return. Familiar and alien. The tunnel stretch, the blocked-off splits, looked the same as before, lit up in the dim fungal glow. Lightning blue, new leaf green. The air stank as it always did, moldering on Svarde's tongue with every breath. Those things were the same, had been the same for days, weeks, however long he'd been beneath the surface. Now, though, Svarde treaded the stones not as a wanderer, an explorer searching for answers, but as something he'd never been before, a killer. Kivi took to the mindset change with more gusto, the ferrite scrambling before Svarde, busting open her vents with happy regularity. The steam, the orange glow beneath, led the party onward, let Svarde focus on his steps, his strategy. Mayna and Rasselbeck were willing enough to engage the fiend again. Armed, albeit without much defense, the two chattered on about tactics, Rasselbeck doing more educating of his former commander. Rana raiders had, it seemed, a long list of combat techniques with those crossbows, with Rasselbeck scavenged stones. Pennifer and the whimpering man straggled on behind, both reluctant in their approach, yanked along through an invisible chain, promising a slow, starving death in the dark, should any steps lead them astray. Mayna, Rasselbeck, offered up the occasional word of comfort to them, a hope that memory might be restored, that the fiend, without surprise, would fall quickly to their combined arms. Svarde had neither that confidence nor that expectation. He did, though, have two axes, eager to sink their sharp edges into the fiend's flesh. The long march down the fiend's tunnel wore out the conversation, the mood. Anxiety, anticipation died along those steps, slow enough that Svarde considered calling a halt, even setting up a watch and getting sleep. A battle on rest, on a full stomach, would be better than one without either. Yet the fiend had pounced on them before, and now, Svarde felt, they were close enough again. "We're nearly there," Svarde said, when Mayna asked about the same. "You'll get your energy back when the monster appears. Don't doubt it." "That's what you're hoping for?" Rasselbeck asked. "Our ragged asses will pull it together in the end?" "It's not hope, it's fact. We sleep here. We won't be waking up."
"Some of us might not mind that so much,"
Pennifer added. "The old you wouldn't have said that," Rasselbeck countered, flipping sides. "The old you would have been wondering why we didn't stick the bastard the first time around."
"The old me lost."
"Then get some revenge," Svarde snarled, his feet never stopping, always going down, down, down. The fiend's lair looked much like Svarde remembered. The three-pronged entry branching off the prisons, the courts in the center, and the leftward path they'd never explored. Now wasn't the time for new directions. The soft breeze returned with them, a change not unwelcome, even knowing its source. At least the air moved away their collective stink.
The middle, Svarde said. If the fiend's home, it'll be there. If it's not, we get our gear back. Be ready.
Thanks for the warning, Rassleback muttered. In the back, the whimpering man continued doing as he had for the last hour, repeating Rassleback's story, the names on the Rana Raiders list. It could have been annoying, but instead came through as a comfort, a sort of cadence to their damned march. Kivy led them through the middle tunnel, up its sharp bend to the quartz chamber. Again, the pink light blew away the dark, forcing a squint as Svarde made the entry. The gemstone remained as he'd left it last, with armor and clothes, weapons and satchels hanging from the spearing prongs. The fiend seemed absent. Kivy centered the room, spinning around on her stubby legs and snorting. No immediate threat.
Get in and get armed,
Svarde said, leading with his axes.
No telling when it'll realize we're here.
Rassleback and Mena moved past the Guardian, angling towards the gemstone. The whimpering man followed, eyes and mouth agog at what he saw.
Any of it yours?
Svarde asked at the man's expression.
If it was, I wouldn't know.
What the man also didn't know, when Svarde pressed him a moment later, was where Pennifer had gone. When the whimpering man claimed ignorance, Svarde whistled the crew back to action. The Guardian wanted to go rushing off down the tunnel, find Pennifer and either drag her back with them or slaughter the demon sucking her soul dry. But he didn't move.
We're not going after her?
Rassleback asked, sabers now in both hands.
Isn't that the point?
The point is not to die, Svarde said.
If the fiends found her, there's little we can do. Rushing into those dark tunnels gives it every advantage. Instead, we set up. Wait.
And Pennifer?
We'll find her after.
That she'd be dead, a husk, Svarde didn't say. Didn't need to say. His body gave that edict for him, and the other three didn't push back. Kivy, making her way up to the ceiling, gave a soft, agreeing snort.
We tried to save her, went all that damn way, and now you're throwing her life away?
Rassleback spat on the dusty rock.
Some leader you are.
Never wanted to be a leader, Svarde replied. Get back near the quartz. Svarde drew up the hasty strategy. Mena and Rassleback would hold the room's center, with Mena ready to fire her crossbow. A second, loaded and ready, sat at her feet, the moment the fiend appeared. Rassleback would defend her as he could, draw the fiend's attention, so Svarde, crouching near the middle tunnel's exit, could spring. Kivy, above, played the surprise, a second trap, or a chase down clawing, as needed. The whimpering man stayed off to the side, a Rana long knife in his hand. Svarde wouldn't trust the man to stab anything more than himself, but everyone had the chance to get lucky. The wind proved the clue, picking up its gentle breeze to rapid gusts, much like it had before. Svarde met eyes, received nods in turn. The whimpering man continued running through his list, as ready as they could be. Stone's crunch sounded to Svarde's right, where the middle tunnel opened into the quartz. Mena raised the crossbow, only for Rassleback to slap it down.
Pennifer,
Rassleback said.
Get over here.
If she'd seemed half dead before, a ragged scoundrel alive through desperation and a failure to die, Pennifer now ranked among the least things Svarde had ever seen. She shuffled into the chamber, her eyes glistening and locked straight ahead. Her teeth, her mouth, made a slow whistle with every breath, as if not sure how to open, how to inhale. Her hands hung limp, her short hair scattered. Fresh cuts littered her legs, as if Pennifer had been dragged along the ground, or thrown herself on the rocks in terror. Kivi's snort snapped Svarde away from Pennifer's wreck. The fiend, taking the distraction and blowing in from the left tunnel. The gray faces, the black cloak, the many spindly arms reaching for Mena, for Rasselbeck. Neither were ready. The Rana captain turned, bringing up the crossbow, and pulled the trigger into lashing wind. The bolt bounced off the rock beneath the demon, a hasty miss, and one that had seen no follow. Mena sank down as a gray face found her, the fiend rotating its masks until a gaping maw began to suck upon her soul. Rasselbeck howled a Rana charge as Svarde kicked himself off the wall, angling left to get behind the demon. Kivi seemed to be doing the same along the top, getting ready for a drop. Both advances came slow, the wind shoving against their every move. To Svarde's right, the gust blew Pennifer into the waiting, weak hold of the whimpering man, the pair crumpling against the stones. Out of the fight, at least, and therefore barred from Svarde's worry. Rasselbeck's opening swing seemed destined to break a gray face, destined until an arm rose to meet it. The thin limb blocked the saber like any club, the fiend issuing a pale cry as the blade bit into its dark skin. Something white and writhing oozed forth from the wound, vanishing into vapor before it hit the ground. With it came speech, conversation, several seconds bearing voices Svarde had never heard before, an accent he couldn't identify, talking about home and the dark within it. Another time, focus. Svarde planted each foot after the next, his shredded shoes, the blisters on his soles nothing, as the battle lust found its foothold. This wouldn't be a fight to flee. Rasselbeck cursed as he swung the saber again, a different arm blocking the blow. Another mystery conversation. Still the fiend inhaled Mena, who added her own cries to the blowing wind's rush. Kivi dropped. The ferrite landed on the fiend, twisting in the air to strike the black-cloaked, faced body and drive it to the ground. At once Mena broke away, leaning back against the quartz and sobbing. Rasselbeck went for a crossing slash, stopping as the thrashing monster swung a gray face to meet him. Rasselbeck shivered, the saber falling from his grip and bouncing on the rock. "Fight it!" Svarde shouted, giving up any surprise and rushing the last few paces. The wind blew him off course, bringing Svarde closer to Rasselbeck than intended, and so his opening blow, coming as the fiend struggled with Kivi, snared only the fiend's right edge, tearing at the black. Words erupted, sounds, clapping, cheers, crying, conversation, and the rolling thunder of a storm. The noise filled the room, stunning Svarde with both its volume and randomness. The wind took advantage, stumbling him past Rasselbeck. The fighter fell to his knees, his mouth moving in a familiar cadence, even as so much chaos continued, repeating his list, holding to himself. An effort Svarde would not let die in vain. The guardian's foot struck something softer than crystal, something familiar, and Svarde dropped his axes, exchanging them for a chance. Before him, the fiend managed to snare Kivi with its arms, throwing the ferrite into the wall near the middle tunnel. Kivi struck hard, cracking against the stone, claws already searching for purpose to make another run. His ferrite friend, so loyal, so strong. another Svarde couldn't let down. The wind swirled, the gusts changing direction as the fiend pulled itself together, rising. White memories, for that's what they had to be, streamed from myriad wounds covering the beast, dissipating as they struck the ground. A gray face spun fractured, but the other seemed whole. As Svarde raised the crossbow, the fiend noticed. It swept aside Rasselbeck and rose up before Svarde, its great, torn mass of writhing faces, limbs, blotting out the world. Svarde sighted on the monster, had his hand slipped to the crossbow's trigger, and found himself elsewhere. Nowhere. If the great eye down below had pulled Svarde into several moments at once, cast them in a warped light, this fiend felt as though Svarde were stretched across his entire being. Thoughts, feelings, emotions collided upon him, banishing anything real in favor of what had been, in an impossible slurry, one beginning to drain as the gray-faced fiend found its hook. As soon as it started, as soon as Svarde lost himself within himself, he snapped back. Right to the room, the quartz, the fiend. And before him, hand outstretched in a futile stab at the monster, stood the whimpering man. The fiend took the stab, gripped the man with its wounded arms, and pulled the poor soul towards its middle, blank, gray face. The wind assisted, pushing Svarde, the man, towards the fiend, giving Svarde a perfect target. The guardian pulled the trigger. The crossbow jerked. The loaded bolt flew over the whimpering man's head, right into the fiend's circular, sucking mouth. The wind died first. The faces cracked second. But the conversations, the spent memories of who knew how many, those kept on going as Svarde fell to his knees, hands reaching for the whimpering man, not knowing if there was anything left to find. Chapter 29. Bandit Camp. The lava flow brought them through a misted wall, chill droplets gathering on Wax as he gripped his pole. Sledge again in front, the two other bandits behind. Between them, on the large stone serving as their raft, lay their possessions, the meager remnants after several more days spent riding the heat. The raft came to a stop of its own accord, the gray-white fog blotting out everything save Sledge's shadowed form. The rock shook. A grinding crunch rattled Wax's bones. Their ride coming to an end. "Gather the satchels. Follow me," Sledge ordered. "We're here." The three bandits had barely spoken to Wax on the ride, and he'd been happy to oblige them. Instead, Wax turned to the scar, keeping at all possible times one hand on the necklace, on the warm Vis gem. When he touched the emerald, it seemed to speak to him, a soft whisper in a language he couldn't make out, if it was even words at all. Nevertheless, the tone didn't hold the hate, the loathing, the frustration baked into Sledge's every word. Wax wouldn't call himself a fragile soul, but day after day treated like an animal could beat a man down. Before the Ferrites, before the escape, Sledge had seemed an honorable thief. Death and failure, it seemed, could break her. The lava's end seemed to restore her spirit, though. She even reached back to help Wax off the rock into the fog, warned him to take the pole with, use it to steady his feet on the shifting ground below. "The lava's growing the land here, but it takes time," Sledge said, as Wax took his first steps free from the flow. "It's temperamental, prone to breaking. Test every footfall before you make it." "How long?" Wax asked. "You'll find out when we make it," Sledge replied, "though we'll not see another night in the wilds." That prediction proved wildly off. Their slow walk lasted only minutes till the fog thinned, the rocks hardening. Before the mist, Sledge said the ocean neared, its chill waters clashing with the lava to form the wall. Now, as the mist's last curtain parted, Wax followed Sledge onto a rugged lava rock peninsula, one jutting out into crashing waves. On either side, a broad beach overrun with scurrying critters, and brown sand sprawled. Gulls speckled the sky, their white forms whirling and diving at those same critters, their calls a welcome change from the lava's incessant, lethal pops. Below the birds, to the south, came other noises, civilization song. Wax followed Sledge's turn that way, though he didn't copy her relieved sigh. Their target looked to be built up along the beach and bleeding back into the rocky land behind it. Thatched shelters, dredged-up dirt walls circling brush-covered roofs. Campfires burned, the smoke climbing into the clearer afternoon sky. Laughter coasted over the waves, mingling with some song. "Home," Sledge said, nodding. "Always good to find it where we left it. Your house moves often?" Sledge flashed a grin as the other two bandits emerged, satchels loaded on their backs and shoulders. "Do what I do, and you'll learn to always be restless." The bandit camp did have a nervous energy, even though the sing-song vibe, the clashing as ale mugs clattered against one another, tried to dispel it. Wax, now carrying his own share of the satchels, saw Speed's necessity with every look. Weapons lingered on easily snagged racks, hilts up and blades gleaming. Salted fish and harvested vegetables, garden plots dotted the rocky hillside above the camp, lay in clumps, satchels nearby for ready packing. The eyes he saw, when Wax didn't draw their attention, seemed to always circle back to the horizon, waiting for something to appear.
"We're not all so cozy as you," announced Egrad, the camp's captain, after swapping introductions. "Permanence is a luxury for us."
The bandit chief didn't hold much with pomp, but the hall where Wax found himself did ornament its spare stone and sand with captured goods. Foti-made jewelry lay on one side, piled atop a flat rock. Nearby, on the ground, lay collected gear. Quick's wooden gauntlets made the newest additions to the pile. Past that, continuing on the northward side, lay random valuables. A book, some odd device Wax didn't recognize, and several bottles of Tamas red wine. Egrad kept himself in the room's center, flanked by two guards who didn't seem to take their roles all that seriously. The woman on the right tossed a single knife up over and over, always catching it by the hilt. The other seemed to sleep on his feet, both eyes closed with his hands hooked into a ragged belt. "Permanence and quality," Wax said. Egrad, like so many other bandits, wore a mismatched, used linen and leather collection. "I'm not impressed." Egrad chuckled.
"This picked a feisty Renewal this time."
He nodded at Sledge.
"I see you found something on the journey."
"What do you mean?"
Sledge asked.
"I mean that new sword on your hip. Or am I mistaking what you left here with?"
"Not her sword," Wax said. "It's mine."
"Nothing's yours anymore, boy."
Egrad pointed towards the gear pile.
"Give it, Sledge. Consider it your price to pay for the ones you lost."
Sledge folded her arms.
"Every mouth we don't have to feed makes more for the rest of us."
Wax blinked. Was Sledge saying she'd set up the casualties? Were the Ferrites planned?
"You're making my argument for me,"
Egrad countered. Unlike Sledge, the man kept his hands on his waist.
"Us, you say. The blade belongs in the pile. We'll divvy it up at the season's end, just as always."
where it'll wind up with you, Sledge countered.
Is that a challenge?
Egrad bared his teeth, mottled and mangy though they were. Sledge tensed. Would she take Egrad on right now? Wax hadn't been in the camp an hour yet, but what would a fight like that mean? A possibility of escape?
It might be, someday,
Sledge muttered, hand moving towards the Foti blade. She drew the weapon, tossed it past Wax to the gear pile, where it landed with a stiff clank.
You're going to push someone too far, Egrad, and they'll kill you for it.
I have no doubt you're right,
Egrad said.
That day, however, is not today.
He turned back to Wax, a new light in his eyes.
Well then, Renewal, let's see it.
See what?
You're not dumb enough to pull off an idiotic question, boy. The scar.
Stop calling me boy.
Egrad tilted his head, brought a hand up to the flimsy gray and red goatee on his chin.
What should I call you then? Your name? No, you haven't earned that yet. Are you a man? Hardly. Sledge captured you, dragged you all the way here. No man I know would suffer such an embarrassment.
Sledge flushed. Wax clenched his right hand. Egrad was near enough. Wax might be able to get off a step and a swing, deliver a socking blow to the man's jaw before the guards reacted. That, though, wouldn't earn him anything save a beating. Pan would counsel caution. Find the right path and take it.
What do you want it for?
Wax asked, his left hand moving to the scar, finding it beneath his torn canvas shirt.
I don't, but our clients dearly do, Egrad said. I'm asking you for it because I would like to feed my people, their families, through the coming winter. A donation, and one we'd thank you for.
That's nothing against the lives an Aegis would save.
Egrad laughed.
You, an Aegis. Too scraggly, too snappy. This is serious business, boy. Best leave it.
Wax jumped, not at Egrad, but left, towards the gear pile, and one shining hilt in particular. His hand closed on the Foti blade, and Wax whipped it up and around, angling for the face, the body he knew had to be there. The sword struck iron, the gauntleted wrist of the sleeping guard, who'd snapped to his senses fast enough to block Wax's strike. With the Foti blade knocked out wide, Wax had no defense for what came next. The guard's other hand, balled into a fist and crashing into Wax's temple. The chill woke him, the wind slicing through Wax's thin clothes. At his feet, a wave tickled his toes, sliding in beneath him. Wax blinked, tried to shake off the headache, and felt dried blood cake to his left eye. When he reached to brush it off, Wax's hands wouldn't move, bound along with his legs. Wax traced the feeling, saw the wood set deep in the sand on either side.
Awake?
Asked Sledge. She sat in the sand before him, her bow resting on the grains beside her.
Or just another twitch? What's going on?
With an arrow, Sledge drew an idle pattern in the sand. Behind her, the day leaked away. The bandit camp's fires stood out now, the rocks a leering silhouette behind the shelters.
Egrad's happy to play word games all day, Sledge said. But if you try something physical, he takes it personally. So I should have let him walk all over me? You want to live? You do as he asks. Is that what you do?
Sledge shook her head.
You're not smart enough to rile me up, Wax.
She picked the arrow from the dirt, pointed it at the Vis man.
He took the scar from you. He'll take your life too, unless you make a promise.
Wax didn't have to free his hands to confirm the truth. The scar's warmth had vanished, its whispers silent. His mouth went dry, his muscles shivering, not from the cold.
What promise? To stay, to join us.
Sledge didn't seem interested in the words as she spoke them, as if a request for Wax to give up his livelihood was a simple thing.
Why would I do that? Because you'll stay out here, tied to these beams, until you do. When high tide comes in, you'll either freeze to death, or some curious fish will take a nibble. Doesn't sound like I have much choice. You don't. And when you say yes, you'll be watched every minute for months until Egrad's convinced you this is the only way to live.
Sledge took a deep breath.
Every second of your every day will be steeped in this life until it's the only one you can imagine. You don't seem sold. I'm here, aren't I? Sledge asked, standing up. It's not a perfect life, but it's a damn sight better than dying down in those mines. On Foti, you can't ask for much more.
She turned towards the bandit camp, made to leave.
I'll be back in a few hours. Make up your mind by then. No use dying for nothing, Wax. My brother and sister will come back for me.
Sledge laughed as she trudged up the sand.
Your brother and sister are dead. And even if they're not, nobody on this isle will help them.
Wax wanted to call out another spicy retort, but there wasn't one to find. His wrists and ankles hurt where the rope bound him to the wood. The cold stole his breath, peppering his skin with bumps. Hunger gnawed, thirst scratched. Not once in all his time on Vis had he felt so miserable. Not one time. This is what Pan had given him. No grand adventure, no heralded journey. Just a struggle, one ending with nothing. Nothing save the cold, the dark, and the sea. Chapter 30. A Guardian Again. The Laloon bloomed again tonight. Ami walked past them, down the crater, towards the familiar prison. No Najan guard paced her steps for the first time in days, yet their chains weighed on her almost as heavy as her sword, her Foti armor. Gladring's declaration, before Matimo even stopped struggling in the sea, naming Ami as his tool, and little else. You will work for me, with me, and as I say, with no lies, tricks, or deception, Gladring said there on that beach, half turned back to the cave and his tower. Matimo's death will cost me, but yours, not a soul will notice or care. Katya would, though as she trudged towards the Aegis and the wound, Ami faltered in that thought. How long before Katya's mind withered like her body already had? Would she even recognize Ami now, or had the stress ruined Katya? The word came as the day's experiments. Another fiend, another scar, another small success, wound to a close. Fiends poured from the wound. The wards were being overwhelmed, and the Aegis needed her guardian. Gladring gave Ami up to the shield warden, blathering about the cost to Noctia, about how he was still glad to make this sacrifice for the good of all. Though they'd been on the tower's doorstep, scholars and Najan all around, Ami had sorely wanted to break Gladring's neck in that moment. A simple reach and twist would have done it. Again, she'd held for Katya. How many lives you've saved, Ami muttered. What's that? Asked the lone ward, standing outside the Aegis's home. the bone-white canvas stretching up and over a gash in the ground. That gash, the wound, supposedly led straight to Noctia's heart, or where one had been when the goddess still lived.
"Are you the Guardian?"
Ami read the clean armor, the unscarred volge, and a fresh chakram riding the purple-black ensemble. The young face behind it all wasn't a shock, more that someone so new could be standing here, in this place.
"It's worse than I thought," Ami said, straightening. "How many years, Ward? Or should I say days?"
The man flinched. Another bad sign. Wards had to be confident, ready to face anything, because anything could face them.
"It's quiet now," the man said. "The fiends fight each other as much as us. It's a good time to visit." "Not a visit. I'm staying."
At least till Gladring tugged on her leash. The Aegis, for all her stature, all her importance to the Isles, lived a pauper's life. Food and drink came carried, yes, and for the first few years, when Katya was well enough to make her own orders, there were happy times shared among the hard stone beneath the canvas. Entertainment would visit, musicians, writers, even politicians from around the Isles, paying respects and giving gifts. Those dwindled, as Katya did, and now she lingered, barely a wisp, on her stone throne. Blankets cloaked her as winter's onset turned the Noctia nights chill, though Ami thought the standing torches around the space kept things warm enough. The wound filled the room's center, a jagged cut, unbent by so many years. Ami looked to it first when she came in, expecting a fiend to emerge right then, crawling forth with a spider's legs or a bat's wings, and demanding their blood, their souls, or something somehow worse. Instead, she saw wards, nearly a dozen, though most were either tending mild wounds, polishing equipment, or indulging in the stacked and set food and drink on the lone dark wood table near the entry. A calm time indeed. Only two seemed on watch duty, both armed with their chakrams, and standing at the wound's edge, staring down into the black like Ami used to stare at the stars from her Noctia balcony, looking for some reason to care. "Guardian, we're glad you're here," came Teravin's voice, its owner standing up from a new desk just inside the door. A tablet lay across the desk surface, coated in smudges from lines erased many times over. Fresh markings looked like days, names in a long table. Teravin loomed over them, giving Ami a respectful nod, at far odds from the cocky attitude she'd first expressed back at the Guardian's apartment. How long ago that seemed. Teravin's one-time confidence had bled away to wariness, her left hand tapping idly on the table, while wrinkles creased a forehead still in thought about something other than the new arrival's sword. Nevertheless, when Ami returned the greeting, Teravin settled into a smile as she returned to the stiff chair. "But a moment, then you can go to Katya as long as you like," Teravin said. Katya didn't seem to notice Ami had arrived, so the Guardian did as the Shield Warden asked, making sure to fold her arms, keep her face stern. Respect or no, Ami wasn't going to be Teravin's lackey. She'd already given enough ground to Gladring on that score, and there were limits to the damage her dignity could take. "You know why you're here?" Teravin asked. "Your wards can't keep Katya safe." Teravin sniffed, shifted her tapping hand to the tablet, and ran a single finger along the names on the left side. "It's because we are keeping her safe, Ami," Teravin said. "We're doing everything we can so your friend stays alive. The fiends are doing their best to make it difficult, and our body count, both injured and worse, is raising our numbers." "So you weren't prepared?" Terrivan breathed deep, closed her eyes, deflecting Ami's needles then. Ami readied a harsher barb, aware her annoyance came less about Katya's safety and more at being stuffed in Gladring's box for days upon days. Realizing that only annoyed Ami further. Katya's cough killed it all. The cough itself came as a weak thing, a dying animal's gas. Ami's head snapped around, sighted on the Aegis as Katya's eyes opened and found hers.
Ami,
Katya said, a whisper, but one that found its target.
you're here.
Terrivan could keep her breath and her excuses. Ami ignored the ward's looks as she walked to Katya's side, knelt by the Aegis, and took up a hand more bone than skin.
They kept me from you for too long,
Ami said.
For a reason, or were they jealous?
Katya's eyes, damn them, still had her sparkle.
Jealous.
Ami took her own deep breath now. All was a war, being this close to Katya. A melding as possibilities lost collided with continuing hope.
I haven't been idle. So I've heard,
Katya said, and Ami started.
Don't look so surprised, Ami. I've lived here for more than a decade. You aren't my only friend. Then what? Tell me first. Is there a chance?
Oh, that sparkle. A life that had suffused Katya's every moment. A leaping light. Could Ami crush it with the truth? That the scars offered some chance to future Najan fighters, but nothing so far for the Aegis?
Maybe,
Ami said. Katya tilted her head.
Are you lying to me, Guardian?
I can't. Not to you.
No. I believe you still owe me from our games on the road.
Katya tried to laugh, coughed again instead, shook it off, bent closer to Ami's ear.
Be careful. This isn't what it seems.
Ami fought to keep herself still.
What? Not everyone wants you or I to survive.
Who?
That much I don't know. Only that their weapons aren't quite as loyal as their masters believe.
Katya's grip tightened, like a feather's touch.
Just keep yourself safe, Ami. You're the one I worry about. It's yourself. It's you, and only you.
Katya's eyes went towards the drinks, the food.
Think you could fetch me some of that Kant's tea? It really is the best.
Terrivan met Ami at the refreshments, filled up her own earthen mug, stuffing a small metal ball with the loose tea leaves and settling it into hot water, maintained by a low cooking brazier nearby.
We didn't finish our conversation,
Terrivan said.
Really? I thought we did. You can't keep up, so you need my sword.
I need more than your sword, Terrivan replied. I need what you're working on with Gladring. Ami stopped, Katya's mug steeping in her hands.
The last person to dig into his business wound up dead.
Gladring's going to die if the wound breaks, Terrivan replied, looking not the least concerned. You'll ask him. If he refuses, then
it's not ready,
Ami said.
No matter how much you want it to be, what he's doing will only get your people killed.
Ami herself could barely get the scars to respond. Some ward, not knowing what to do, would only let a fiend tear them from head to toe while trying to parse a scar's whispering madness.
Then what other miracles can you offer?
Terrivan asked.
Because I am trying to keep my people alive, and I am running out of options.
Of all things, Svarde's reckless mission to the dark below tickled Ami's memory.
Maybe we attack instead of defend, Ami suggested. Go at the fiends rather than waiting for them to come to us.
Going beyond the Aegis's protection invites death, Teravin countered.
Death is coming for us whether we invite it or not, Shield Warden. I'm thinking we might be better off trying to fight it first.
We only need to hold out till the next renewal completes. Teravin backed off from the table. You forget, Ami, that my wards have families, lives beyond these duties. I can't ask them to accept suicide, not even a desperate one. Ami watched Teravin return to her desk before going back to Katya's side. Suicide. A hard word for a mission to save the Seven Isles. Then again, that's what the Circle had deemed Svarde's efforts. Suicide, and nothing more. As Katya took the steaming mug from Ami's hands, a ward overlooking the wound whistled. The man second echoed the noise, bringing his hands to his mouth and calling out a readying shout. How many? Teravin asked, picking up her Volge from its lean against the desk. One, replied the first ward. A big one, and angry.
Aren't you glad you came?
Katya said, as the wards burst into a frenzy.
How bored were you?
At Teravin's direction, wards began dropping Foti firebombs down the wound. Others picked up Went throwing stones, launching them into the breached ground. Still more moved small palisades up to the wound's edge, their metal tips holding Vis-crafted natural poisons, meant to turn any beast into a paralyzed, sickened sloth. Ready arms! Teravin called, the ward defenders dropping back, half taking the closer ranks with their Volges ready, while the others unslung their chakrams. Ami stood, drew flame break, and held it clasped before her. She planted herself between the wound and Katya. Flamebreak's scar glowed in orange fire, ready. Now, listening for it, Ami could hear its whispers, its eagerness to lunge forward and find a foe. Don't worry, Ami thought. It'll be here soon enough. The fiend didn't announce its arrival with a roar, didn't shriek or spew bile up from the wound in an acid rain. Instead, the creature erupted, leaping from the opening straight towards the shelter's roof. Its rise tore through the canvas canopy, exposing the night sky. Into it rose a bleeding, burning, misshapen monster, whose flailing, dripping wings coated a body that kept coming, rising, and writhing into the air. A furred serpent, a cat stretched too long, and with a bat's wings. The parallels blurred as the fiend's charge faded, its wings beating like a hummingbird's, failing to keep it aloft. Here it comes! Teravin called, and the monster, blotting out the stars above, came crashing down upon them. Chapter 31. A Ship, a Shot. Quick kept them alive with tricks Bliss had never seen, never imagined. The hunter led their trek over the wastes north with narrow guidance, strict rules. Movement and moments couldn't be wasted, even with the Tolkit's plentiful protein stuffing makeshift satchels carved from its netting skin. Over that first night, Quick tore apart the dead fiend, too, using its broken teeth to fashion crude knives, battering its shell with rocks to get at gooier insides, including more water sacs. He's real gross, Torny said more than once, as the days crawled by, and Quick suggested slathering themselves with mud to keep the sun and the flies at bay. He's really your brother? Bliss nodded, and did as Quick suggested. This custom demanded deferring to the most experienced hunter on an expedition, and this was nothing if not a journey through harsh lands unfamiliar to them all. Even Torny, supposedly a Foti native, claimed she'd never ventured beyond the cities until Sledge scooped her up on this latest trip.
"How could I say no?"
Torny quipped one night by another campfire, a quick thing burning scrub brush and sticks just long enough to heat their lava-cooked dinner.
"A chance to leave behind the ash and ore for a life of scintillating banditry? Exciting stuff."
Quick had been gone for that conversation, had been quiet most other times as well. After the initial shock of seeing his sister and Torny alive at all, he'd fallen into a frowning sulk whenever he wasn't giving orders, advice to follow. Bliss could guess as to why, because the same feeling threatened to tug her under too. Would have, if not for Torny's incessant conversation. They'd not only failed as guardians, they'd failed their family. Simple, devastating as that.
"You have to push it away,"
Bliss signed to Quick, walking beside him on their 5th day.
"We haven't abandoned him. We didn't have a choice."
"You, maybe," Quick replied, using the signs, keeping the trailing Torny out of the conversation. "I chose to leave. I could have turned back, tried to ambush them, fight."
"Why didn't you?"
Less an accusation, more a push to get Quick to stop hating himself. Hopefully her brother would catch the meaning. Quick, though, just sighed and turned his eyes forward. The rising dawn broke over something new today, a land not all shaped over by black rock, that instead offered long grasses and spindly trees rising up in narrow groves. Birds, more than just buzzards, alighted from the tall grasses and dove back in among them. A good sign. Food must wait in those stalks.
"Amazing,"
Torny said, when they all stood at the lava rock's edge, taking a break before venturing into the long grasses.
"I didn't think we'd actually make it to the end."
"You wouldn't have," Quick said. Torny laughed.
"Absolutely not. My thanks to you, O Hunter of the Wilds. Your ways with the mud and the guts are truly remarkable."
Quick narrowed his eyes.
"She's joking,"
Bliss signed at him. "I know she's joking," Quick replied. "She's still a bandit, and she's lucky we didn't leave her back there."
"Oh, you could have tried, but I would have followed you."
"You would have failed."
"Maybe. Guess we'll never know."
Bliss stood up, put herself between the two. Her brother's face kept getting more furrowed, a slight flush rising in its depths, a mood she knew well enough. Quick would suggest something stupid soon, something not easily taken back. Torny, too, would be cocky enough to call him on it. Instead, holding her staff, Bliss pointed northward. With her left hand, she flashed signs Torny knew by now.
"Let's go."
Smoke and civilized smells hit the air by midday, along with salt and a sea breeze. Torny noted Foti's Isle narrowed as it climbed north, ending in a point. They weren't quite to that edge yet, but the Great Forge and its attendant towns would be close.
"Which means we can get a bath,"
Torny said, as they wandered through the tall grasses, scattering vermin and birds with every step.
"The hot springs up here are supposed to be amazing."
"Not till we get my brother back," Quick said from the front.
"Yeah, sure, but unless you're planning to hike back the whole way."
"I will, once we get some supplies."
"And how are you planning to do that? Beg? Sell some of this rancid toolkit meat we've been carrying almost a week?"
Bliss whirled, put her staff's end against Torny's chest. The bandit shrugged, kept her wide grin up and open.
"What?"
Torny whispered.
"Your brother's so serious.
If Wax isn't dead by now, then he's either made a deal or joined up with Sledge's crew.
Bliss blinked.
What? It's what they do. Take all you've got, leave you desperate, then let you join to earn it all back.
Torny reached up, moved Bliss's staff out of the way.
How do you think they keep growing? You've got to be almost dead to want to take up with them.
Bliss nodded at Torny, letting her eyebrows ask the question.
Oh yeah, I was. Still am, I guess.
Torny laughed again.
I made some real bad choices, but hey, who hasn't?
Quick shout called an end to the conversation, especially when his follow-up proved so enticing. We're here! If Kid-Eye, the Vis city, built itself within the trees marking its inlet, the Foti town ran rough over the land to make its own. The long grasses and thin trees vanished at the town's outskirts, giving way to plowed fields laid over with harvested crops. Stone and sand-blasted bricks framed shallow, single-story homes, a far cry from Smythe's taller, dominating structures. Cleared paths blue with seaside sand, making the migration up from the nearby beach, and the spiderwebbing port jutting out from the town's westward point. The people occupying the place glanced in startled surprise at the trio as they made their way into town, a look Torny put down to their bedraggled appearance, not the fact that they existed at all.
Down south, it's Smythe, and that's it,
Torny said, as they walked past the town's outskirts.
You've got places like Jarl's Tooth running mines in the lava tubes, but otherwise nobody goes anywhere. Up here, it's ports. It's trading between Rana and Went. There's action.
You've been here before? Quick asked, curiosity seeming, for the moment, to override his loathing of the bandit.
Course not. Why would I come to a place like this?
Quick caught Bliss's attention, rolled his eyes. Torny didn't always make sense. Bliss could admit that, but she seemed less dismal than her brother, so Bliss would put up with her. The town center offered an inn, several shops, and the usual standbys required for civilized living: butchers, builders, grocers, and the like. If not for the different architecture, the windswept vibes and linen clothes, Bliss could have said it felt like home. Especially once they caught a clear view of the port, sprawling out before them on a downward slope from the town's middle. Much like Smythe, the people around them all seemed to be going to or coming from the seaside center. The reason rose up from the water. 2 ships, a heavy Foti galleon taking on crate after crate in cargo, and another swifter craft, flying purple and black sails.
An Ajan ship in a town like this?
Torny mused.
Bit odd. We're not far from the Great Forge, but there's closer ports.
They're the help we need, Quick said. For once, a bit of luck goes our way. The hunter squared his shoulders, started off only for Bliss to grab him, pull Quick to a standstill.
We'll get no help looking like this, Bliss signed, and I bet we smell worse.
Torny's point about Wax's existence buttressed the feeling.
A few hours won't make the difference now.
Quick's own stomach echoed Bliss's sentiments, growling above the town's quiet bustle as the hunter opened his mouth. Quick shut it, grimaced, and looked towards the inn. A meal and a bath, then, but we won't take long. The inn proved its location wasn't an accident. Several hot springs, emerging between sea and underground lava, bubbled up in its back. The trio had to give up all their harvested fiend teeth, their makeshift satchels, and their leftover tollkit meat. Good for bait, so the innkeeper said, but the payment earned them a fresh fish meal, bread, and yes, that most coveted item, a bath. Waiting for each of them after their dip was a refreshed, albeit thin, set of linen slops. Good enough to wear, too little to keep anyone warm in the wind,
The three, nonetheless, didn't have anything else. Even Torny's leathers were little more than scraps after the long walk without any oils, any care to give them.
Still, at least we look like people, and not especially ugly fiends,
Torny said, as they left the inn, the day crawling towards dinner.
Don't know about you two, but I'm a big fan of not having grit between my teeth and my toes.
Quick stopped at her words, the three of them on the street side, heading towards the port. Crusted sand and short lava and limestone cliffs rose about them. Gulls dominated the skies now, and the day's catch overpowered the sea smell on the air.
"Why are you still here?" Quick asked. "We made it to the town. Shouldn't you be off finding someone else to rob?"
For once, Torny's glibness failed her. She folded her arms, looked at Bliss.
Honest, I don't really have anywhere to go, Torny said. Figured if you're going back to the bandits to get your brother, I could ride along.
And what, rejoin them? Take the first chance with that knife and stab us in the back?
She wouldn't do that,
Bliss signed fast.
Not after all this.
Why do you trust her?
Quick rounded on Bliss now.
You've been defending her all this time, as if she didn't help cause all this.
Because without her, I'd be dead.
When Bliss's first attack against the fiend around the lava pit resulted in a battered staff, a tooth scraping up her ankle, it had been Torny, hooting and hollering, throwing rocks, and drawing the fiend away.
She could have left, could have backed off and let me die, but she didn't, Bliss signed. You weren't there.
Quick rocked back on his feet at that. A punch Bliss didn't realize she'd thrown until that moment. The hunter, though, rebounded fast, uncoiling that same protector's rage to throw an angry finger at Torny.
Bliss buys you your life, all right? Quick said. She buys you nothing else. You try anything, I'll snap your neck or get the Najan to do it for me.
Torny gulped, let that fear get nowhere near her eyes.
You keep talking, Quick, if it makes you feel better. But how about we do it on their boat before they leave?
The Najan ship did seem like it was knotting up for the night. The crew that had been loading some small crates looked to be gone, and evening lanterns had winked out around the ship's sides, getting it ready for a quiet evening.
On that, at least, I can agree,
Quick muttered, turning and leading them on.
Real piece of work, your brother,
Torny whispered to Bliss.
He thinks we're his responsibility,
Bliss signed back, before remembering at Torny's confused look that the girl didn't know all the signs yet. A simpler message, then.
He loves us.
Torny, nodding in the twilight, seemed to understand that. Chapter 32. On the Water. How the people of Foti could stand to live in their towns with their squalor and smell mystified Quick. Smythe and Jarl's Tooth had, at the first, a certain wonder at the difference that had compelled his fascination, but now the mist cleared. Everything on this industrial isle stank. Its people walked with misery on their shoulders, and their desperate greed had stolen both Quick's purpose and his brother. Now Bliss seemed taken with it too, collecting the bandit like some new accessory. Torny's cocky rebuttals and jabs wouldn't bother Quick so much. Enough, anyway, that he nearly slipped on the water-splashed pier heading towards the Najan ship, if the bandit didn't keep dashing looks at his sister, like the two were best friends. They should have left the bandit in the wastes, where Torny would have found the slow death she and all her kind deserved. The Najan, at least, ought to see things Quick's way. The Noctia forces rarely seemed tolerant of either banditry or foolishness, both areas Torny covered with aplomb. If they didn't run her off or throw her into the sea, well, Bliss would come around. She had to. Up close, the Najan ship both paled against and exceeded the neighboring Foti galleon. Quick walked between them on a wide, long pier, spaced here and there with leftover crates for the morning's work. The Foti beast matched the isle in its sensibilities. Blackened wood, buttressed by metal rings. The vessel creaked in the soft surf as evening turned to night. No sails unfurled. Great masts disappearing into the sky. Windows, dirty glass, looked out Quick's way. The Najan sloop, by contrast, gave a svelte figure. Brighter, sun-bleached, and almost gray in its wood, the craft kept its metal slimmer, its secrets hidden. Its own 3 masts were shorter, yet seemed decked out with more ropes, each catching Sichi's glow like a pink spiderweb in the sky. Secure lanterns flickered along the edges, rounded globes giving the boat a life the Foti ship couldn't match. A life echoed by the Najan ship's ramp, still down despite the hour. Near it, the Volge, leaning against several crates and smoking some pipe, stood a guard. He eyed Quick long before the Vis man came near, had apparently sized Quick up, and determined that, despite his muscles, the man posed little threat.
"Don't need any help,"
the Najan said, loosing a mint-green puff into the air before he spoke.
"Whatever you're looking for, it isn't here."
"Help is what I'm looking for," Quick said. The Najan crept his stare over Quick's shoulder.
"Those 2 looking for help as well? A whole family?"
"It's not them that need it," Quick replied, drawing even with the guard. The man wore his Najan leathers, a tunic and thick breeches beneath. A good plan with the night's chill descending, a feeling made more acute out here on the water. Quick's own rags let him know he'd be uncomfortable out here before long.
"You're expecting me to care?"
the Najan asked. Quick nodded.
"That's exactly what I expect."
The Najan captain matched her guard in outfit, in skepticism, but at least the conversation happened aboard the ship, in the relatively warm confines of the captain's cabin. Quick told the story for the second time, the bandits, wax, and the lava flow. When he finished, the Najan captain looked at Torny. The guard at the pier remained with them, no longer looking so lazy, his Volge at the ready. He stood back by the door, a position Quick noted would make any flight by Torny an impossible endeavor, unless she planned to barrel past the captain and throw herself through a window to the sea. A satisfying end that would be. "You're one of them?" the Najan captain asked. "These bandits?"
"Was,"
Torny said, no stress showing on her face, in her voice.
"I'm making a career change."
The captain's returned smile was all teeth. Bright ones, too, something Quick wouldn't have noticed on Vis, but stood out on this ash-blasted isle. In fact, the captain and her ship kept things clean all around. What Quick expected, and for once, he was gratified to see those expectations met.
"A wise decision," the captain said. "Thieves like you are heading for a swift end. The fiends will take you, and if they don't, we will."
Torny snorted, drawing surprise from everyone save Quick. Being dismissive to authority seemed to be the girl's default mode.
"The people I was with have been doing this for years," Torny answered. "Why would they stop now?"
The captain nodded.
"Because the man who used to run this circuit's no longer here."
"What, you knocked him off?"
"Worse," the captain said. "He's been promoted. Sent back to Noctia almost a year ago now."
She leaned forward, put her elbows on the sparse table before her, accompanied on its clean wood by navigation charts and things Quick couldn't read, didn't understand.
"My name's Pavard, Captain Pavard, and I've orders to put a stop to your nonsense."
Quick sat back in the chair, let a grin spread over his face. At last,
A true victory. Then you'll help us get our brother back?
Bavard snapped her eyes to Quick. Don't call him that. He's not your brother now. He's the renewal from Vis. That's what matters. And that's who I'm going to get. Tomorrow morning, we set sail south.
And we're coming?
Quick asked, catching Bliss signing the same question his way.
Of course, Bavard replied. Witnesses to tell the tale of how the Najan keep its renewals safe in the face of banditry are always welcome.
Bavard stashed the trio with the cargo in the sloop's lower deck, a dire accommodation if the trip were to last longer than a day or two. Bavard, though, claimed the sloop could travel fast, particularly with the winter winds. With that thought, Quick slept full and peacefully for the first time since leaving Smythe. The journey south flew by, though Quick again found Bliss spending too much time with Torny, teaching the bandit her signs, while Torny replied with lessons on locks and picking them, on sleight of hand, on the sorts of things no Vis hunter would ever need to use. Yet, when Quick tried to remind Bliss of that fact, she shooed him away. Bavard, thankfully, was happy to keep Quick by her side. The captain alternated questioning Quick about his isle, his experience, with stories about her own, and the Najan. The purple and gold couldn't be content any longer with the sidelines, with only their own interests, Bavard explained. She'd been at the town as part of a patrol along the isle's western edge, looking for signs any fiends might be emerging, nesting.
Nesting?
Quick asked.
The worst, Bavard replied.
On Kans and Tamas already, we found fiends trying to build homes for themselves, attempting to reproduce. Not just wild destruction, as with the old ones. The possibility some hostile creatures might try to make the Isles their new territory explained the Najan's growing reach. That and the Isles themselves, who were proving more restless this time. Past renewals, the Circle sends out the command, and everyone plays nice with each other, recognizes the disaster for what it is, Bavard said, stopping to spit over the sloop's side as it shot over waves, Foti's land always in sight to the east. The wastes much more pleasant when Quick wasn't walking them. Now they keep their squabbles like they matter. Rana raids everyone. Kansas queens are locked in a power struggle, trying to pull in Tamas and your eastern city. Modelan. Sure. And Noctia, as ever, is filled with knives. Bavard took a deep breath. Her purple and black uniform sucked in the sun, a noble icon. Out here, at least, you can see the blade coming for your back. On Vis, these things don't happen. Bavard raised an eyebrow. My naive friend, if you think they don't happen, then you aren't looking hard enough. It's in our nature, and if you want to climb to a better station, you'd better learn how to spot and how to stab. Did you? Bavard nodded. The Najan teach you well and tie you enough to your fellow soldier to keep the truly bad to a minimum. The game, though, must be played. She laughed, shook her head. But you don't have to worry about that. You'll walk your guardian's path, and when your renewal fails or succeeds, return to your isle with its flowers and its hanako, and forget all this. The bandit camp emerged near the second day's end, cooking fish announcing its presence, along with the squat structures up the beach. Bavard called the crew, those not actively working the sails, to arms. She herself, clad now in gold, purple, and black mail, strode to the ship's bow. Behind her, another guard held Noctia's crown circle flag high, letting anyone watching know what doom was coming for them. Quick, Bliss, and Torny hung near the ship's center, both protected and, as Torny noted with her dry humor, kept encircled by other Najan. What's our job again? To stay on the ship and do nothing? Torny asked. What would you suggest?
Quick replied. Or do you want to run out there and join your friends as they get slaughtered? Torny shrugged. The captain's all confident, sure, but to hear Sledge tell it, there's not a dozen out here, but closer to 50. More than there are pointy-headed Najan on this boat. One Najan's worth a dozen of yours. Quick flinched as Bliss elbowed him. Torny, though, just laughed. Say what you want, Torny replied. I'd just be ready to move. Quick took a step away, put the camp in a good view as the sloop ran itself up on the soft sand. On either side, ramps slid down, and Najan stepped off the boat, armored, carrying Volges and Chakram, ready to enforce the order that had been so lacking on this cursed place. The sun bent low behind the shallow cliffs, painting them black save for the first on the beach, the shadows moving among them. Shadows that would, no doubt, cease moving forever in a short time. Wax, Quick muttered. I've come back for you. Chapter 33. Bringing Her Back. The fallen fiend left more than its dusty bones and black cloak behind. The gray faces, 6 in all, and with ever so slightly different versions of agonized howls stretching their lines, clattered to the rock floor. Trailing their sound came a discordant noise, one Svarde took a moment to parse as a dozen, 100 conversations playing out at once. Memories, leaking out and dissipating. The Guardian held the whimpering man's head in his hands, already cooling, already so still. Svarde saw no wound, but the man's chest didn't rise and fall with any breath, nor did his lips move, his eyes open. At least, there in that moment, the fiend's final victim looked at peace. Kivy, Svarde said, setting the man's head down. Go sniff around. Make sure nothing else is hiding. That there could be more monsters here, or even a second fiend, seemed the height of horror, but assuming otherwise would be worse still. Caution, guard, were necessary in the dark below. He's gone? Rasselbeck asked, joining Svarde and looking at the whimpering man. Whatever's left of him, yes, Svarde answered. He interrupted the fiend. Saved me. Found his courage at the end, then. No better time. Svarde nodded, stood, slotted his axes back in their sheaths, held the crossbow towards Mena as she emerged from her crumpled position. She stared at the weapon in Svarde's hand for longer than she should have, then grabbed it with a growl. Her hands worked fast, pulling and slotting another bolt in the thing, ratcheting back the string so it could fire in a split second. Ready, she announced. Then keep watch, Svarde replied. Behind him, Rasselbeck folded the whimpering man's arms. Burying the body wasn't an option in these stone caverns, yet another solution had itself ready. The question was whether the whimpering man would be the only one left here. Pennifer, can you hear me? Svarde asked. The woman had meandered to the room's far side. She ran her fingers along a quartz line, entranced by its smooth pink glow. Do you have anything left in there? Pennifer did turn at his voice, but those eyes held no spark. She didn't speak, only watched Svarde for a muted moment before turning back to the quartz. Svarde, Rasselbeck called. Come here, take a look at this. Svarde put a hand on Pennifer's shoulder, squeezed. Hoped for, didn't receive a reaction. 2 gone then, and not much to show for it. Give me some good news, Svarde said, pacing back over to Rasselbeck. Don't know if it's good or bad, but it's news, Rasselbeck replied.
At the whimpering man's feet, laid out along the fiend's bones, were those 6 gray faces.
Thought these were all the same ugly thing. Now I'm starting to recognize a couple.
Rasselbeck wasn't hallucinating. What had been smooth, if horrifying, while the fiend spun, now seemed to be growing personalities. Lines, bones, shapes. The mouths closed down as lips emerged along the gray tone, the cheeks rounded out. Foreheads flatted out from their rounded peaks.
Only 6?
Svarde asked, watching.
This thing only found 6 to kill? You heard all that noise, right? Those words? Most I didn't understand, Svarde said. More than 6 voices, though. Best I can figure, Rasselbeck said, kneeling over the faces, is it's like you and me having a meal. Take a punch to the gut after dinner, and it's likely to come right back up. Wait a day before you take your licks, and you're fine.
If you're right, then these are us, Svarde said.
Can't say I've spent a lot of time studying my own face, but that's my nose.
Rasselbeck pointed at the 4th face.
Been broken enough times I'd recognize that ugly snout anywhere.
5 faces they recognized at the end, once the gray stopped moving. 1 for each of them, plus the whimpering man. Another, a mystery. A slim woman they'd not found, not heard. Rasselbeck set the whimpering man's mask on the body, while the other 3 held their own. Pennifer didn't seem to notice, didn't seem to care, when Svarde offered her own face to her. "What do we do with it?" Mena asked, as the trio stood in the quartz glow at the room center. "I don't think I want to carry it all the way back up."
"What, no room in your heart for a little art?"
Rasselbeck asked. "That's not me," Mena said. "Or it was. Not anymore." Svarde held his own, frowned at its thin sculpt. Both his and Rasselbeck's were the least defined, features muddy, as if half-formed in the fiend's gray clay. Not a full meal, a design half-drawn. He turned the hard mask over in his hands, the back featureless and dark, just like any real mask would be. A scratch drew their attention back to Pennifer, whose feet had bumped her own mask. The dazed woman bent down, grasped the gray shape, and held it up, looked at it with the same nothingness she'd had for everything.
"If she decides to keep it, Mena, you've got to," Rasselbeck said.
"I don't have to do any damn thing." Svarde, though, kept his attention on their former friend. Pennifer turned the mask over in her hands, just as Svarde had done. She held it up before her face. A perfect match, the slim holes for eyes and mouth lining up with the blank visage behind it. Pennifer pulled the mask closer, and the thing came alive. The stone seemed to shiver, sink into Pennifer's skin. The line between her grime-coated cheeks and the masked stone fused, the two becoming one. She didn't scream, didn't cry, even as Svarde started towards her. Before he took 2 steps, the mask had vanished, sinking into and behind Pennifer's face, leaving behind not the zombified ghoul, but a blinking, confused, and cursing Rana Raider.
"Holy rivers,"
Rasselbeck breathed, putting his own mask down and dashing towards Pennifer, wrapping her up in a hug. He spun the woman round, Pennifer trying to ask what had happened.
"You've missed one rotten tale, Pennifer, and it's one that'll be better in the telling than the feeling. You get me?"
Pennifer stepped back, separated herself from Rasselbeck, and looked around. Caught Svarde, Mena. Kivy, snorting the all clear, shuffled back into the room.
Last thing I remember, some terrible wind went blowing through the cave we were walking,
Pennifer said, slow.
Now I'm here? You're all looking awful.
She winced, glanced down at herself.
And why do my feet feel like they've been scraping nails?
Rasselbeck grinned.
Because you decided to take a barefoot run through the tunnels, that's why.
The two broke off, Rasselbeck finding a spot to sit Pennifer down and tell the tale. As they did, Svarde turned to Mena, shrugged, and shoved his own ill-defined mask back into his face. Like emerging from a dream, that's what it was. Pieces he'd been missing came back. His Foti childhood, years spent working the mines, the forges, hefting the axes. Svarde, thanks to the Whimpering Man, had kept his guardian years, the decade lost on the Vis cliffside, and now parts he'd never realized were gone had come home.
Your turn,
Svarde said to Mena, after taking a few deep breaths, stretching out his memory to see how far it could go, that all the good bits were there. Mena, though, looked at the mask with narrowed eyes, a tight frown.
That's not me,
Mena said.
Course it's you. Who else would it be?
Mena shook her head. Svarde noticed her hand trembled. The Rana captain raised the mask, higher than her own head.
The person behind those eyes isn't who I am,
Mena said.
If she comes back, then I'm not here.
Svarde loosened his fingers, tried to catch Rasselbeck's eye, but the other two Rana were locked in conversation, starting to pull together their gear. Kivi, though, found his look with her sapphires, seemed to understand.
Am I dead?
Mena continued, more to herself than Svarde.
If the other me comes back, was I ever alive?
You're the same damn person,
Svarde said. Mena flashed a glare at him.
You said I was different, and I know I'm not myself. Her. Not her. I'm me. My own person.
You have no past. You don't know anything about yourself, Mena. It's all there, in that mask.
You could tell me,
Mena replied, the anger fading into hope.
You could teach me who I was. It's a long walk back, right? By the end, I'll know what I need to know.
Can't tell you how you grew up. Can't tell you your dreams. What's been burning in your heart all these years,
Svarde said, moving a step closer. Mena still had that mask high.
This isn't the way, Mena.
Easy for you to say, the man who lost nothing, who didn't change.
Mena's eyes flicked to the mask.
I want to live, Svarde. It's not your call whether I get to.
The Guardian whistled, low and smooth. Mena's face firmed up. She flung the mask down towards the rocky floor. Kivi, cutting behind the Rana captain, launched herself ahead, rolling in the air. The mask hit her claws, the ferrite's softest spot on her belly. Sparks shot up as the rock lizard's back ran across the stone, but the mask seemed safe. Mena, not so. Svarde closed while the Rana captain stared in shock at the ferrite's save. He wrapped Mena in a tight grip, clamping the Rana's two arms to her sides and lifting her off the rock. She tried kicking, but Svarde ignored the weak hits to his thighs, his knees. Slipping Mena into a tighter hug, Svarde moved a hand behind her head and pressed the Rana captain to the floor.
Rasselbeck! Pennifer!
Svarde shouted, and this time the two noticed.
Help, please!
Help me!
Mena tried, as the other two drew near. Pennifer made to do so, looking like she was about to kick Svarde in the face before Rasselbeck stopped her. The big guardian pressed Mena into the rock, holding her there, despite the captain's struggles. At Rasselbeck's ask, Svarde relayed what had happened, over Mena's increasingly wild objections.
"You're killing me,"
Mena said, as Rasselbeck went to retrieve the mask from Kivi's claws.
"Murdering your friend."
"Bringing her back," Svarde countered. At first, Mena's struggle with herself cut Svarde in a hard way. This new Mena wasn't the old, but she'd fought alongside them just the same, had helped face the fiend with nothing in her past, her future. That bravery deserved to be rewarded with something other than death, if that's what this was. Now, though, Mena's protests, her pleas, shoved the sadness away. The real Mena, the one who'd sat with Svarde in the rat's fang and told him the goal lay down here, in the darkest deeps, wasn't scared like this, wouldn't have begged. If Svarde ever hoped to do what he'd sworn to Ami, he needed the old Mena back, the one willing to face whatever danger. "Put the mask on," Svarde ordered when Rasselbeck returned. Mena tried to squirm away. One last burst stopped when Kivi settled her heavy body across Mena's legs. "Do it, Rasselbeck." The Rana raider looked from Svarde to the captain, to Pennifer. When the last nodded at him, said she wanted her captain back, Rasselbeck found his spine. "Sorry, boss," Rasselbeck said, kneeling beside Svarde. "If we're going down this road, we need you back." Mena's final scream echoed long and far down the caves, into the tunnels. But through it all, Svarde kept his hold, kept his eyes locked on hers, and held to his hope. Chapter 34. A Short Career. Wax began screaming when the water rose to his knees. Wordless cries, more spasms than real thought, pulled out by a body in crisis. Dark fell, a clouded night now hiding the stars. Sichi, leaving only the orange flickers up the beach, and, of course, Sledge, returned now to her vigil. A price, so Sledge said, to pay for those she lost along the way. The bandit listened as Wax scraped his cords raw. The screams helped, each one stripping a second's pain. His feet had vanished into numbness, the line creeping higher with every wave. An incoming tide sure to kill him before long. Quick, bliss, weren't coming. The two thoughts, that his certain death wasn't far, and he wouldn't be saved by his guardians, by his family, converged slowly, pushed back at first by the same will that had helped Wax carry Pan down the great sauna, that had pushed him to distract the fiend and let Sawi escape. The same will losing this struggle. "Give it up, Wax," Sledge said, between the mindless shouts, and not for the first time. "No sense dying for nothing, and I could use some sleep. Your noise doesn't help." The binds around his legs and wrists made the shivering rattle against the wood. Cold air primed Wax's skin for the water to follow, while thirst and hunger bit at his insides. All told, Wax had been better. All told, Wax didn't know why he was still there. Who was he proving anything to now? Who cared what he did? One of 7 renewals. Doubtless not the favorite to win it, to sit in Noctia's blasted isle and wait for a fiend to tear him apart. What a victory. A wave crested higher than the ones before, lashed his back with icy spray. Another shout. Honor for Kid-Eye? Who cared about honor? How many times did they celebrate the city's last renewal? Wax couldn't even recall her name. Some weaver. That's what he was suffering for, here? A chance to be forgotten after it all?
Say the word, Wax,
Sledge called. Say the word. That's all he'd have to do. Say that he gave up. Tell Pan, somehow, that he was sorry, that he wasn't strong enough. Another wave. Wax convulsed, his head hitting the wood behind him. A fresh ache stealing some of the pain from his legs. Unreasonable, wasn't it? The Najan never told Wax this was what might happen. A fiend, maybe. An accident, possible. Torture? By the very people Wax was doing this all to save? Say the word.
I'm going in another minute,
Sledge said.
You won't be alive when I come back.
Say the word. He woke with the sun. His back nestled into the sand, dry and warm. Someone had thrown a light blanket over him, but that wasn't what had Wax's attention. His hands, still bound, but now in a different way, to keep something clutched tight between them. The whispers woke him, the familiar slips and sighs coming from the scar. This, welcoming Wax home.
The man awakes,
Sledge said, eating some stringy fish off the end of a knife. She sat on a driftwood log, not a stride away.
Can you feel your feet, boy?
Wax tried to wiggle, tried to flex his thighs. They twitched, they thawed, they wrestled back from the fathomless depths bodies go when surrounded by so much cold. Sledge must have noticed the move beneath the blanket. She whistled.
We were going to cut them off till Egrad stopped us,
Sledge said, digging the knife back into the crude earthenware bowl for another helping.
He wanted to prove to everyone that the scars are worth chasing.
Wax took Sledge's words as an invitation, a chance to reconnect with his every toe, his every finger, his butt, his stomach, his heart. All were there, all responded to his search. A body that shouldn't have lived, had endured, was thriving.
How? You feel it, don't you?
Sledge asked.
It's like whispers. I can't understand them.
Sledge nodded.
Only felt it once myself. A Kant scar the last time around. That one didn't work so well.
Wax turned in the sand, rubbing his shoulder into the grit to get a better look at Sledge.
What did you do with it? The scar? Sold it, like all the others.
Sledge shook her head, chuckled in that hopeless way she had a tendency to do.
Not like we had a choice. Our buyers don't negotiate, and we don't get to say no. Who are they? You'll meet them soon enough, if that sale is what I think.
Wax shifted, sat up, saw, in the early light, a purple-black sail cutting across the horizon towards them. Behind Wax, the bandit camp sprang into a frenzied action, Egrad's booming voice flying above it all, demanding this and that.
Early for a visit,
Sledge said, setting the bowl down.
Must be desperate for more. How many did they take?
Wax tucked away Sledge's comment about the scars speaking for later, a curiosity to follow up on when he had more time. And, if he'd done what Wax suspected, he was about to be around Sledge for a very, very long time. He'd escape back to Vis at some point, obviously, but when that would be, when Wax could attempt a solo crossing through the wastes, back to Smythe, and afford passage home, this renewal would be done, and then some. The Najan sloop neared by the time Egrad joined Sledge and Wax on the beach. Unlike the night before, Egrad had on full Foti leathers, with 2 short swords on his waist. The sun-bleached helm pushed his bushy eyebrows down, covering his pupils in shadow, making it seem to Wax as if the bandit leader had no eyes at all, just fuzzy holes.
"Cut it loose," Egrad said to Sledge. "He's well enough?"
"Seems to be."
Sledge took the order, grabbed Wax's wrist, and, with a single clean stroke, sent her mealtime knife slicing through the narrow strands, holding Wax's wrists together. Wax caught the scar in his freed hands, held it close, and threw Egrad a glare as the latter man held forth a hand.
"Reneging on your oath already, boy?"
Egrad asked, voice more curious than caustic.
"Last night, you held out well, but you said the words. Going back on them now will give you the same fate, only faster, as I don't have time to listen to your pathetic screams."
"What if I throw it out there?"
Wax said, getting to his feet, shifting the scar to his right hand.
"How will that spare your life?" Egrad countered. "There's one move here, and that's putting the scar in my hand. You have one more breath before Sledge guts you so bad, no scar will pull you back together."
A token display. That's all Wax had done, all he could muster. He'd have to live with that, as Sledge's cold stare showed no sympathy. She would do exactly as Egrad asked. So Wax did too, and the pair followed the bandit leader back into the camp. There he found the frenzy not all he expected. For every bandit embroiled in wrapping up spoils, arranging the stolen weapons, armor, and looted valuables, another made themselves ready for a fight. Some retreated behind the camp into the cliffs, crossbows and blowguns ready. More than one pregnant bandit among them.
"Just as deadly as you and I,"
Sledge said when she noticed Wax following the group.
"But with more to lose from a dirty fight. I don't see any children."
Sledge snorted.
"They'll go to one of a dozen towns. Each will pay for a body to raise, to work their mines, their forges. Everything's a trade here, Wax. The mothers let that happen? Some go with their children, others don't."
Sledge gave Wax a shove into Egrad's tent. Stripped down, the dwelling seemed meager.
"You and I get to wait here, while Egrad does the talking."
"Looks like you're expecting more than just a talk."
"Anyone trusting the Najan to do just what they say is asking to get cheated."
When Wax pressed for more details, Sledge snapped at him to stay quiet. A soft rumble came up the beach as the sloop hit the shore. A rumble followed by surprised shouts, curses, and a sound Wax hadn't heard before. The clicks and clacks as crossbows let loose their quarrels. Wax, sitting on combed sand, started up, only for Sledge to push him back to the ground. Her right hand held Wax's own Foti blade once again, its brilliant blue contrasting the dusted beige around them.
"He gave you that back?"
Wax whispered, sneaking the words over the growing shouts, calls, and now a clash of metal on metal.
"A prize for getting your body back to ours,"
Sledge replied.
"Apparently, the Najan aren't abiding by our usual deal. Killing you?"
A sharp scream cut above the battle. Sledge winced.
"I don't think they're playing."
She glanced over Wax's shoulder, towards the tent's back.
"Come on, let's go."
"Running?" Wax sat back.
"Why should I? They'll just rescue me."
Sledge laughed, kept her eyes moving from Wax to the tent's front flap as the battle grew outside.
"They'll think you're a bandit, just like us," Sledge replied. "What's more likely, the Renewal hiding in a bandit camp, or just another thief needing their head put on a pike?"
A persuasive argument, that. Wax followed Sledge out the tent's back, Sledge using the Foti blade to cut a quick slit. Beyond, the beach met rocky cliffs, a venture Wax wasn't too keen to take with his bare feet, but Sledge offered no shoes and the battle said to wait was to die. Outside the tent, Wax saw quarrels flying from holes in the cliffs to his left, black darts screaming towards the beach. Arrows flew back, lancing into the stone and bouncing off, blowing the soft rock into the air with every strike. The camp itself blocked any view to the real fighting, no matter how many times Wax glanced back as Sledge led him further into the stone narrows. "How far?" Wax asked, as Sledge kept moving, the bandit ignoring options to travel left, reinforce her friends. "Far enough," Sledge replied. "The Najan won't waste the time to chase us all down. We'll be scattered. They'll get their damned prizes, and they'll be off." "You don't think you'll win?" Sledge stopped, the high gray stone around them muffling the battle's noise, giving it a distance that allowed for full breaths, for a moment's thought. "Egrad spent years dealing with the Najan," Sledge said. "He's soft. We're all soft now. If these Najan press their attack, and it sure seems they mean to, we'll be carved up." "But—" Sledge whipped around, pointed a finger at Wax, at herself. "We're not fighters, you and me. Not like them. Thieves, adventurers, maybe. But the Najan are warriors, armed and ready to do what their circle commands. You fight them, you lose. It's why all the Isles suffer their arrogance." Before Wax could come up with a reply, Sledge had herself reversed again, putting more steps between them and the beach. Steps between herself and Wax. Sledge might be right. The Najan might mistake him for a bandit. But what Wax heard in Sledge's words was a life lived in fear, a promise that happiness, when found, would be fleeting. Not for him. "Give me my sword," Wax said. Sledge stiffened, turned around, and pointed Wax's own blue blade back at him. "You'll get away with your life. That's more than you deserve." "Who are you to judge?" Sledge advanced, her pallor gray. Distant clashes, cries, curses bounced off the rock around them. "You're nothing but a boy. You don't know desperation." "I know you're feeling it right now." Wax went right, sidestepping up the ridged stones, staying just beyond Sledge's reach. "The fighting's getting closer. They're looking for me, and they won't stop." "They will if they find your body." Sledge lunged, but Wax broke right. The Foti blade skipped off rock, scattering dust. Sledge cursed, followed Wax, saw he stood now between her and the trail away. "I can dance for a long time," Wax said, refusing to let a smile come to his face. The blade. That's what he wanted. Sledge, enraged, might not give it to him. "You don't have these seconds. Give me the blade, and you have a chance." Sledge ran at him, a charge befitting a battle cry, but she kept her mouth shut, teeth clenched. Wax feinted left before slipping his feet on the sandy ground and jumping back. Sledge swung, wild. The blade cut where Wax would have, should have been. Instead, he remained, as ever, in Sledge's way. As she recovered, Wax scooped up sand, threw it in Sledge's face. The grain spattered her eyes, her mouth. She swore again, brushed away the dirt. "I'll follow you, they'll follow me," Wax said, rearming. "Maybe you'll get lucky, maybe you won't. But you don't have much time." As if hearing Wax's threat, a sharp yelp came not far to their right. Someone's skewering scream. Sledge glanced that way. Fear had its grip now, a look Wax knew because it haunted so many of his own dreams. Pan, on the way down the great sauna, the thorn in his side. "I'm offering you a trade, and a good one," Wax continued, his voice level.
You told me to take Egrad's offer, and that saved my life. Now I'm doing the same for you. Give me the blade and run."
Sledge eyed the Foti blade, waved it before her in a lazy slash. A heavy sigh.
"That's all we get, don't we? One bad choice after the next."
With a sudden snap, she whipped the Foti blade back behind her, towards the beach.
"Take your sword, Wax. Damn you."
Wax didn't give Sledge a nod, didn't give her another word. He ran by her, keeping plenty wide, and he heard Sledge pick up her own pace. To the east, towards freedom, or what counted as such for her. As for Wax, the blue blade, the beach, and his brother and sister lay ahead. His feet barely felt the hard rock as they ran. Chapter 35. The Risen. On the road with Svarde and Katja, a common question after a few mugs of ale was whether they'd rather face one large fiend or several smaller ones. Svarde, of course, always bent his answer to the lone giant, wagering the one target made an easier hit with his axes. Ami, for her part, wanted enemies she could cleave in a single swing. No worries about a counter, about the monster simply taking the sword and coming at her anyway. Katja, as she always did, joked in the conversation center, throwing weight one way or the other, depending on who seemed to be winning the night's debate. What if the single fiend could fly? How about if the swarm split with every strike, multiplying into an infinite army? Those conversations slashed by through Ami's mind as she watched the giant fiend, wrapped now in the canvas roof it had destroyed, loop into a dive back towards them, its wings, legs, anger evident, even as Sichi made the thing look more beautiful than it had any right to be. Teravin's voice cracked, whipping the wards into faster action. Chakrams came off backs, found willing hands. The men and women around Ami bent, sent their arms with the flat discs back towards the earth, and as the fiend fell into range, Teravin called out the throw. 8 discs lanced into the air, not all at once, but staggered in some invisible training, so the pairs didn't strike one another, but flew right at their target. And hit. The chakrams and their razor edges bit into the fiend, gnashing into its furred skin with splattering success, a raining ichor preceding the monster's wordless dive. Ami closed her eyes, took a single step towards Katja as the blood rain hit. She held flame break over her head, its point straight up. If the fiend was dumb enough to come down on her, its weight would likely mean Ami's death, but flame break would ensure the fiend's own.
"Volges up!"
Teravin shouted. Curved spears rose as the fiend slammed home, an event Ami witnessed through half-closed eyes, a wiping left hand clearing the blood, as she realized the fiend was not, in fact, going for a crushing kill. Instead, the winged worm slammed into the laloon flowers behind Katja's throne, off the northern side. At impact, those chakrams that had done such a nice opening assault flew off or shattered, their shards flying through the air in all directions. "Down!" Ami snapped to Katja, who tried to turn her head around her throne to see. The Guardian, letting flame break fall to the side, hugged Katja to her throne as rocks and chakram bits slammed against its back. Cries ran out as unlucky wards had their armor battered, their vulnerabilities pierced.
"Charge!"
Teravin continued.
"Wounded! Retreat!"
To her left, Ami noticed the shield warden pushing another ward up the path, the climb that'd take the ward back to the tunnel, the guard station, and Noctia proper. Reinforcements, or more likely, witnesses to the dead left after the fight. 6 wards remained up, Terraven included, and they all brandished their vulges in a straight-on charge towards the fiend. The worm, for its part, struggled with its new home on the ground, writhing to rid itself of the last chakram bits. Any beauty the thing once held vanished now between laloon stems, dirt, and bleeding lines drawn by the attacks and the aegis before them.
"What are you waiting for?"
Katya asked as the wards rushed by.
"Not waiting,"
Ami said, standing, holding Flamebreak again in her hands.
"You're my objective. If the fiend gets by them, I have to protect you. You could save their lives."
In a melee like the one developing, where the worm lashed its head and tail at the approaching wards, driving some back, taking some light stabs in equal measure. The thrashing threw up more rocks, too. A messy chaos.
"Terraven's crew know what they're doing,"
Ami said, hoping that was indeed the case.
"I'd get in the way."
The wards did, at least, match up to Ami's words. Terraven continued calling out orders, formations, strikes, and the wards kept their composure, darting in when the worm's flailing rippled up the creature's long body to take deeper stabs, more devastating strikes. If one ward fell, another pulled them back long enough to recover. The fiend's wings, too, seemed shredded from the fall. There would be no lifting off here. A slow dance, this, but an inevitable one. Flamebreak wouldn't need...
"Ami,"
Katya said.
"Look."
The aegis had her eyes back towards the wound. Ami followed the stare, saw a curious thing embedded into the rock just over the wound's lip. A bronze color, a sick gold in Sichi's light, but solid and biting into the rock. Leading off its back was a golden chain, one falling over and into the wound. Taut. Several injured wards lay near the device, their attentions held on repairing gashes from the worm's initial strike. None had their eyes on the new hook. None, anyway, till a 4-fingered hand swept up over the wound's edge and planted itself on the earth. The hand mesmerized on sight, its fingers indistinct behind what seemed to be purple-blue flame, one that fluttered not the least in Noctia's cold, early winter wind. Indigo embers burst up at the hand's impact, sparks not falling to the ground and dying as they should, but instead drifting up into the air like a flower's seeds, winking out in a slow cadence. Following the hand back up its arm, again a liquid-like purple-blue flame sent Ami's stare to a shoulder, then down into the dark, at least for one more quick moment. A second hand rose, landing right of the first. Ami, already lifting Flamebreak, noticed the hook's chain still pulled tight. A grip maintained, weight still held. Another strange new fiend. It would die like all the others.
"Wards!"
Ami warned, drawing the focus of the wounded ones. Behind, the worm's fight continued, no notice taken of the new arrival.
"To arms! Or if you cannot wield them, leave!"
As if in answer to her call, the fiend's head rose over the wound. Like an obsidian arrow, the glittering silver-black triangle stuck out amid the purple-blue flame. All the more so because the fiend's own body appeared to be scorching its head again and again. Orange lines followed where the fire burned, crossing the head before starting back again, splitting off at times to make random journeys. All this was easy to notice as the fiend's head matched Ami's body for size. The first two hands still gripping the dirt, those not much larger than Ami's own, proved only a misleading introduction to the massive monster following. As the fiend's head came into full view, those first shoulders fell into a much larger spread, that of a giant thing, one triple or more Ami's own size, one not worth giving a moment's advantage. "Attack!" Ami cried, leveling flame break at the creature. Before, Ami would have noticed the scar's whispers, would have been curious as she readied the blade. Now, those slight sounds told a different story. Flamebreak was hungry, was delighted, wanted nothing more than what was about to happen. And yet, Ami's charge faltered one step in. Faltered because the fiend spoke. Those burning orange lines along its head coalesced, as if given sudden direction, into a single crackling oval, and from it, as the fiend continued to rise, emerged a rasping, seething speech. The words, the cadence, resembled nothing Ami had heard before. Nothing save the same scar whispering in her head at that very second, calling for her to strike. If Ami faltered, the wards who'd regained their shaken feet, one with an arm hanging limp and the other two with bloody wounds to their stomachs and legs, did not. They staggered in at the giant, the first two thrusting their vulges at the arms, and the last, coming from behind, launching his weapon at the fiend's head. Najan's finest weapons found their metal a poor match for their target. The curved points dove in, found the hands, glowed white, and simply melted away, the dripping metal falling over the fiend's skin without a single twitch. The vulge soaring in at the head struck the monster's rocky skull, bounced off a lit, and tumbled into the wound's depths. "Steady, Ami," Katya said behind her. Right. Ami took a slow breath, pushed aside the fiend's words as the three wards backed off, their eyes casting about for more weapons, more useless attempts. "What do you want?" Ami asked the fiend, a question she'd never uttered before in all her fights with the monstrous denizens of the dark below. The fiend replied, its sizzle bright and snapping. Ami could make nothing of it. The scars, at least, seemed to give emotion with their whispering, an urging helping to guide her towards what the stones meant. The fiend held no such clues, though its continued rise suggested nothing good. The gold chain went slack as a new hand appeared. This one doubled in size from the first. Heat radiated off the giant purple-blue limb, washing over Ami in a scalding wave. Flamebreak's scar leapt at it, pulling Ami forward of its own accord. The small stone called for the fiend's destruction, demanded it. Time to give the Foti scar what it desired. Ami leveled Flamebreak for a piercing stab right at the fiend's neck, a growing, glowing target as the monster continued its rise. As she made her first move, the golden hook drew back, its teeth peeling rock. It sank into the wound, then rose again with the fiend's fourth arm, its second giant hand holding the long chain's end, revealing the weapon to have not one, but 4 great golden hooks. The fiend whipped the arm behind its head, drawing the hooks up into the open air. Beautiful, in a way, soaring above the molten, burning thing. A race under the glittering stars to see who would die first. Ami took another long stride, kicking off with her left into the final push. Her nose caught a whiff, her hair catching fire as the heat around her burned bright, sucked the air dry of anything else save blue-purple flame. The scar guided her strike, even as Ami's eyes found the falling hooks, each and all racing towards her, the fiend sending in what should be a devastating kill. A flash, a vulge, flying perfect over Ami's right shoulder. The curved spear struck the snapping chain, the Najan quality proving itself here, even if it failed against the fire. The vulge dug deep into the large link, breaking its hold and sending the four hooks wide into a harmless crash far to Ami's right. "You're clear!" Teravin's shout snuck in between the scar's roar. Flamebreak drove home, and Ami screamed as her skin tasted the fiend's fire. Above it all, filling her mind and running over her will, directing Ami to push ever forward, was the scar. And Ami listened, for there was no other choice. Chapter 36. The Rescue. The Lyra had shown Bliss how to handle fiends, how to dash through the jungle unseen and unheard, how to master the night and conquer the day. Deshiva and the other hunters taught Bliss how to track, to live off the land, to fight with what she could find. Neither showed her what it meant to go to war. The Najan streamed off the sloop, ready in their thin ranks to face the motley bandit resistance. Bliss, Quick, and Torny watched from the sloop, the Najan leader bidding them stay while she cleaned up the rabble. The bandits, for their part, came out expecting something different. Their leader, Bliss figured such because the man not only led the bandits, but carried a swagger with his steps, went down the sand with his arms out wide, no weapons drawn. 2 bandits followed, each with ragged chests in their arms. Spoils? A bribe? She said things were changing, Quick added, when the offering became obvious. Not so easy to bribe as the last, Torny said, her lower lip suffering a nervous bite. Worried? Bliss signed to the bandit. This isn't looking good, Torny replied, then shrugged. Good thing I've never met these people, or maybe I'd care more. Don't think she won't hold you responsible, Quick said. Once Wax is back with us, you'll own up for your actions, just like your friends. Torny usually had a snappy comeback for Quick, but now she just kept silent, continuing chewing her lip. Nervous, but then Torny had every right to be. Gained a home, only to watch it now be torn out away? Bliss wasn't sure how she'd react to that, only to know she wouldn't let it happen without a fight. Which was, with Pavard's whistle, what the beach turned into. The front Najan ranks lowered their volges and charged, not even bothering to play at negotiations. The back line slung chakram off their shoulders and threw the razor discs over their allies, the whistling circles cutting into the waiting bandits. Sand flew as boots dug in deep, and the first screams began. Bliss winced, started to recoil, only to feel Quick's hand on her back. Bliss looked at her brother, saw his face tight, but his eyes stern, watching. This is important, Quick said, as the conflict joined, quarrels like black hornets darting from the cliffs at the beach's back. We brought the Najan here. The least we can do is watch. Yeah, no thanks, Torny said, turning away. Besides, I don't see your brother out there. Maybe he's already gone, and all you're doing is getting people killed for nothing. While Quick snarled off some dumb reply, Bliss tried to confirm Torny's assertion. The melee made it hard to tell, with bandits and Najan mixing, volges and swords flying, but she didn't recognize Wax among the fray. No blue Foti blade standing out above the rest. Think whatever you want, Torny said, heading towards the sloop's ramp. I'm not waiting for a spear in my back or a noose around my neck. Before Quick could do more than curse, Torny dropped over the sloop's side, splashing into the water and cutting along the beach towards the camp, away from the fighting. Good work, Bliss signed to her brother. You're too friendly with her. She saved my life. Bliss unslung her staff, watched Torny splash onto the sand, the thief almost glowing in the dawning sun.
And she's right. Wax isn't out there.
Bliss slipped from her brother's reach, heading towards the same boat side Torny had used. A glance down said the drop wasn't far.
"Where are you going?" Quick asked, moving to follow.
After our brother.
The water was damn cold, breath-stealing in its iciness, but the sand proved warmer, a gritty blanket coating Bliss as she ran after Torny. To her left, Pavard's commands rose into the air, ordering the Najan advance. A few quarrels still flew from the cliffs, but the bandits seemed to be scattering, running towards the slopes, only to be cut down from behind by lancing spear or thrown chakram. The Najan, though, appeared in no particular hurry, tending to their wounded and making sure enemy casualties became corpses. Torny, meanwhile, vanished among the tents. Bliss picked up her pace, holding the staff in both hands and reminding her feet how to run light on the sand. They skipped across the top, leaving the barest print behind. On a full stomach, well rested, Bliss found the run came easy, a rush following with it. A hunt. For a friend, yes, and her brother, but a hunt. The first tents were small, their dusted flaps blowing in a rising morning breeze. In them, Bliss saw skimpy bedrolls, satchels stuffed for a quick flight. Ones who'd gone to the beach then, and who wouldn't be making it back. Beyond them, Bliss found more leveled ground. Fire pits, racks for weapons and tools, mostly barren. Breakfast scent lingered on the air. Dirty iron pans holding charred fish, while earthen bowls owned leftover fruits from beachside trees and bushes, the few worthwhile plants on the isle that Bliss had seen.
"Sister!"
came a voice unexpected and delighted. Wax came around the largest tent at the camp's back, hands free and smile wide. Bliss matched it, the hunt's rush turning quick to victory's elation. Here he was, her renewal, and looking healthy on top. No bad wounds, even freshly washed. She didn't drop her staff to give Wax a tight hug, but he lifted Bliss up all the same, laughing, until another wounded one's scream cut through the air.
We brought them,
Bliss signed, as they both glanced through the camp towards the fighting.
The Najan came to rescue you.
I'll take it, Wax sighed, though the grimace at his feelings weren't guilt-free.
That's your ship, then?
It is. Then let's go. Bliss, though, didn't move after Wax, and her brother turned, the question obvious.
I need to find someone,
Bliss signed.
Who?
The answer to that question died with a sputtering, triumphant growl from Wax's far side. Bursting through a tent with his swords waving, blood streaming from several wounds, came the bandit leader. Dirt clung to his beard, his face, but the man's wild eyes rolled clear as they found Wax.
My ticket out,
the man said, frothy red spittle flecking as he spoke.
A renewal for my life. A fair trade, wouldn't you say?
Wax backed up a step, enough space for Bliss to round him, her staff at the ready. The bandit leader sighted her, stared for a lost moment, then clacked his short blades against one another.
Thought you were a sledge for a moment, lass, but I suppose Wax here's done away with her, the bandit leader asked. Come back to Egrad for revenge.
I'm not, Wax started, as Egrad lunged forward. Bliss flicked her staff left, its end butting into Wax and knocking him further away. Egrad looked to be heading straight at her brother, but after his first step, the bandit punched in his right foot and swerved hard towards Bliss, leading those twin blades in a low-high dance. The Lyra caught the high strike with her staff, retreating as she swung to dodge the low blow. a temporary save, as Egrad pressed his attack, pushing the staff aside and leading again with his left blade for a gut-stabbing strike. One falling well short of home, thanks to a barreling, shouting form streaking in from the camp's seaward side. Quick hit Egrad from behind, throwing the bandit into the dirt. Quick fell after, catching himself with his hands and trying to stand, only for Egrad, cursing his ill luck, to snap a kick into Quick's face. Bliss's brother toppled over into the dirt. But taking one path left Egrad open to others, namely a crack from Bliss's staff against the man's skull. The leather over his head blunted the blow, but the force jammed Egrad's face into the dirt. Bliss slid her right foot back, sent the staff left for a sweeping strike that ought to end the whole thing. The staff came in fast, but Egrad stood up his right arm, planting the sword faster than any man should have after a head strike like Bliss had delivered. The blade served to block her staff's blow, shivering the wood, even as Egrad pulled himself back to his knees, his feet. "Don't let him recover," Wax said, throwing an iron pan. The missile swept in, smacked Egrad in the chest, causing a stumble. Bliss used it, jabbing the staff forward. Egrad's left hand swept down, deflected the blow so it only struck his thigh, a hit still hard enough to bend, maybe break bone. Egrad grimaced, spat out another fiery curse, but didn't fall. What stamina the man had. Bliss pulled the staff back, readied her guard, as Egrad pushed forward again, only for the bandit leader to stop, pivot, and stab. Quick, coming again from behind, took the sudden strike in his chest, on the right side. In a flash, the sword went in, went out, and the Vis hunter dropped to the dirt. Wax called out his brother's name. Bliss used the opening. Going too low this time, with Egrad's swords whirling back, expecting a chest-level strike, Bliss hooked the bandit's ankles, upended him again into the sand. This time, Bliss slid her grip as the staff went up, reversing the swing and sending the metal end right into Egrad's head. The crack echoed loud, above the continuing fray to the north, and the bandit leader fell still. "Quick!" Wax shouted again, sprinting past Bliss to his brother. Bliss moved more slowly, kicking away both swords from Egrad's hands, before joining Wax at Quick's side. The wound spread its sign into the sand, and oozing red, delayed only by Quick's fingers. Wax already had his shirt torn, replacing Quick's hand as Bliss arrived with the wadded cloth. The cut, though, was deep, dangerous enough. "Did the Najan bring a healer? A doctor?" Wax asked, as Bliss cast around for anything that might serve. "I don't know," Bliss signed. "They didn't talk to us much." "Is it bad?" Quick asked, his voice already so weak, stretched. "It felt deep. I've seen worse," Wax snapped, then made another loud call for help. A call that would, Bliss figured, go unanswered, as long as the Najan had their own to deal with. "Bliss, we've got to move him. Get him back to the boat." "You take his shoulders. I'll take the feet." Bliss stood, while Wax scrambled near Quick's head. The staff went in its shoulder sling, and Bliss bent down, gripped her brother's ankles. "Ready?" Wax asked, looking at her. Then his expression changed, determination fading to horrified confusion. Bliss whirled, dropping Quick's feet to the dirt. Egrad rose up behind her, his sword's gone, but a hidden dagger in his right hand. He raised the weapon, angled it in for a stab, and jerked. Once, twice, before collapsing to the ground. Behind him, Egrad's short sword in her hand, stood Torny. Before Bliss could sign a thing, The thief tossed the blade aside and dove on Egrad's body, tearing at the man's pockets, his ruined clothes.
"What are you doing?"
Wax asked. Torny glanced up.
"Help me, if you want your brother to live."
There were times to question things, times to study the options and pick the best course. But there in that moment, Bliss used what she heard, what she felt, what she knew. Torny hadn't abandoned them, hadn't abandoned her. Together, the two tore off Egrad's armor, with Torny shouting a happy curse when she found what she'd been looking for, a familiar sapphire on a corroded chain.
"My scar,"
Wax said, as Torny pulled the stone off of Egrad. At the move, as the scar lost its contact with the bandit leader, the man sighed, a withering exhale.
"No wonder you wouldn't stop,"
Wax said, as Torny tossed the scar to him.
"This thing, the Vis scar, it heals you." "I know that, moron. Give it to your brother."
Torny rolled her eyes, then went back to Egrad's body, continuing to clear out pockets. Wax pressed the scar to Quick's wound, while Bliss went to Torny, grabbed the thief's hands to get her attention.
"What?"
Torny snapped.
"This guy's the leader, which means he'll have any keys to the real valuables. I'm about to become a fugitive, so I'll—"
Bliss shook her head.
"You're going to stay. With us."
Torny laughed.
"Didn't you hear your brother? He's going to get me strung up at the first chance he gets."
Again, Bliss shook her head.
"I won't let him. Ever."
Torny started up another quip, saw what Bliss poured into her face, her grip. Stopped, nodded slow.
"You promise?"
Torny asked.
"On my life." "It's closing!"
Wax shouted behind them.
"The scar's working!"
Bliss turned round to see Wax slump into the sand, an exhausted smile on his face.
"Bliss, I don't know how we're going to top this."
Chapter 37. The Great Forge. The bandits routed. The Najan captain swept through the camp, taking anything of any value, while Wax and the others, escorted back to the sloop, did little but rest, watch, and swap stories. The Najan were thorough, burning any tents, materials they didn't take, and leaving the camp a sundered ruin by the afternoon's end. Among the taken treasure, presented by the captain to Wax from the spoils, were Quick's gauntlets. Wax's brother continued the recovery, though the scar didn't seem able to restore stamina so quickly. Quick slept the hours away, waking only to sip water and eat thin fish soup. Torny, to Wax's eyes, seemed to take the dissolution of her recent tribe in stride. The bandit ate, drank, and joked with the Vis and any Najan joining them, vanishing only towards the night's end to watch the camp remnants burn out on the sand.
"What changed?"
Wax asked Bliss, the two of them on the sloop's deck, bulked out now in retrieved bandit clothes, shielding them against the chill. The boat wouldn't sail till morning, a loose Najan watch keeping eyes, while most broke into looted ale and fruit wines for a raucous celebration.
"With her?"
Bliss asked, and Wax nodded.
"She didn't try to kill me, and it was bleak out there. We helped each other."
"And she stayed, even after you found Quick?"
"Not that he helped, but, Wax, I don't think she has anywhere to go."
"You're angling towards something." The little sister, Bliss, had ever been a potent manipulator, able to squeeze her brothers into agreeing with just about anything, or playing them against each other till she had what she wanted. Wax already felt himself ready to agree, no matter what she said. Bliss had come to his rescue, was the first one up the beach to find him. Wax more or less owed her whatever she wanted.
"She knows things we don't,"
Bliss started.
About the world beyond this. We're lost, Wax. Admit it. Our first isle, and we nearly starved. We're nearly killed. There's 6 more, and 20 savvy.
You want me to make her a guardian?
Now it was Bliss's turn to nod, the sincerity shining in the sloop's lamplight. Torny remained at the ship's bow, a shadow against Sichi's pink glow.
Not all my choice, Bliss, Wax said. But if she wants to come along, I won't say no. Though I don't think Quick will like it.
We'll tell him Torny saved his life. That'll help.
Bliss grinned.
And if it doesn't, too bad. You're the Renewal. It's your call.
Wax's call or not, Quick kept up the grumbling, always with Torny out of earshot, over the days that followed. The sloop took them up Foti's western coast, the Najan captain promising an escort straight to the Great Forge. Not something always offered to Renewals, but given the stress and the supplies the captain could donate to the Najan garrison there, it seemed a harmless offer. One Wax had no issue accepting. They rode a ferrite wagon train across Foti's northern expanse, a mountainous but more verdant region than the wastes below. Crops and livestock claimed grassy hillsides and leveled plains, with great gaping caves carved in here and there, leading to mines. The Great Forge itself didn't look much different than those ore factories at first glance, just a larger hole built into a silver-brown mountain sitting squat between other, higher peaks. At its base, a stone-and-stick Najan camp parlayed its position with Foti Enterprises, the latter bustling carts flush with raw ores inside the belching hot beast, and springing them out with glittering spoils. The entry, at least, gave some credit to the Great Forge's station, with Najan and Foti banners snapping in the hot wind, and carved statues lining the railed walkway down to the entrance. Torny, proving herself an adept tour guide, though she hadn't been to the Great Forge before, read off the names and deeds of every hammering man and woman they passed by. Most, it seemed, had earned their immortal honor by pioneering some new metalworking technique. 3, though, had necklaces added to their stoic gray statues. Foti's past aegises, and farthest from the cave's mouth, their current one.
Think she's still alive?
Wax asked as they passed by Katya's statue, a smooth figure showing the woman in a defiant pose, gripping the necklace with both hands, as if to say any fiend would have to tear it from her grasp.
If she wasn't, the road would be a lot more dangerous,
Quick replied, taking a moment, with Bliss, to sign a vis blessing at the statue.
The circle made the call in time. We should finish well before she falls.
If they made it in time, you mean, Torny added. Fassel's not infallible.
The circle's not just him,
Quick countered, as they continued past the statues, hugging the right side so carts could rumble past in either direction. Late morning proved a busy time for the forge.
It's all the Isles, working together.
It's Noctia doing whatever it wants.
Good enough for me,
Wax said, shutting down the argument.
I get some good food, some warm blankets, and a sweet trip all around the Isles. I'll take it.
Torny looked like she was about to add on to that, but Bliss threw an elbow into her side, and the bandit settled for an eye roll instead. The Najan guard waiting at the forge's entry bade them to turn right, down the narrow bridge, rather than following the carts to the main smelting, hammering stations.
What you're looking for is in the heart,
the guard said, face and armor coated in black dust.
Don't stay down there long.
Why's that?
Torny asked, to Quick sigh.
We all going to catch on fire or something?
The Najan slipped the slightest smile.
The last thing I need today is to scrape your ashes into a bin.
Well, that's ominous, Bliss signed.
After what we've faced, Wax said, it can't be any worse.
That statement found itself tested not long after, as the group, following Najan's guidance, found themselves walking along a narrow precipice overlooking a churning lava lake. In between the vast bubbles, pops, and hisses, far-off hammering sounds rang throughout, a strange contrast between industry and natural fury. Wax, when he wasn't wiping sweat from his eyes, followed Bliss along the ledge. They wore the lightest Foti canvas they could find, the shoes showing their worth as even a touch along the black rock walls proved able to burn the wayward palm or finger. The air shimmered, and every breath launched a battle to dodge a cough. They all resorted to Bliss's signs as a way to save breath, a move that, to Quick's smirking pleasure, cut Torny off for much of the conversation. Not that they had much to talk about, saving complaints about the heat and warnings of missteps and lava sparks. At least, not till they reached the mentioned heart. The great forge's center grew out from the narrow path into a wide, square platform, one seemingly swept clean. Its broad base descended down into the lava lake, a crusted pillar glowing wherever the hot liquid splashed home. On its far side sat a stone growth, a bulbous thing larger than the wagon the group had rode here in, and covered with glittering veins of gold, copper, silver, and more. Those veins ran down the shape and into the floor, spreading out all along the platform, intersecting here and there, before ending at the group's feet.
"A puzzle,"
Torny announced, giving up on the signs. Each vein had its own end, the tendril dropping into a shallow groove running across the platform's base. Those ends lay in cut-out cubes, all floating in the simmering lava running through that groove. Standing up against the rock wall at their pathway's end were several forged poles, their purpose easy enough to guess.
"Push him down,"
Wax suggested, hacked up some dust at the words. Bliss didn't wait, grabbing the nearest pole. Her staff would have worked, but like all their weapons and gear, it had been left behind, and pushed down on the copper cube. It vanished beneath the lava, which began running up its bronzed line until it hit the vein's very first intersection, with the golden ore cutting it. There the lava sat, waiting, as if unable to cross.
"Gold next, then,"
Quick said, grabbing a pole and pushing the vein down. Again the lava ran down the gold vein, crossing the intersection with the copper before halting at a second run-in with the copper vein further along. Bliss's forced copper, meanwhile, didn't move any further.
"Now what?"
Torny asked.
"And please, if you know, be fast. It's damn hot in here."
That seemed to be the challenge. Solve the puzzle before the heat, the dust, the sheer intensity boiled you alive.
"To solve a puzzle," Wax said, "you've got to know the rules. Bliss, pick it up. See if it resets."
Bliss lifted her pole off the copper cube, and the stone floated free from the lava in the groove. The lava that had already traveled down the vein, though, sat still, glowing orange, hot, and waiting.
"Quick,"
Wax said.
"Now you."
The gold did much the same when Quick released it, save the lava dried out, cooling the gold vein back up until just past the intersection with the copper. Beyond it, between both copper touches, the gold remained covered by lava. Where it didn't, the gold turned black, coated now in fast-cooling lava rock. And the copper used its free path, the lava left by Bliss's push streaking ahead to flow past the intersection with the gold, till it was trapped by an encounter with the silver.
"Think we have our answer,"
Wax said, to the sweaty agreement of the others. Knowing how the puzzle worked and solving it were two different things, but 4 melting minds worked better than Wax's alone, the group passing poles and ideas back and forth to get the lava along the veins and the platform. When each reached the stone mound at the end, The lava wrapped its chosen vein. At the puzzle's finish, then, orange lines shone across the gray rock, before racing through some hidden hole inside. With a crackle and snap, Wax heard the sounds clear as he and the others made their way across the platform, stepping over the dried, but still hot, lava lines. The mound's center rose up. There, nestled beneath its stone cap, lay a glistening set of 7 Foti scars. Torny whistled as Wax reached the mound. Beneath the scars sat a small lava pool, one made by their puzzle solving.
"Think I can touch it?"
Wax asked the trio.
"Think if you don't, we're all going to fry,"
Torny replied.
"For once, I agree with the bandit,"
Quick added. Just in case, Wax took his left hand and put it on the Vis scar, back again in its place on his neck. The scar's whispers grew, and the forge's heat seemed less oppressive, his breath coming easier. A dangerous addiction, the scar could be. But when Wax reached to grab his second, his fingers leading slow, he found the orange gem just as warm, and no warmer, than the Vis scar had been when he grabbed it atop the great sauna not so long ago. Wax pulled out the scar, turned and showed it to the group.
"Very impressive,"
Bliss signed.
"Now can we get out of here?"
For once, nobody argued with that. Chapter 38. Surface Pressure. The trudge back to the surface took longer than the way down. Tired feet, dwindling rations, and sheer emotional toll wore on Svarde and the others. Mena didn't snap back to her prior self quick, instead lingering in silence much of the way, at war within her own mind. Rasselbeck and Pennifer kept each other's counsel, while Kivy scouted ahead and kept them on the right path home. All of which left Svarde to his own thoughts, and those bent towards the fiend and its stolen memories, the whimpering man, and what they meant. The Guardian had been to all 7 Isles, had heard their dialects, drank their ales, and experienced their cultures. None spoke the tongues he'd heard from the fiend, a chance Svarde might have tossed up to an ancient capture. Who knew how long the fiend had survived in the depths, save for the whimpering man? Without memory or much of a mind, the whimpering man didn't offer many clues, but in that absence he gave the most important one. The man's pallid appearance, slack skin, easy fit within the underground's tight tunnels and scant light, suggested he hadn't been a rogue with enough luck to dive deep and get himself trapped. That there were secrets in the dark below wasn't a surprise to anyone. That those secrets might include a people hiding beneath the surface? A question for Noctia, perhaps, the Circle, and the history books. As for his quest to slay the fiend's heart, stop the spawning down in the deepest holes, Svarde felt his axes weighing on his back, the blisters on his feet, the dry scratch as his throat waited for water that wouldn't come. The raid hadn't been enough. A small party wouldn't achieve what Svarde wanted. No, he'd need to convince the Isles. Get, if not an army, then something closer to it. A steady supply chain, forays and forces willing to push deeper and claim the territory taken. Not an expedition then, but a war.
"Who will you get to agree to it?"
Mena said, as they stomped through a damp cavern, ceilings and floors radiating Kivy's smoldering glow in an orange wash.
"Rana, Kans, and Went have standing armies, but they have them to fight each other, not to work together."
"Like every damn thing, Noctia will have to lead." Mena laughed, a sharp cut, more bitter since before the fiend.
"Now there's an impossibility. You said they wouldn't even help with this. Now you want to arrange something better?
I'll use the mask.
The gray plate sat in his satchel, carefully nestled between scrounged cloth scraps. Its features matched the whimpering man, and Svarde could only hope inside waited enough revelations to push Noctia to action.
You don't even know if it'll work on someone else,
Mena said, her voice dropping as she looked away.
And whomever you get to wear it will die if it does.
Noctia has its prisoners. They'll give one up for this.
Mena winced.
Cold, even for you.
The old you wouldn't have hesitated.
Mena sniffed, fell into silence as they left the cavern, returned to the long single file as the passage narrowed. Once more, up and up and up, catching a breeze for a moment, a mysterious stench in another. Had he become cold, unfeeling in his single-minded pursuit? Bitter, with Katya so far beyond any reach? Didn't Svarde have that excuse? Didn't all who'd seen their once so promising dreams fade to shadows have a reason to damn their empathy? Later, in what Rasselbeck declared would be their last break before the surface, the group gamely munching on dried mushrooms and mushy moss, all of them lean, stomachs rumbling in a lurching backdrop, Mena told Svarde she'd go back.
All the way down,
Mena said, taking out her saber and polishing it, though fiends hadn't chased them on the return journey.
I feel I owe it to her.
The other you?
She fought for me, even though she didn't know who I was, what would happen to her when I came back. I have to honor that.
Even if I can't convince Noctia to give me 1,000 Ajan soldiers?
Even if you can't convince them to give you breakfast.
Svarde chuckled.
I've had it. The better eggs are down at the water's edge. More grease, more flavor.
Then what do we have to lose?
The answer came at the daylight, the first afternoon they'd seen in weeks, making its gray-gold entrance at the cave's grand exit. The rock gave way to dirt. The air forfeited its damp ends, and for once, Svarde took a whole breath without a cough, without wondering if some creature would dart from the darkness and snatch it from him. Kivi, their fearless leader, stopped at the exit, the ferrite's sapphire eyes turning back to Svarde with a warning snort.
Guess we ought to be careful,
Rasselbeck said, catching Kivi's meaning.
Going back to the surface means human problems.
Nothing any Went guard can do will measure up to the fiend, Pennifer countered. I'd like to see them try to scare me now. Keep your arms sheathed nonetheless, Mena warned. What a stupid thing it would be to come all this way, only to take a bolt to the chest. We've not stolen a thing, hurt a soul on this isle.
Svarde wasn't sure he'd have the strength at this point to charge out, axes drawn, anyway. Lack of food, water, had his limbs trudging more from desperate habit than conscious choice. If the Went wanted a fight, the least they could do would be to give him a few days' rest. A proper meal or three first.
Lead on, Kivi,
Svarde said, but the ferrite stayed still, claws clamped to the cave's last end.
Fine, I'll go then.
Kivi's wisdom proved true. As Svarde walked onto the blustery land, the Went outpost showed its newfound popularity. Went archers, those rock-armored soldiers holding heavy crossbows, ringed the returners. Spacing them, bigger brutes with their Went gauntlets and heavy shields stood ready to advance. At their center, stone armor painted over with an icy white coat, stood a Went warlord, clad in thick, short furs, and bearing the four-pointed beard demanded of every male Went with any power. Seeing Svarde, the man growled out a single word. The crossbows, already loaded, snapped to tight attention. That many bolts ought to have set off a panic in Svarde, but a dull numbness spread instead. A fatal acceptance. "Lower your weapons," Svarde announced, keeping his hands well free of his own. "We're damn tired, hungry, and half dead. We mean no harm to you and your people, and you can ask that town back a ways to prove my words." Behind Svarde, the other three lurked at the cave's entrance for a long moment, till retreat's obvious futility forced them forward. Kivi came up to Svarde's feet, plopped herself down alongside him, her tongue tasting the air, and her eyes half closed, as tired as any of them, the ferrite, and as worthy of a rest. "The town's already spoken of your bravery," said the Went warlord, his brittle speech chomping through the words, as if trying to attack every syllable. "They offer their thanks, and I'll repay it by not shooting you dead where you stand." "I'll be sitting before long," Svarde replied. "Best not stake your triggers on a tired man's position." The warlord hesitated, then laughed. "You're not known for your humor, Guardian," the warlord said. "Found some down there, perhaps." "And much more besides." "Then I'll be looking forward to hearing it from you." The warlord flicked his two stubby arms forward, and those Went, geared for a melee, approached the group. "It's a long way to the pits. Time aplenty to fill your gut with food and my mind with tales. Then, of course, we'll see whether you can keep either of yours from being split."
"The pits?" Pennifer asked, as Mena cursed. "What are those?"
As Pennifer asked her question, Svarde found his hands moving towards his axes. A doomed effort, but then waiting for the pits would only be the same. Yet, looking into the nervous, determined faces of the approaching Went guard, Svarde stayed his hand, found his voice instead. "The pits are a chance," he said, "for you, and for the one who will do whatever it takes to end your life." The Went warlord, as his forces tore Svarde's weapons off his back, pulled the satchel away, didn't disagree. Chapter 39. A New You. Ami saw herself when she woke. 2 copies, one reflected in each of Annalise's wide lenses. The scientist leaned over Ami, her light breathing melding with crackling lantern flames as the only sounds in the quiet lab. Ami recognized the space immediately, a sort of home to her now in the weeks since she'd become Gladring's experiment. Flush with anything Annalise requested, the tower room defied familiarity, save for those lamps and Annalise's goggles. Cages lined the lab's walls, a circular ring leading to a broad slab in the center, one Ami figured she must be lying on, had been lying on, given her stiff muscles. Her throat itched. Her nose seemed crusted over. Ami tried to move her right wrist and found it strapped down.
"Awake?"
Annalise asked, blinking back at her.
"Or is this another dream?"
"Dream?" Ami asked, a rasp.
"She lives!"
Annalise shouted, jumping back from the slab.
"Here, let me get you some water. You'll need some."
Ami lay there, what else could she do, and explored her own body, while Annalise scurried off. Her fingers, toes, all seemed intact. While straps kept Ami from sitting up, she felt cloth along her body. Not the heavy armor she'd worn into combat. The fiend, that blue, flaming monster. Had it burned her armor away? Metal forged in Foti's hottest furnaces? Worse, the fiend hadn't just been a fiery beast. It had used a tool, a weapon, not something Ami had ever seen before. Claws, teeth, battering bones. Fiends could have all those. Tools, real intelligence were left to the humans, the children of the 7 gods. If that was no longer true, then...
Here, drink up,
Annalise said, tilting a cup towards Ami's mouth. After a too small sip, Annalise pulled it away.
Sorry, it's been a couple days. Don't want to overwhelm you. I've got the guards fetching some food.
Several days?
What? She's safe, Ami. Don't worry. Noctia reinforced the wards after the fight. Guess you provided them the evidence they needed.
Annalise gave Ami another sip, nodding as she did so.
That's always the issue with politicians, isn't it? Need to slap them in the face sometimes to get them to notice.
As Ami embraced the water, she continued her mental tour of her body. She seemed to hear all right, to smell and taste. Her eyes saw much the way they had. And yet, things didn't seem right. A tightness gripped her, and a feeling she wasn't alone, a feeling boosted by Annalise's wandering eyes.
Is it dead? Is what dead?
Annalise tilted her head, gears spinning.
Oh, you're still talking about the fight. The fiend? Terevan said it fell back down into the wound. Nobody knows, but it hasn't come back.
Another water pour.
Good thing, too. Not sure anyone could have done what you did.
Ami coughed.
I stabbed it with a sword. Not just any sword. You're too modest. And, speaking frankly, you could stand to be less so. You're representing us now, remember? The scars, Gladring, our tower. What are you saying? I'm saying your sword did the damage. Flame break, imbued with a Foti scar, felled the monster. That's the line we need to get behind.
Ami shuddered, or tried. The straps kept the motion unsatisfying.
I'm not playing politics. Look, I don't like it either, but it's the dance we need to keep playing with the toys.
Annalise bit her lip, her eyes flipping skyward for a moment, before shrugging and bringing them back to Ami's own.
Besides, you don't have a choice now.
A latent fear spiked. Ami's heart sped up. The dry throat returned. She knew it, of course. The heat had been so intense, the burning everywhere.
What happened to me, Annalise?
Pursing her lips into a sad, yet somehow still fascinated smile, Annalise set the pitcher down and reached to Ami's face, her left cheek, the side that had been closest to the fiend in the attack. Ami felt the pressure, but not the skin, the texture. Instead, only cold came through.
You should have died there,
Annalise said, her telltale curiosity leeching back.
Everyone said you lit up like a fresh candle. The fiend fell, and Flamebreak fell with it. My sword's gone? Well, no, we know where it is. At the wound's bottom. Annalise. Right, anyway, you were lucky. Some ward had come sprinting back, yelling about a bad fiend attack. Gladring told me to grab our gear and come running.
Ami closed her eyes, tried to remember. Lying there, on fire. Nothing came.
Way too late, of course. Gladring didn't get his show, but we found you, and, hey, he let me save your life.
Ami listened, growing more and more numb, as Annalise described popping a vis scar from her own necklace, how she'd pressed it into Ami's hands and ordered her carried back to the tower, how the life-saving stone hadn't been enough.
Minor wounds. It's a miracle. You're back and good to go in a few hours. More serious ones, it takes days, and even then there's some damage left the scars don't seem to touch.
Annalise frowned.
I don't know if that's the scar, though, or that we don't know how to use it. What did you do, Annalise? Just tell me. You want to skip to the end? Please.
Not the answer Annalise wanted, but she sighed, scratched her nose, looked about as if hoping someone else would spring from the ether to deliver what Ami already decided was bad news.
Every time I tried to take the scar away, you started dying, Annalise said. Something deep inside you must have been damaged. And your face, that side, anyway, it was all scarred over. So I came up with a solution. Untie me. Right, though I'd be careful. Don't know how the rest of you's doing, after all.
Annalise undid the straps, one by one, and after each, Ami tested her limbs again. Found them responsive, eager even to get going. It took a deep breath, another drink from Annalise's pitcher, to bring Ami's healthy hands to her face. The right side felt as it always had. A little dry, maybe, but skin. Warm. Healthy. The left?
It's the best Gladring could find, and I crafted it personally,
Annalise said, though Ami noticed she'd put a meter between herself and the slab.
You won't notice it. Much.
Annalise tried a half-cocked smile.
And hey, no fiends getting a claw through that.
Ami's hand went up, found Annalise's work, traced its contours around her left cheek, up to her ear, and down nearly to Ami's chin, ending at the turn of her neck, the edge of her eye. Cold, smooth, hard.
What is it?
Ami asked.
The finest gold in all the 7 Isles, a new voice boomed from above.
Gladring, followed by a food-bearing guard, made his way down the twisting stair into the lab.
It cost a fortune. I gave up more than 1 scar for your life.
Annalise let Gladring take her place, the scientist rushing over to a side table decked with notebooks, her charcoal pencil scratching away.
Why?
Ami asked.
You're too valuable to die, Gladring replied. And now, with that set in where everyone can see, you're my greatest asset.
Ami found the inset, there in her cheek. The scar's warmth nestled into her. The whispers coming through, answering why she hadn't felt alone in her own mind. A different tune than the Foti scar and Flamebreak, yet familiar anyway.
You really know how to make someone feel good,
Ami muttered, swinging her legs over the side.
Good or bad, what matters is that you're alive.
Gladring turned round, grabbed the soup bowl from the guard, and handed it over to her.
Drink up, Guardian. There's work that needs doing, and you've rested long enough.
Ami stared at the soup, her stomach ready to dig in. If she refused to eat, if she fought Gladring's every effort, how long could Ami hold out? Not long enough. The scar would keep her alive, if only barely. Gladring would wait. And Katya still lived. Ami's oath stood. The Guardian took the offered spoon, ran it through the thick broth, and lifted it to her lips. A sip and a swallow. A decision made.
Tell me,
Ami said,
what you need me to do.
Chapter 40. The Wind Queen. Wax held up his hand on the dock, let the white snowflake land in his palm. A chill sting, as delightful as the crisp, clear air. Walk south but a few minutes, and that same air would pick up Foti's industrial tinge, sulfur and heat. Leaving that behind was, in itself, a cause for celebration. Leaving Foti with 2 scars and 1 extra guardian, despite Quick's initial annoyance, was incredible.
Sorry for what I said back there, Pan,
Wax whispered, looking northward across the gray waves. Beyond that slate horizon, peppered with incoming and outgoing ships racing winter's arrival,
lay Rana. I'll try not to give up so easily this time. His guardians, his brother and sister, had come through. Turning around, looking back down the dock, Wax saw Torny and Bliss about midway, the former helping Bliss play with a Foti spearfisher. The device, a narrow tube with short spear stuck inside, thin rope on its back end, could lance out and snipe anything foolish enough to be swimming around these waters. Far different from the poles and nets used back in Kit-Eye, and Wax found he didn't much care for the heavy metal resting in his hands, the clunky recoil after the trigger pull. Bliss, though, wore a wild grin as she aimed and sent the spear flying into the surf. Torny cackled. Beyond them, at the dock's edge, Quick talked with Pavard, the Najan captain. The gilded commander had been Quick's companion of choice ever since leaving the bandit camp in ruins. From what his brother said, the two talked about Vis, about Noctia, about what it took to be a Najan. When Wax asked him why, Quick demurred, said only that there'd be Najan everywhere they went. Might as well get to understand them better. At least his brother's wound was healing up nicely. Every night, Wax handed over the Vis scar, and Quick tucked it near the stab, holding it tight. He was almost back to running now, and everyone figured by the time they hit Rana's watery isle, they'd be ready to sprint right on to the next scar. "Wax, watch out!" Torny's voice snapped Wax home. Saw him notice the slender ship carving fast near his dock. Wax took a step back, then another, and nearly fell off the pier's end as the vessel splashed in. The ship's sails, diamonds, cut at too many angles, dwarfed the ship beneath, and they all spun in near unison as the silver-blue hull slid into port. The ship's body came close, so close to bumping the dock, but no touch sounded till the vessel reached a full stop. Even then, cushioning bags tossed over the sides buffered the contact. A Kant's ship, built to glide across the water's top, float from one wave's crest to the next. No straight lines, a light belly, designed to ferry quick rather than quantity. Even so, the north side of Foti would mean a far journey. "Should be going to Noctia, not here," Torny muttered, as she and Bliss came to stand by Wax, his sister coiling up the spear gun. "Unless there's something in Falska they really want." She threw a grimace back to the busy port city. "Can't imagine what that'd be." "I can," Bliss signed, as the Kant's vessel threw a step stair over the side. Far from a grim metal or wood piece, the step stair caught the slight breeze and settled to the dock, as if laid there by gentle hands. Yet once it touched, the thin pearl steps seemed as solid as stone. "What? Ore?" Wax asked. He needn't have questioned. The answer came a beat later, as a gilded soldier took the first step over the edge. Two thin rapiers clad the wiry man's waist, along with a willowy blue and white robe. He sighted the trio, judged them, and descended the stair without a word, ending with himself between the group and the Kant's exit. "Her," Bliss signed, as the next one off made an appearance. The woman bore her glittering regality with an icy discomfort, as if daring someone to call out her tight hands, her shifting eyes, and her bent knees. Quick steps were at odds with her obvious station. As long as there'd been a renewal, Kant's had always sent one of its two queens on the quest. Wax and the rest of Vis thought it a strange madness, but who cared what another isle did? Who cared, save this Kant's queen seemed to have speed on her side. Amid her own robe, its collar decked in Kant's sky diamonds, their sapphire speckled silver catching the gray morning and casting its light about, the Kant's queen wore a Najan necklace, much like Wax's own. In it,
were 2 scars, the Kant's diamond and Vissa's emerald. And here she was, docking a day or 2 away from the great forge.
Looks like we'd better get a move on,
Torny muttered. Wax, though, met the Queen's eyes as she descended the stair. She found his own necklace easy enough, and when she did, her look narrowed to one of pinched curiosity. Not hostility. Not yet. A competitor already beaten.
Right,
Wax said, his voice trailing off as the Kant's Queen, followed by a second guard, turned and strode down the dock.
Guess it's a real race now.
Always has been,
Bliss replied.
Now we just know what we're up against.
Want me to sabotage the ship?
Torny asked, a sly grin following the question.
Think we've had enough violence for a fair bit, haven't we?
Quick announced, striding up to the group.
They're moving our boat down a pier to make room for this one. Guess she's a big deal.
Quick took a closer look at the vessel, whistled.
Wax, think we're ready to ship out. Are you?
Wait to leave this blasted isle?
Wax laughed.
No thanks. Guardians, let's go find some rivers.
We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Trail of Flame by A.R. Knight. Read for you by J. Aaseng. Presented by Black Key Books. This program was produced by Simplify Productions. Text copyright 2023 by A.R. Knight. Production copyright 2024 by A.R. Knight. All rights reserved.